Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Angel Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On the morning of July 15th in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department of Mutation General Hospital, Izuku Midoriya was screaming as the nurse held her hand. She had long since given up asking for her husband. Hisashi was on a business trip and wouldn't arrive in time for their son's birth. But that was okay, she knew he was doing what he could to support their growing family. Her thoughts broke off with another shrill scream as the doctor urged her to push again. She'd been in labor for hours now, she had no idea what time it was, but she'd arrived the day before at around 6 in the evening. He's almost out now, Inko, just one last push. The doctor said, as he helped the baby emerge. Finally it was done. Inko sobbed in relief as the doctor praised her hard work. She smiled at her coworkers. They had all done so much for her through her PRGNNCY. It felt like the entire hospital was waiting in anticipation for Inko's baby. There was a commotion going on. Inko frowned through the haze that filled her brain. The doctors were rushing around muttering about something. She was in so much pain, but something was wrong. Maya, Inko grunted out, grimacing from the effort. Maya was her favorite coworker. She was young, just barely 25 and already a RN. Maya smiled at Inko reassuringly, though in her eyes Inko saw worry. Maya's quirk allowed her to see a patient's overall condition, giving her spreadsheets in her head as she examined someone. "It's all right Inko, go to sleep, he's fine," Maya urged as she brushed Inko's emerald bangs from her forehead. Inko frowned, she didn't want to sleep. She wanted her son, her baby. Unfortunately, her exhausted body made the decision for her, and Inko fell into a dreamless sleep. Inko slept for a full day. While she was out, her husband arrived at the hospital, and frowned as the staff informed him of the situation. They assured him his son would be fine, that they had done multiple tests on the infant, and none of the results showed anything concerning. But Hisashi was not comforted by this news. He strongly disliked uncertainty, and from everything the doctors were telling him, his son's condition was nothing but uncertain. "He hasn't made a single noise," the doctor had informed him. He came out silent, which was worrying all on its own. "Most infants cry the moment the placenta breaks, but your son remained unfazed. We thought it might be a mutation quirk, but every test we've done has shown no such quirk present in your son." The doctor set aside his clipboard, as he turned back to his laptop, clicking through other test results on his son. "So, my son isn't breathing then?" Hisashi asked. It sounded like that's what the doctor was saying. "Oh goodness no. Your son is quite well. He's breathing fine." His eyes opened immediately, and I must say there is a lot of intelligence in those eyes for a newborn. The doctor laughed, clearly trying desperately to get Hisashi to calm himself. Hisashi swallowed down the smoke he felt building in his lungs. "When can I see my wife?" he asked through a growl. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself. "Ah," the doctor squeaked, clearly worried about the enraged man in front of him. "Yes of course, Inko is right over here, Mr. Midoriya." He stood from his stool, and practically ran out of his office. Hisashi followed after him, grumbling along the way about useless doctors. Inko was awake when Hisashi walked in. She was speaking with Maya, inquiring why her son wasn't with her. Maya, for her part, was doing an upstanding job at deflecting the new mother's questions. Inko startled at their arrival and began pleading with Hisashi for her son. "Calm yourself, Inko," he ordered sternly, as he took a seat next to her bed. "Our son is fine, the doctors were just running tests on him because they were confused as to why he didn't cry on arrival." Hisashi informed her through a glare. "He didn't like whinging. Right, of course. Yes you're right, Hisashi. Our baby is fine," she sniffled. Finally coming down from her histrionics. "Don't worry, Inko, your son is actually on his way back to the room right now. He's gone through the last tests and has been cleaned up. Congratulations you guys, you're parents to a healthy young son," the doctor informed them. "Thank you," Inko said tiredly. The doctor nodded at her, and made his way out of the room. "Have you decided on a name, Inko?" Maya asked, bouncing on her feet from excitement. She loved working in the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. "We have, his name is Izuku," Hisashi told her gruffly, not appreciating her energy so early in the morning. Maya gasped in excitement, squealing at Inko about how handsome a name it was. Inko smiled at her coworker, and allowed herself to fully relax for the first time since she'd woken up without her son. Finally, a new nurse arrived with little Izuku in his newborn trolley. The baby was wrapped in a forest green blanket, and his head was already covered in a thin layer of green hair. Inko smiled as the nurse handed Izuku to her. He was so tiny. She knew right then and there that she'd do anything for her little boy. Midoriya Inko was exhausted. She had just returned from a double shift at the hospital, her toddler on her hip as she unlocked their apartment. Hisashi was on a business trip again, so she had to bring Izuku to work with her. There was a daycare at the hospital, thankfully, but Inko was growing more and more agitated as she had to keep using it. Every time she had to pick her son up, the caretakers in charge would consult her on Izuku's behavior. Today, he had freaked out every child in the daycare, and was left all alone in a corner with only a broken toy that the children threw at him to keep him distracted. "I'm sorry, Midoriya-san, I've tried to get the children to include Izuku but they're scared of him. He doesn't speak, he barely even moves. All he does is stare at everyone. There's simply nothing more we can do. I'm afraid you can't bring him back. It's not good for the other children's health," the caretaker had said. Inko fought back angry tears as she set Izuku in his playpen. The child looked at her as she walked away, his large green eyes tracking her every movement. She fought back a shiver. She hated Izuku's stare. It felt so heavy for a toddler. "Izu sweetie, Auntie Mitsuki is coming over with Katsuki tomorrow, they're going to hang out with you while mommy's at work, okay?" Inko said from the kitchen, pulling out an energy bar as she kept her eyes on her son. Izuku blinked at her, and sat down carefully on the floor. Inko huffed. She had no idea why Izuku was progressing behind all the other children. Katsuki had started speaking almost an entire year ago. Yet Izuku still didn't make a peep. Izuku had at least finally started standing on his own, though he doesn't walk anywhere. "Come on, baby, let's get you to sleep," Inko sighed as she gave up on waiting for a response. Izuku lifted his arms as she picked him up, and wrapped his arms around her neck as she brought him to his room. Inko took a bite of her energy bar as he did this, thanking the heavens that at least he seemed to understand her. Otherwise he wouldn't move his arms around her, surely. The next day, Inko woke up with a raging migraine. She scowled at her window as the sunlight was just barely beginning to peek through the lace curtains. The clock on her nightstand showed 5:30 a.m. She was supposed to sleep until 6, but her head made it clear it would not let her sleep any longer, if the raging pounding going on was anything to judge by. She huffed in annoyance as she stood up, back creaking dangerously along the way. It was ridiculous, she knew, she was still young after all. Almost to her 30s and already so exhausted and bone-weary. Izuku was standing in his crib, head pegged to the side as he stared at the wall. Inko frowned at him, his behavior in these moments reminded her of a cat staring into space. Maya had shown her pictures of her cat doing this very thing. "Cats can see ghosts, Inko, he'll just startle and stare at something like it's the most interesting thing in the world." Maya would insist every time Inko asked how her cat was. Inko fought back another shiver at her thoughts. She'd been shivering a lot more lately around Izuku. It confused her. "Come on, baby, let's get you ready for your playdate with Katsuki, okay?" Izuku lifted his arms, a determined look on his face. An hour later Izuku was bathed and dressed in his All Might overalls and green long-sleeve shirt. It was adorable and Inko squeezed him tightly. "Oh, Izu, Mama loves you so much. Please start talking soon, okay? I'm getting so worried." Her words were muffled in the toddler's green curls, but Izuku hugged her tighter so she assumed he heard her. "Thank you, baby," she smiled at him as she pulled away, and to her shock, he smiled back. It was a simple upturn of his lips, his freckles bunching up cutely with his cheeks. She squealed in delight. This was the first emotion her son had ever displayed. She was distracted by their apartment door swinging open. Mitsuki Bakugo arrived with a flourish as she so often does. Her grenade keychain swung around her finger as she grinned at Inko. "Sup, beach? Long time no see, beautiful," Mitsuki shouted, her grin growing more box-like as Inko squealed in offense. "Mitzi, I told you not to swear around Izuku," she shouted, her hand coming up around his ears as if attempting to block the word from Izuku, ignoring the fact that Mitsuki had already said it, and worse, around little Izuku. "Auntie Inko." A little voice chimed from behind Mitsuki, as a tiny ball of chaotic energy launched himself around Mitsuki and into Inko's waiting embrace. "Well, hello there, Katsuki," she giggled as the child pulled away. "Are you ready for your day out with Izuku?" she asked him. "Of course I am," he said sternly. "Today is the day I'm getting Izuku to speak," he declared proudly. A matching boxy grin to his mother's, appearing. "Oh?" Inko asked, as she smiled from Katsuki to Mitsuki, who rolled her eyes at Katsuki. The child had been declaring that ever since the two had met and Katsuki realized Izuku couldn't speak. "I can't wait," she told him, who puffed out his chest in pride. "You've got to head out, Inko, you'll be late," Mitsuki said, glancing at her watch. Mitsuki had always been the one to keep Inko on track. "Right, yes, thank you, Mitzi, okay Izu, Mama's going now. Be good for the Bakugos, okay?" The child didn't respond of course, but he did waddle to Katsuki and took his hand in his own. A proud gleam in his eyes. Inko left after that, leaving Mitsuki and the children in her apartment. Good, now that the sourpuss is gone, Mitsuki grinned with mischief. Let's go get ice cream, she declared, lifting the children on each hip and waltzing out of the apartment, locking it on the way with her spare key. Katsuki cheered, and Izuku stared at him, that subtle grin appearing again. This time, it was Mitsuki who praised Izuku's smile. Even Katsuki took note of Izuku's happiness. Later, the three were at the Bakugo residence. Aizu and Katsuki were coloring hero-themed coloring books on Katsuki's floor. They were using colored pencils, because crayons are for babies, as Katsuki insisted. Izuku had just finished his picture of golden-aged All Might when Katsuki poked him. Izuku glanced at Katsuki, his head ped to the side. Alright Zuku, enough dawdling. We're gonna speak okay? Katsuki sat up straight and crossed his arms. He was serious. Izuku pushed his coloring books aside, and got up from his tummy to match Katsuki's position. Good, Katsuki said. You're going to start with the most important word, okay? He asked, and Izuku tilted his head in the slightest of nods. Katsuki grinned, pleased with the response. Good, Katsuki, he bellowed, as he leaned closer to Izuku, who startled at his ash-blonde friend's sudden shout. Your first word is gonna be my name, 'cause you're my best friend, he explained. Izuku nodded again. The child wanted to appease his friend. He wanted to speak. The fire in Katsuki's eyes was all the strength Izuku needed to take a deep breath. He choked. This was harder than he thought it would be. Izuku's face scrunched up in a frown, his cheeks reddening at his frustration. Katsuki was staring at Izuku in awe. Sure, Zuko hadn't actually managed his name. But he did try, and that was more than he had ever done before in his 3 years of life. Come on, Zuko. You've almost got it. Katsuki. He pronounced the syllables slowly. Izuku's green eyes sparkled as he nodded, this time much more defined. He stumbled again, and this time his eyes welled with frustrated tears. Hey, it's okay, deep breaths, Zuko. You'll get there, Katsuki assured him. Kachan, Izuku shouted. His little voice was high-pitched and scratchy. Katsuki's crimson eyes widened in shock. That wasn't his name, but Izuku was so proud of himself that Katsuki didn't feel the need to correct him. Instead, he grinned at Izuku and launched himself at him, tackling Izuku in a strong hug. Good job, Zuko. You've got it. Now speaking is gonna be a piece of cake, he said. Izuku shocked Katsuki again, by giggling. The sound was so incredibly adorable that it had Katsuki jumping back in absolute astonishment. His entire being reflected his awe as he stared at Izuku giggling, his arms wrapped tightly around his tummy as he rolled around. Suddenly, Katsuki's door slid open as Mitsuki came in. She was going to ask what all the commotion was, but words escaped her as she took in Izuku giggling on the floor. Holy sheet, she gasped, voice barely a whisper as she didn't want to distract her ears from the heavenly sound of Izuku's laugh. Quickly, she took out her phone, and filmed the child. Finally, as he calmed down, and his giggles finally broke off, he grinned wide, his cheeks nearly hiding his eyes entirely as he declared once more, Kachan. Mitsuki dropped her phone in surprise. Her matching crimson eyes found Katsuki's own as he smirked at her. Told ya I'd get him to speak today, he said smugly. Well, I suppose you did, didn't you, you little miracle worker? She picked her phone up, ending the recording and sending it immediately to Inko. Katsuki was right, once Izuku started, speaking was easy for him. Suddenly he was spouting words at a mile a minute. Which was endearing all on its own. A couple weeks after the miracle, as Inko had taken to calling it, Izuku was out with Mitsuki and Bakugo again. He had been staring at Mitsuki unblinkingly for a while now, and Mitsuki had finally worked up the courage to ask him what was on his mind. Izuku ped his head to the side, and pointed at her hands before saying, glycerin. You secrete glycerin from your skin, which moisturizes your skin and messes with your neurons, which makes you fiery-tempered. He said all of this in a single breath, his eyes almost appeared glazed over as he rattled off the information, and Mitsuki's eyes blinked at the child. What on earth, she muttered. Whoa, Zuko is smart, Katsuki said, patting Izuku's head. Izuku smiled at Katsuki, and then the two ran off, weaving through the playground exchanging fistfuls of wood chips. Mitsuki shook off her surprise, and decided Izuku must have heard her talking about her quirk at some point. Though if she had given more thought to it she would have realized she'd never done research into her glycerin's effect on her brain. As it turns out, Izuku could rattle off information about anyone's quirk. When they got home that day it first happened, Izuku ran to Masaru in his office, and repeated what he did to Mitsuki, this time rattling off Masaru's quirk, acid sweat. Your quirk allows you to secrete acidic sweat with combustive properties from your hands, he said, once more in the same breath, before he turned around and sprinted off to Katsuki's room. Izuku had done this to everyone he'd come across, scaring the ever-loving crap out of the entire community. Everyone in the apartment complex avoided him. His parents were growing increasingly worried about his strange knowledge. Rumors in Muzutafu spread incredibly fast, and after only a few months it seemed everyone recognized the strange green-haired child with the vacant eyes who knew way too much. As it turned out, people assumed Inko was the one who told her son about their quirks. The mistrust in the Midoriyas grew and festered until Inko could hardly go outside without people yelling at her in fear of what she knew about them. Izuku, through all of this, remained blissfully unaware as he continued to grow closer to his Kachan. On Katsuki's 4th birthday, Izuku was sitting at the kitchen table with the Bakugos when suddenly, his head paired and he pointed at Katsuki. Explosion. Your quirk allows you to secrete nitroglycerin from your sweat in your hands. This sweat can be ignited on command from your mind, creating explosions. The nitroglycerin will affect your neurons and cause a short temper like Mitsuki-san. When Izuku was finished, he sat back, out of breath. The Bakugos stared at Izuku in surprise, before Mitsuki and Masaru looked at their son in confusion. Katsuki, did you get your quirk and not tell us? Mitsuki asked, hurt in her tone. Ha! No. I wouldn't hide a badass quirk like that from nobody, he said, standing up about to shout some more when tiny sparks exploded from his palms. Katsuki looked at his hands in awe. Whoa, Zuku, can you see the future or something? He said in surprise. Izuku shook his head rapidly. He had no idea how or where he got his strange knowledge of people's quirks. He just did. Well, Masaru coughed awkwardly. Katsuki got his quirk in. We'll wonder about Izuku later, he said, as the family shifted to celebrating Katsuki's new quirk. Izuku was almost 5 now, and his quirk still hadn't come in. Hisashi was growing impatient. Every other child in the neighborhood had gotten quirks. Even Kachan was growing concerned. Inko, I've made an appointment with a doctor friend of mine. Tsubasa will figure out what's going on with Izuku's quirk. He informed them one morning. You're to take him after breakfast. I'll be on a business trip so I won't be able to, he informed her. Inko frowned at her husband. He'd been going on a lot of business trips lately. Okay, Hisashi, she replied. Inko and Izuku left for the private clinic Hisashi set up for them that day. They only had to wait 5 minutes before being ushered into the examination room. Dr. Tsubasa was a jolly man with the bushiest mustache Izuku had ever seen. Despite this, Izuku was unsettled by him. An hour later, Dr. Tsubasa had them sit down as he gave them the results of the various tests he'd put Izuku through. I'm sorry, Midoriya-san. It's not going to happen, he told them as he spun the monitor around so they could see an X-ray of Izuku's foot that they had done at the beginning of the appointment. See this here is a double joint in Izuku's pinky toe. Before quirks evolved, humanity had a vestigial joint in their pinky toe. When quirks appeared, there was a trend shown that those with quirks do not have this second joint. The unevolved, those without quirks, have this unnecessary double joint. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I see, thank you for your time, doctor. As they left they missed Dr. Tsubasa sending a quick message to someone, a hungry gleam in his eyes as he did so. When Inko and Izuku got home that afternoon Hisashi was gone. At first, she thought he was on his business trip, though after 3 days and he still hadn't returned she started growing weary. She tried to call him, but her calls were sent straight to voicemail, until finally, after a week, she got an email stating Hisashi had gone to America and he needed space to come to terms with Izuku's diagnosis. There are some psychiatrists who claim all sociopaths undergo a stressor event which triggers a person's mental psyche to snap, changing them fundamentally. Perhaps that's what happened to Inko the day Hisashi left them. Or perhaps she was always this way, distant and stressed. Either way it didn't matter. Inko had changed. Inko was obsessed with finding a cure for her son. She was certain he had a quirk. He was far too intelligent for a 5-year-old. She lost herself to her obsession, researching every corner of the internet she could for the cure. Similarly, Izuku had also gone through a change. Before the diagnosis, Izuku and Kachan had a plan to become the #1 hero duo. Kachan was convinced that Izuku would receive a powerful quirk and the two would be unstoppable, but after the diagnosis, Izuku came home heartbroken. That night he went to his room with the family laptop clutched tightly in his hand. That day he searched quirkless heroes and was gutted by the NO results found page that came up. What he did find was an interview of his favorite hero All Might saying, the quirkless. Ha ha ha, no they cannot be heroes. They cannot be anything in this society. They are far too much of a liability. But never fear, for I am here to keep everyone safe. Izuku's love for the hero shattered that day, which led him down a rabbit hole searching every corner of the internet for hope. The longer he looked, the more depressed he grew. There has never been a quirkless hero in the entire history of the hero age. Izuku spent hours that night combing the internet until finally, through back-channel websites and links, he found his way on the dark web and subsequently, the underground. Izuku was shocked by the underground. He'd never even heard of it. Even more shocking than the existence of the underground was what lies within the underground, where little Izuku found his hope. Those in the underground did fight quirkless. Quite often, in fact. And so over the course of 2 years, Inko and Izuku both lost themselves in their research. Izuku learned all he could about the underground. After just 2 years, he had learned about every known figure of the underground. Their quirks, civilian lives, and patrol routes included. He didn't just look into the heroes either. Izuku had filled 10 different notebooks with detailed analysis on the underground heroes, vigilantes, and villains. He had noticed along the way that all it took was a look at a person's eyes and he knew all about their quirks. It was as if he could read their very identities. He kept his research carefully hidden under his mattress. Since his dad went on his trip, his mom has been nervous and jumpy. She'd grown agitated every time he'd talk about quirks. He learned fairly quickly he needed to stay quiet if he didn't want her to yell at him. She also told him he wasn't allowed to visit Kachan anymore. She said it wasn't safe for Kachan to be around while she didn't know what was wrong with Izuku. She made sure he stayed in his room most of the time, where he couldn't hurt anyone. It's for everyone's safety, Izuku. You want to be a hero, right? Well, this is how you do it. Stay here, and stay quiet while Mama researches a cure for you, she would tell him as she shut him in his room. And then one day, Inko opened his door. Izuku blinked at the light that filled his room. His ceiling light died out a year ago. Mama, he asked. Come here, she ordered. Izuku frowned at the sternness in her tone. He decided to listen with no questions. His mama didn't like when he asked questions. Inko brought him to the dining room, sliding the door closed behind her. She ordered him to take off his shirt and lay on the table. Izuku did, frowning the entire time. Inko left the room with a stern order to Izuku to stay still, before she returned with a large black backpack over her shoulder. She let the bag fall to the floor when she returned to his side, and rifled through the bag before she pulled out a handful of ropes, tightly coiled up with a knot holding each bundle together. Now then, stay still while I do this. I don't want you to get hurt, she told him, as she began unspooling the ropes. After that, she began tying Izuku to the table. She started by using one rope to tie his left leg to the table, making sure it was tight enough to ensure he couldn't move. She then repeated the process on the right leg, using the right leg of the table. After that, she did the same to his arms, using one rope and table leg for each arm. Izuku had started silently crying after the first leg was tied down. The ropes were too tight. But he didn't want to make noise. There was a gleam in her eyes that worried him into silence. After his limbs were tied down, Inko pulled out an odd blade that Izuku had never seen before. It was long and thin, with an S-like bend in the metal that made it look like a snake. Inko caught him looking, and smiled at him. Do you know what this is? I'm sure you do. It's a sacred sacrificial dagger. I even got the blade dipped in holy water last week. I wonder how much you'll scream, she mumbled. Izuku's eyes widened in fear. His mama had never spoken like this before. She was like an entirely different person. "Oh mama," he choked out between sobs. He didn't like this. Inko smacked him with the handle of the blade so hard his head snapped to the side. Almost immediately Izuku's cheek and eyebrow filled his left eye with blood. Izuku sobbed out in pain as his entire face throbbed. "Quiet, demon!" she screamed. "It took 2 years to find this ritual, I'll not have you ruin it." Izuku's sobs didn't stop, but he did quiet them as his mother brought the blade to his skin. "I'm going to banish you. You'll pay for what you did to my son," she growled. Izuku opened his mouth to beg his mama to stop, but before the words could leave his lips, Inko brought the tip of the blade to his sternum, and he screamed instead. Inko was methodical in her work. She carefully sketched the patterns she's been studying into the homunculus's skin. The language was Babylonian that she had snagged from a book on banning evil spirits. She carved the words into his chest, the foreign language easy to work with after spending a year meticulously practicing. She'd been practicing this sequence on anything she could, even using her kitchen knives on hams and a dead alley cat she had found. Inko was using a spell from the 5th tablet, and as she finished carving the words into his skin, she began reciting them, both in their original language and in her own. "Cold and rain that minish all things. They are the evil spirits in the creation of Anu spawned. Plague gods, the beloved sons of Bel, the offspring of Ninkigal. Rending in pieces on high, bringing destruction below. They are the children of the underworld. loudly roaring on high, gibbering below. They are the bitter venom of the gods. The great storms directed from heaven, those are they. The owl, that hoots over a city. That is they are the children born of earth. As Inko finished the first section of the spell, she pulled out the jar of oil that she had gotten blessed by the same priest that had blessed her dagger. She had told him that her son was ill and she needed it to bless him. He had agreed happily. She carefully poured the oil over the homunculus body, and used her hands to spread the oil into the words etched into his skin. Izuku's corpse sobbed under her, the demon within him pleading with her to stop. She grinned in satisfaction at the demon's pain. When the spell was properly covered in oil, she returned to enchanting the spell. That in the creation of Anu were spawned. The highest walls, the thickest walls, like a flood they pass. From house to house they break through. No door can shut them out. No bolt can turn them back. Through the door like a snake they glide. Through the hinge like the wind they blow. Estranging the wife from the embrace of husband. Snatching the child from the loins of a man. Sending the man forth from his home. They are the burning pain that bindeth itself upon the back of a man. The God of the man is a shepherd. Who seeketh pasture for the man. Whose God unto food letteth him. Inko pulled the jars of ingredients and herbs she had gotten from an apothecary, and spread them over the oil. By this P0 int the demon was crying so hard that his breaths were broken and he was writing in place. When that was finished she continued the spell, panting from exhaustion. She had been up for the last 3 days getting everything ready. She even made sure to write a letter to Hisashi 2 days ago informing him she had found the cure to Izuku and that she'd be administering it that day. She stroked the green curls that she knew belonged to Izuku fondly, before she continued reciting the spell. Whether thou be a hag demon, or a ghoul, or a robber sprite, or a harlot, that hath died, whose body is sick, or a woman, that hath died, in travail, or a weeping woman, that hath died, with a babe at the breast, or an evil man, that hath died, or an evil spirit, or one that haunteth the neighborhood, or one that haunteth the vicinity, or whether thou be one with whom on a day I have eaten, or with whom on a day I have drunk, or with whom on a day I have anointed myself, or with whom on a day I have clothed myself, or whether thou be one with whom I have entered and eaten, or with whom I have entered and drunk, or with whom I have entered and anointed myself, or with whom I have entered and clothed myself, or whether thou be one with whom I have eaten food when I was hungry, or with whom I have drunk water when I was thirsty. Inko sighed in relief. There was only one section left to finish, and with it, she would light the sage and banish the demon from her son's corpse. Only then could she properly bury her son. She knew her son was possessed at birth. Everything she had learned made sense. Someone possessed by a demon was slow developing, had a hard time communicating properly with others, had vacant stares, and had knowledge of things they had no business knowing. Even the chill she'd so often feel in his vicinity was evidence of possession. It was the only explanation that made sense. Inko pulled out the sage and the lighter, and began the final words of the spell. Or with whom I have anointed myself with oil when I was sore, or with whom when I was cold I have clothed his nakedness with a garment. O fever, I exorcise thee by the ban of the spirits of heaven. O evil one, O fever, I exorcise thee by the ban of the spirits of heaven. O fever that hath come nigh. Come not nigh unto the sick man. O fever, by heaven be thou exorcised. By earth be thou exorcised. By Ea mayest thou be exorcised. By Damkina mayest thou be exorcised. By Enul mayest thou be exorcised. By Ninul mayest thou be exorcised. By Enkurkur mayest thou be exorcised. By Ninkurkur mayest thou be exorcised. By Endashirima mayest thou be exorcised. By Nindashirima mayest thou be exorcised. By Endelazaga mayest thou be exorcised. By Nindelazaga mayest thou be exorcised. By Enuditilla mayest thou be exorcised. As Inko finished reciting the spell, she took the lighter in her hand and ignited the sage. She gasped as the oil on her hand caught flame with the sage. She dropped the sage as she flung her hand rapidly in the air, desperately hoping the flames would go out. The sage landed on Izuku's sternum, and within a single second the oil on his skin caught flame. Izuku's writhing grew uncontrollable as his flesh burned. All grasps of time left his mind as he screamed. Eventually, the flames spread to the ropes holding his limbs secure, and Izuku's limbs were free. His back arched as his boiling skin writhed. Izuku's voice had stopped working at some point, the flames singing his windpipe and rendering him mute. Inko, through all of this, had collapsed onto the floor. A wicked smile crossed her face as she took her final breath. Her last thoughts were of her sweet little Izuku who she had finally avenged. She was excited to see him again. Izuku felt as though every cell in his body was on fire. His skin had long since burned off, leaving open muscle as he writhed. His shoulders ached as his writhing finally stopped. His consciousness left him then too, finally allowing him the rest he so desperately wished for. The apartment door swung open with a large crash, smoke billowed out of the open door rapidly as Hisashi Midoriya maneuvered his way inside. He had had a bad feeling the moment he received Inko's letter. He couldn't let her ruin everything by fixing Izuku, but, as he made his way into the house he realized that he was too late. The smell hit him first. It was wretched, and immediately caused him to GG. He had never smelled something more rancid in his life. Immediately his gaze was drawn to Inko's corpse. She was dried out and blackened. Her skin flaked off of her in a neat pile around her, and her hair had been completely burned away. Laid on the kitchen table was what Hisashi could only assume was Izuku. His eyes widened at the sight of his melting child. "You," he shouted. He ran through the flames unbothered by the heat. He had never been more grateful for his natural fire resistance. Izuku's eyes blinked open at his shout, and Hisashi growled at the sight. "You've ruined everything. I will burn you." He growled again before his dragon fire shot out of his mouth. Izuku cried as his father's fire hit his skin. He wanted it to stop. He wanted it all to stop. Abruptly Hisashi's fire cut off with a shout. Izuku took the opportunity for what it was, and sprinted past his father. He shot through the apartment. By the time he slid his door open his father was screaming for him, desperately searching for him. Izuku needed a bag, he needed his research, and he needed to get away. So, Izuku grabbed his yellow school bag from his desk, and stuffed it full of his underground notebooks. With a last-second decision, he also grabbed the family laptop that was resting on his end table and its charging cable before he zipped his bag closed. He then slung it over his chest, hugging it carefully, and left his room. Hisashi was surrounded by a wall of smoke in the living room, and missed the sight of Izuku as he sprinted out the front door. Once he'd made it out of the apartment complex, Izuku ran past the police line, barely taking a moment to register the backdraft with the rest of the Muzutafu Fire Department, as well as other heroes including the water hose duo. Izuku sprinted directly through the crowd, not questioning for a moment why no one bothered to stop him. He didn't even falter past Mitsuki Bakugo as she was held in place by her husband. She was screaming for Izuku and Inko, desperately trying to get out of her husband's arms so she could save her friend and nephew. Izuku ran past them all, and then he kept running. He ran until his lungs spasmed and his legs collapsed under him. He was in the forest, he realized. He recognized the patch of woods as Kachan and his secret base they had made. It was a tiny clearing that was surrounded by thick bushes. The two children had spent hours constructing a roof out of fallen branches and leaves. Izuku felt safe there. There was barely enough room for two children to lay side by side in the hideout. He cried in relief, and let himself collapse to the ground. Later, he would question why no one stopped him. Later, he would question why his father stopped breathing fire. Later, he would discover his father got arrested, charged with the murder of his family. Later, he'd question why his shoulders were the only thing that hurt, or why his vision seemed slightly sharper. Later, he'd discover that his green curls were replaced with smooth silver locks. Later he'd discover that he no longer had his mother's emerald eyes, but golden irises that glowed in the darkness. And, most shockingly, later he'd discover the large pair of wings that now attached at his shoulders. But for now, Izuku would remain blissfully unaware of the changes his life had just gone through, and sleep. Good morning, Japan. My name is Miyagi Daikaku and I'm here with today's top story. With me today is the brightest young upstart we've ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, here for his official debut, it's Hawks. Miyagi gestured at Hawks, his signature grin on his face as the camera panned out to fit more of the studio in frame. Sat next to Miyagi was a brand new hero with large red wings and a grin that could rival All Might's. He was young, that was obvious to everyone tuned into Juko News. Mornin', Hawks replied. His golden eyes shone with a happiness that drew in all who were watching. The teen was practically dripping with charisma. How old are you, Hawks? Miyagi asked as the teleprompter guided him along. Hawks' keen eyes took in the newscaster next to him. He could tell the man was nervous, though that was most likely due to the Hero Commission team glaring at him behind the camera. I just turned 15 a couple of weeks ago, Hawks said. Miyagi's eyes widened in surprise. 15? How on earth did the HPSC let you get your pro license so young? The man yelled out, foregoing the teleprompter in his shock. A cough behind the camera caused Miyagi's eyes to widen further, this time in worry. My apologies, we'll continue the interview after these messages, Miyagi said shakily. The red light went dim as the camera turned off. Hawks let his smile drop immediately. Cut, that was the director of Juzo News. He was a short man who was built like a blade of grass. Miyagi, with me, he said before walking out of the room briskly. Miyagi scurried after his boss, a layer of sweat drenching his back as he ran out. Kigo, a stern woman with a permanent frown, stepped into Hawk's view. He held back a grimace as the woman marched over to his side. "Madam President," he nodded to her, standing up as he did so. His tone remained passive and unbothered. His inner turmoil at the sight of the woman successfully disguised. "Kigo, do we need to run through your lines again?" she said, with a smile that was far from friendly overtaking her features. No, Madam President, they had drilled him on what to say in this interview for hours. He wanted to point out that it wasn't him who went off script, but he knew that would only anger the woman. "Nevertheless, we shall do so. Where did you go to school?" she said sharply, her smile dropping in its entirety, leaving behind a fierce glare. "I was privately tutored and tested through the HPSC private school for promising children," he replied emotionlessly while internally rolling his eyes at the well-crafted story the HPSC had created for him. "Why are you debuting so young?" She left no room between her questions, spitting them out rapidly. Clearly she was trying to trip him up in his responses. Unfortunately for her, Kigo had memorized this line of questioning years ago. "I have fast-tracked my education at the top of my class," he answered her quickly and efficiently, not stumbling over his words at all. Much to her displeasure if the slight furrow in her brow was anything to go by. How can we trust a child as a pro-hero? This time she stepped closer, right at the boundary between too close and a respectable distance away. Kigo felt some of his feathers bristle at her closeness. Memories of pain and a dark room snuck through his mental defenses against his will. "The HPSC has deemed me ready. I wish to prove myself to the public now," Hawks replied. He hated this list of questions almost as much as he hated the woman asking them. "What did your parents say about you becoming a hero?" Madam President smirked. She knew his weaknesses. She wanted him to break. Hawks held himself from flinching, though it was close. "My parents are proud to see me achieve my dreams," he said, the slightest hint of emotion in his tone. Her eyes glinted in satisfaction at his sign of weakness. Madam President nodded. "Good. Don't screw this up, Kigo. You belong to the HPSC. We will not tolerate failures." She left him after that, stopping to yell at Miyagi to stick to the questions provided before she returned to her place in the back room with the rest of the HPSC team. The interview continued after that with no more mix-ups. After a grueling 20 minutes of small talk they finished. Kigo shook Miyagi's hand, giving the camera his show-stopping smile that had been drilled into him his entire life. After the interview, Kigo was dragged along to a press conference that made him want to stab somebody. And finally, after a full day of the HPSC flaunting their best new prize around Japan, he got to go to his brand new apartment. He face-planted on the couch the second he could. He had a horrible migraine and his face hurt from smiling all day. The commission had given him a penthouse in one of their many sky-rises. It wasn't too far from UA, Japan's top-rated hero school. Kigo was certain the commission had placed him this close on purpose. They thrived on making the principal of UA uncomfortable. Kigo's close proximity would ensure the school knew the HPSC was watching them, though it was not like Kigo had any plans on reporting the actions of the school to the commission. Kigo drifted for a while. He didn't sleep. He knew it was far too early in the evening to sleep if he wanted to be up early the next morning to start his very first patrol. He should be celebrating. He knew that. He knew he should be elated that he had finally made it out of that FING facility. And he was, but he also knew he wasn't actually free. He'd been released, sure, but he would never be truly out of the Hero Commission's grasp. He allowed a shiver to overtake him at the memory of that dreadful place. At least being a pro meant they couldn't test him anymore. It wouldn't do well for the HPSC's prodigy to show up to patrols already wrapped in bandages. He scowled and sat up. He checked the watch the HPSC had gifted him and sighed in relief when he noted it was almost 9. He knew the watch had a tracker in it. He was clever enough to work that one out. After all, they wouldn't set their dog loose before chipping him. Thankfully he already had a plan on how he could use one of his feathers to trick the watch. Thankfully the time indicated he could sleep now, at least. And then, tomorrow, he'd begin his new life as the HPSC's puppet. Kami, he hated his life. It was now 2 weeks after Pro Hero Hawks took Japan by storm. The majority of the public adored him. Some were skeptical of his young age, but he had already taken down 60-some-odd villains and rescued over 30 civilians in that short time, which had done him a lot of favors in reassuring the naysayers of his skills despite his young age. Kigo had fallen into his new routine easily, a bright side to having his life carefully controlled before then. He was patrolling from sunrise to 10 every night, sleeping the moment he got home. That was it. That was the entirety of his life now. Patrol, sleep, repeat. Of course, he was growing exhausted. That was to be expected from a 15-year-old. Though he was also relieved to be doing anything. This was the first time in his life that he'd been able to go out into the world wherever he wanted. Within his patrol route, of course. He also had the chance to fly among clouds that weren't painted onto a cement backdrop for the first time. The feeling of the wind combing through his feathers was something so trivial for a bird mutation holder like himself, and yet, it was the greatest feeling he'd ever experienced. If following orders like a dog meant getting to keep that sensation, he'd gladly do so. He was several hours into his patrol that day when he first felt something niggling his instincts. It was a tiny pressure behind his ear, telling him to pay attention. Kigo landed himself on the nearest high rise, a frown on his face as he scratched behind his ear, failing to rub the strange feeling away. "The hell," he mumbled quietly. He'd never felt this feeling before. After he landed, it had grown more prominent. Now an almost full-blown tug. He huffed in annoyance and spun around, trying to figure out whatever it was his quirk was trying to tell him, because surely that's what was happening. He'd heard the theories, of course, that his bird instincts would grow sharper once he went pro. Madam President had especially told him to pay attention to any bird-like qualities he gained once he was on his own. Unfortunately, his careful scan of his surroundings brought nothing to his attention. It was a perfectly unremarkable rooftop. The only thing out of place was the presence of a tarp covering what Kigo assumed was a generator unit or something similarly mundane. This, he grumbled, before he took off again. He couldn't afford to waste his time dawdling around on a random rooftop. A villain a few blocks away successfully distracted his mind from all thoughts of the weird feeling he'd had, and by the time he got home that night he'd forgotten the entire ordeal. Of course, the next day he was forcefully reminded of the experience when that same tugging returned a few hours into his patrol. Kigo groaned in annoyance. Though he did take note that the feeling showed up within a couple blocks of where it had the day previously. After a more thorough search through the surrounding area, he still came short of an answer. He would have grumbled again, but a civilian ran up to him before he could, once more distracting him. Though when he returned that night, dragging his wings behind him in exhaustion, he hadn't forgotten the tugging. The tugging became a pattern after that first day. It had been 4 months now, and every day within 10 miles of the original high-rise he had landed on he'd get that insistent tugging right behind his ear. Every time he tried ignoring it, it got worse. And yet, he was no closer to finding an explanation on what he was experiencing. He couldn't even ask anyone, as he didn't have anyone he trusted enough to go to. Anyone in the HPSC would pull him in for testing, and he would honestly rather become quirkless than ever return there. He had grown accustomed to visiting the rooftop every day. He used a feather to carry his watch through his patrol route so the commission couldn't tell he was stopping at the building at all. As far as they knew, he wasn't stopping at all if it wasn't villain-related. Kigo didn't know why he felt like he had to keep the location of the rooftop a secret. He just chalked it up to those blasted instincts and continued with his careful search. Sometimes the tarp would be in a different position. Once he'd even noticed an old-looking backpack placed under the tarp. As it turned out, the tarp wasn't covering a unit at all. It seemed as if it was carefully wedged between the roof entrance and a utility system so that it made a tiny area protected from the sun and rain. Kigo was certain the space was too small to fit anyone, so after his discovery he let himself ignore it, assuming it was there for something related to the building itself. Maybe the building owner had a backpack of tools up here that he kept covered by the tarp so they didn't rust. Honestly, he had no idea, and he wasn't curious enough to go snooping. After 6 months of this routine, he'd finally reached the end of his patience. He landed on the skyrise and stood still, silently begging whatever gods existed to give him some sort of answer. After a moment of silence, in which he waited desperately for something to happen, there was a tiny yelp, before a tiny silver feather appeared right out of thin air in front of him. The feather gently fell to the concrete surface at his feet. Kigo frowned. That feather was not one of his. The feather seemed to be a baby bird's down. Judging by the size and structureless shape of it. Kigo squatted down to pick up the silver feather, and gasped at just how soft it was. Even his down feathers weren't this fluffy. Kigo brought the feather home with him that night. The knowledge of the little feather tucked safely in his vest pocket plagued his mind for the rest of his patrol. By the time he returned home, he had several new bruises on his arms from where he'd grown distracted during fights with villains. Towards the end of his patrol, an undergrounder who introduced himself as a Razorhead blocked a villain from launching a sneak attack on Kigo, who had been in the middle of wondering what kind of bird had silver feathers. He'd heard of white feathers, even gray feathers. But he was sure there weren't silver feathers of that color that he knew of. Razorhead was concerned over Kigo's empty-headedness. He received quite the verbal lashing for his carelessness. "You're a child, but you're also a pro, so get your sheet together and pay attention to your surroundings while you're on patrol, Hawks," the man had growled out, his hair floating around his head as his quirk activated from his annoyance over the situation. Kigo, of course, apologized profusely, as well as thanked Erasure for saving him, before he flew home early, not wanting to risk getting hurt. Now, he sat on his couch, the down feather placed carefully in a shoebox to the side as Kigo tried desperately to search through ornithology books online to find the bird or bird-like quirk that could have produced that feather. There was, of course, nothing he could find. He huffed in frustration and kept looking for the rest of the night. The next morning he woke up with a terrible ache in his neck from where he had evidently fallen asleep hunched over himself on the couch. His laptop was in sleep mode on the coffee table in front of him. Kigo had never been more grateful that today was his single free day of the week. Wednesday was the only day of the week the HPSC let him take off. He didn't understand the random choice, and their explanation was as vague and unhelpful as everything else the HPSC did. Now though, Kigo was pleased with the HPSC's randomness, as it was the perfect opportunity to do some research elsewhere. Kigo left his house with a simple white shirt and jean jacket vest, rather than his tan hero costume. His watch was left on his bedside table where he had tossed it aside with as much aggression as he could summon in his tired arms. He kept the pants from his costume though, they were the comfiest pair he owned. Kigo went to the local library first, searching all the birding books he could. After 2 hours with no luck, he switched to the documented public quirk forums which, surprise surprise, also provided absolutely zero help. Kigo groaned. He needed answers. He had no clue what to do. He didn't know who he could ask for assistance. Kigo didn't have friends, and he certainly couldn't ask anyone in the HPSC. It was that thought that gave him his solution. If he couldn't go to the HPSC he'd have to do the opposite. Kigo grinned as the answer came to him. He double-checked his pocket for the feather, which was secured in the plastic baggie he'd placed it in that morning for safekeeping. Once he was positive it was safe he took to the sky. It was a 20-minute flight to UA. Kigo gently landed in front of the gates, and looked around for a buzzer. He figured there would need to be a way to alert someone inside the school that he was there. Sure enough, there was a small intercom system off to the side. Kigo sighed in relief as he pushed the yellow button. Yes? A strangely chipper voice asked. It was high-pitched and squeaky. Hi? I was wondering if I could speak to Principal Nizu. Kigo winced at his uncertainty. He could only hope he didn't sound as shifty as he thought he did. Oh? Whatever for? The same voice sounded curious, but it was also laced with mischief. Well, I had a question that I'm convinced only he can answer. Kigo said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Now that he was here he felt incredibly silly. How on earth did he think this would work? Why would the highest-ranked hero school in Japan let a stranger in for a random K? The gate beeped once, before sliding open. Kigo stared at it wide-eyed for a moment, before tentatively walking inside. He shook out his wings behind him, a nervous habit he'd had his entire life. Good afternoon, Hawks, I presume? The voice from the intercom seemed to be coming from a strange thing nestled carefully on the shoulder of. Erase your head? Right. Yes. Hello. Nizu? He asked. The thing clapped his paws together as he nodded. Indeed. Am I a mouse? Am I a bear? Who knows, but I am the principal. He said jovially. Welcome to UA, please follow me to my office, he said, before Eraserhead turned around and began leading Hawks through the halls. Nizu balanced carefully on his shoulder the entire way. After a 10-minute walk Eraserhead dropped Nizu off at his desk, and wordlessly made his exit, leaving Kigo and the principal alone. Kigo looked at the spot he left behind in utter confusion. The undergrounder was so strange to him. Now then, what brings you here today? Nizu said as he took a seat on top of his desk. It was then that Kigo noticed a full cup of tea in the animal's hands that he pulled out of nowhere. Well, Kigo paused as he realized he had absolutely no plan here. I've been experiencing something lately and I had no idea who to go to about it. Oh? Nizu had an odd shine in his eyes, as if the idea of the unknown had him excited. Please, do go on, he urged. Well, on my patrols, around the same building every day I've been feeling this tugging sensation behind my ear. The more I ignore it the more prominent it becomes. The only time it calms down is when I land on the roof for a while. I've not had any luck finding anything on the roof until yesterday when a feather appeared in front of me. Kigo hoped he was explaining this well because he had no idea if he was making any sense at all. Appeared, you say? Nizu inquired. At Kigo's nod, Nizu continued. Do you still have this feather? Yes, sir. Kigo pulled the feather out of his pocket, quickly freeing it from the plastic bag so he could place the delicate down into Nizu's waiting paw. Nizu's eyes widened in fascination as he examined the feather. How wonderful. Curious indeed. I have never seen a feather like this. It feels almost metallic at the calamus. Nizu began muttering theories as he turned the feather in different directions. Do you think there's a way to figure out where it came from? Kigo asked him after several minutes of Nizu staring carefully at it. Oh, certainly there is, it's just a matter of time and research. Tell me, will you permit me to keep this feather so I can unravel this mystery? Nizu asked hopefully. Of course, sir, he was more than willing to let Nizu keep the feather if it would give him answers. As for the feeling you described, I can only assume it is keen senses triggered by your instincts. Some animals can sense their kin nearby when they are distressed. I'd wager whoever is the owner of this little feather has been following you around. It can only be assumed the owner is looking to you as a guide in some way. I recommend continuing to visit this building and presenting yourself as a safe person for the owner of this feather. They may even be looking at you as a mother bird. Nizu cackled at his joke. Kigo blinked in surprise as he took in the information. I understand. Thank you, sir. Kigo left shortly after that feeling much lighter. He was grateful for the principal's guidance. For the first night in months Kigo was able to sleep peacefully. Izuku Midoriya's life had changed dramatically in the last year. After the fire, Izuku had tried to take up a permanent residence in his and Kachan's old secret hideout. He had managed to stay 4 months before he was forced to evacuate it when the rainy season came. Now, he has been staying on a rooftop. He'd managed to scramble up the fire exit of the building. From the top he just had to precariously balance on the outer railing so he could grip the rooftop and climb safely to the roof. He'd chosen that building as it seemed abandoned. There were no lights on in the building, and no one had noticed him scaling the building yet, so he assumed he was safe. When he first woke up the day after the fire, he was shocked by the changes his body had undergone. He noticed his wings immediately. The weight of them was what had originally brought his attention to them. He wandered around for hours that day learning how to move around with the new appendages. Eventually he'd made his way to a reflective window in town. By that point he'd grown accustomed to walking without dragging his wings on the ground, though his shoulders were aching from the strain of holding them up. When he finally saw his reflection he didn't believe it was him at first. His hair was the first thing he'd noticed had changed. Not including the wings, of course. What once was green and curly was now white and smooth. His hair was longer now too. His reflection showed his bangs had covered his eyes entirely, and the rest of his hair had grown to the base of his neck. Furthermore, despite his night sleeping in the dirt, his hair was clean and seemed as if it was carefully styled. When he brushed his bangs out of his eyes he yelped in surprise by the sight of his face. His facial structure hadn't changed, thankfully, nor had his freckles, which were still prominently displayed on his cheeks. His eyes had entirely changed. Now they shone golden. There even seemed to be a slight glow in the irises. His left eye, however, didn't glow. In fact, it seemed almost dull in comparison to his right. There was a jagged scar that started right above his left eyebrow, and ran all the way down his face, ending just above his jaw. Thankfully he could still see through the dull eye. He couldn't find it in him to be sad over the loss of his hair and eye color. They would have only reminded him of his mother. After a couple weeks, Izuku had grown much more confident in his wings. He still couldn't fly, much to his disappointment, but he had gotten pretty good at maneuvering with them. He'd even stopped hitting people with the large appendages when he walked through the street. Izuku was sitting on his rooftop one afternoon, carefully brushing his fingers through his feathers, wincing as he kept pulling twigs and leaves out of them. Unlike his hair, which seemed to always be in pristine condition, his wings were in a constant state of disarray. He'd spent all morning watching news broadcasts through various TV screens outside shop fronts. Every channel was covering details of the newest pro-hero Hawks who, despite being brand new, was already making waves. Izuku didn't care all that much about limelight heroes anymore. He usually spent his time further developing his underground research thanks to the family laptop he'd snagged before fleeing his home. He'd gotten very good at finding random outlets in the city to charge it. It was Hawk's wings that had drawn Izuku in enough to make an exception to his no limelight hero rule. Hawk's wings were different from Izuku's own. That much was clear when Izuku finally got a clear view of the hero's eyes. He smiled when he realized they were golden like his own, though the pro's eyes were not luminescent like Izuku's. Hawk's quirk was called Fierce Wings. His quirk allows him flight, obviously, and gives him telekinesis-like control over the movement and nature of his individual feathers. He can harden the feathers, and shoot them as projectiles. He has full control of the feathers' speed and trajectory. The strength of the feathers is enough to hold a human being, as well as larger objects with more feathers. His feathers can sense vibrations which he can use as a form of echolocation. His feathers can also regenerate when destroyed, though they take a few days depending on the manner of their destruction. Izuku was fascinated by the quirk. Izuku had tested the strength of his own feathers by ripping one out, which hurt very badly. The feather itself wasn't very sharp or firm. It felt like every other feather he'd seen. But after careful examination the stem of the feather was very sturdy. It seemed very sharp too. Izuku filled one of his notebooks with theories of how he could utilize his feathers. He'd already tested throwing them like a dart and it seemed to work very well. The feather had buried itself in the rooftop after he'd thrown it. The power of the impact had startled Izuku. He was 8 now, and knew he needed to grow stronger if he had any hope of surviving. Izuku was frustrated with his lack of knowledge on his own quirk. He'd learned that looking at his eyes through his reflection didn't give him any insight on his quirk. All he could do was trial and error to learn about his quirk. Izuku made a mental note to start exploring libraries soon. He couldn't go to school, what with being homeless and not being able to afford it. So he'd have to figure things out all on his own. As he thought this, he heard something approaching his location from above him. He panicked. He needed to hide. He can't be caught. He needs to hide. Hawks landed on his roof. The man was much taller in person. The cameras made him look tiny surrounded by the other pro heroes over twice his age. Hawks was muttering to himself, looking around with a confused scowl. Izuku held his breath as Hawks looked right at him. But, for some reason, the man didn't say anything to him. In fact, it was like he couldn't see him at all. Hawks looked annoyed, something that worried Izuku. The last time he'd seen that expression his mother had taken that knife to his chest. Izuku brushed his hand against his torn-up shirt. He knew his scars were faded and barely visible to someone not looking for them, but the memory of the fire reminded him of the words etched into his skin, phantom pains causing his flesh to itch. "Ah f this." Hawks squawked in agitation, before he took flight. Izuku let out a relieved breath when the man was gone. Izuku ruminated on that strange encounter for the rest of the day. Somehow, Hawks hadn't seen him. Though by all logic he should have. Izuku wondered about this for a couple days. He stayed on his roof, testing out different theories, as Hawks, like clockwork, continued the pattern of landing on his rooftop, looking around for a bit and leaving. He never saw Izuku. Somehow, Izuku was able to disappear. Hawks wasn't the only one who couldn't see Izuku either. Izuku found that when he wanted to be invisible, he simply was. He could see himself, but no one else could. No one responded to him either, which he realized meant that it was more complicated than invisibility. Izuku tested out his invisible form with objects, and realized that he couldn't interact with things unless he was focusing on an object very carefully. His hand would pass through anything he tried to interact with if he wasn't carefully focused. After concentrating really hard he could make an item he was touching invisible as well, but the second his concentration slipped the object would pop back into existence. He also noticed that he had no shadow when he was invisible. It took him a while of researching through the internet before he found the word intangible and realized it best described his situation. No one could see him, and he couldn't touch anything or be touched like this. Though he could interact with something with enough focus. Izuku was walking through an alley one night, spending time intangible. He felt safest like this, knowing no one could see or hear him like this. A scream brought his attention to a side alley where a woman was cornered by a creepy-looking man in a trench coat. Izuku ran over to the woman, forgetting he was intangible as he tried to come between the two. The man ended up walking through Izuku unfazed by his presence. Izuku frowned in frustration. The woman needed help. Izuku needed the man to leave her alone. He knew knees were fragile. Kachan's father would complain about aches sometimes after helping Mitsuki-san carry some boxes of clothing around for their fashion business. Izuku focused really hard on the man's knees, willing his body to be able to come in contact with it. Izuku had no idea if it worked until he brought one foot up and smashed it as hard as his little body allowed him, into the man's knee. There was a terrible crunching sound as the man's knee shattered under Izuku's force. The man collapsed in a heap, and the woman swung her bag at his head so hard that he fainted. Izuku watched in awe as she called the police and they quickly showed up. He knew the woman didn't know he was there, but he made sure to stay by her side until she was safely brought away by police for questioning anyway. "I don't know what happened, officer. He just collapsed in pain. It was like a ghost possessed him," the woman had said. Izuku winced at her wording, bringing his hand to his chest. His shirt was barely attached now, the words clearly displayed in the moonlight. The officers seemed just as surprised as the woman did, though they did promise to look into the phantom hero that had saved her. Izuku felt his heart jolt at the officer's words. He'd never been called a hero before. Izuku had, in a single action, achieved the dream that had been crushed almost a year earlier. That night didn't change his body like the fire did, it didn't give him a quirk or make him a homeless orphan. It was, however, just as life-changing. That night was the night Izuku knew he could be a hero. Izuku built a routine all of his own. He'd wake up, study heroes using the internet cafe near him, remaining intangible with his laptop as he signed into the Wi-Fi and used a spare outlet. He'd spend a few hours testing the limits of his intangibility, and he'd make it back to his rooftop in time to study Hawks. The bird knew he was there, that was obvious by his rants and frustration. though he still hadn't seen Izuku. After a couple months, Izuku had grown brave enough to try to fly. He'd been carefully studying Hawk's movements when he took off from the roof. Izuku wanted to fly too. He wanted to be strong enough to follow the hero on his patrol. He wanted to learn how flight could be used in a fight. So, while Hawks was distracted looking for Izuku, he decided to test out his silver wings. He positioned his wings like Hawks usually did, and took a deep breath before he let his wings flap as hard as he could make them. Izuku yelped in surprise as his wings caught too much air. Izuku's feet flew over his head, causing his head to smash into the rooftop concrete. He winced in pain. That was too much force. Izuku was too winded to notice one of his down feathers being snatched by Hawks. Though later he'd study the implication of his feathers growing tangible when they became unattached to his person. When Izuku made it back to his rooftop the next day, he was proud of himself for how quickly he'd gotten at scaling the fire escape. He had made it back with plenty of time to catch Hawks on his patrol route. Though, he was shocked by the sight of the pro hero already there. This was the first time the hero had ever been on his roof before Izuku. The teen had just set a box on the ground before carefully stepping away from it. "Okay, little bird, I'm just gonna leave this here for you, okay? Okay, eat well?" "Ah shit, how does one talk to an invisible bird?" Hawks grumbled. Izuku blinked in surprise. He didn't know why Hawks was calling him a bird, for surely he meant him. Why else would he be on Izuku's rooftop? Izuku walked to the box with trepidation, and carefully sat down in front of the box so his front was still facing Hawks. He wasn't dumb enough to leave himself exposed to an attack, despite the intangibility of his form at the moment. Izuku focused on the lid of the box. He wanted to be able to open it without leaving himself vulnerable. He kept this thought in his mind as he brought his hands to the plastic lid, smiling a little as he noticed the rainbow sticker on the cover. It was cute. Izuku's smile widened as his hands made contact with the lid. He forgot about Hawk's presence entirely as he lifted the lid from the box and saw it stuffed full with food. There was a sticky note on the other side of the lid, labeled clearly, "For the little shadow bird." Izuku liked the sound of that. Hawks jumped in surprise when the lid of the box moved on its own. He carefully inched forward a bit, to get a better view, but despite his best effort, he found no sign of anything being there. He couldn't even sense a change in the vibrations in the air. There was literally nothing there, yet the lid was moving. Hawk's jaw practically met the floor as he watched the food inside the box disappear at an alarmingly fast rate. Clearly the shadow bird was hungry. Izuku hadn't even bothered with the utensils in the bento box. He used his fingers to shovel as much food into his mouth as he could fit at a time, choking every other bite. He'd been making do with leftover food thrown away outside of restaurants. It wasn't bad per se, he was eating at least a meal a day. But this was delicious. Izuku sobbed in relief as the food filled him up for the first time in well over a year. He wanted to thank Hawks, desperately so. But he still didn't trust him enough to appear to him. Izuku thought through his options for a bit, as he let the food settle comfortably in his tummy. Eventually, he decided to gift Hawks a feather. After all, Hawk's entire quirk was based on the importance of his own feathers. Izuku pulled his right wing to himself easily, and smiled when he realized how good he was now at manipulating the large limbs. He carefully chose a feather at the very bottom. They were the largest of his feathers, and looked the most impressive. Izuku grabbed one by the base, and yanked hard. It hurt more than he thought it would, and he yelped out in pain. But, in the end, he had one perfect feather in his hand. There was a trace of blood at the very tip of it, but Izuku didn't bother wiping it off. He wanted to get his feather to Hawks before the hero left. Izuku carefully dropped his feather in front of Hawks' face, who squawked at the appearance of the feather. Izuku giggled at the sound. Hawks snatched the feather up faster than he had the down feather. This one was massive, rivaling Hawks' primary feathers in its size and color. Hawks could only assume this was the shadow bird's way of thanking him. Hawks grinned as he held the feather closely. "Thanks, little shadow bird. I'll make sure to bring you more food from now on, okay?" There was no reply, but Hawks just waved goodbye, assuming the bird was too shy to speak to him. Hawks nestled the new feather in his own wing, securing it under his feathers carefully, making sure his red feathers were pining it down properly. Once he was sure he wouldn't lose it, he took off, foregoing the rest of his patrol to go to Nizu immediately. He easily commanded the feather with his watch to continue the patrol as usual. He knew the principal would be delighted by his theory all but being proven. On Izuku's 9th birthday he decided he was ready to trust Hawks fully. The man had followed through on his promise. Every day Izuku was provided with a delicious bento box. Izuku hadn't given him another feather since then, but he always made sure to finish the food. He had even started to write thank you notes on the sticky notes left inside the lid. He had never been more glad to have a steady supply of pens for his underground journals before. Hawks had cried the first time he'd seen the messy handwriting. Now, it was Izuku's birthday. He was feeling particularly lonely that day. He'd been alone now for 2 years. His clothing had been swapped for random tarps and clothes he had found in different garbage bins over the years. His red sneakers were still hanging on though. Barely. Hawks landed on the roof with the bento already pulled out. He hadn't even been done placing it fully before a shift in the air occurred behind him. His feathers twitched from the vibration change. Hawks turned around carefully, expecting a surprise attack from a villain. Instead, he found the tiniest little human he'd ever seen. The boy was very adorable. Hawks couldn't see his eyes due to a thick layer of hair covering them, but he could see the very impressive wings curled protectively around the boy. He looked nervous, but happy. It was a strange combination of emotions on a person so small. "Hello," the boy squeaked out the word in the tiniest little voice, and Kigo knew from that moment that this little birdie was going to become a staple in his life. "Hi there, little shadow," Kigo greeted the boy gently, not willing to risk scaring him off. "My name is Kigo, what's yours?" The boy startled at Kigo's introduction. Apparently he had not expected to be told the hero's real name. Kigo honestly didn't expect to give his name, but it just felt fitting for the situation. Zuku, the child took a moment to respond, which led Kigo to assume Zuku wasn't his real name. Nevertheless he accepted it gratefully. "It's an honor to meet you properly, Zuku," he greeted, giving Zuku his most official bow. "Thank you for the meals, Kigo-san," Zuku said quietly. Kigo blushed furiously. "Oh heavens no, san. I beg you. I'm only 16, Kigo cried, channeling every ounce of dramatic flair he possessed. Izuku giggled at him, nodding seriously. This was going well in Izuku's opinion. Kigo was much nicer than he had hoped he'd be. "Kigo, could I ask something?" Kigo blinked at him and nodded. "Of course you can, Zuku. Could you teach me how to fly?" Izuku really hoped he said yes. It would make his life so much easier. Kigo thanked the heavens Nizu wasn't here, for if he were the principal would be so fing smug. Nonetheless, Kigo was happy to agree with Izuku's simple request. "I'd be honored to teach you to fly." Izuku absolutely lit up at that. And Kigo smiled at the kid's happiness. "If I'm going to teach you, I'll have to have a proper look at your wings," Kigo asked gently, carefully stepping closer to Zuku's wings. Izuku nodded his consent, easily allowing his wings to be manipulated by the pro hero. Kigo is fascinated by the wings. They were more impressive up close. The silver feathers were almost ethereal in their appearance. They had a lot of potential, that much was certain. Though, Kigo took notice of just how weak the boy was. There were no muscles anywhere on the kid. "Well, you'll not be able to fly in this state, Zuku. Your shoulders can't handle your weight right now. I'm afraid flying would hurt you in this condition." Kigo panicked when Zuku's eager smile fell, leaving behind utter disappointment. "Oh," he mumbled. That simply wouldn't do in Kigo's opinion. "But that's okay. I'll help you grow strong enough for your wings, Zuku," Kigo assured quickly. Izuku looked at him, confused. His head ped to the side like an adorably confused puppy. "Help me?" "That's right, little shadow. From now on, every day I'm going to train you to grow stronger. You'll be flying in no time, I promise." Izuku fought back tears. He had not felt hope like this since he'd first found the underground. "Okay," he smiled brightly, even as tears began to slip out of his eyes. Izuku let out another giggle when Kigo started freaking out over Izuku's tears. Kigo decided to count it as a win. Izuku's favorite thing about training with Kigo was the knowledge he'd gained. Kigo had taught him so much in the year he'd been training Izuku. He'd taught him all about his wings, including how to preen them. Though, it was a challenge figuring out how to work with metal instead of keratin. According to Kigo anyway. Kigo had also taken to buying Izuku special shirts. Izuku was just grateful to be free of the garbage tarps. The shirts were created for people with arm mutations. They had large openings at the shoulders, with special straps that could be secured with buttons at the back of the neck. It took some getting used to, having his arms and a good portion of his back exposed, but it was much warmer and more form-fitting than the makeshift clothes he did have. Plus his wings weren't restricted like this at all. The shirt had a high collar too, which was just shy of being a turtleneck. Izuku felt secure knowing his scars couldn't be seen like this. Except the one on his face, of course. Though that one was usually hidden behind his hair. It was a bonus that the shirts complemented the white of his hair, and silver of his wings, offsetting them flawlessly in beautiful golden shades. Izuku was well over 10 now, and in the year Kigo had been training him he'd been praised for his vast improvement. He'd built a lot of muscle mass. His chest especially was much stronger than it was before. Kigo had explained that it was due to an extra plate of bone over his ribs. He'd called it a keel. Izuku didn't really understand that anatomy lesson, but he trusted that Kigo knew what he was talking about. Izuku had grown more confident in his time training with Kigo as well. The hero still didn't know his real name, though by this point it was more due to the fact that Izuku had simply forgotten to inform the man of his name. Kigo still called him Tiny on a regular basis, but Izuku had grown to love his small size. It helped him maneuver around Kigo while they were training, which came in handy a lot seeing as how Kigo had brought him to the trash beach. Izuku had completely panicked when Kigo had first brought him there. The hero had explained his plan to clean the beach as some twisted form of training. Izuku had spent a few moments rethinking the entire situation. There was no way a tiny orphan and a teenager who had virtually no free time could clean the most infamously messy beach in all of Japan. Now though, Izuku and Kigo had almost entirely cleared it. Izuku learned how to use different muscles to move the variety of objects dumped on the beach. He was flabbergasted by just how much stronger he was with his wings acting as a counterbalance. Izuku was even surprising Kigo by how much he'd been able to carry. Kigo couldn't stay with Izuku for long, he usually spent around 20 minutes with him before he left him with instructions, food, and a pat on the head. Kigo was so busy that Izuku was in awe that the teenager had managed to make time for him at all. Kigo, on the other hand, was racked with guilt every time he'd had to leave Izuku on that beach. Kigo was blown away by the kid's determination. Izuku was almost always at the beach. They'd taken to skipping meetings at the rooftop entirely now. There was one thing about the kid that had started to worry Kigo though. By this point Kigo was confident that Izuku was homeless. Honestly, the tarps he was wearing when he first appeared to him should have been enough, but Kigo was a bit preoccupied at the time by the child appearing out of thin air. Kigo had been watching him for a long time now. Izuku was still far too gaunt. Kigo knew that the only food Izuku was getting was the meals he brought him. Kigo knew he needed to intervene soon. The problem was he had no idea what he could do for his little shadow. Izuku had grown to trust him, and Kigo didn't want to that trust up by confronting him about where the kid lived. Or in this case didn't live. Izuku greeted him that afternoon. He'd started calling him that a couple weeks ago, further driving home how much Kigo didn't want to risk that precious child's trust in him. Izuku, he called out, before he tackled him in a hug. Izuku giggled in his arms and Kigo held on impossibly tighter. Can we try flying soon? I think I'm strong enough now. Izuku had asked him this every day of course, but today was the first day Kigo actually agreed. The beach was almost entirely cleared out. Kigo couldn't even take the credit for it, a fucking 10-year-old had done it all on his own. Surely he deserved a real flying lesson after all his hard work. Well, it just so happens that I was planning on doing just that already, little bird, Kigo declared, setting Izuku down gently on his feet again. Izuku's eyes widened behind his bangs. He honestly hadn't expected Kigo to agree this time. Really? Izuku, would I lie about this? Kigo asked with a false sternness in his voice that was given away by his horrible poker face. Honestly, Kigo should never ever go gambling. Well, I don't know, You're kind of irresponsible sometimes, Izuku sassed. That was another thing Izuku had started doing recently. Kigo loved every ounce of personality he'd broken from Izuku's thick walls. Honestly, at this point he would have adopted the kid if he wasn't still a teenager himself. Alright, enough sass, mister, do you want to fly or not? Kigo smiled softly as Izuku lit up in excitement. The kid was practically vibrating. Of course. Let's go. Do we find a skyrise and jump off? Or maybe a tree? Oh, do we need something higher? Do we need to go to the mountains or dash? Okay, calm down. Cammy, kid. I'm not gonna jump off a building with you. No, we're going to work on your form first, and then we're gonna climb up that wall over there and hop off until you can properly maintain a consistent level above ground. Kigo interrupted Izuku's excited rambling with an amused chuckle. Izuku pouted at Kigo. You mean the tiny but wall that is shorter than me? Izuku. Language. Where the F did you learn to speak like that? Kigo gasped, a hand thrown against his chest like the kid's words had given him a heart attack. This was one thing Kigo felt guilty about. He'd definitely given Izuku his more colorful vocabulary. Izuku cackled at Kigo's dramatics. Yeah, old man. Let's get started. I'm not getting any younger over here. He said happily, punctuating his statement with a wink. Oi. I'm not old. That was Kigo's entire problem after all. If he were older he'd be able to properly take care of Izuku. Yeah, let's go, Izuku whined before he tugged on Kigo's wing impatiently. Alright, you little imp, he sighed. This was going to be a long afternoon. He was just glad it was Wednesday. Okay, Kigo could admit he was impressed. Izuku had taken flight so flawlessly that he almost could believe the kid already knew how to fly. Though he knew he didn't. The first few weeks of training Izuku had proven that when he had Izuku demonstrate what he'd known so far, and Izuku had practically done a backflip midair from how forcefully he had been trying to flap his wings. Now, after just a few hours of making sure Izuku had the right technique, the kid was soaring. Kigo was awed at the sight. The sun was starting to set by that point, leaving Izuku backlit in golden streaks of light. He looked ethereal in the sky, with nothing but the orange clouds behind him. Kigo followed him happily. All those months ago, when Kigo had first gotten to experience flying under the real sky, he had thought he'd reached true freedom. Now he realized that this was freedom. Flying so happily with his family, with his baby brother. Kigo would never admit the tears he felt slip through his barriers that evening. He knew that he'd do anything to keep his little bird in the air, this carefree and happy. That includes the very stern talking to he'd given Nizu when he had found out the principal had run DNA on Zuku's secondary feather he'd brought to the principal. Nizu was adamant that the DNA test was important if they wanted to help Zuku in the long run. Kigo's only request was that the principal not tell him anything that he discovered from the DNA test. He would hear Zuku's story from the little bird or not at all. Kigo was up to something. The teen was awful at hiding his nervous energy as he fumbled with Izuku's bento box. Even his smile was strained. He almost seemed frightened. Izuku put his hands on his hips and channeled his best Bakugo Mitsuki. "Kigo, what are you planning?" Kigo looked terribly surprised for a moment, his jaw moving uselessly as he was trying to form a believable lie. Izuku rolled his eyes at him. "Save the shitty excuses for someone more naive. You're a ball of nerves, just tell me what's going on. I won't be mad." Kigo slumped in defeat before he plopped down on the sand. "Fine," he grumbled. "I have a friend," he began, but Izuku immediately cut him off. "Okay, if you're about to start telling me the good old, a friend of mine is going through this thing, tale I might smack you." Just because Izuku was homeless didn't mean he wasn't smart. He'd learned a lot frequenting libraries and the internet. "Thank you very much." "No, hang on, I'm serious." Kay whined. "He's legit a friend of mine. The thing is, he's cranky. He gets no sleep and he never eats breakfast. I am worried about him, 'cause he doesn't have time to make his own food. And I was just wondering if he could join us tomorrow for food. He could use a friend anyway. He has no social life." Kigo spewed the words out so fast that Izuku took a solid few minutes processing the information. "Kay, I have no social life either," Izuku informed him. "Yes, exactly. That's why you two would get along so well. Can he join us? Please?" Kigo batted his golden eyes at Izuku and Izuku rolled his own under his bangs. "Fine. But if he is too nosy, I'm kicking him and you out of my life," Izuku sniffed belligerently. Kigo knew he was bullshitting him. The Birdman smirked at Izuku before he nodded. Izuku spent the rest of his day flying around Muzutafu, and if he happened to stop by the library to look for tips on how to socialize, that was no one's business but his own. Nothing, and Izuku truly, honest to Kami means nothing, could have prepared him for who Kigo brought with him the next day, however. "So, let me make sure I have this right," Nizu said blandly as he set his teacup down. Kigo's wings spasmed behind him. "The little bird is a tiny child that you suspect to be homeless." Kigo was not fooled by Nizu's neutral tone. The principal was not happy. The twitching of his whiskers and lack of insistent tea sipping was more than enough evidence to show that fact. "Yes, sir," Kigo responded meekly. He'd grown to respect Nizu over the year he had been visiting him. At this point Nizu was like the father Kigo had always wanted. He'd never felt the urge to make someone proud before, and now that Nizu was clearly not proud, Kigo was becoming increasingly distressed. "And you have been training him for a year, in which you have become convinced he's not eating apart from the food you provide him once a day?" Kigo nodded. Words were very difficult at the moment. "Kigo," Nizu sighed, "I am disappointed in you." Kigo froze, his usually jittery body unnaturally still. This was what it felt like disappointing a parent? No, Kigo did not like the clenching feeling that had appeared around his heart. "I'm sorry, sir. At first, I didn't want to break his trust in me, but the longer I've spent with him the less I could ignore the red flags. I don't know what to do anymore." Hell are those tears in his eyes. Kigo blinked rapidly, praying to whatever deity was watching that he won't start crying. That would be beyond embarrassing. "Well, it certainly took you long enough to come to me, Kigo. That being said, you are just a child yourself. Not to mention I have a feeling you were never taught what a proper home life should be," Nizu said, his tone shockingly gentle. "Sir?" "Nope," his voice didn't sound wet. "That's just the condensation in the air. I will, of course, help you with this, Kigo. I have long since known about the child's situation." Nizu ended his statement by picking up his teacup again. "What? You already knew this, Kigo?" I told you ages ago that I did a DNA test on the blood found on the secondary feather you brought me. Nizu was entertained by Kigo's shock. Something the pro-hero was choosing to ignore at the moment. Oh, Kigo remembered that conversation. He had told Nizu not to tell him anything. You already have a plan, don't you? For the first time since he'd walked into the office, Kigo let himself relax. Nizu had been messing with him, probably some odd form of payback for Kigo hiding details of Izuku, he realized. Indeed. I was just waiting for you to come to me, as it requires yours and little Izuku's cooperation to work. Nizu laughed after saying this. Perhaps as a reaction to Kigo's shock at hearing Izuku's real name for the first time. What do I need to do? Nizu grinned. Shota Aizawa was an observant man. People often underestimated him, assuming his permanent eye bags and resting beach face meant that he didn't care what was going on around him. This was, of course, untrue. Shota prided himself on his observational skills. One does not become a top undergrounder without fine-tuned situational awareness. This is why Shota was so annoyed that the Hero Public Safety Commission thought it was a good idea to make a FING 14-year-old a pro-hero. That's not to say Shota thought Hawks was incompetent. The teenager was actually a pretty good hero, all things considered. He was skilled enough to hold his own patrolling on his own, when he wasn't spacing out. Shota had lost track of how many times he had had to save Hawks when the teen was a little too distracted on his patrols. Shota wasn't worried, of course. Hawks wasn't a student of his, nor had he ever been a student. Hell, Shota didn't even know him outside of when they'd run into each other patrolling. Shota's husband Hisashi had clocked on to Shota's focus on Hawks immediately. Though Shota denied it, Hisashi was not easily fooled when it came to his tsundere husband and his tendency to adopt wayward strays. Eventually, Shota had told Hisashi about his interactions with the teen. Of course, he had assured Hisashi that he wasn't worried or anything, he just wanted to make sure the teen was safe. Yeah, Hisashi was observant too. He knew Shota was bullshitting him, he just didn't know if Shota realized he was doing it, or if he was also bullshitting himself. Nevertheless, when Nizu called Hisashi, asking for his help on a Hawks-related mission, Hisashi had gladly accepted. He knew how to get Shota on board with the plan. All he had to do was explain that Hawks was struggling with something and he got Shota to volunteer himself to go visit Nizu on the spot. Hisashi sent a text to Nizu, confirming Shota's cooperation, before he went to go talk to their son. He had a feeling their little family of 3, not including their 2 cats, was about to grow a little bit larger. Izuku was filled with nervous energy the entire day leading up to meeting Kigo's friend. He knew Hawks would never introduce him to someone dangerous. Hell, Kigo had told him his friend was just as socially inept as Izuku himself was. That didn't stop the anxiety from paralyzing him all morning. Finally, after hours of nervously working on the last few stacks of trash on the garbage beach, Kigo arrived. Izuku was surprised to see his friend climbing out of the passenger side of a simple black SUV. He'd never seen Hawks show up from the ground before. The hero had always flown whenever they'd meet up. His surprise was overshadowed by complete full-body shock, however, when he recognized the person who had driven Kigo. Holy F dash. Eraserhead? Izuku screeched. If he weren't so focused on his favorite hero showing up in front of him, he would have blushed at the very Hawks-like sound he'd made. Oi! Zuku, language. You'll make me look bad in front of Aizawa, Hawks admonished, running up to Izuku to lock his head in the crook of his elbow as he ground his fist against Izuku's white hair. Kigo pouted when he found the hair appeared untouched after he stepped away. So, this is your friend, Eraserhead said, walking over to the two. His hands buried in his cargo pants pockets. He was tall, lanky, and just as tired-looking as Izuku had always thought he'd look when he saw footage of the Undergrounder. Yes, sir, Izuku squeaked. He felt his entire face heat up from his blush. His brain was still catching up to the fact that Eraserhead was right there. It's nice to meet you, though I wasn't expecting you to be so young and small, Eraserhead said, scrutinizing Izuku's appearance. Well, Kei is just a teenager and you're friends with him. Izuku protested. Eraserhead blinked at him for a moment, before his face brightened, his neutral expression shifting to one that almost looked soft. Indeed he is, I keep insisting he's too young to be working so hard, but he's yet to agree with me. Izuku sent Kigo his best sheet-eating grin. Hawks, for his part, just shrugged, his gaze warily shifting between the two. Alright, I changed my mind, you two are terrible for each other, Zuku, I'm taking Aizawa far from here, Hawks grumbled. Nope, you can't introduce me to the Eraserhead and then take him away. That would be cruel, Kei, and you are not cruel, Izuku stated proudly. He knew full well that he had won their little argument when he saw Kigo wince at him. There's 2 of them, Eraserhead muttered as he watched the 2 winged children bicker. I did say my little brother was a rambunctious kid, Aizawa. Kigo grinned cheekily, dodging Izuku's arm as he tried to swipe at his shoulder. Well, never mind that. I was told we'd be eating, so stop distracting us from food, Kigo. Aizawa said with a glare. What did you bring me today, Kei? Izuku said, the reminder of food distracting him from his hero standing right next to him. Holy sheet. Actually, I am taking all three of us out to eat at a restaurant today, Eraserhead said. Izuku tensed. He didn't go out in busy places when he was tangible. The beach didn't count because most people still thought it was a landfill. Aizawa, of course, noticed Izuku's shift in attitude. Kigo said you're a fan of katsudon. I know a place nearby that makes great katsudon. Shota said, he smiled in relief as he saw the indecision melt away at the promise of Izuku's favorite food. Katsudon. Izuku mumbled. Memories of the Bakugo's warm home filled his mind. He missed them all terribly, of course. He wanted to go to them so many times since he'd lost his home. He'd gotten close to walking to their home a few times, but the memory of his mother's words to him always stopped him. She had made it clear Izuku was not safe for Kaken. She never even fixed Izuku before she died. Izuku would never forgive himself if he got close to Kaken and his best friend got hurt because of him. Izuku was still thinking about Kaken when the group climbed into Eraserhead's car. He was still thinking about Kaken when they left the car some time later. He was still thinking about Kaken when they ordered their food. He was only pulled out of his memories when he finally took a bite of the food. His eyes filled with tears without him realizing as he rapidly ate the meal. It tasted so similar to Mitsuki-san's katsudon. Slow down, Zuku, you'll choke, Kigo reminded him, as he carefully stopped Izuku's hand from shoveling more food into his mouth. Izuku blinked at Kigo, dazed. Sorry, Kei, he said, before visibly shaking himself. He resumed eating at a more controlled pace. So, what's your name, kid? Eraserhead asked. Izuku startled violently. He had completely forgotten the Undergrounder's presence. Izuku Midoriya. He spoke rapidly, not even processing that he'd just told both heroes his real name. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. My name is Shota Aizawa, though you seem to know me as Eraserhead, Shota said curiously. Oh. It's an honor to meet you properly, sir. I've been a fan for a long time. You're the top-ranked undergrounder out there, so of course I recognized you. Plus, your casual wear is also your hero costume. You just don't have your goggles. Oh, right, your goggles. Sir, how do you use your quirk through them? Are they more see-through than they look? Izuku began rapid-firing questions about Shota's quirk. He didn't even notice himself giving Aizawa a detailed description on his quirk until the man's face had paled dramatically, his quirk activating in an attempt to shut Izuku up. Eraserhead's quirk didn't mute Izuku, of course. Izuku's quirk had nothing to do with his ability to speak, but the surprise of seeing the quirk activate was enough to stall him in his rant. How on earth do you know that? Aizawa said, his voice laced with suspicion. Izuku looked at his hero bashfully, unaware of how terrified he'd made the man. I'm not actually sure. I've kind of always been able to know about people's quirks. When I look someone in the eyes I just kind of know. Izuku had never explained this to someone before. Even Kigo looked shocked by Izuku's admission. You just know everything about someone's quirk when you look into their eyes? Aizawa asked warily. The implications of this were beginning to terrify him. I mean, yeah. Izuku shrugged. It only happens if someone's quirk has manifested, and it updates the more a person learns about their quirk. For example, when Kamui Woods developed his new technique, it was added in his quirk's information when I saw his eyes on the news the next time. Izuku explained. You can read people's quirks without seeing them in person? Aizawa shared a petrified look with Kigo. How on earth was this child so unbothered by this? Yes? Izuku said, is that not normal? Izuku hunched in on himself after asking his question, not liking the fear he saw in both heroes' eyes. His wings came to wrap themselves around his body, shielding his front from view as he started shaking. Izuku didn't want his heroes to fear him. He didn't want anyone to fear him. He was going to be a hero. He already was a hero. Izuku, it's all right, we aren't mad at you, kid, Aizawa said. Izuku's wings parted slightly, coaxed aside by the man's gentle tone. Izuku was surprised to see the man knelt next to him. The man was kneeling on the restaurant linoleum floor. You'll get dirty, Izuku said, shocking himself when he scooted over and yanked Eraserhead up, before he pulled him to sit down next to him on the restaurant booth. Izuku, we're just worried because a gift like yours could make you a target if the wrong people hear about it, Aizawa said after he calmed Izuku down enough to hear him again. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, if you can read someone's quirks, even an undergrounder's whose quirk is carefully protected, then a villain could try and take you to make you analyze heroes for them. Aizawa carefully explained. Izuku nodded at him. Oh, that makes sense. But wouldn't they just steal my notebooks and let me go? Izuku didn't see what the problem was. Aizawa tenses. Notebooks? Yeah, my underground notebooks. I have a bunch of them. Izuku smiled, once again missing the look of worry the two heroes sent each other. Can I see them? Aizawa was careful in his question, making sure not to sound worried at all. Izuku beamed at him, happy to show the hero the hard work he'd done. And so, a 30-minute drive and a very sketchy climb up an old and rusted fire escape brought Aizawa and Kigo to Izuku's rooftop. My room is just over here, Izuku said, chirpily before he led them over to his tarp. He was quite proud of his little hideout. It was fairly weatherproofed. Sure, if the wind was bad enough then water would leak in, and it wasn't that warm, but Izuku's wings did a fair job at keeping him warm at night. Zuku, you live here? Kigo exclaimed. He, of course, remembered the tarp. He had been sure no one could fit under it. Not even tiny Izuku could fit in a space that small, right? Aha! I thought you knew that, Kei, you visited me a lot. Izuku frowned at his friend. He truly didn't see what the teenager's issue was. Izuku distracted himself and the two heroes by pulling the tarp aside. He crawled into the little space with practiced ease, his wings stuck out awkwardly as he did so. Usually, he only went in there with his wings carefully wrapped around himself. They were much too big to fit in his room if they weren't tucked in. Sure, sleeping with his wings pinned like that gave him terrible aches in his body, and often caused his wings a bit of pain in the mornings, but enough stretching would make them feel better. Besides, how else was he supposed to sleep with wings? When Izuku had crawled out of his hideout the heroes looked very worried. Izuku brushed aside his confusion at their reaction, and pulled open his backpack. I've got 14 books right now, I just started the last one though, so it's not very full. Everything else is done though. Izuku explained as he pulled out the first book he'd done on underground heroes. He assumed this was the one that would interest the heroes the most. Aizawa accepted the notebook with trepidation. He carefully opened the book to a random page, and his jaw practically fell off as he took in the details on the page. He knew the hero of course, they were part of the same underground agency Aizawa himself worked at. The analysis included things that Aizawa was certain not even his boss knew about his coworker's quirk. Plus, the detailed sketch on the side of the page was far too accurate for a literal child to have done. Flipping through the pages confirmed that Izuku had done the same for every undergrounder in his agency. Judging by the other notebooks in the kid's pack, Aizawa could only assume the kid had done this for the entire underground. When he closed the book, he realized it was labeled, Underground, Heroes, Book 1. Which led him to assume Izuku had information on more than just underground heroes. Izuku confirmed his suspicions as he muttered an explanation after he saw Aizawa's confused gaze directed at the notebook's title. Izuku had done research on the entire underground. Somehow, this kid had completely unraveled secrets that no one else had. Could I see one of your notebooks on villains, kid? Aizawa said, passing the notebook over to Kigo who was doing a terribly immature gimme gesture at him. Kigo squawked in surprise as he too flipped through the book. Aizawa ignored him in favor of flipping through the new notebook Izuku had passed him. Holy F-, he was so shocked he hadn't even noticed the swear that he normally would not have let slip in front of a 10-year-old. This notebook was more detailed than the one Aizawa had just looked through. It was the second installment he'd written on villains, according to the title. Izuku had even done an in-depth analysis on the Fing Yakuza. How this kid had managed this was a mystery that would have Nizu absolutely salivating over. Is something wrong? Izuku asked. He was growing worried from the heroes' shared silence. No, we're just surprised, Izuku. This analysis is impressive. My boss would have a field day with you, Aizawa said, flipping through more pages. Nizu? That startled Aizawa from the pages. How on earth? You know about Nizu? Aizawa asked. Well, yeah. Izuku was confused over Aizawa's confusion. He's the principal of the best school in Japan, why wouldn't I know about him? Izuku said. No, I mean, you know he's my boss? Aizawa said. This kid knew way too much and he had no idea how. Yes? You've been teaching at UA on the side since you were like, 20. Plus the entire staff was at your wedding. Izuku was speaking as if this information wasn't confidential. You know I'm married? Aizawa practically shouted. It wasn't an angry yell, more a terrified shocked yell. Sir, you have a tan line on your ring finger, Izuku said. Pointing at said tan line. It's not rocket science. Izuku rolled his eyes. Kigo, on the other hand, was slack-jawed. He had had no Fing clue. As it should be. Who was unlucky enough to get saddled up to you, Aizawa? He asked cheekily, his boxy grin filling his face as he sidestepped Aizawa's punch that would have hit his arm. None of your dash. Present mic, Hisashi Yamada, quirk, voice. Hisashi's quirk lets him control the volume of his voice. His sonic scream can cause bleeding to people's ears when loud enough. His quirk cannot work through the ground, or anything else that disrupts sound waves. His support gear allows him better directional control of his sound waves. Izuku rattled off the information, before he blinked through the haze in his mind. Right? You two got married shortly after graduation. Izuku said. Aizawa had long since handed the notebook off to Kigo so he could walk closer to Izuku, who hadn't noticed his approach while he was reciting the information as if being mind-controlled. Izuku startled when he realized their closeness. Izuku, kid, I'm not sure how you've gained all this information, but this is incredibly dangerous. You have to be careful what you share with others. My husband and I have kept our secret for years. It would be very dangerous if anyone knew about it. He was kneeling in front of Izuku, his eyes level with Izuku's as he tried to bring attention to how important this was. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I get all my information, some of it I found on secret forums and stuff, but other things I just kind of know. I didn't mean to say all of that either, it just comes out of me when I don't want it to. Izuku was panicking now. He didn't mean to offend his favorite hero. Aizawa saw the kid's panic attack approaching and carefully stood up so he could wrap the child in a hug. Izuku tensed at the man's touch, something that worried Aizawa. What pain had this child experienced to make him so wary of a hug? When even was the last time he was hugged? Aizawa muttered soft reverences to the child as he stroked through the platinum hair gently. Kigo, for his part, was hovering behind Izuku, flapping his hands around in front of himself as he tried to figure out what to do. He was mouthing, "What the F dash," to Aizawa, but the man rolled his eyes at the teenager as he continued to calm down the child. Finally, after a few minutes, Izuku pulled away from the embrace. His eyes were red, but his cheeks were dry. Aizawa frowned at the sight. He had a feeling the child wasn't letting himself cry. He could only hope this was a situational thing and not a habit of his. "I'm sorry," Izuku mumbled. "It's all right, Izuku. Tell you what, how about you come over to stay at my house tonight? It's getting late and I'm sure Zashi would be fine with the company," Aizawa said. He knew the plan was originally to approach this topic slowly, but after seeing the kid's sleeping arrangements he was not going to just leave him on the roof. Izuku tilted his head at Aizawa, before he looked at Kigo. The two shared a silent conversation before Izuku turned back to Aizawa with newfound confidence. "Okay, Kigo trusts you, so I'll stay the night," Izuku said. "But I want one of Kei's feathers with me," he said, pointing at the teen to enhance his point. "I'll do you one better, kid, you can take Kigo with you." Aizawa let out a full-body laugh when he saw Kigo's affronted look. "I'm sure it will make you more comfortable to have your big brother with you. It'll be like a sleepover, isn't that right, Kigo?" Aizawa sent a glare at Hawks, who was surely about to decline him. "Aha, yup, definitely," he said shakily. Izuku cheered at him, ranting about how fun the sleepover was going to be. Aizawa smiled gently at the kid's happiness. He had a feeling he just accidentally adopted Izuku. He could only hope this was a stray Hisashi wouldn't complain about. He had banned Aizawa from bringing home any more stray cats after their second. Surely this didn't count. Right? Nizu clapped his paws in triumph as he downloaded the CCTV footage he'd just seen. He'd been watching the rooftop every time Kigo visited little Izuku since he first found out where the child was staying. He wasn't about to let the two kids interact unsupervised after all. Having heard Aizawa invite Izuku over, Nizu knew that he'd be arranging a meeting with Detective Tsukachi soon. He had a feeling the Aizawas would be adopting a new son before long. Nizu glanced at the family picture he had tucked away on his bookshelf. Shota and Hisashi had sent it to him the day they had officially adopted their son Hitoshi. Nizu had helped them with Hitoshi the moment he'd found out about the child's foster situation. He was 4 when his quirk manifested and he was thrown in the system. He was treated terribly by his foster parents before the case was found by Nizu. The principal had made it his business to help children in terrible situations. Call him overly emotional, but whenever he saw kids in a situation like his own he made sure to help them. Hitoshi had been rescued and adopted by the Aizawa Yamada household within a month. He treasured the family photo of the parents holding their son in their arms. Hitoshi at 4 already had a matching, done with the world, expression that Shota had. Nizu would need to clear off a new space for the future photo he was sure he was going to get of little Izuku Midoriya. But for now, he needed to send the clip to the detective. It would fast-track the entire process if the man knew all the details going into the inevitable interview. Izuku loved the Aizawa Yamada household. He was wary at first, of course. It was the first time he was inside a house in almost 3 years. That wariness disappeared at the sight of the world's fluffiest cats. One was tan, with black patches of fur around his front paws. Aizawa, call me Shota, had introduced the cat as Mocha. The other cat was black, and had a large notch on her left ear. Aizawa said she was attacked as a kitten and had lost her hearing in her left ear. Her name was Nem, after a close family friend of theirs, apparently. The cats loved Izuku immediately. They had waltzed right up to him and began rubbing against his legs. Kigo had attempted to pet Mocha, and received a fierce hiss from the male cat. They don't like strangers very much, Aizawa had said. Though that was clearly bullshit considering they were obsessed with Izuku. His face must have conveyed these thoughts, due to the fact that Hisashi walked into the room cackling. This little angel must be special, don't take it to heart, Hawks, he said before bowing to Izuku. Hey there, kid, my name's Hisashi. I hear we are having a sleepover, so I have a very important question for you. He was squatting in front of Izuku now, his hands braced against his knees. Shota had always admired his husband's mobility. Though Hisashi had insisted Shota would be able to do it too if the man got a proper diet and sleep. Hello, Hisashi-san. Izuku greeted shyly, his entire face was flushed red. What is it? What's your favorite type of ice cream? He smiled in triumph as he saw Izuku beam at him. Ice cream? I haven't had ice cream in so long. Izuku was bouncing on his feet now, looking rapidly between the three pro heroes as he thought over his options. I guess I like caramel, he said quietly. Flashes of blonde played through his mind before he shook himself. Okay. Caramel it is. Good choice, kid. Hisashi was out the door after that, a brief peace sign flashed behind him as he sprinted down the driveway. Of course, ask Izuku and ignore the husband. Shota sighed fondly at his husband's theatrics. He wasn't going to complain though, not when Izuku seemed so much more comfortable now. Now then, kid, my son will be home from school soon, he's probably your age, so I think you'll get along fine. Do you mind sharing a room with him for the day? Kigo can take the couch. Aizawa said, patting Hawk's head like he was a dog. Oh, are you sure? I don't want to be in the way, Izuku said with a worried frown. You won't be, don't worry, Hitoshi will be fine with it. Aizawa wasn't about to mention that they'd already discussed the possibility of Shota bringing home a homeless kid with their son a week ago when they'd first cultivated this plan. Sure enough, an hour later when Hisashi returned with Hitoshi and multiple grocery bags full of ice cream, his son had walked up to Izuku and wordlessly dragged him to his room. Aizawa rolled his eyes as he watched the two children go. Hitoshi made Izuku look even younger. His son was tall for his age, but Izuku was clearly shorter than he should be. Thank you, Aizawa. I appreciate your help, he's a good kid, Kigo said when the children were out of earshot. It's what any hero would do, Kigo. Aizawa brushed off the gratitude as if allergic to it. No, it isn't. I think we both know that, Aizawa. Kigo said. Aizawa knew he was right, of course. They both knew the deep-seated corruption in the hero world. Izuku took to Hitoshi quite quickly. The boy was the exact opposite of Kaken, he was calm and collected. Though he swore like Kaken did. Izuku rattled off his quirk the moment they were in their room. Hitoshi tensed when Izuku had first started talking about his quirk, but when Izuku was finished his eyes widened in surprise, as if he hadn't meant to speak at all. Whoa, your quirk is super cool. You could do so much with that. You could go to the medical field and help calm patients, or even help confused and stubborn patients take meds. Or you could be a detective and get people to confess. Not to mention the hero work you could do. You could save so many lives by getting villains to surrender. Izuku was bouncing in place as he rattled off the various things Hitoshi could do. Hitoshi was stunned. He'd been told he could do things with his quirk before, but never had that been a positive thing. His parents didn't count, they were legally obligated to tell him empty promises. Hitoshi didn't realize he was crying until Izuku yelped in panic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come on so strong. You can do whatever you want, don't let me pressure you or anything. Izuku tried to calm Hitoshi down, but his words only made Hitoshi cry harder. I'm so sorry, I can leave. Yeah, I'll just leave, Izuku said, but before he could escape Hitoshi had wrapped him in his arms. Izuku was shocked, he'd received more hugs in one day than he'd had since before his mom had locked him away when he was diagnosed quirkless. No one's ever said my quirk could be used for good before, Hitoshi sobbed into Izuku's hair. Izuku relaxed into Hitoshi's embrace. Suddenly understanding why his words affected the other so much. He had just said what he had always wanted to hear. And he'd done it purely by instinct. He'd meant every word too. Hitoshi's quirk was amazing. Izuku found himself hugging Hitoshi back, putting his own insecurities into the hug, making sure Hitoshi could feel just how much Izuku meant his words. What do you want to become, Hitoshi? I've always wanted to be a hero, but I never thought I'd be able to with a villain's quirk, Hitoshi said wetly. It's not a villain's quirk, Hitoshi. It's yours. You decide what you do with it. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Izuku told him, squeezing him tighter before finally letting him go. I'll tell you what, we'll do it together, Izuku said, wiping the tears away from Hitoshi's face with his thumbs. We'll prove everyone who said we can't be heroes wrong. Hitoshi nodded, dazed. "K," he said weakly. Hisashi tiptoed away from Hitoshi's door with a proud grin on his face. That had gone better than he had thought it would. He knew from overhearing that conversation that their family had grown. Now he just needed to figure out how to convince Shota to officially adopt little Izuku. After all, it would be cruel to separate the children after that promise. Izuku groaned as his present mic alarm clock wailed, effectively waking up Izuku. Hitoshi had bought it for him as a GG gift last Christmas. Izuku was currently considering chucking it out of his window. It was 5 in the morning. For a few moments Izuku racked his brain for why on earth he would have set his alarm that fing early. It was summer, Hitoshi and he had graduated middle school a couple weeks ago. They had gotten the highest grades in their class. Izuku won the top spot, beating out Hitoshi as usual. He liked their middle school, it was close to home, which meant he and Hitoshi didn't have to wake up early. They were even able to have breakfast with their parents since they got up around the same time they did to get ready for their day at UA. Zoo, I swear to F, if you don't shut that alarm up in the next 5 seconds I'm telling Aunt Nem how her heels actually broke. His brother's shouted threat was more than enough to cause Izuku to shoot out of bed. His foot got caught in his sheets on his way out, causing him to faceplant on his floor. An amused cackle proved that Hitoshi had heard him fall. Izuku was just glad he didn't land on his wings. That would have hurt a lot. Though, luckily, Izuku had realized years ago that any injury he sustained healed within a day so long as he was well fed and had enough sleep. And wasn't that a revelation? He just wished his scars would also heal, but he was not that lucky. "Shut up, you overgrown ceiling duster!" Izuku shouted back, groaning as he got up and finally shut off his screeching alarm clock. "Besides, Aunt Nem already knows how her heels broke, so your threats mean nothing to me," he added with a triumphant smirk directed at the wall he shared with his brother. "Are you sure about that, Izuku?" Izuku's smirk fell as he heard his aunt's voice speak up. Izuku turned around slowly to see his door was slid fully open. Namiri herself was leaning casually against the wooden lattice frame. Izuku paled at the sight of her. "Aunt Nem, what brings you here?" he squeaked, his wings twitching behind him. Izuku internally cursed Kigo for passing that particular habit onto him. "Smooth," she snorted in amusement at his terrible attempt at redirection. "Is that any way to talk to your favorite heroine, Izuku?" She pouted, placing a hand on her waist. She was wearing one of her cropped hoodies. It was purple, with her hero name inscribed along the front in cursive English writing. The hoodie was one of Izuku's favorite merch designs of hers, though he himself couldn't wear it because of his wings. Hitoshi looked adorable in the one he owned. However, when Namiri had realized Izuku couldn't wear her merch, she worked with the graduated support course student who designed all her merch, to create Izuku a special hoodie just for him. Bibamai had outdone herself with it. It was form-fitting, highlighting Izuku's hips as it rested right above his navel. The hood was large and sturdy enough to hold its shape when Izuku had it raised. The sleeves were long enough to give him sweater paws, something Hitoshi had called adorable. The back was absent apart from 2 long strips of fabric at the bottom that Izuku can tie to make a bow. This let him put the hoodie on without worrying about his wings, and still have the security in knowing his chest wouldn't be exposed as the fabric was comfortably secured at the start of his hips. Izuku loved it. "Aunt Nem is here?" Hitoshi called from his room. "Oi! Stop yelling, heathens. You need to get up." That was Shota. Izuku winced at the sound of his dad. It was far too early for him to be awake. He usually didn't get home until 3 in the morning. "The F, do we need to get up for, it's summer?" Izuku called back, looking at the sheet-eating grin on Namiri's face warily. "Izuku, surely you haven't forgotten what today is?" Namiri asked, entirely entertained. Izuku stared at her uncomprehendingly for a solid minute as he racked his brain for what could possibly be happening that day. When he realized what he had forgotten, he shouted in shock, and rushed to his dresser to pull out an outfit and a fresh pair of briefs. He wanted to beat Hitoshi to their shared bathroom. He had a feeling Hitoshi had also forgotten what day it was, and he wanted to take full advantage of that fact. Izuku darted past Namiri, sprinting towards the bathroom. It was down the hall from his room, with Hitoshi's slightly closer. A quick glance in his brother's room showed Shota tugging at his brother's purple comforter, failing miserably at coaxing his brother out of bed. Izuku smirked as he reached the bathroom first and locked the door behind him. By the time he was finished in the bathroom, dressed coincidentally in his hoodie from Namiri, Hitoshi was waiting outside the bathroom with his own clothes, looking absolutely panicked. "UBSTRD, you took too long. We've got to go soon or we'll be late." Hitoshi yelled as he pushed Izuku out of the way to enter the bathroom. Izuku laughed at his brother as he walked to the kitchen. Nem the cat and Mocha began yowling at him for attention, as they did every morning. Shota had long since given up complaining about the cat's favoritism towards Izuku. Speaking of his grumpy dad, the man was currently nursing coffee out of the mug Izuku had gifted him on the man's first birthday Izuku had been present for. It was black with the words, "The only socialization I need is more time with my coffee." "Morning, Dad," Izuku said happily as he sat next to the man. Aizawa nodded at him, while he took another long sip. "Zu, I am bringing you and Toshi out to breakfast before I drop you off today. Is there anything in particular you want?" Namuri asked from the couch. Their kitchen was next to the living room, their house an odd mix between American and traditional Japanese layout. "Nah, we can let Toshi pick. I'm not sure I have much of an appetite today," Izuku said. It was true, just the thought of what he would have to do in just a couple short hours was enough to turn his stomach. "Oh Izuku, you're going to pass this exam so easily. The faculty have bets going on how fast you'll finish the written portion," Namuri told him. Izuku smiled at his adopted aunt in gratitude. Namuri-san was the modern hero art history teacher at UA. She wasn't actually related to Shota or Hisashi, but the three were thick as thieves and the two husbands had claimed her as a sister long before they had graduated. She was even Hisashi's maid of honor at their wedding. A fact that Izuku had thought hilarious when they first told him 5 years ago when he had first met the rated R heroine. She was fascinating to him, and he'd spent many long hours theorizing about her quirk with her. Despite her reassurance, Izuku was still incredibly worried about the UA exams. Ever since he'd made his promise to Hitoshi, the two had worked hard for this day. Izuku had dragged the teen along with him to the trash beach and the two had finally cleared it officially. After that, Kigo had bought them both gym memberships to the hero gym he uses. Kigo had practically claimed both of them as his little brothers at that point. It took Izuku a long time to grow used to the Aizawa Yamada household. He was wary of their intentions at first, but the warm showers, 3 square meals a day, and unlimited cat cuddles warmed him up enough to agree to be their foster kid. Tsukachi was nice too. The interview he went through with the detective was the most nerve-wracking thing Izuku had ever gone through. The man was fascinated after Izuku accidentally rattled off the details of his quirk. He assured Izuku that he believed him when Izuku said he didn't understand how his knowledge of quirks worked. Of course, that was due to his quirk literally confirming the truth in Izuku's statement. It was decided that they wouldn't change Izuku's status. He was declared dead after the fire. There was enough blood on the scene to support that he'd been cremated. Tsukachi was worried about news of Izuku's miraculous survival getting into the wrong hands, though Izuku himself had no idea who would care about that. He trusted the detective though. Izuku was, thankfully, a common enough name that he could keep it so long as he agreed to be officially adopted by the Aizawa Yamadas. Izuku agreed easily after that. Izuku went by Yamada mostly for convenience, since Aizawa Yamada was a bit of a mouthful. Hitoshi, the little sheet, decided to go by Aizawa when Izuku chose Yamada. He said that way neither of their parents were left out. Izuku had rolled his eyes at him and said he just did it so he could have his counterpart's name. It was a long-standing joke that Hitoshi was a mini Shota. Hitoshi walked into the kitchen wearing his purple midnight hoodie and Izuku found himself cackling at the sight. They had managed to coordinate their outfits completely by accident. Hitoshi realized this very thing, and pouted at Izuku. "Well, one of us is going to have to change," he said, but everyone present knew he wasn't being serious. Hitoshi loved Izuku far too much to actually be embarrassed by wearing matching outfits. Besides, this way it was like they were with each other during the exams. Their dads had already informed them that the practical portion would separate them. "Where's Pops?" Hitoshi asked, noticing the lack of loud blondes in the room. "Zashi is already at UA, he's one of the proctors for the written portion, so he's setting everything up since Nem here is taking you two heathens to UA." Aizawa explained between sips of coffee. Hitoshi's mouth formed an O before yawning. "Come on kids, we've got breakfast to eat and exams to dominate," Namuri said, standing from the couch with a grace Izuku envied. It was that grace that had led to the incident that broke her heels. Izuku winced at the memory. He'd broken his right ankle from that event too. Luckily his foot healed on its own. Namuri's heels were not so lucky. Izuku couldn't even remember the lie Hitoshi and he had made up to explain how they broke. He just knew he didn't want to tell her that he had broken them while attempting to mimic her graceful fighting style on a dare from Hitoshi. Hitoshi tugged on his arm, startling him out of his thoughts. "Zu, it's gonna be fine, you're the smartest person from our middle school, you're gonna make all the other students cry when you walk out of the exam first today," Hitoshi said confidently, before pulling Izuku up from his seat at the table. He's right, you know, kid. Make sure to win me my bet today and I'll make sure we have more caramel ice cream on hand in celebration tonight, okay? Shota sipped his coffee smugly, ignoring Izuku's offended gasp at the confirmation that he had placed a bet on Izuku finishing the exam first too. Fine. Ugh, let's get this stupid thing done, Izuku mumbled before following his brother and aunt out the door. Izuku was silently grateful that they were related to 3 teachers when they were brought through the staff entrance that morning. They managed to bypass the large crowd of students by walking right to the auditorium. They were the first students there and chose spots in the front row, much to Namuri's amusement. Despite Izuku's grumbles, he clearly knew he'd be finishing the exam early. Sure enough, Izuku finished the written exam in just under a record-breaking hour, which was more than surprising for the 10,000 question exam. Izuku was pretty sure most of the room assumed he was leaving from a mental breakdown. A blonde teen in particular sent him a sympathy-filled look as Izuku passed him on his way out. Izuku left the auditorium blushing furiously when he noticed Hisashi wink at him as he slyly collected what looked like $10 from Cementos. Namuri, he noted, was handed a crisp 30. Outside the auditorium, Izuku found a perfectly comfortable corner to sit in as he waited for his brother to finish his own exam. It took Hitoshi an hour longer than Izuku to walk out, but he was still the next person to leave after Izuku. Hitoshi sat next to Izuku, cuddling against his shoulder as Izuku wrapped his wings securely around them, successfully blocking them from view. This position was common for the 2 socially anxious teens. The brothers sat there for hours as the written portion of the exam continued. Finally, when the last teenager left the auditorium, they were broken from their cocoon by their blonde father, who cleared his throat in a surprisingly quiet manner for the voice hero. Izuku parted his wings, smiling smugly at the whine of protest that Hitoshi let out. Is it time for the practical? Izuku asked Hisashi, gently nudging Hitoshi's face from his shoulder. Sure is. Zu, you're going to testing center B and Toshi is going to testing center A, Hisashi said. Hitoshi stuck to Izuku's side while they walked to the practical testing field. Izuku left him outside the testing center with a strong hug. You've got this, Toshi, we've been training for this with Kigo. Izuku reminded him. Thanks, Zu. You better destroy everyone else, Toshi said, before he pulled away from the hug and went towards the crowd of other testers in his group. Izuku breathed deeply for a moment. He was incredibly nervous. Despite this, he made his way to his testing center. Like Hitoshi's Zone B consisted of a massive wall. The door reminded him of a castle gate more than a basic door. Izuku was the last in his group to show up. The crowd of 30 testers was enough to make his heart beat rapidly. Even after 5 years with his family, he still felt unsafe around strangers. Izuku made his way to the front of the crowd, carefully edging around the group so he didn't smack his wings into anyone. He ended up standing next to a brunette whose hair was in a surprisingly well-suited bob. Izuku nodded at her when she noticed him. Hello, she said. Her voice was gentle, as if she was worried about scaring him. Do you think the exam is going to be terribly difficult? She said, wringing her hands in the hem of her shirt. Excuse me. Izuku jumped as a taller teen dressed in a blue suit marched over to them. Izuku idly wondered what psychopath would wear a suit to an exam. It is not proper to discuss the exam before we take it, he declared. His arms were chopping in front of him at a 90-degree angle. And you, the chopping arms paused so the teen could point at Izuku, scowling fiercely at him. Just because you don't care enough to try your best doesn't mean you can drag the rest of us down. That's the most unheroic thing a person can do. Izuku raised a brow at him, though he knew his bangs rendered the action redundant. How did you come to that conclusion? Izuku gave himself a mental high five for properly honing his inner, done with the world, Shota Aizawa. The teen spluttered, his glasses slipping from his nose as he resumed chopping his arms around. You didn't even try on the written exam. You walked out of there to distract the rest of us. And now you're distracting this girl when she is trying to focus. Izuku scoffed, so this is because you're jealous I finished first? Seriously? How old are you? 4. The incredulous tone was more than enough to make the bespectacled teen flounder. Thankfully, Izuku was saved from hearing his excuse when Hisashi's loud voice boomed out from a megaphone. Izuku scowled at his blonde father. Whoever thought it was a good idea to give Hisashi a megaphone? Izuku stuck his fingers in his ears, a familiar attempt at stopping the ringing that so often showed up when Hisashi was being particularly loud. All right, listeners. Are you ready? Izuku was increasingly grateful for his fingers that were still plugging his ears when Hisashi activated his quirk. Izuku smirked at his father, and braced himself. He had a feeling Hisashi was about to open that giant gate and he wanted to be the first one through. Sure enough, the gate slid open with a grating scrape and Izuku shot into the fall cityscape without a second thought. He vaguely heard his dad explaining that there were no countdowns in hero work, and he cackled as he took a running leap, beating his wings behind him as he took flight. The city was shockingly well detailed. Cementos had outdone himself. Izuku willed himself intangible as he came across the first robot. They were simple, clearly not designed to cause serious harm. The robots didn't even have an attack function outside of their arms. Izuku took them out easily. He'd been practicing focusing on his intangibility with hawks, using well-placed kicks against Kigo's feathers. Izuku had gotten skilled at zipping through the air and utilizing the momentum to aim powerful kicks in all manner of directions. Kigo had trained Izuku ruthlessly on his flexibility. Izuku was grateful for that training now, as he easily glided through the air, invisibly taking out robots at a rapid pace. The other teens that had caught up to him were exclaiming in surprise as the surrounding robots became no more than scrap piles. Izuku paid them no mind as he continued to fly around. This was surprisingly easy. His leg was beginning to get sore. Izuku was sure his skin was bruised at that point. At some point along the way, he was pretty sure he'd gotten cut on a jagged piece of metal. He could feel his leg soaking with blood, but thankfully the adrenaline rush to his system blocked the pain he was sure he'd feel once the exam finished. The exam went by in a blur. Izuku was so focused on making sure he properly landed hits on the robots at the precise times required of his intangible form, that the sudden shaking around him surprised him so hard that he blinked back into existence. The zero-pointer was much larger than it had appeared in the informational video. Izuku hovered a few meters above ground as he took in the large stature of the robot as it pushed through the surrounding buildings, dust plumes kicking up as a result of the mass destruction. Izuku hadn't planned on taking down the zero-pointer. The moment Hisashi had told that Glasses kid that it was worth no points, he'd written it off entirely. Of course, Izuku should have accounted for the fact that his life never went according to plan. A shrill scream brought Izuku's attention from the robot. Izuku was moving before he had even thought about it. His wings beating rapidly behind him as he rocketed through the sky. Once he got closer, he found the source of the scream. His blood practically froze when he recognized the brunette from earlier. She was pinned by a slab of concrete. Izuku panicked at the sight of her. He couldn't see blood, thankfully, but that didn't mean she wasn't seriously hurt. She was sobbing, her eyes looking around the street begging someone to save her. Izuku himself scanned the surrounding area. No one had come. Out of all the student wannabes, not one of them thought a scream of distress warranted their attention. Izuku scowled as the robot took another step. The building behind the girl looked like it was going to collapse soon. If that happened, there was no chance she'd survive. Not to mention the robot's current path would bring a giant foot right on top of her. Izuku scanned the robot for a weakness. He knew his feathers, which he'd gotten quite good at ripping out and throwing accurately at a given target, would be pointless against the robot's thick metal skin. Similarly, a kick from Izuku would only injure his leg further. Izuku thought through the possibilities as he flew closer. The only thing he could think of was how the robot was functioning. Surely there was a control system inside of it. Izuku grinned wickedly as he finally thought up a plan. Going intangible, or ghost as Hitoshi liked to call it, was second nature to Izuku now. He blipped out of existence in half a wing beat, and flew directly into the robot's head with no resistance. To his satisfaction, inside the robot's head showed an intricate control system built right into the robot's skull. Izuku huffed an annoyed breath when he realized it was all connected to a monitor. Said monitor showed Nizu cackling as he held onto levers that Izuku figured controlled the robot remotely. Izuku loved Nizu. The Chimera had practically adopted him as an apprentice once the two had met. Aizawa of course had tried to stop it. But anyone who knew Nizu would have been able to tell his grump of a father that his efforts were futile. Nizu was stubborn. Besides, Izuku enjoyed the Chimera's company. Nizu had been downright gleeful once Izuku trusted him enough to see his notebooks. He'd given him some tips on how to find more information. Shota had called it hacking, but Nizu was adamant that it was simple exploration. Izuku was just happy to have an excuse to upgrade his family's old laptop. It was practically unrecognizable now. Nizu had helped him rebuild the inner workings so that it was up to his standards. It was a supercomputer. Even Izuku couldn't come up with a viable excuse to dumb that down. Izuku blipped back into view with a cheeky wave sent T0 his sensei. Nizu was startled at Izuku's appearance. The Chimera pouted at him through the monitor. Apparently he wanted to play around with his toy some more and was not happy that Izuku had arrived. If the thing wasn't about to crush a child, Izuku would feel bad about ruining his sensei's fun. Izuku assumed Nizu hadn't seen her. He hoped so at least, otherwise he'd be giving the man a very stern lecture on child safety laws. The thought of the brunette reminded Izuku of his reason for being inside the robot in the first place. His face grew serious as he focused on the wiring. If he had the time, he would have carefully disassembled the wires to avoid injuring himself. He didn't have time, however. The robot took another step, and Izuku knew it was far too close to the girl now. So, Izuku did the only thing he could think of. He landed on a metal crossbeam in the head, and began yanking the wires out at a desperately fast pace. It hurt. A lot. He was confident he'd given himself severe electrical burns. His wings had caught on fire at some point, but thankfully they were resistant to any actual damage. They liked to hold on to flames, giving him an unearthly glow. Hisashi had fainted the first time it happened. Izuku had just been trying to help with dinner, stirring a pot on the gaslit stove when suddenly the fire just sort of jumped at his wings. He was fine after Shota had set the flames out with their fire extinguisher. Izuku was banned from the kitchen anyway. Now, Izuku grumbled as electricity shocked his entire system. He was annoyed to find out his strange fireproof abilities did not carry over to electrical burns. The smell almost sent him into a panic attack, unwanted memories returning to him as he continued to rip out wires. Finally, the robot stopped moving. Izuku sighed in relief as the metal creaked and groaned in sudden protest. Izuku went intangible long enough to slip out of the metal, and then he let himself finally slip into oblivion, allowing the pain to take over his consciousness as he fell. Izuku woke up a few minutes later. Chiyo Shuzenji was standing above him. Izuku froze at the stern expression she wore under her visor. She was not amused. Chiyo-san was someone Izuku greatly respected. He'd only met her a few times since he'd been adopted into the Aizawa Yamada household. When he first was introduced to her, he'd absolutely lost his mind. He'd rambled so many questions to her that day that his family had to drag him away. Chiyo, to her credit, was greatly amused at the child. She insisted he call her Chiyo. Recovery girl was for the general public and patients. Izuku was family. Recovery girl, he said meekly, knowing she wouldn't be pleased with him calling her Chiyo at that moment. Izuku Yamada, she said darkly. What on this green earth made you think mucking around with live wires was a good idea? Her arms were crossed in front of her. On any other day Izuku would have been amused at her attempt at looking intimidating. She was far too small to truly come off that way. Not that Izuku was one to talk, mind, but still. Now though, with Izuku laying in the dirt she practically towered over him. I had to help the girl. The robot would have crushed her. He insisted weakly. Thankfully, Recovery girl's glare dropped, her eyes widening at him in worry. What girl? Izuku used his wings to push himself off the ground in a fluid motion that always caused Hitoshi to curse him out. Izuku spun in a circle as he figured out where exactly he was. Apparently he hadn't been moved at all after his crash, because the robot was right there, which means there. He gasped out, his feet brought him to the concrete slab that had successfully blocked the girl from the hero's view. Izuku lifted the slab off of her easily, once more internally thanking Kigo for all the training he'd put him through. The girl was barely conscious, her breathing labored as she adjusted to the weightlessness that she now felt with the heavy slab off of her. Thank dash, she broke off her sentence with a grimace as she realized talking was too painful. Don't thank me, it's what a hero would have done, Izuku said, before stepping out of Chiyo-san's way so she could use her quirk on the girl. Don't think this excuses your recklessness, Izuku Yamada. You ever do something like that again and I'll make sure your little hobby gets brought to your parents' attention, she warned before kissing the girl's forehead. Izuku's heart stopped beating for a terrifying second while he took in her threat. How on earth did she? Yamada. Izuku stiffened as his blonde dad's voice echoed through the mock cityscape. Mike-san, Izuku said, grinning reassuringly at his father. You reckless. Hisashi was in front of him now, hands on his hips as he began verbally attacking Izuku. Idiotic, dumb, fool of a child. The crack in his voice brought Izuku's attention to the slight sheen in his eyes. I'm okay, Pops. He whispered, knowing no one was supposed to know about the hero's relationship with him. Sho's gonna be so sad at you, you're grounded. Hisashi said sternly, before he launched himself at his son, pulling him in a strong hug. Izuku rolled his eyes at him. Hisashi's groundings usually lasted a day before the man's soft heart cracked through and Izuku was freed from punishment. Nevertheless, he opted not to say anything, choosing instead to hug his father back. He would never admit it, but he was rattled from the burns, which thankfully had already healed from what he was assuming to be Chiyo-san's quirk. It was far too fast for his own quirk to have regenerated his skin. I'm proud of you, kid, you saved that girl, and you got more points than anyone else did in all 4 practical groups today, Hisashi whispered, before pulling away fully. Izuku was pretty proud of himself after that news. He knew he had done well, he'd lost count of how many robots he had taken down around the 15 mark. Izuku was out of the testing center, reunited with a very livid Hitoshi in no time. Toshi himself had happily taken to lecturing Izuku after Hisashi had informed him what happened. The brothers were making their way towards the campus gates, choosing to walk home so their parents could focus on wrapping up the exams without rushing themselves so they could take them home. Izuku was tuned out from his brother's endless lecture. He was forcibly brought back to focus, however, when a voice carried through the surrounding crowd. "The F are you doing here, old hag?" Izuku froze. "Don't talk to your mother that way, brat. I came to pick you up, of course. How did you do?" Izuku moved without thought towards the voices, drawn to them like a moth to a flame. "Of course I passed." "Oh yeah? They got the results back that fast?" "You don't know shit, brat," the woman taunted, though it was clear she was amused by the boy. "The F are you looking at, you damn extra?" Izuku jolted. His mind informed him of several things all at once. First, their eyes were locked. How were their eyes locked? Where were his bangs? Izuku realized, belatedly, that it was windy. Because of Fing course it was. Izuku really did have the worst luck. Crimson eyes narrowed as they held onto Izuku's own golden irises. The blonde teen growing more agitated as Izuku didn't respond. And then, because the universe hated Izuku, the woman who he was standing behind, much too closely, he realized. How did he get that close? Turned around, a confused look on her elegant, beautiful face. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His eyes were itching. The woman took in his distressed appearance before she rounded on her son, her hand smacking the back of his blonde hair before she shouted at him, "Katsuki Bakugo. I did not raise you to be so rude to strangers." Then, much to Izuku's distress, she turned back to him, "I'm sorry, kid. My brat is terribly misbehaved," and then she dragged him away, rapidly lecturing her son the entire way. Izuku took one shaky step towards the Bakugos. He didn't want them to go, why were they leaving? He wanted to. "It's for everyone's safety, Izuku, you want to be a hero, right? Well, this is how you do it. Stay here, and stay quiet while Mama researches a cure for you." Izuku froze, words that he had long forgotten forcing their way to the forefront of his mind. Izuku's cheeks were damp by the time Hitoshi caught up to him. Inko's words cut into him as he mentally fought with her and his desire to run after Kaken. "Izuku? What's wrong? Talk to me, please. You're scaring me." Hitoshi's hands were cradling his cheeks, his brother's thumbs brushing away his tears as they fell. The two mimicking the day they had met when Izuku had done so for his brother. "Toshi?" Izuku's breathing returned to a normal pace as he finally recognized his brother. "Zu?" Izuku smiled wetly at his brother. "It's nothing, Toshi, let's go home," Izuku said, stepping away from his brother. Izuku led his brother home silently. He should have realized Kaken would be there. Izuku was stupid to have forgotten him. He was stupid to have put his best friend in danger like that. Izuku knew Inko was right, he was dangerous. He'd killed his own mother, he wasn't going to let Kaken get hurt. He'd never let Kaken get hurt. Ever. And, Izuku's backless hoodie inspiration. "Zuku, one day we'll be the #1 hero duo. I promise, okay?" Izuku remembered this day. The neighborhood kids had made fun of Izuku again. He hadn't even done anything, he never did, but the children would treat him with disdain simply because their parents mistrusted him and his parents. Not Kaken though, never Kaken. This wasn't the first time Kaken had made this promise, it was, however, the last time. It was shortly after this afternoon that Inko had forbidden Izuku from seeing Kaken. Izuku woke up with tears dripping down his face. He scowled as he brushed them away. Izuku didn't like crying. He hated feeling weak almost as much as he hated showing weakness. Shota had tried valiantly to get him to cry over the years. The man insisted bottling up his emotions wasn't healthy. Izuku usually fought back by pointing out that it was healthier than drinking 12 cups of coffee a day. He'd yet to lose with that particular argument. Izuku pouted as his mic alarm clock showed that it was 10 minutes to when he had set his alarm. He hated waking up before his alarm, it always left him feeling off balance all day. Of course he'd wake up like this on the most important day of his life. Izuku blamed Kaken for haunting his dreams. Ever since the entrance exams the blonde had invaded his mind. He knew he was worrying his family, Toshi in particular had stuck to his side like a stubborn magnet, sending him concerned glances like he was expecting Izuku to shatter. Toshi was being overprotective. He was fine. Besides, once he started classes he would be too distracted to think about Kaken. Izuku knew he needed to get the blonde out of his head soon or his parents would start asking him if he wanted to see a shrink again. Izuku was usually good at masking his trauma, he still hadn't told his family the truth about his mother, letting them think his father was the guilty one. Also he never had to confess the fact that his mother thought he was a demon, and that there was a part of him that believed her. Usually Izuku would cast her words aside, favoring the loving words of his chosen family over her poison. But ever since he'd seen Kaken again, it was like the floodgates opened. Years of repressed memories came back to Izuku in that one moment. Somewhere inside Izuku knew he wasn't actually a threat to Kaken, but it was too deep to prevent the crippling fear from overtaking him. Izuku clenched his jaw as he shook his head, willing that train of thought to leave him so he could get ready for his first day at UA. Hitoshi was concerned. His brother had been his rock in the 5 years he had known him. Zu was his best friend, and judging by his brother's life, Hitoshi would wager he was Izuku's in return. So, when he had caught up to his brother the day of the exams and found him crying, he was more than a little worried. In all the years he'd known Izuku, the winged boy had never once cried. Not during sad movies that even had Shota crying, not at night when he would have had the privacy to cry. Hell, he didn't even cry when he broke his ankle while wearing Namiri's heels. It took Hitoshi a full 3 days before he caved, deciding to ask his parents for advice. He could tell they were concerned over Izuku's abrupt shift in behavior as well. Izuku was more subdued than any of them had ever seen him. Hitoshi knew after the 3rd day that he needed to consult their parents. Otherwise Shota might induce a coffee-related heart attack on himself. "Hey, dads, do you have a minute?" Hitoshi had managed to corner his parents while Izuku was at the gym. Hitoshi had faked a cough to get out of going with Zu. "What's up, Toshi?" Hisashi asked with a concerned pinch in his brow. "Are you feeling worse?" Hitoshi shook his head. "No, I have something to tell you guys." Hitoshi stared at Mocha, who was wound around the kitchen table's leg like it was the most comfortable spot in the world. "Toshi, you know you can tell us anything," Hisashi said gently, clearly wary of Hitoshi's uncharacteristic nervous behavior. I know. But it's about Izuku." "So, you're finally gonna fill us in?" Shota said dryly. Hitoshi glanced up at his father with another wince. "Yeah." Hitoshi straightened his shoulders, his gaze finally meeting his father's. "I'm worried about him." Shota let out a world-weary sigh. "We all are, kid. Come on, a serious conversation requires cuddles on the couch," Hisashi informed them, before dragging them to the living room. Despite the dramatic build-up, it took Hitoshi no time at all to relay the events of the entrance exam to his parents. They were, naturally, shocked at hearing their usually stoic son had cried. Shota promised to look into the blonde Hitoshi described to him, and Hisashi had promised to nag Nizu into letting him look through the CCTV footage of the exchange to see if any of the rat's advanced microphones managed to capture the conversation. In the end, they were no closer to figuring out what had shaken their smallest family member, but Hitoshi felt a lot better now that he had his parents to help him. Katsuki Bakugo. That was the name of the kid Izuku had run into outside of UA. Despite his best efforts, Shota was not able to find much on the teen. He was top of his class at his middle school. His parents ran a renowned fashion business. And he had a run-in with a villain a few months ago. That was it. That was all he'd managed to get on the kid. It was exceptionally frustrating to Shota. Similarly, Hisashi hadn't learned anything from the audio. Izuku hadn't even said anything to the teen and his mother. Hisashi knew Izuku well enough by now to know his son wouldn't have broken down from Katsuki's attitude towards him. Izuku was incredibly good under pressure. The family had given up asking Izuku for details. Their winged son was exceptionally good at deflecting anything he didn't want to answer. He still hadn't fully opened up about how he became homeless, and apparently, this Katsuki Bakugo was included in the "I don't want to talk about it" category. And so, on the first day of school, Shota and the rest of the teachers were crowded in Nizu's small office as the rat handed them their lists of students they would be teaching that year. Shota cursed every deity out there for their hand in creating his student roster. How in the ever-loving F did he end up having Bakugo in his class? Shota had the feeling this was going to end in fire. Shota left Nizu's office with his student roster in hand. He had 10 minutes to get to his classroom. 10 minutes before Izuku would be confronted with the same blonde who had made him cry. Shota scowled. Izuku and Hitoshi walked into UA hand in hand. The brothers had matching braids going down the center of their heads, the Dutch style looking perfectly styled. It had taken Hitoshi a lot of convincing to get Izuku to agree to brush his bangs out of his face. He insisted it would make a good impression on their new classmates. Izuku highly doubted that fact, but decided to go along with his brother's request. If it happened to also distract his family from their worry over him, then that was just a coincidence. Hitoshi had spent a solid 3 minutes spluttering over Izuku's adorable face. He'd seen it a couple times since the two had met, but this was the first time Izuku had intentionally let his bangs out of his eyes. Hisashi had dramatically wailed over Izuku's angelic face. Shota had even sent him a small barely there smile that had practically melted Izuku's heart. When they got to the very large holy sheet classroom doors, Izuku and Hitoshi opened the door together. Toshi was blocking Izuku's view from the classroom, something they had agreed on at breakfast, as it would help Izuku from getting sensory overload. He really didn't like being in large groups of people. The first thing Izuku realized after walking in the classroom was that the JRK from the entrance exam was in his class. The teen was currently lecturing a student by the sounds of it. Izuku shuffled behind Hitoshi further, making sure he was entirely blocked from view. Of course, his wings were much too large to hide behind the twig that was Hitoshi, but Izuku had yet to realize that. He still wasn't quite aware at just how large his wings actually were, so they often stuck out of his various hiding places over the years. His family had yet to inform him of this fact, because they thought it was hilarious. You must listen to me. Proper classroom etiquette is essential to a balanced learning environment. The stuck-up said, exasperated. Clearly he had been trying to convince the other student to listen to him for a while. F off, glasses. You don't own me. Izuku's hand shot out to clutch Hitoshi's blazer in a death grip. Hitoshi tensed. Could you lower your voice please? Hitoshi asked with a scowl. Ha! The F, you dash. Sit down properly and shut up, Hitoshi ordered, his quirk activating easily. The student, of course, followed his orders obediently, his legs leaving the surface of his desk and his mouth closing firmly as he stared at Hitoshi with the familiar blank face that all of the people under his control don. Come on, Zu. Looks like we're behind the angry Pomeranian, Hitoshi said before guiding his brother to their seats. Izuku's desk placed behind the blonde, and Hitoshi's behind him. Izuku didn't let go of Hitoshi's blazer until his brother had gently pushed him to sit down. Izuku pulled his side bag off his neck carefully, making sure to keep his feathers out of the way. To his relief, UA had provided him with a stool instead of the standard desk chair so that his wings had plenty of room to rest behind him unimpaired. His wings were barely brushing against Hitoshi's desk, but his brother didn't mind the intrusion to his personal space. In fact, his brother had immediately taken it upon himself to start preening the feathers he could reach. Izuku shivered in delight at the calming sensation. Kigo had shown him how to preen his feathers years ago. Izuku was terrified of it, at first. Letting someone so close to his body was not easy, even now, almost 10 years after the fire, he hated close contact most of the time. Preening was one of the only exceptions. Hawks had delighted in showing the rest of Izuku's family how to help him with his feathers. Even still, it took Izuku years to fully trust his family to preen his feathers. Now Hitoshi had taken to doing it for him at least once a day. Izuku felt grounded by the sensation. There was just something relaxing about the rhythmic brushing against his feathers. At some point, Hitoshi's quirk wore off. The blonde immediately let off small explosions when he gained back control. He was gearing up to yell at them, but thankfully he was interrupted by the arrival of the brunette from the entrance exams. She let out a gasp and ran to Izuku's desk faster than Izuku had time to process her arrival at all. You're Izuku Yamada, right? The boy who saved me at the exam. Ha! What the F did you just call him? The blonde roared. Izuku winced, idly wishing Hitoshi's quirk was still in effect. His name? What's it matter to you? The girl said with a frown as she sized up the blonde, visibly unimpressed by his tone. Everyone sit down, Izuku sagged in relief as his father arrived. You're supposed to be pro-heroes one day, and you can't even sit down properly? Shota scowled. You're not here to make friends, so wise up and pay attention. There are cases under your desks with your gym uniforms. You have 15 minutes to join me at the training fields in your uniforms or you'll be expelled. The class, thankfully, was distracted by Shota's threat. The blonde sent Izuku a wicked glare as he pushed past him. Izuku was just glad to have Hitoshi to hide behind again as they shuffled out of the room. 15 minutes later Izuku and the rest of the class met up with Shota. Izuku wanted to give the support course a fruit basket for their excellent work on his uniform. Much like his hoodie, it was backless so that his wings could fit comfortably. There was a square piece of fabric with zippers on both ends that attached to each side of his shirt, perfectly securing the material together. It was a lot more secure than his hoodie was. The only part of his back that was visible was the section between his wings. That spot was, thankfully, covered by a thin layer of feathers anyway, which left Izuku feeling warm. Even his school uniform was well crafted, with a similar design to his gym uniform, but instead of zippers, the blazer was held together with a built-in corset that loosened enough to let his wings be guided through, with help from Hitoshi. Then the blazer could be tied together to keep everything secured around his wings. His white school button-up shirt was exactly like his hoodie, with a backless design and 2 long strips of fabric to tie into a bow. The blazer did a great job at keeping his back covered. All in all, Izuku was obsessed with his new clothes, and he knew he needed to do something for the support course students who had so flawlessly provided him with comfortable clothes. Izuku hid behind his wings as the class gathered at the training field. He could practically feel the blonde's murderous glare despite his wings blocking his view of the other teen. Bakugo, throw this, Izuku sighed as Katsuki Bakugo's attention was drawn away from him. Shota, no Aizawa in school, handed Kaken a softball. What was your score in the field test in middle school? Aizawa asked him emotionlessly. Don't know, 200 maybe, Katsuki answered. Use your quirk and throw it as hard as you can. Katsuki needed no further prompting before he used his quirk to launch the ball across the sky. Aizawa's handheld distance gauge robotically told the class Kaken's distance. The small crowd broke out in awe over the boy's 700-meter throw. The brunette from earlier seemed extra wary of Kaken after his display, though whether it was from his quirk or the fact that he had yelled die as loud as he could as he activated it was a toss-up. In your tenure here, I expect you to improve that number. Today we will be running an aptitude test. Each of you will fight against your classmates to see where you're all at, Aizawa explained. The brunette raised her hand, and at his nod she asked, Sir, we already took the entrance exams, shouldn't we focus on the orientation instead? Achiko Uraraka, the girl nodded. I have already said this once today, but I see you brats need a more hands-on lesson. You are not here to make friends, nor are you here to have fun. I have been tasked with turning you all into capable heroes in just a few short years. You won't be fighting villains with orientations. Let's see how fun you think this is when the lowest-ranked student after the test is expelled. Aizawa scanned his students' shocked faces with a stern look in his eyes. His capture scarf was covering his mouth, but the students could easily picture a wicked grin. Hitoshi and Izuku shared an amused look between each other. They both knew their father was being serious, they'd been present when he'd expelled his entire class. If any of their classmates didn't impress him they'd be gone. Scary, a blonde whispered in a thick French accent. Sir, surely you cannot do that. Expulsion wouldn't be justified just for ranking below everyone else on an unsanctioned aptitude test. The black-haired bespectacled teen said, arms chopping along the way. Izuku held back an amused snort as the teen whacked his arm into a student with a tail who had been standing too close to him. Tenya Ida, I presume? Aizawa looked so utterly done. Yes, sir. I'm disappointed, Tensei told me you were well-spoken and smart, Aizawa said, smirking as Ida paled. You know Tensei? Ida asked warily. We went to school together. Now, all of you, I assure you, Nizu has given me full control over you. Meaning I can and will expel any of you. Aizawa gestured to a cart behind him. Inside it, Izuku was amused to see more softballs. So, let's begin, shall we? The class groaned. Hitoshi scowled at Izuku when they finally finished the test. His brother had gotten first place, something that had shocked absolutely none of the people who knew him. Shoto Todoroki had ranked second. The teen looked, shockingly, more emotionless than Hitoshi did on a daily basis. Hitoshi was immensely curious on what horrors the other teen had faced to become more reserved than he was. Third place was filled by Katsuki Bakugo, who looked sad. The moment the rankings were finalized he let out a series of explosions before launching himself at Izuku. The F, are you? You think you're better than the rest of us? Better than me? Huh. You seriously PSS me off, you don't deserve your name, you piece of shit, Bakugo screamed. Kindly shut up, Bakugo, Aizawa said sternly, his capture weapon was wrapped securely around the teen's middle. The teen seemed surprised to find himself wrapped up, apparently when he was having a beach fit he didn't notice his surroundings. Hideyoshi smirked. He was sure that would come in handy down the road. The F, are you laughing at? Bakugo shouted as he caught his amused expression, snarling at Hitoshi as he wriggled in Aizawa's capture weapon. Enough. Bakugo, you will calm down or I will expel you on the spot. Aizawa said. Bakugo, thankfully, grew still at the threat. Izuku, for his part, had remained perfectly still during the entire confrontation. His face was blank, as it usually was when his brother was feeling too much. His wings were the only part of him that was moving. The large appendages twitching anxiously behind him, giving away just how restless he was. Hitoshi decided now was as good a time as any to threaten Bakugo. Oi, Pomeranian, he smiled with false innocence as the blonde's glare was directed on him. Kindly refrain from attacking my brother in the future if you know what's good for you. TCH, was all Bakugo managed to say. Hitoshi's smile widened in victory. Toshi, it's alright. Bakugo probably was just all fired up from using his quirk so much. I doubt he meant any harm. Izuku, the forgiving brat he was, insisted as he took his place by Hitoshi's side. You're too forgiving, Zu. One of these days it'll get you hurt, Hitoshi whispered, his words only loud enough to be heard by his brother. Well, and the two students in the class who had quirk-enhanced hearing, but Hitoshi didn't count them. Sir, a blonde spoke up, his hair was messy, and had what looked like a lightning bolt dyed into the side. What is it, Kaminari? Aizawa, thankfully, was calmer now that Izuku's safety wasn't being threatened. I placed last, sir. The boy looked like a kicked puppy, his eyes filling up with tears as he waited for Shota to expel him. He's not actually gonna expel you, spark plug. Don't worry, Hitoshi said with an eye roll. It was true their father would expel students, but Hitoshi and Izuku both knew that their classmates had impressed their grumpy father. The slight twitch in his eyes giving away his frustration at being unable to expel anyone. The blonde sent a look saturated with hope to Hitoshi, who elected to ignore it. He's right. I was bluffing to get you all to try your hardest. Make no mistake, however, from here on out there will be no hand-holding. I will expel those who fail to keep up, and with that, their class was dismissed. Kaken's in my class. Kaken is in my class. Izuku was spiraling. His every thought was plagued by his best friend. Of course, his one chance at having a distraction from Kaken had been thwarted by the blonde himself. Of course he was in his class. Izuku let his new classmates distract him from Kaken, their quirks filling his head as he made eye contact with each of them throughout the day. It was lunch break, and Izuku was focused on transcribing the information his quirk had informed him about his classmates' quirks. He was working on his newest notebook that he'd bought for this very purpose until Uraraka distracted him. Their class was widespread throughout the cafeteria as the first-year students found where they fit in best in the new environment. Izuku Yamada, right? She was standing just behind his shoulder, where she was barely visible in his periphery. Yes, you can just call me Izuku, though. It'll make things easier. Izuku said awkwardly. I never got the chance to thank you, for the entrance exam I mean. She was blushing madly as she spoke. You should sit down, Uraraka. Izuku turned to look at her fully, taking note that she was standing in the way of at least 4 students who were trying to weave around her with their food trays. Hitoshi was still in line, having told Izuku he'd grab lunch for both of them. Oh, right, she drooped, and suddenly Izuku realized she thought he was telling her to leave. No. Sorry, I meant you should sit here. There's people trying to get around you is all. Izuku brushed the back of his neck as his wings rippled behind him. He desperately missed the comforting presence of his bangs. He felt incredibly self-conscious of the hideous scar on his face at the moment. Oh. My bad, sorry everyone. She rushed to sit down next to him, her features lighting up in relief as she realized he wasn't upset at her. You don't need to thank me. It was what any hero would have done, Izuku said once she had sat down next to him, glancing away from her as her quirk bombarded his mind. He internally groaned as the familiar migraine appeared. It usually showed up when he was around too many people. The abrupt wave of knowledge that filled his mind was always a lot to take in. It's part of the reason he didn't like crowds. Still, she said, her face pinching as she recalled the exam. I almost died. Besides, I saw what state you were in when you landed. Your skin was burnt so bad. Izuku tensed. Uraraka, my brother doesn't like compliments. You don't need to worry about owing him either, he really is just that selfless, Hitoshi said, as he appeared next to Izuku's other side, carefully setting a tray in front of Izuku. Thanks, Toshi. Izuku said gratefully as he picked up his chopsticks and began eating, one hand returning to his notebook to continue his notes on his classmates. DMN, Zu. I know you work fast, but I didn't expect you to already be on Kaminari, Toshi remarked as he looked through his notes on the electric blonde. Huh? Uraraka seemed confused, shooting a lost between the brothers. Izuku winced. He didn't want to come off as a stalker. It's a part of my quirk, he trailed off, not sure how to describe his strange knowledge. He hated bringing attention to it. It was what originally set his life to sheet after all. Zu here knows everything about someone's quirk after looking in their eyes, Hitoshi explained as the girl's eyes widened. Her attention whipped over to his notebook. By the time she was finished reading his scribbled notes she was slack-jawed. Whoa! You have so much on Kaminari's quirk. She shouted and only realized how loud she was when Kaminari himself was cued into their conversation. The blonde wandered over to them with an intrigued look on his face. Behind him was Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ashido, Hantashiro, and Fing Katsuki Bakugo. Because of course he was there too. Izuku shrunk back at the sudden crowd. You have notes on my quirk? Kaminari asked. Thankfully he didn't sound wary of him. Yes? Izuku didn't take his gaze from his notebook. His wings were pressed tightly against his back as his discomfort grew. Can I see? Kaminari asked eagerly. Izuku startled, choking on a bite of rice from his surprise. He hadn't expected that response at all. Okay, he squeaked, that maddening blush returning with a vengeance. Kaminari snatched the notebook from the table instantly. As he read he was completely engrossed in Izuku's writing, missing the others reading over his shoulder. Ashido was the first to speak. Holy sheet. This is really in-depth. Do you have notes on all of us? She looked like someone had just shown her something fascinating. Like she wanted nothing more than to see more. Well, I've only done up to Kaminari so far, Izuku said quietly, sending a panicked glance to Hitoshi who shrugged his shoulders at his brother. The traitor. Kaminari flipped through his pages while the others read with him in fascination. There were only 7 entries so far, as Izuku was going in seat order for the class. When they got to Ishido's page, the girl was intrigued by his theories on her quirk. I've never considered using my acid to slide around, she muttered absently as they continued reading on. The only one who wasn't engrossed in the pages was Kaken, whose crimson gaze was locked onto Izuku's face. The blonde teen caught him noticing his gaze and his face scrunched in anger. The F, are you looking at you DMN? DMN Deku, he shouted. Deku? Hitoshi sounded as confused as Izuku felt. Are you too stupid to pronounce Izuku properly? Shut up. This DMN extra doesn't deserve that name. Izuku and Deku can be written the same, and he's the useless version of Izuku, therefore, he's Deku, Katsuki growled. Izuku, for his part, was holding back tears. It had been so long since Kaken had called him a nickname. Even if he didn't realize that he was Zuko, the blonde had still given him a nickname. Izuku's heart swelled with happiness. He had missed Kaken so much. Look what you did, you piece of shit. Zu is about to cry. Hitoshi said, thoroughly said. Nah, I like it, Toshi, it's a nickname. Izuku placed a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder, keeping him from attacking the blonde. Ha! You aren't supposed to like it, you DMN Deku. Izuku surprised everyone present by giggling. Kaken froze. His rage melted away in an instant. Instead, he was looking at him in fear. As if Izuku had suddenly become a ghost. Izuku's giggle broke off at the expression he saw on Kaken's face. The lunch bell interrupted them. Izuku snapped his mouth closed with an audible click. He needed to be more careful. For a moment there it looked like Kaken was going to recognize him. Katsuki's anger returned as the bell rang out, and the blonde stomped away. It was only the first day and Izuku had almost blown his cover. He would need to be much more careful in the future. The next day everything started out okay. Izuku had a newfound resolve to keep his distance from Kaken. Hitoshi had been distracted from his worry over Izuku thanks to his laugh the day before. Plus, news had spread of his knowledge over the class quirks and Izuku had gotten swarmed with questions over students wanting to hear analysis on their quirks. Izuku was surprisingly upbeat with this turn of events. That all changed the moment their classroom door slammed open with a violent crack, the wall behind the door crumbling from the collison. Never fear, students, for I am here walking through the door like a normal person. Izuku's blood ran cold. Fing All Might was a teacher at UA? Who the F allowed that? The man was grossly incompetent, negligent, and quirkist. Izuku glared at the number 1 hero as he took a position at the class podium. I am the heroics teacher here at UA. Today I will be guiding you all through your first ever battles as hero students. So, grab your hero gear from this cabinet, and join me at ground beta. All Might pressed a button hidden on the podium, and suddenly racks came out of the wall. There were 21 cases hung on the racks labeled for each student. Izuku sent a wary glance at his brother, who returned it. Both brothers hated All Might. This was going to SCK. Izuku was familiar with people staring at him. Having giant wings, a facial scar, and white hair at 15 tended to draw a lot of attention. Izuku was not, however, used to people staring at him while he had his shirt off. Izuku hadn't even removed his uniform yet. He and the rest of the boys had been in the changing rooms for a few minutes, and Izuku had yet to move. He was staring blankly at his locker, his hero suit still safely tucked away in its case. His knuckles had gone white from how hard he was gripping the case. Izuku had never in all his time with his family shown anyone his bare chest. And now he was expected to strip in front of half his class. Hitoshi was in a different row from him, much to his despair. His brother was assigned a locker near the back of the room. Izuku was assigned a locker at the front, where everyone would be able to see him. And, to make things infinitely worse, Kaken no Bakugo Izuku Bakugo was assigned the locker directly to his left. A boy whose head resembled a rock was to his right. Izuku recalled the boy's name was Koda. He was the first locker in their row. Then Izuku, then Kabakugo, then Denki Kaminari, and finally, a boy with a huge growth coming out of his arms. The appendages resemble fleshy wings. His name was Mizo Shoji, Izuku reminded himself. The F, you standing around for, you DMN Deku? Izuku startled violently as Bakugo's angry shout broke him from his anxiety-riddled trance. Izuku choked. How was he meant to explain that he'd never been naked in front of others before? You just gonna ogle at the rest of us? You some kind of pervert? Get a move on, I'm not gonna let some DMN shitnerd get the rest of us in trouble for arriving late. Bakugo growled, causing Izuku to flush violently. Once again he found himself resenting his weakness to Hitoshi, and his insistence that he pull his bangs out of his face. He felt so much more vulnerable like this. Much more exposed. Izuku elected to ignore Bakugo, choosing instead to finally open his case. What he found when he looked inside was enough to cause his anxiety to dissipate, replaced by surprise, awe, and an overwhelming love for his family. This was not the hero costume he had designed. Izuku's design had been half-hearted at best. The teen chose to use his time designing Hitoshi's costume for him instead. He outdid himself on Hitoshi's design. He'd even fully created an in-depth blueprint for a support item, a mask that would greatly help his brother use his quirk. Izuku's costume design consisted of a basic black jumpsuit with 2 white strips, one running down each side. It was similar to the UA gym uniforms now that he thought about it. It was also completely backless, as Izuku didn't have the brainpower required to figure out how to accommodate for his wings. This costume was so much better. It was beautiful. It consisted of a set of white leather pants that Izuku was confident would hug his legs very snugly. The pants had gold straps that secured utility pouches to his upper left thigh and upper right shin. Izuku's mind was running a mile a minute as he thought over the various support items and weapons he could store in them. There was even a leather band on each hip which he could easily store his feathers for when he needed a quick projectile. Along with the pants was a simple pair of gold combat boots that ran high up the shin, ending just below the utility pouch. They looked incredibly high-end and waterproof. A closer inspection showed reinforced steel at the tip of the shoes. Izuku grinned at the state of it. The metal would aid his kicks. He was practically vibrating as he considered just how much more painful his leg-based fighting style would be now. In addition to the bottom half of his costume, the top was even more impressive. The shirt was a blouse. It was white with intricate silver wings stitched into the fabric. The details are hardly even noticeable unless one were to look very closely. It was sleeveless, with a stretchy turtleneck to secure it to his body to make up for the lack of a back. Izuku would easily be able to step into the shirt and pull the neck over his head, bypassing his wings entirely. His back would be totally exposed, if not for the sheer fabric cloak that was held together by a simple, silver feather brooch at his collarbones. Each side of the sheer silver cape was designed to hang perfectly between the space between his wings. Izuku carefully began dressing himself, starting by slipping the pants on. He was relieved to discover a fur lining on the inside of the leather pants, which would not only keep him warm, but protect him from chafing from the leather material. Then he tightened the leather utility pouches, grinning as they were held perfectly secure against his thigh and shin. He sent a silent thank you to Kigo for making sure his legs were well toned. The pants suited his legs flawlessly. After his pants, Izuku used his wings to shield himself, creating a makeshift curtain as he quickly undid the laces holding his blazer to his body, and took off his school uniform. Then, he stepped into his white blouse. He was pleased that the turtleneck slid over his head as easily as he thought it would. The fabric was loose enough that it didn't stretch at all as he pulled it up his body. He was even more pleased when he found the front of the shirt stayed in place as he moved, secured thanks to the turtleneck just as he'd hoped. Izuku put on the cape last, the brooch pinning it together easily. The cape fell just above his combat boots, which he slid on last. Izuku could already imagine the cape resembling a bird's tail feathers once he'd taken flight. Not to mention as he stood still he resembled a white bird from the back, the feathers trailing across his shoulders blending perfectly with the sheer, silver cape. Once he'd pulled everything out, he was stunned to find one last thing in his case, carefully sitting in a carved-out foam lining. It was a large, woven metal ring, the twists resembling ivy. Izuku found his eyes misty and he remembered all the times Hisashi had called him Angel over the years. He set the ring on his hair, discovering that its appearance resembled a halo and a crown all in one. Izuku had no idea when his family had switched his design on him, but he would have to up his Christmas gift budget, because they had truly outdone themselves. Once Izuku was finished dressing he placed his clothes and his costume case in his locker. Then he pulled his wings back to their resting place at his back, smiling gently as he realized the appendages sat comfortably on top of his new cape. The large wings sat on his back in the shape of a teardrop, the wings looking fully merged together when he had them rested like this. The bottom of the cape fanned out below the wings, once more driving home the tail feather look. A drawn-out whistle brought Izuku's attention to Hitoshi, who was standing next to Kaminari, both looking at him in awe. "DMN, Zu, you really do look like an angel now. Pops will lose his sheet when he sees you," Toshi informed him with a smug smile. "Toshi." Izuku was blushing furiously, but he couldn't stop the pleased smile that had overtaken him. Come on, Zu, we gotta go, it's almost been 15 minutes, Hitoshi said, gently grasping his hand so he could lead him out of the locker room. Kaminari hadn't said a word, but the blonde was 3 shades redder than Izuku as his eyes stared unwaveringly after him. Toshi's glare at the blonde stopped his ogling, not that Izuku had noticed any of this, of course. No, his train of thought was completely overtaken when he'd laid eyes on the rest of his classmates outside Gym Beta. Particularly on one explosive blonde, who was wearing a very familiar costume. Kaken is wearing my design, Izuku thought as the two made eye contact. He kept it, after all these years. Izuku swallowed thickly as he turned to face All Might. His resolve to ignore Kaken just that little bit weaker. Izuku appraised his classmates' costumes silently as All Might explained what they would be doing that day. It was a great distraction for Izuku, as the heroes in training had all created costumes that he couldn't wait to draw in his notebooks. Though there was, however, one that had him turning beet red before he slammed his palms over his eyes and shouted, "What the F dash? Why are you naked?" His classmates were, naturally, startled at his abrupt interruption. Even All Might was staring at the winged student in surprise. "Yamada, my boy, please don't interrupt class when I'm talking," All Might's lecture fell on deaf ears. Izuku too focused on his quest to keep his eyes securely covered behind his hands while he tried desperately to forget the sight he had seen to hear the man. "Zu, no one is naked," Hitoshi's hand came to rest on his shoulder as he stood in front of his brother. His tone is careful, as if approaching a wild animal. What the F, do you mean? Hagakure is clearly naked. Someone please give her something to wear, Izuku cried in distress, his voice cracking pitifully. Toru Hagakure squeaked in surprise, pulling the class attention to the floating gloves that were now waving around in what could only be described as panic. "You can see me?" she shouted shrilly. "No. I've got my eyes closed," Izuku insisted. "Doesn't everyone? Isn't this SXL harassment? Close your eyes and clothe her, you perverts." Izuku had no idea how the other girls let Hagakure walk out of the locker room stark naked. "Izuku, have you not read Hagakure's quirk yet?" Hitoshi asked, referring to Izuku's ability to read people's quirks from their eyes. Izuku shook his head, confirming Hitoshi's suspicion that Izuku had no idea what the girl's quirk was. Though now that Hitoshi thought about it, if the girl was invisible, how would Izuku read her quirk in the first place? "No, I'm on Shoji. She's 5 seats after him," Izuku said, voice laced with his own embarrassment over the entire situation. "Zu, open your eyes and get a read of her quirk," Hitoshi insisted. "No way in hell am I doing that before she is covered up, Hitoshi," Izuku scowled behind his hands, livid with his brother that he would even insist he do such a ridiculous thing. I can make her a dress?" That was Momo Yaoyorozu's hesitant voice. "Thanks, Momo," Hagakure said. Her tone was filled with her own mortification. A few moments later Hitoshi pulled Izuku's hands from his face. "She's covered," he explained. Izuku sighed in relief and looked at the girl who was now clothed in a black sundress. He was gearing himself up to lecture the girl, but his words got caught in his throat as her quirk finally filled his head. Toru Hagakure, quirk, invisibility. This quirk causes her body to be completely invisible. User is capable of refracting light that passes through her, allowing her to intensify the light into a blinding flash. She can redirect and control light-based attacks with focus and intent, Izuku gaped after his analysis. How on earth was he able to see an invisible girl? "What the F dash?" he muttered under his breath, baffled. "You can really see me," she said in awe. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Izuku in wonder. Yeah, Izuku's blush had died down once he was properly distracted by analyzing her quirk, and his own ability to see through her invisible state. That is. What do I look like?" She stumbled out her words, terrified of the response but desperate for one all the same. "You can't see yourself?" The girl shook her head, making Izuku's head spin with new questions over his own strangeness. Nevertheless, her request was one he was more than happy to fulfill. "Well, your hair is a very light shade of blonde. And your eyelashes are white. Your eyes are a clear blue, you're very pale, yeah." Izuku had never had to describe someone before, and he found himself incredibly embarrassed about it. "You know what, how about I draw you later so we can get back to the lesson? That way my mediocre description will be easier to visualize." Izuku's wings rippled behind him as he looked anywhere but at the invisible girl in front of him. To his horror she ran over to him crying, nodding and thanking him all at the same time before pulling him in the most awkward hug the winged teenager had ever experienced before. Izuku patted her head uncomfortably before shooting their teacher a desperate look for help. This was immediately proven a mistake. All Might looked livid. Izuku jerked back, tripping a bit from his haste to distance himself from their teacher, who was standing far too close for comfort. Thankfully his wings saved him from falling, the appendages correcting his balance from muscle memory alone. Yamada, you are to stay after class today to discuss proper punishment for your deplorable actions today. He said with a glare that was so unlike All Might it had the entire class stunned. All of them thinking some variant of, what the F did he do? Now, let's continue with our lesson, he said with false joy. His megawatt fake smile returned to his face so fast that it gave the class whiplash over his sudden shift in mood. Suddenly an entire class of students began questioning the sincerity behind the number one hero's reassuring smile. We're doing team battles today. You will all be paired in twos with the objective of capturing or defending a fake bomb depending on which side your team is on. Sir, Momo Yaoyorozu or Yamamo as she preferred, cut in once the number one hero stopped talking. What is it, Yaoyorozu? He asked kindly. Something that had Izuku internally rolling his eyes at the man's sudden willingness to act like a proper teacher. There are not enough people in our class to have pairs of two. Wouldn't it be better to do teams of three instead? She asked respectfully. Hitoshi snorted at Izuku's side, clearly just as aware that All Might was up to something suspicious. Ah, a good question, Yaoyorozu. However, in real life things won't be even all the time, therefore, one of you will be on a team by yourself, All Might explained. Izuku tensed, getting a suspicion that he knew where this was going. Sir, that is highly unfair to the student on their own, surely whoever they go against will have the clear advantage. Tenya Ida exclaimed. For once Izuku agreed with the bespectacled, stuck-up Ponce. Right you are, young Ida, that is why the student who shall be on their own is Izuku Yamada. The hero gestured to the teen with his hand as he held eye contact with Ida, as if daring him to oppose his judgment. It will be his consequence for secularly harassing his classmate and disrupting the class earlier, All Might told them passively, sending a satisfied look at Izuku as he scanned the students' faces. Izuku blinked at the man passively wondering how on earth his actions were judged as harassment. Though he did recognize the fact that he had interrupted the hero. What? Hitoshi took a thundering step towards All Might, but Izuku's quick thinking was enough to snatch his brother's arm before he had time to do something stupid like brainwash the number one pain in the butt. He sent an affronted look to Izuku who mirrored it right back with a stern glare. Hitoshi's tense shoulders sagged as he stopped pulling at the tight grip on his bicep. Hitoshi felt unsettled and therefore defeated by the unfamiliar sight of Izuku's usually covered eyes, let alone the fierce look of them. That's fine by me, sir. Sounds fair enough, Izuku shrugged with no emotion on his face, though inside he was cackling at All Might's stupidity. This a-hole was underestimating Izuku. And before the end of the day he'd be questioning his own actions. Izuku would make sure of it. Izuku's confidence in his ability to destroy whoever he was put up against was wiped away the moment his opponents were announced, because Katsuki was going to be his competition. Katsuki and Fing Ida. Izuku sighed, why were the two students who hated him the most the ones who he had to fight? Additionally to that fact, he had made a silent pact to never harm Katsuki. He had no idea how he was going to pull this off in a way that would properly humiliate All Might without also humiliating his opponents. Izuku's original plan was to go intangible and fly up to the bomb to finish the fight in an instant. Now, he knew he couldn't do that, as Katsuki Bakugo would be livid with him. Izuku stood in front of the concrete skyrise that held the bomb and his opponents somewhere inside it, visible, and said off about it. The match officially began far too soon, with All Might's stupid voice filling the training field through the elaborate speaker system that was carefully woven through every square inch of ground beta. Not even a full second passed before the nostalgic sounds of Kaken's, Bakugo Izuku honestly get a grip, explosions filled the air. Izuku rolled his eyes, and used his wings to launch himself into the air moments before Bakugo barreled out of the building. The teen was low to the ground, his explosions not practiced enough at keeping him in the air to help him fly as gracefully as Izuku was. The teen scanned the street around him before he scowled and sent a murderous glare into the sky. When his crimson gaze caught Izuku's own golden eyes he snarled and began setting off rapid explosions behind him. His elbows were locked at his sides as he attempted to steer himself up and towards Izuku. His form almost resembled Iron Man from those pre-Quirk hero movies Izuku had watched as a child. However, Bakugo's form was far less graceful. I'm gonna kill you, he screamed as Izuku easily dodged his sloppy attack. Izuku giggled, surprisingly happy at hearing Kaken's fierce shouting. Memories of Mitsuki-san and a tiny Kaken having shouting matches playing in the back of his mind. You wish. He taunted, before easily evading another blast from Kaken's right hand as he finally leveled out with him properly. Kaken clearly didn't think this action through, however, as the sudden imbalance in his explosions caused his own body to launch itself off course as he started to fall from the sky at an alarming rate. Izuku shook his head in exasperation as Kaken tried to rebalance himself, only succeeding in throwing him sideways into the concrete building. The bomb was somewhere inside. Kaken yelped as he crashed through the wall, the concrete breaking away like sand in the wind. Izuku flew through the Kaken-sized hole in the wall slowly, making sure he had time to evade any attacks Kaken might launch at him as he entered the building after him. What he found was not, in fact, a raging Katsuki Bakugo. No, it was a sight so horrifying that his face paled as iron-hot panic began to fill him. Kaken was sprawled on the concrete floor like a bug against a windshield. His large gauntlets were shattered around him, bits of shrapnel spread across the entire room from the force of Kaken's impact. His forearms lay broken at his side, the limbs had most likely been crushed with the gauntlets. Izuku was sure his own lungs had stopped working. The sight of Katsuki Bakugo broken and bloody was too much for him. Years of repressed nightmares filled his mind, his mother's poison promise poking and prodding his memory as he continued examining Katsuki's form. The boy's spiky blonde hair had fallen out of form, the strands spread out wildly across the floor. Their once golden hue now replaced by dark red. Izuku was sure his back was broken as well, judging by the slant his abdomen was currently laying at, despite the rest of him laying straight. Izuku fell to his knees at Katsuki's side with a scream. His wings dropped to the floor behind him, splayed out so low that the silver tone of them had all but disappeared as they became smeared with Katsuki's blood. His white hero costume was similarly stained beyond repair, though Izuku was too distracted at carefully checking for a pulse at the juncture between Katsuki's neck and shoulder, to register the gore that had covered his own body. Kaken! He sobbed when he couldn't find one. Panic overriding every ounce of hesitation he once had over the other teen knowing his identity. He had to help him. He couldn't lose Katsuki like this. Not when he just got him back. Especially when he had tried so hard to keep his distance, to keep the other boy safe from harm. Izuku's mind was filled with pure desperation as he begged a pulse to show up. Don't die, Katsuki Bakugo. He repeated his silent prayer endlessly as he began the chest compressions Kigo had taught him years ago. He knew not to try breathing into Katsuki's mouth, as that had long since been shown to be less effective than constant compressions. He was sure his face was covered by his tears as he relentlessly pushed his arms against Katsuki's broken chest. Don't die. Live Katsuki. He internally screamed, and suddenly, white-hot pain filled Izuku. A concussive blast exploded from Izuku wreaking devastation, but he was no longer conscious to see it. The world turned black as he slipped away, his form slumping over Katsuki's as he finally succumbed to the darkness. Sir! You have to get recovery, girl. Hitoshi's screams were the only thing breaking the shocked silence of the observation room. Every student was eerily quiet as their terrified gazes were locked onto the viewing screens. 1 second, one miscalculation of Bakugo's quirk had sent him flying into the building. His crash had taken out the camera on the floor he'd landed on, leaving the class blind to his condition. The only thing they had were the mics and earpieces on both Bakugo and Yamada. Izuku was screaming, begging Katsuki to wake up. Hitoshi had been the first one to snap out of his frozen shock. Currently, shaking All Might by the shoulders was all Hitoshi could do as the hero stood blank as a statue. Sir! Hitoshi pleaded, worry for his brother overtaking him. When it was clear All Might was useless to him, Hitoshi fished his phone out of a secret pocket in his hero costume and pressed speed dial, unbelievably grateful for his parents' insistence that they were each placed on speed dial for both his and Zu's phone. Hisashi was the one who picked up. Toshi? Aren't you in class? Hisashi asked with humor, though his attempt to tease his son fell flat as Hitoshi broke down in violent sobs. Hitoshi? Hitoshi, what's happening? Where are you? His father was panicking, the sound of his son's gut-wrenching sobs shaking him to his core. Hisashi ran through the halls of UA faster than he'd ever run before. He hadn't even dismissed his third-year English students when he'd left his classroom. His phone was pressed to his ear as he barreled towards Nizu's office, praying the principal would be able to tell him where his son was. Hitoshi was not speaking to him over the line, his sobs preventing him from explaining the situation. Hisashi could barely make out the sounds of other students crying in the background of the call, which was even more terrifying for the pro. After a whirlwind 4 minutes, Hisashi barreled through the door to Nizu's office. The principal set down his cup of tea calmly as he assessed his intruder. Something on Hisashi's face must have shown how terrified he was because Nizu's beady eyes took on an uncharacteristically concerned sheen. Where is Hitoshi? Hisashi managed to say between panicked breaths. He should be with 1A at ground beta, Nizu replied immediately. Didn't Aizawa approve of the lesson change this morning? All Might was adamant that your husband signed off on the lesson change, Nizu trailed off, as Hisashi's terrified face was replaced with burning rage. That FINGBSTRD, he thought silently. Hisashi ran out of the room without another word, hanging up on Hitoshi's call so he could dial recover girl along the way. Thankfully the resident nurse picked up after 2 rings. Hisashi? You don't normally need to call me during your classes. What has happened? The woman sounded calm, though Hisashi knew she was worried by his call. English lessons didn't typically require an emergency call to the resident nurse. Ground beta. I don't know what happened, but get there now. Hisashi said before hanging up so he could dial Shota. That call went the same as Chiyo's, with the exception of his husband staying on the line as they both made their way towards ground beta. The class finally broke out of their paralysis when Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Yamada arrived at the observation room. They arrived together, both breathless and white as ghosts. Aizawa pulled Hitoshi in a hug, quietly whispering calming words to his son who was hyperventilating. Meanwhile, Hisashi marched to All Might and proceeded to smack the number 1 hero so hard that the giant man collapsed. The students stared at their English teacher in shocked awe. They had no idea their goofy English teacher was capable of that amount of strength, forgetting that the man was, in fact, rated within the top 50 heroes. All Might stared at Hisashi and barely contained anger as he scrambled to stand up again. What was that for, Yamada? What was that for? Are you actually asking me that right now? Do you have any idea what you've done? His quirk activated at the end, causing the students to cover their ears. You were given strict orders to go through heroics theory today. Shota gave you the presentation, he gave you cue cards, he gave you the F classroom, so why are you running fights on the second day of class? His quirk shattered the monitor screen. Jiro and Shoji shout in pain from the overwhelming volume of his quirk at full blast. Hisashi took a calming breath, willing his quirk to shut off. Everything is under control, Yamada. There is no better way to teach theory than diving right in. All Might's attempt at reassuring the loud hero failed miserably as the door to the observation room slammed open, announcing the principal's arrival as he stood on Cemento's shoulder. Tashinori, come with me at once. The rat's usual jovial tone was replaced with venom. Hisashi smiled wickedly at the sound of it. All Might final ly looked terrified as he scrambled to follow Nizu and Cementos out of the room. Now, Yamada started as he finally calmed down fully. What in the hell happened? We were doing mock battles, sir, Yamamo said with a quiver in her voice. All Might Sensei said Yamada needed to fight Bakugo and Ida alone. He said it was a punishment for disrupting class earlier, so he made the rest of us go first so we could all watch their fight. Mina Ashido continued when it was clear Yamamo wouldn't be able to. It was my fault, sir. Yamada was shocked that he could see me. We all were. Toru Hagakure cut in, a glove rising in the air as she raised her hand. He panicked because I was naked? I thought it would be a good hero costume to not have a hero costume, since clothes give me away. But he could see me. I can't even see myself. She wailed. He just wanted someone to cover me up because he was worried about me. I swear I didn't think he was in the wrong. I'm glad he said something. She broke down crying then. Her white gloves grew visibly damp as she brushed away her tears. All Might Sensei accused Yamada of SXL harassment, but he was being totally manly by protecting Hagakure's honor like that. Ijiro Kirishima said while Mizo Shoji pulled Hagakure's invisible body into a hug. So then Yamada had to fight all alone. And Bakugo chased after him, even though Yamada was flying. Only, Bakugo hasn't practiced flying with his quirk because he went out of control and Ochako Uraraka broke off with a choked sob. Shoto Todoroki continued for her. He broke through the wall so hard that he broke the cameras. We could only hear a splat. And Yamada screams for him to live. Then the whole building exploded. The heterochromatic teen said with the most subtle hint of worry lacing his tone. Oh, Kami, Yamada whispered. Later, he would praise his students for their ability to cover each other in their retelling. Later, he would assign them all to sessions with Hound Dog, the resident counselor. As well as Heartscope, a hero with a quirk that lets them specialize in therapy specifically tailored to heroes. Heartscope's quirk was capable of examining a person's inner emotions, and projecting them in the form of visuals through a projector that protruded out of their forearm. The hero specialized in helping their patients work through their trauma. They didn't often get asked to help with students. In fact, Yamada didn't think the non-binary hero had been pulled in since Oboro died. Yamada banished the memories from his mind the moment they arrived. He could not allow himself to think about Oboro right now, not when he needed to be strong for his students. Shota released Hitoshi from his hug when it was clear the students were finished with their retelling. Classes are cancelled for the rest of the day. Go home, all of you. We'll update you all in a class group chat on your classmates' conditions, but for now we need you all to get yourselves home so we can focus on the 3 students that could be harmed right now. Aizawa, thankfully, masked his own worry properly, calming the students. There were weak attempts at protests, but it was not enough to truly stop the students from filing out of the observation room, leaving Hitoshi and his parents alone. With the students gone, the heroes allowed their strong facades to fall at last. Hisashi ran over to his family to pull them into a group hug as his tears escaped him. "Pops," Izuku sounded so broken. "I've never heard him sound like that. What if Bakugo actually dies?" Hitoshi asked in a whisper. "Then we will be there for him." "But Bakugo won't die that easily," it was Shota who answered, which Hisashi was grateful for. He wouldn't have been able to answer without thinking of Oboro again, and that truly would have been too much for Hisashi. It took several hours, and every hero employed at UA to clear the rubble away. Aizawa had called in Kigo, knowing the bird hero would want to help since it involved Izuku. Classes across the campus were cancelled early so that the teachers could assist in the search and rescue efforts. The building that had collapsed was huge, and its fall had taken out several buildings in its surrounding area. The rubble cloud and violent vibrations caused Cementos' relatively unstable buildings to crumble. That was the drawback to Cementos' quirk. Since the man only worked with cement, his buildings were not reinforced with rebar. Usually it wasn't a problem, as the buildings rarely got damaged enough to topple like they had that day. 13 proved instrumental in the removal of rubble. She worked carefully to clear out patches of the rubble, going slow enough to stop her quirk fast enough to not SCK up any of the students should they be uncovered. Hound Dog was using his enhanced dog-like qualities to sniff out signs of the students, while Kigo flew above the field, using his feathers to sense vibrations in the spaces between the intricately woven piles of concrete. He was also utilizing his enhanced vision to scan the area for any signs of movement. Power Loader and a handful of star students of his were utilizing support gear to aid in the removal of the rubble and search for signs of life buried under it. Even Ectoplasm was helping, using tiny clones to sneak through the gaps of rubble to try and find the lost students. It was one of these clones that found the first student. Ectoplasm led a team that consisted of Aizawa, Vlad King, Kigo, and one of Power Loader's star students with a quirk that enhanced one of his arms to be 10 times stronger than his other one while remaining thin enough to slide into small spaces. He usually utilized this quirk for heavy lifting around the support rooms, and intricate work required for larger projects. Now, it was used to lift heavy chunks of concrete out of the way so Aizawa could tape them in place using specialized sticky tape that he had on his person at all times. It was made of the same material as his capture weapon, but designed to securely bind things together for this purpose exactly. That and binding low-level villains on patrols. Vlad sniffed his way through the dark tunnel as he navigated the group in the darkness of the tunnels. Hawks assisted by sending some feathers in front of Vlad. Though the winged hero himself stayed out of the tunnel, unwilling to risk the already fragile structural integrity of the makeshift tunnel with his large wings. Hisashi, through all of this, sat uselessly with Nizu in the principal's control room for ground beta. Nizu had a room like this for every training center. The rat used the rooms to control every little detail of the training fields, from the smallest pebble to the largest building. He could oversee it all here. The two were monitoring everything, making sure the heroes were properly taken care of as their search was drawn out far longer than any of them initially thought it would be. 10 minutes after Aizawa's team had entered their tunnel, they emerged with Ida cradled in Vlad's arms. The boy, thankfully, appeared relatively unharmed, though he was unconscious and covered in concrete dust. His glasses were also missing, most likely shattered. "One down, 2 to go," Nizu said, nursing a coffee. "Yes, a FING coffee." The sight of the tea-loving principal drinking something he normally wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole was enough to unsettle the entire staff of UA, all of them unused to seeing the principal so frazzled. Ida was brought to the temporary nurse station, where Recovery Girl kissed his forehead immediately. Only 5 minutes passed before Ida blinked awake right as rain. Aside from his blurry vision, of course. Ida, naturally, was confused about what had happened. The teenager had not seen Bakugo's impact on the building. All he knew was that he was guarding the bomb while practicing his villain persona when suddenly the building shook violently. He had mistaken it for an earthquake until Recovery Girl informed him what had actually caused the quake. Understandably shocked by the news, he continued on, explaining that while he was still hugging the archway entrance to the room that he had run to keep safe during the earthquake, the entire building collapsed. The teen got knocked out during the collapse. The 4 floors that had been above him fell around him and his arch, blocking him in and protecting him from any serious harm as he and his floor proceeded to fall the 9 floors down to the ground with the rest of the building. His head wound was thankfully healed swiftly by Recovery Girl's quirk. In the end, he had only sustained a simple concussion. It took the heroes another hour and a half before finally finding the other students. The sight of his son and student was enough to cause Hisashi to faint, his mind overwhelmed with traumatic memories and panic over his son's health. Even Aizawa had tears on his face as he held the broken form of his son. Izuku did not recall falling asleep, though he must be dreaming. He had never seen this place before, he knew that for a fact. But deep in his heart he had the distinct feeling he knew this place. Golden eyes scanned the surrounding area with open curiosity. Everything seemed out of focus, apart from the corners of his vision which appeared clear as crystal, right up until he tried to focus on it. No matter how hard he tried he couldn't get his vision to sharpen properly. His wings felt odd on his back, larger and heavier than ever before. It almost felt like trying to wear multiple coats. At the same time, the puffy fabric squeezing his arms so tight that his movement was restricted, and his body too warm. That was what he felt now. His shoulders were practically locked in place, held under the unfamiliar weight of his wings. His head, too, felt far heavier than normal. He also vaguely notes that his hair was longer than it was before he found himself drifting in this odd nothingness. He could see the strands draped around his face, the curtains of white so long that they barely brushed the tops of his naked feet. The hair was as unnaturally smooth as it usually was, though it seemed more unsettling with it this long, more unnatural. Izuku raised his hand to the crown of his head, planning on running his fingers through the hair there, though he was startled to find his hand blocked by the presence of something on his head. It was somehow sharp and smooth all at once, cold at the touch but left an uncomfortable warmth behind as he drew his hand away. Just like his vision, the more he tried to feel the strange object, the farther from an answer he was carried. "You are here." A voice light and airy fell over Izuku, and hearing it anchored him, his vision finally sharpened. His mind cleared enough to properly take in his surroundings. Izuku wasn't standing on anything, nor was he wearing any clothes. The nakedness didn't bother him, though. It felt more natural than he'd ever felt while naked before. Izuku, unthinking, looked down, and gasped at the sight of his chest. The scars that he had spent years loathing were absent. Instead, there were intricate golden lines etched into his skin. The lines were thin as hair, and more intricate than anything he had ever seen before. The branching pathways were painted across every part of his skin that he could see. They formed shapes that he could not comprehend, though he had the distinct impression that they meant something important. As he scanned the intricate shapes, a bell-like laugh brought his attention to the owner of the voice that originally snapped him from the foggy nothingness of before. The thing before him was large, easily standing 8 feet tall. Its wings were similar to hawks in size, though they were pure white and had a soft, golden glow to them. The being had a 3-pronged crown-like ring protruding from his head. It didn't seem like it was merely sitting there, but as if his very bones were creating the shape. The crown-like bones were wrapped in that same golden pattern that coveted Izuku's skin, twisting and painting around the protrusion in an ethereal glow. The being appeared human, though something about it seemed off. The skin appeared too perfect, the eyes too knowing and in a shade of gold similar to Izuku's but somehow less striking. Izuku couldn't discern the gender of the being, its body was the perfect blend of androgynous. There were no GNTLS on the being, its porcelain white skin was covered in a thin layer of feathers where human genitalia would be. He had a feeling gender didn't exist in this place. "Who are you?" Izuku finally asked, his own voice softer than he was used to, more effeminate than usual. The being smiled at him as it gestured Izuku to follow it. The two glided through the space around them as it introduced itself. "I have many names, little one. Many forms. I take up whatever form is needed of me. I have been called Charon and Hermes by the Greeks, Anubis by the Egyptians and Pushun by the Hindus. For you, I have appeared as Gabriel, the Archangel." Gabriel explained, as the two weaved through various vines made of clouds. "Souls, all of those beings deal with souls. Does that mean I've died?" Izuku was surprised by the calm acceptance he felt despite the grim question. "Dead? Oh no, you cannot kill what isn't mortal. You are not living, as that requires death. Nor are you dead. You simply are, as you have always been," Gabriel said, brushing aside a tiny cloud that Izuku realized absently was in the shape of a Pegasus, one that chuffed at Gabriel and proceeded to gallop away. "I'm not sure I understand," Izuku said. "I know, young one. But worry not, you will not be here long. Your mortal life beckons you back even now." Gabriel looked at Izuku expectantly, and sure enough deep inside his very soul Izuku could feel a pull. "What is happening?" he asked the Archangel. "You're finally awakening. We've been waiting for you for a long time, young one. You'll find yourself different when you return to your realm, abilities you had not possessed before will be returned. Be not afraid, young one, the light will always be with you, and so long as you remain true you will not fall. No, you will rise to your place in a brilliant flame of power that will shake the very foundations of yours and all other worlds. Make sure to stay true, and you will always make your mother proud." Gabriel chuckled at the confused look on Izuku's face. "You'll understand one day, for now just know you have awakened your power to heal." Izuku's nose scrunched with confusion. I could already heal, he said. Remembering the various wounds he'd sustained over the years that had healed overnight. No, your power allowed you to regenerate. Now you can heal others so long as their end comes before their destined path. You can right the wrongs of the world, rescuing souls that should never have been lost. This will not be an easy journey, young one. You will face darkness far worse than what you already have. Now, wake up, young one. Wake up and heal him. Gabriel's words snapped the thread of consciousness that had tethered Izuku to the strange realm. Suddenly he was free falling through the empty space of nothingness, as his wings grew lighter and his skin returned to its normal state. Even his hair receded to the length it was before. Finally, Izuku landed, his stomach flipping inside out and his eyes snapping open. He was back. Izuku could not recall everything. He knew it was important, that strange place he'd gone to. But he could not pull the information to the front of his mind. All he truly remembered was that he could save Kaken. And that was more than enough to have the winged teenager distracted, his focus returning to Kaken's prone and bleeding body. Izuku had no knowledge on how to heal him, he didn't know what to do, and yet, his hands hovered over him on their own, body taking over where his mind had failed. His arms caught fire, the flames a blinding white. There was no heat to them. They didn't cause harm to his skin, nor did they jump to his wings like flames normally did. No, these flames drew from his arms and guided themselves to Katsuki's chest. The brilliance of the flame surprisingly did not bother Izuku's vision at all. Though he had the impression anyone else may have gone blind if they were looking at the flames. The flames entered Katsuki's skin through his chest, harmlessly bypassing his torn and bloody hero uniform as they soaked into him like water to a sponge. His body took on a slight glow as his crooked spine straightened and his shattered bones in his arms fused back together stronger than ever. Izuku watched Katsuki heal with a silent reverence, overwhelmed with love as the overpowering light healed him. He vaguely heard himself thanking that light, the brilliance of the flames and the being whose name he couldn't recall. He thanked each one in a hushed prayer until finally, the flames inside Katsuki exited where they'd entered. The flame returned to Izuku's arms as if magnetized to him. The moment the white flames touched him, however, Izuku's mind went blank with agonizing pain. Remember, young one, all things require balance. You cannot give without taking, you cannot heal without hurting. Stay strong, my child. A soft voice Izuku had never heard before floated around his head as his body crumbled in pain. He was bent over Katsuki, his arms wrapped around Katsuki's sternum as he screamed. He was sure his voice sounded inhuman, was sure his vocal cords would be damaged after this. He'd never felt pain like this. Not even the day his quirk manifested could compare to the agony he felt now. His skin was vibrating, the very cells rapidly bursting and regenerating at a fast pace. His wings were snapping, each bone shattering and reforging themselves over and over in a seemingly endless cycle as the fire filled his being. Through it all, Izuku thought of Katsuki, of his broken body and the fire that had fixed it. Izuku didn't understand his quirk, didn't understand what he could do. But he knew, somehow, that the white flames had not just healed Katsuki. They had drawn out the boy's every pain and injury. They then carried that damage to Izuku's own body. The flames had transferred Katsuki's pain and suffering to Izuku. And now his regeneration was cycling that pain, slowly breaking it down and healing it bit by bit, dissipating it safely, and transforming the pain into power, feeding the flames and his own regeneration. Izuku was getting stronger as the pain somehow lessened and intensified all at once. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, the pain stopped. Izuku's vision cleared long enough to find Katsuki gripped tightly in his arms. Izuku sighed in relief, but he didn't know that the power he'd absorbed needed to be released. And so the power forced itself from Izuku in a blast that put Katsuki's explosions to shame. Izuku could only wrap his wings around Katsuki in a protective shell as the two fell, and then, as the building fell on top of them, the beautiful, silver wings taking the entirety of the building's weight. And when the dust began to settle around the two boys trapped under layers upon layers of rubble, golden eyes fell closed at the same moment crimson eyes finally opened. Katsuki Bakugo could count the times he had been truly terrified on one hand. He prided himself on his ability to remain calm and collected in all situations. The few exceptions to this, coincidentally, all involved Izuku. The first time he'd experienced terror was shortly after his quirk had manifested. He had been playing with Izuku in their little hideout. Katsuki wanted to impress Izuku, he wanted to show his best friend that he was strong enough to protect him from his bullies. The children had pushed him around earlier that day, giving him scabbed knees and a black eye. So, naturally, Katsuki decided demonstrating the strength of his quirk for Izuku was a great idea. He hadn't thought to go outside of their stick fort to do so, hadn't thought how terribly stupid it was to set off an explosion in a tiny, fragile space. The explosion was larger than he'd meant it to be, and the sticks blasted away from him with relentless violence. Izuku was pierced by the flying sticks, the splintered wood slicing into his arms as he covered his head. Katsuki had been terrified at the sight of Izuku's blood. He'd picked up his tiny friend and carried him to his home, begging his mother to take him and Izuku to the hospital. Mitsuki had done so unquestioningly. She hadn't even been fazed. It took a little under an hour to pull the splinters from Izuku's skin. Katsuki watched the entire process sick with guilt and shaking from his terror. In the end, Izuku hadn't needed stitches, the wounds looked far worse than they actually were, and he'd left the hospital feeling fine. The next time Katsuki had felt terror began one bland evening. He'd been feeling down the entire day, missing his best friend that Auntie Inko had banned from seeing him. She had claimed Izuku was dangerous, that the boy was being evaluated for why his quirk hadn't manifested, and why he was strangely smart for his young age. Katsuki found himself going to the Midoriya's apartment every day in hopes that Inko would eventually let him see Izuku. He even brought little gifts for Izuku, small trinkets he had collected over the days that reminded him of his green-haired friend. Inko never relented. So, that evening his parents had taken it upon themselves to drag Katsuki to the new All Might movie that had been released a few days earlier. Their plan to cheer up Katsuki failed drastically, as the entire time he couldn't help thinking how his excitable friend would have reacted to the movie. The greenette would have muttered throughout the entire movie, he'd have whispered little facts about the inaccuracies of the film. Seeing it without his best friend was like a stab to the heart. It only served to make him feel worse. And then, things had managed to take a nosedive when they walked home. Katsuki had convinced his parents to walk past the Midoriya residence. It was all they could do to try and make their son feel better. Everything got ruined when they saw the black smoke escaping the blown-out windows of the apartment building. Crimson flames were escaping the cracks of the apartment building. The family of three could feel the heat from their position on the street. Katsuki was frozen, his body reflecting the terror he felt at seeing his best friend's home lit up like a FING firework. Mitsuki was held in Masaru's firm grasp, Katsuki's father keeping her from blindly running into the building in a desperate attempt to save her best friend and little nephew. The Bakugo stood there for hours, as the heroes cleared out the building. Katsuki stood there silently when Backdraft and his team of firefighters finally entered the building. He remembered collapsing to his knees when they eventually carried a black bag from the building. Katsuki had seen movies, he'd researched heroes almost as much as Izuku had, he knew what was inside that bag. Katsuki slipped past the police tape unseen, the crowd and police too focused on discussing what Backdraft found inside the building to notice the presence of the child. An officer with a cat mutation was the first thing he heard. Dead? Are you sure, Backdraft? Records show a mother and a son living there, the catman said. We're positive. There was enough blood and ash to have belonged to a child. The mother was practically mummified by how torched she was. It makes sense for the child to have completely been cremated. Backdraft said somberly. And him? The cat asked, referring to the man Katsuki instantly recognized as Hisashi Midoriya, who was restrained in quirk-nullifying cuffs. We found him using his fire-breathing quirk to burn down the apartment. We've apprehended him as our suspect for starting the fire. We assume you'll take it from here, Sansa. Backdraft asked. Katsuki didn't hear the officer's reply. All he could do was stand there as he gazed at the body bag. Izuku was dead? Hisashi had killed his family. Katsuki hadn't even gotten to say goodbye to his best friend. Katsuki had been convinced that would be the last time he'd ever let himself feel terror. After Izuku's death he didn't think he'd feel any emotion apart from the anger that had gripped his heart. The arrival of Izuku Yamada was the catalyst to his resolve, the small teenager bringing with his arrival an ocean of emotions Katsuki had been ignoring for years. Pain, sadness, fear, grief. So much had bombarded his senses when he first heard Round Cheeks call the boy's name. Katsuki had acted rationally, of course he did, he was the fucking best and he didn't feel bullshit emotions. He strengthened his resolve to ignore the boy, to banish him from his mind along with the pathetic emotions he'd brought with him. When the other boy giggled, Katsuki used the pang of emotion that welled up to fuel his hatred for the white-haired BSTRD. When he showed an aptitude for quirks, knowing things about Pinky and Sparkplug that he couldn't possibly know, Katsuki's blood boiled because how dare he have anything in common with Izuku. And when he walked out of that FING locker room looking like sin personified, Katsuki scowled at the tiny beach who dared to have the audacity. Truly, Katsuki didn't think it was possible to ever feel anything but rage for the boy. And yet? When Katsuki's blood-red eyes cracked open after his crash through the FING concrete wall of a building, he didn't expect the storm of emotions to smack him in the face. Because laying protectively over him, like an actual guardian fucking angel, was Izuku Sheetstain Yamada. Even amidst the darkness of wherever the they were he could tell it was the teen he'd spent hours agonizing over. His head was nestled in the juncture of Katsuki's neck, the boy's bangs had fallen out of their clips that usually held them from the boy's face, the white strands plastered against the boy's forehead from a mixture of blood and sweat. The teen's wings were pinned under a sheet ton of concrete. Yamada had evidently used them to shield the two of them. It didn't take a genius to work out what must have happened. Clearly the building had collapsed, and Yamada had gone out of his way to rescue Katsuki, who had been nothing but a snarling BSTRD to him since the day they'd met. Katsuki winced. Not appreciating the twinge of guilt he felt bubbling in the pit of his stomach. Yamada deserved to be put in his place. He told himself silently. No one was allowed the name Izuku. Not anymore. Katsuki attempted to push Yamada off of him, but found the teen much heavier than he looked. That, or the concrete slab he now noticed was pressed into the other's back was securely holding him in place. Katsuki scowled again. If he could send a concrete block to hell he would. Alas, Katsuki didn't possess that ability, so he was stuck. They laid there for hours, trapped in that darkness. Katsuki could hardly breathe. The deadly combination of the dust floating around mixed with the weight of the teen slab combo against his chest was hardly what Katsuki would call bearable. And, to make matters worse, Yamada was still not awake. Katsuki wasn't sure how long it had been since the two were trapped. He had no idea what sort of injuries they'd sustained. He was positive he'd gotten hurt when he'd flown through that wall. He vaguely remembered his giant fucking gauntlet smashing to bits before he'd passed out from the tsunami of pain that followed. And yet, he felt nothing. Sure, his legs were tingling with the familiar numbness of laying still too long, and his neck was growing sore from all the tension he'd put it through trying to see properly in this darkness. But other than that there were absolutely no pressing injuries he could feel. Which confused the ever-loving F out of him because his costume was torn to shreds. He could feel every inch of Yamada that laid splayed across his bare skin. He was also drenched in blood. The iron-rich smell was nauseating, an attack to his senses that he wasn't at all prepared to deal with. The more time that passed without Yamada moving forced Katsuki to grow that little bit more no. Not worried, never worried. Concerned, yes that's better. Concerned for his own safety, of course. But eventually, after what Katsuki was sure was hours of nothing trapped in that darkness with no sign of life from his companion or rescuers, Katsuki couldn't deny it anymore. He was scared. He was growing nervous that he'd never get rescued. That he'd be crushed sooner or later and his promise to Izuku would die forever, that he'd never make it to number one. The longer he was trapped the more manic he became, a foreign wetness pooling on the apples of his cheeks that he refused to acknowledge. When the last thread of his sanity finally snapped, Katsuki let out a choked scream, the sound much quieter than he'd wanted as his lungs were restricted. With panicked frustration Katsuki did the only thing he could. Tiny, controlled pops of his salvation, his quirk that he relied on so heavily to guard his soul, began firing out of his palms. The mini-splosions provided the light that he so desperately craved. And with the constant flashes he set off he was able to truly look at Yamada. The boy's face was slack, no emotion to see on his face. His striking scar down his face was shadowed with an eerie beauty from how Katsuki's red explosions were lighting it. The wings were barely even visible under the rubble, only sections of it sticking out from boulders here and there. Katsuki swallowed down a cry of distress, refusing to show sympathy for the BSTRD that had overrun his life the last 2 days. And wasn't that a revelation? It was only the second day at UA and already this shit happens. Katsuki elected to ignore the thick layer of red he saw covering both himself and Yamada. He couldn't risk a panic attack. That sheet was reserved for the safety of his bedroom, where only Izuku's shrine was allowed to see. Katsuki's ears were beginning to ring from the continuous blasts within the confined, echoey space. Usually, Katsuki's explosions didn't bother him, usually he'd be fine. But today just wasn't his day, and the DMN confined walls were closing in on them, the echoes growing louder as the space seemed to shrink, squeezing him from all sides. Katsuki squirmed under Yamada. He needed air, he needed the walls to clear. He needed Izuku. And then, like a blessing sent from above, his prayer was answered. Partly anyway, because the darkness disappeared with a brilliant flash, a stream of light so beautifully relieving shot through the darkness like a battering ram, chasing away Katsuki's panic with one dazzling move. Katsuki gasped in relief as the light brought with it his teachers. Katsuki could almost cry at the sight of them. He didn't though. Of course not. Bakugo? Aizawa whispered into the darkness and it was a siren call Katsuki was glad to answer. "Yes sir," he choked on his own spit, coughing madly as his lungs worked overtime to produce sound. "Over here," Aizawa directed, and more of that heaven-sent light joined him. Katsuki could make out Aizawa, Vlad King, and an extra he'd never fucking seen before but looked 12. A gasp brought Katsuki's gaze back to his teacher. The man looked horror-struck at Katsuki. Wait, no, not him. He was staring at Yamada. What, is he breathing? Bakugo, is he breathing? Aizawa's voice sounded so petrified. Done no, he's too Eevee. Can't feel anything anymore, he groaned, the effort to speak almost doing him in. Okay. Okay, hold on. Don't speak anymore, we'll get you out of there. Both of you. Aizawa couldn't sound any less confident in his words if he tried. But it was still reassuring to Katsuki. It took an additional half-hour or so to safely remove the rubble on top of them. The more they removed, the more Katsuki could see. He almost wished he could return to that blind ignorance. Yamada was hurt badly. There was an entire chunk missing from the middle of one of his wings, the skin and feathers completely shredded. When they finally managed to remove his weight from on top of Katsuki, the blonde had almost missed it, because suddenly the lack of pressure released the pain that had been held at bay. Apparently he'd been more hurt than he'd thought, and Yamada had simply been holding it down with his own body. He shouted as the pain took over, and his eyes slipped closed just as Vlad King reached his side. Katsuki woke up a few hours later in the medical bay. He wasn't hooked up to machines, which meant Recovery Girl must have already treated him. He wasn't in pain anymore, but he did feel achy. Ah, good, you're awake. The familiar rumble of Aizawa's voice brought Katsuki's attention to his homeroom teacher. The man was bundled in his god-awful sleeping bag in the corner of the room. His face was the only thing distinguishing him from the eyesore yellow. Sir, Katsuki mumbled out a greeting, with nothing better to say. Do you feel all right? Aizawa pushed as he raised a tired eyebrow. Katsuki quietly thought his answer through. Did he feel all right? Nothing hurt. He wasn't feeling panicked anymore. He wasn't still trapped in that darkness with Yamada, he whispered, unwilling to say the other's name any louder. Is he ? He trailed off. Suddenly petrified to hear the answer. Izuku is alive. He's fine. In fact, Aizawa's soft words were enough to calm the approaching panic. But it wasn't enough to stop his curious sheethead brain from spouting off questions. The F, you mean fine? His fucking wing was practically torn off. He hadn't been conscious for like hours? Recovery Girl can't regrow goddamn limbs, Katsuki sassed. Aizawa let out a world-weary sigh before he crawled out of his sleeping bag in a motion so fluid it looked almost effortless. I'm aware Chiyo-san's quirk doesn't work like that, Bakugo. However, Izuku is fine nonetheless. That not possible, Katsuki insisted, growling quietly under his breath because Aizawa was either fing stupid or he was lying to Katsuki about Yamada's condition. And last Katsuki checked, they don't let idiots teach at UA. Well, actually scratch that. Today's events proved otherwise, since All Might turned out to be a real clotpole. I assure you, Izuku is safe. He is at home, resting, completely recovered physically. It was your sorry but that took so long to heal. Honestly, how the F, are you even alive? You had 3 broken ribs that punctured your lungs the moment Izuku was lifted off of you. Aizawa said with immense exasperation. Honestly, the second day and I already have another problem child in my life, he mumbled, pinching the space between his brow for a moment before visibly shaking himself. Katsuki decided arguing with the man was simply not fing worth it. He'd see Yamada's condition for himself tomorrow. For now he had one thing left on his mind. When can I go home? He barked out impatiently, frustrated beyond belief over not only getting no clear answer over Yamafa's condition, but being stuck in the hospital wing as well. As soon as Chiyo clears you. Your mother is already here waiting to drive you home, he informed him. Katsuki groaned, already dreading the earful he was sure his mother would give him for toppling a building on himself. An hour later found Katsuki knelt on his red bedspread. His arms were gripping an old pillow tightly to his chest, the stuffing long since worn down. Honestly, the thing was practically a blanket by how thin it was now, but Katsuki refused to dispose of it. It was the pillow Izuku had used when they'd had sleepovers. It was camel print in design, the same shade as Katsuki's gauntlets. And Izuku's eyes. He usually kept this pillow in a drawer, wanting to preserve it as long as possible. Today, however, was one of those few exceptions. He held the pillow tightly as he pretended it smelled like more than the staleness of a decade-long rest inside a drawer. He imagined it smelled like chocolate oranges, Izuku's favorite holiday sweet. He imagined it smelled like a warm bowl of katsudon. He imagined it smelled like the freshly damp soil under their secret base. He imagined a lot of things. All brought together by one unifying thing, Izuku Midoriya. As he promised, he finally let himself fall apart, with his face buried securely in the pillow so only himself and Izuku's framed picture on his dresser could hear it. Shota Aizawa has added 21 members to Problem Children. Shota Aizawa, your classmates have been found and treated. Shota Aizawa, they're fine. Shota Aizawa has left the group chat. Mina Ashido. Mina Ashido, did Aizawa really just send that and dip? Ochako Uraraka, that's a relief. I was so worried about them. Ijiro Kirishima, DMN, yeah he really did, so unmanly. Toru Hagakure, I hope they weren't hurt too badly. Hitoshi Aizawa, nah my brother was the only one that got seriously hurt. Denki Kaminari, I refuse to participate in this chat until some proper names are created. Kyokajiro, you just did dipshit. Shoto Todoroki, are these not your names? Mina Ashido, no they are. Shoto Todoroki, then why are they not considered proper according to Kaminari's standards? Hantasiro, Kaminari just means it's boring to have our first EVR group chat as a class be so formal. Shoto Todoroki, EVR? Mina Ashido, he means ever Todoroki-kun. Shoto Todoroki, oh okay then. Azui Tsuyu, I agree with Kaminari, we should all make our own nicknames to introduce ourselves. Achiko Uraraka, that's a great idea Tsuyu. Several people are typing. Denki Kaminari changed their name to Electric Boogaloo. Electric Boogaloo, all much better. Kyokajiro, and here I thought you'd choose something cool. Kyokajiro, guess that's on me for assuming too much of you. Electric Boogaloo, excuse you Electric Boogaloo is a dank meme. Kyokajiro, gagging. Mina Ashido, it's not Thayad bad Kyoka. Shoto Todoroki, what is a Boogaloo? Also, what is dank? Electric Boogaloo. To do bro, is this your first time on the interwebs? Shoto Todoroki, to do bro? That is not how you spell my name, but I will accept it. It will make my father livid. Ijiro Kirishima, the city is rank with it. Mina Ashido at Ijiro down boy. That sounds like tea that should stay safely in its cup for now. Soto Todoroki, I am confused. Hantasiro, don't worry about them, to do bro, they forget sometimes what manners are. Achiko Uraraka has changed their name to Elphaba. Elphaba, is this to your standards Mr. Boo? Electric Boogaloo, sent, JPEG, surprised, Pikachu. Electric Boogaloo, perfect Miss Elfie. Kyokajiro, do you think you'll try defying gravity? Shoto Todoroki, gravity is a law of physics that can only be altered using quirks. In which case Uraraka doesn't defy it, merely negates its effect while she uses her quirk, as her quirk changes the gravitational pull of objects and anchors them to her own quirk. In theory anyway. Several people are typing. Hantasiro, DMN brains and beauty. Elphaba, whoa you're really smart Todoroki-kun. Momo Yaoyorozu, of course he is. We went to the same institution as children. Our tutors were adamant we learn as much as possible about science before we went into hero school. Electric Boogaloo, so you're both like super de duperty SMRT then. Kyoko Jiro, reading your messages makes me physically ill. Momo Yaoyorozu, how did UA let you in? You seem to struggle with grammar a bit. I'm sure I could tutor you if you need help. Kyokajiro, wo Yamamo we must be psychically connected because we sent that at the same time. Electric Boogaloo, I know how to spell propeller. Electric Boogaloo, properly. Kyokajiro, XDXD. Tenya Ida, it seems Aizawa set up a group chat. Hello. Elphaba, Ida. I'm glad you're okay. Azui Tsuyu, are you back home Ida? Ijiro Kirishima, did you see the others? Tenya Ida, yes. I'm back home. I only saw Bakugo, briefly. Yamada was still in surgery when I was discharged. Mina Ashido, SURGERY. Electric Boogaloo, what? Toru Hagakure, oh Kami this is all my fault. Mashireo Ojiro changed their name to Mon-ki. Mon-ki, don't say that Hagakure. You didn't do anything wrong, it was Sensei who went against Aizawa's lesson plan. Plus, it's not like you threw Bakugo into the wall. Toru Hagakure, I guess. But I still want to do something for Yamada. Tenya Ida, that is a great idea, Hagakure. He was hurt the worst out of the three of us, and the unfair treatment he received earlier is even more reason to show him we care. Elphaba at Hitoshi Aizawa, what would your brother like? Azui Tsuyu changed their name to Tsu. Tsu, what she said at Hitoshi Aizawa. Yuga Aoyama, we could make him a card and cover it with dazzling jewels and glitter. Hitoshi Aizawa, no way in hell am I letting FING glitter into my home. Card or otherwise. Hitoshi Aizawa, Zu likes chocolate oranges, so maybe someone could get him that. He usually only eats them over the holidays. They're an American thing that he saw online and fell in love with as a child apparently. Hitoshi Aizawa, he also will never admit it. But he goes feral over art supplies. He claims his sketches are just a side gig for his notebooks but he's way too FING good at art for it to be something he doesn't secretly love. Shoto Todoroki changed their name to Shoto. Shoto, I can buy art supplies. Elphaba, a group of us could go to the store and pick up sweets. I'm not sure we'll be able to find those American chocolates in such short notice. Rikido Sato, If someone finds the recipe I can make M for him. Momo Yayorozu, that's a wonderful idea Sato. I can create the wrapper and box for the chocolates. Fumikage Tokoyami changed their name to Dreadedy Note. Dreadedy Note, Dark Shadow and I can accompany Uraraka on a shopping trip. Electric Boogaloo, OMG Dreadedy that's F Guild cause of the song OMG GGG. Kyokujiro, seriously dude check your spelling before sending messages it takes like 3 seconds. As I'm sure you're more than familiar with that time frame it shouldn't be a problem for you. Hantasiro, DMN. Loblojiro, comma. Electric Boogaloo, my spelling is a choice. It's a creative expression to accentuate my enthusiasm. Kyokujiro, accentuate my enthusiasm, do you hear yourself man? Electric Boogaloo, any way I can tag along as well Uraraka. Mizo Shoji, I can't go shopping anytime soon, but I could help you bake at Rikido Sato. Rikido Sato, sounds good to me. Koji Koda changed their name to Animal Whisperer. Animal Whisperer, I can help you too if you'll have me at Rikido Sato? Rikido Sato, of course man. Katsuki Bakugo, you shitheads know he's in the group chat too, right? Several people are typing. Katsuki Bakugo, FING idiots. When Izuku got home that night he was ushered to the couch. Immediately Izuku knew an uncomfortable conversation was about to be had. As, after all, Hisashi was adamant that all serious conversations occurred on their couch. Shota was sitting on the right cushion, Hisashi pressed closely to his side so that Hitoshi had plenty of room to sit in the middle. Izuku frowned at his family as he took his spot on the left seat, his body angled in a way that allowed his wing space to rest off the armrest. The moment he sat down Mocha and Nem made themselves comfortable in the small space between the side of the couch and his wings. The cats loved the dark, fluffy cave his wings provided like this. Izuku, Shota began, always the one to get straight to business, we need to talk about today. Izuku, naturally, winced. What about it? He asked hesitantly. We could start with why but might decided it was a great idea to put you on a team by yourself? Shota not so subtly hinted with an eyebrow raise. Izuku relaxed, as this he was more than happy to discuss. Oh that? He shared a look with his brother, who rolled his eyes from the memory. Well I found out Hagakure is invisible, and when I loudly insisted she wear clothes All Might wasn't pleased that I interrupted him. He said with a shrug. When you say, found out, what do you mean exactly? Hisashi asked, gentle as ever. I didn't know she was invisible. Izuku said blandly. So, for some reason you can see an invisible girl, and when said invisible girl showed up in nothing but her gloves you panicked, worried at her state of undress and insisted she be clothed? Shota drawled. Pretty much, yeah, Izuku said, holding back a smirk of amusement. And All Might, rather than acting sanely, decided that your worry for your classmate's state of undress was disrespectful, so he forced you to do an exercise by yourself? Yup. Izuku said, popping the P as dramatically as he could. Kami, how in the world did that man graduate from hero school? Shota muttered. Izuku giggled silently at his father's statement. He'd been wondering the same thing for years. We'll need to look into why you can see Hagakure, but for now we should move on to what happened during the exercise. Hisashi sent a concerned look at Izuku, whose hackles rose immediately. We know Bakugo miscalculated, and broke through the wall. But we have no idea what happened after that. Hisashi continued. Do I have to? Izuku flushed red as his voice cracked. Shota sighed, just as hurt by this situation as his son. Unfortunately, you do. Izuku, we can't help you until we know what happened. We are worried about you, kid. We need to know why Bakugo makes you react so differently. Did he hurt you or something? Hisashi said. Izuku startled at the absolutely ridiculous question, and oh. Of course not. Kaken would never, only after the words escaped him did he realize he'd said far too much. Shota's eyes widened imperceptibly at his son's outburst. Hisashi gaped at him. And Hitoshi, Hitoshi stared at him like the last piece to a puzzle just slid into place. Hitoshi was the first to speak, much to Izuku's chagrin. Bakugo is Kaken, his question wasn't necessary, Izuku had already confirmed it. Holy shit. That makes so much sense. He muttered. What do you know? Izuku said shakily. Their parents stayed blessedly quiet, both knowing this tangent to their conversation was about to reveal things they've always wondered about their winged son. I know that for the first year you lived here you'd mumble in your sleep loud enough that I heard every word. Izuku paled. I know that you'd always call out for Kaken to save you. And I know that you're terrified of your mother. What? Hisashi choked out. That was news to both of their parents. Izuku was shaking. He didn't want them to know the truth. He was mortified that Hitoshi had heard that. He had no idea what kind of things he'd muttered about in his sleep, but based on the nightmares he could vividly remember from that first year he could only guess. What is he talking about? Shota asked softly, his brows pinched from worry. His voice sounded wet. He was going to cry. Mom, he trailed off, desperate for an escape. But he knew his family wouldn't let him off. He knew they would insist on this conversation. Izuku, we're here for you. Nothing you could say could make us feel any differently about you, Hisashi urged, as he reached over Hitoshi to grab Izuku's shaking hands between his own. And that was all he needed. The walls he'd built so long ago toppled down from the force of his parents' love for him. The cage he'd trapped his emotions inside finally opened, allowing his tears to truly flow freely. His family was there through it all, coaxing him through the flood of his emotions as he broke down. Hitoshi had a rough start to life. His first memories, though fuzzy now, were full of abuse. He had vague memories of his life before the Izuku household. Memories of a cold metal muzzle being forced on him would pop up in his head in random moments. Echoes of fear would make themselves known from time to time, flashes of a dark cupboard and bleeding nails would haunt his dreams. It's been so long, and yet, his childhood trauma still lingers, a barely there ember left behind from a long-since burned-out bonfire. Whenever that dreaded fear showed up, his parents would be right there for him. When Izuku joined the picture, Hitoshi's blurry trauma seemed like a paper cut. It was clear Izuku had been through hell in his short life. Kigo had pulled the Izuku family aside a couple days after the family took in Izuku, and told them everything he knew about Izuku, which in retrospect wasn't nearly enough. He told them Izuku was abused, that he was homeless for at least a few years. And, he told them he refused to talk about himself. Hitoshi had been determined to get Izuku to confide in him. For months he'd tried to get the white-haired child to open up. It wasn't until Hitoshi first heard his brother's terrified voice late one night, that the purple-haired child realized he wouldn't be able to force an explanation out of Izuku. The first time he'd heard Izuku through their shared wall, Hitoshi had been confused. He'd thought for a moment that Izuku was watching a movie. But that was proven wrong once he truly started listening to the voice. Whispered, "Mom, no, please stop, and it hurts, Mama please." Had surprised Hitoshi so much that he had frozen solid as he listened to Izuku that night. The next time he'd heard him went similar, his brother's quiet pleas going unheard by the rest of the house. Eventually, other things could be heard through the wall. Hitoshi remembers frowning in confusion when Izuku cried out for Kaken the first time. He had cried out so fearfully. Kaken was a staple of Izuku's nightmares apparently. His brother always seemed to sound terrified when he called out for him. He would cry for his mother to stop, and beg Kaken to save him. Sometimes he'd beg Kaken to live, and those were the moments that shocked Hitoshi the most. He'd never heard his brother sound so heartbroken before then. And he seemed to only sound that broken when he'd have those dreams. Hitoshi never confronted Izuku about his dreams. The boy seemed so normal the morning after his nightmares, and Hitoshi respected his obvious desire not to think about his dreams. Now, however, as Hitoshi watched his brother break down on their family couch, he realized that, perhaps, staying silent all these years was a mistake. Izuku was choking, his sobs so violent that his lungs were struggling to catch up. Hitoshi was silently freaking out, unsure what to do in this foreign situation. He sent a desperate look to Hisashi, who was quietly crying at his side. Shota, thankfully, was the one who managed to tell him how to help. "Hitoshi, try and use your quirk on him," Shota ordered as he stood up from the couch. Their raven-haired father left the room, most likely to grab something to help calm Izuku down. Hitoshi focused on his brother, who had wrapped his wings around himself in a protective shield. "Izuku, can you hear me?" He waited for a moment, hoping his brother would answer him. He didn't. Hitoshi frowned. "Izuku, is Bakugo Kaken?" he asked, hoping Izuku's weakness for Kaken would surprise him enough to respond. Izuku's wings rippled, the boy definitely heard him, that was further proven when his broken voice responded, "Kaken. Breathe, Izuku." Hitoshi ordered, and like the first bite of food given to a starving man, Izuku slumped in relief. His gasps of breath were a relief for Hisashi and Hitoshi to hear. Shota returned shortly after Izuku began breathing. In his arms was Izuku's bedspread, and his favorite plushie of hawks. The chibi design was adorable, and large enough to fit comfortably in Izuku's arms. Shota carefully wrapped Izuku in the blanket, and once Izuku's golden eyes blinked up at him, he handed him the plush. Izuku looked at him blankly, still under Hitoshi's quirk, though he did grab the plushie like a lifeline. It took a while for Izuku to calm down after that. At some point Hitoshi lost hold over Izuku, but the repeated breathing was more than enough to keep his brother calm on his own. Once he finally did calm down, Izuku looked at his family in resignation. "Are you ready, kid?" Shota asked, uncharacteristically gentle. "No," Izuku groaned. "But I'll do it anyway," he sighed. "Where do you want to start?" Hisashi asked. I guess the beginning, Izuku grimaced. It all started when I was diagnosed quirkless. Despite his somber mood, Izuku softly smiled at his family's gobsmacked expressions. By the end of Izuku's recount, Hisashi was a blubbering mess, and Shota's eyes were red-rimmed. Hitoshi was glaring at the carpet like it had personally stained all his clothes neon pink. Izuku had told them everything, from his mother's treatment to the ritual that manifested his quirk. He'd even covered his friendship with Kaken, and his fears that Izuku was too dangerous for him. Izuku, Hisashi was the first to break the silence. How would you feel about seeing a family friend? They're a hero that can help you work through your trauma, he said. Izuku blinked at his father in surprise. He'd not been expecting a reaction like that at all. Fear, definitely. Shock, absolutely. But not worry for Izuku. Heart scope? Shota asked. At Hisashi's nod, Shota's face took on a nostalgic look to it. Zashi's right, Zu. Heartscope is very skilled at working through trauma. Hitoshi shared a look with Izuku, one that said, are they finally gonna talk? Hitoshi turned his eager gaze to Hisashi, who softened. Perhaps sharing our past is what he needs, after all, we made him do it. It's only fair, he said. Shota smiled gently at his husband, all the permission he needed to urge Hisashi on. Hisashi and Shota had always been a team. From the moment Shota was granted a spot in Class 1A after the annual UA Sports Festival, they were thick as thieves. Shota had been denied access to the hero course at first, the entrance exams not kind to those with passive quirks like Shota's erasure. Thankfully, Nizu accounted for this very situation. Every year one student from each year is granted the opportunity to advance to the hero course should they impress the staff with their skills. Shota had not only won the sports festival, but he'd done it without using his quirk. And so, he was granted access to the hero course, and the student he'd beaten for first place, Hisashi, practically adopted him as his best friend the moment he sat behind him in homeroom. The two of them were attached at the hips. There wasn't a single moment in their high school career where they couldn't be found without the other. But there was more to their story than most remember. Because before Shota Aizawa, there was someone else who was Hisashi Yamada's best friend. Oboro Shirakumo was the only student at UA that could rival Hisashi's enthusiasm. Oboro was shorter than Hisashi, which was often used to tease the teen. When Shota Aizawa arrived, Oboro immediately butted heads with the grumpy man. The two were complete opposites in every way. Where Shota liked sleep and dark colors, Oboro woke before the sun and wore pastels. Hisashi was the balance between them. The man being the only one with healthy sleeping habits and an assortment of colors. He was the glue that held them together. The three teens shared everything together. Meals, weekends, study sessions. It was only natural that they shared their firsts as well. Unsurprisingly, it was Hisashi who made the first move. The blonde teen had grabbed Shota by his UA jacket and yanked him down in a kiss so startling that the other teen had practically flatlined. They were having lunch under a large cherry tree on campus. It was where the three could always be found when not in classes. Oboro had snapped a picture of their kiss, grinning madly at Shota's gaping mouth. Oboro shared a smirk with Hisashi, who snagged the camera out of the blue-haired teen's hands and returned the favor, snapping a picture of Oboro snagging Shota's second kiss. And that was how the three became a triad. It was effortless for them, the three hadn't even acted differently once they started dating. They still went to cat cafes every weekend, they still were inseparable during school hours. There was just a lot more skinship now. And then the accident happened. Oboro was training his quirk Cloud. Their teacher had paired the class off in groups of 3 so everyone could get designated time to train their quirks. Shota and Hisashi were watching Oboro fondly as he trained his quirk, the teen solidifying his clouds and rapidly softening them so fast that he was able to use them as stepping stones. He was running through the air with a breathless laugh, even the rest of the students had stopped to watch him in awe. He was beautiful. And then the building shook. It was an earthquake. No one had a chance to grab Oboro from the air. Shota wasn't good enough with his new capture weapon at the time to snag him, and the rest of the class was too focused on their own quirks. So, when a rafter broke free from the shaking ceiling and knocked Oboro from the sky, no one managed to rescue him. When the rest of the building toppled, burying Oboro under countless layers of steel and concrete, no one was there to dig him out. By the time the earthquake settled, and the wreckage cleared, everything had been rendered unrecognizable. They found blood, and a mangled corpse so far distorted that the funeral had to be a closed casket. Hisashi and Shota were never quite the same after that. They stayed together, the two held together by their love for Oboro and each other was enough to keep them sane. That was the first time the two had met Heartscope. The hero had patched up the hole Oboro left behind. Their projections were enough to help the two teens see through their pain, and build something beautiful out of it. They married a year after graduation. The two grasped a locket in their joined hands as they made their vows. In the locket were the pictures from that day under the tree. The left side showed Aizawa's kiss, and the right showed Hisashi's. They each made a silent promise that day, that Oboro would always be their third. That no matter how much time went past, their shadow husband would always be a part of their family. When the story finished, Izuku sat in silence, his mind buzzing with the influx of new information. So much made sense now: the silver locket that was always around Hisashi's neck, the shrine in the corner of their parents' bedroom, which was never spoken about. Hell, even the melancholy his parents would drown in on their anniversary made sense. "Thanks for telling us," Hitoshi said reverently. "We're sorry it took us so long," Hisashi replied, just as gentle as his purple-haired son. "I want to see the therapist." Izuku startled the cuddle puddle. No one had anticipated his firm declaration. Not even him. "Are you sure?" Shota, despite the exhaustion evident on his face, asked with an attentiveness that would have usually been absent on the sleep-deprived man. "I'm sure," Izuku said. "What are you gonna do about Bakugo?" Hitoshi sat up straight, so he could properly look at his brother when he asked his question. Izuku's wings jolted, as if an electric shock had gone through him at the boy's name. He choked. "I don't know. Can I wait to decide what to do about him until I've seen the therapist?" he asked shakily. His family softened in sync, each one smiling gently at Izuku. "Of course," Hisashi said. "Works for me." "I'm still sad he made you cry," Shota declared, before he stood up from the couch, ignoring his family's protests and dodging Hisashi's hand, who had tried to pull him back down. "No, don't leave us, Sho," Hisashi whined. "Oh, I'm sorry. Was now not a good time for ice cream?" Aizawa didn't bother waiting for a reply, well aware his heathens would agree with him. If there was one thing you could always count on the Aizawa Yamada household for, it was their love for ice cream. The third day of UA brought with it a tsunami of reporters. Izuku and Hitoshi were once again grateful for being able to go to school with their parents, who get to use the staff entrance. The brothers were watching the mosh pit of reports with trepidation, silently wishing their classmates luck. It took a solid 30 minutes for Shota to finally corral the rabid reporters out of school grounds, which allowed the remaining students entry to the campus. Izuku dragged Hitoshi to their classroom the moment he realized the crowd was controlled, knowing the students would create a stampede of their own just to get to their classes. Despite the delay, Izuku and Hitoshi were the first students to arrive at their classroom, a fact that Izuku found relief in, right up until their classmates started barreling in. Before he could blink, he was surrounded by his class. Every student shouting in tandem, "Well wishes" and "I'm so glad you're alive." Izuku was sure his face was flaming red, as he was certain he'd never felt this embarrassed before. Thanks," he squeaked. Mina Ashido handed him a small keychain. It was a chibi All Might figure that she had used acid to melt its face and painted blood all over it with what appeared to be red nail polish. "I figured this way you could wear it on your school bag to silently protest but Might and his behavior towards you." She grinned fairly and Izuku snorted out a laugh. He couldn't wait to see All Sorry but Might's face when he saw the little figure. Momo, to his utter shock, handed him a small hand-held slingshot that was built for feather darts. It functioned like a bow, but had a long handle like a slingshot. She explained that his feathers would be able to load into the chamber, and he could pull the string back to release accurate and powerful attacks using his metal-tipped feathers. Izuku guffawed at the item for a bit, impressed and slightly terrified by its ingenuity. His mind was going a mile a minute at the uses this new weapon could have. He was positive it could attach to his thigh strap on his hero costume. "Thank you so much, Yamamo." He sent her his best smile, completely missing a few students that matched his own red face at the sight of him. Izuku was gifted a few other items, a smattering of trinkets that his classmates collected the night before. He was floored by their kindness. But he also felt guilty. After all, he wasn't the only one who'd gotten hurt yesterday. Ida lost his glasses. And Kaken died. Though, Izuku knows he's the only one who actually knows that. Him and Gabriel. Of course. Yes, we're all happy UA's angel is okay. Now sit down. Shota's quirk activated at the end of his speech. Most students of course assumed it was from his annoyance that they were disrupting their class. But it was in fact caused by Shota thinking about his son's broken form the day before. Once everyone had taken their seats, Aizawa continued, "Today you have an incredibly important task ahead of you. It may very well shape your futures here at UA," Shota said, emotionless. It was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Every student was staring at their teacher in paralyzed fear. "You have to pick a representative. You have 30 minutes. Don't wake me." And then he slumped to the floor, snuggled inside his sleeping bag so fast that the class barely even registered the movement. "What?" Mina Ashido wailed. "He can't keep doing that," she huffed in exasperation. Evidently he can, Hitoshi chimed in, endlessly amused by his father's dramatics. Students. This is an important moment, we must choose a representative that is befitting of our status. Ida exclaimed, his signature arms flapping away as he did so. Thankfully, the students in his vicinity had already adapted to his behavior, easily dodging the swinging arms. Ida's right, but how are we supposed to choose a rep when we don't know each other? Achiko Uraraka said. Izuku nodded, fully agreeing with the brunette. TCH, Izuku found Bakugo the moment he made a sound. He'd been silently ignoring the blonde so far, doing his best to not think about it. Bakugo looked as bored as ever, his legs kicked up to rest on top of his desk while his arms were crossed. His head was tilted in a kill me kind of way. And I bet you want the rep to be you, glasses? He scowled. Ida blushed, stuttering out a denial, but Bakugo cut him off. Lay off it, glasses, there's only one real option for rep anyway, he said, glaring at Ida like the other was personally offending him just by existing. Oh yeah? And who's that, oh wise one? Uraraka sassed. Yamamoto. Obviously, he said. To the shock of everyone. Me? Momo squeaked. Yeah, you, 3D printer. You're one of the strongest students here. Plus you handled the extras during the crisis. It is the most logical option. Bakugo rolled his eyes at the shocked students. The F, are you all looking at? He shouted, tiny explosions escaping his palms as he did so. You know, I think Pomeranian has a point, Hitoshi said. I agree with Aizawa, Uraraka said. It was my idea, round cheeks. Bakugo's indignant cry was ignored. Soon, the entire class had agreed and Momo Yaoyorozu was declared class rep. And so, the election for their class rep was finished. Yamamoto was flabbergasted that her class decided on her as the rep. She decided to appoint Ida as her vice representative. She had a feeling his attention to detail and obsession with the rules would prove useful. Once the election was finished, Aizawa sent them on their way to lunch. The man hadn't even bothered to get out of his sleeping bag, instead choosing to send them off from the comfort of the floor. Izuku was sitting with Hitoshi out on the grounds of UA. They had decided to find the tree from their parents' story. It didn't take long at all to find it. The trunk was distinct, standing out from all the others by its twisted bark. Naturally, because of this, they were outside of the building when the alarms started blaring. Izuku's instincts took over immediately, his fight or flight reflexes going straight to fight. Hitoshi didn't even have time to blink before Izuku had snatched his brother up in a bridal carry and launched them both into the sky. Hitoshi let out a very calm screech at the sudden departure from the ground. Zoo! What the F dash? Izuku ignored his brother. Instead, he held him tightly, so he could focus on scanning the campus for where the threat originated. It didn't take long to locate the very large crowd of reporters who had breached the gates. Izuku scowled and swiftly flew them to their father, who was trying to control the crowd with Cementos. Shota rolled his eyes at his sons who landed in front of him. Hitoshi was pale, and looked like he'd shaken death's hand. Izuku, though, looked livid. Izuku set Hitoshi down abruptly. Shota had seen Izuku frustrated before, he'd seen him sad, he'd seen him break. But this was pure hatred. Izuku faced the reporters with a fierce glare. These people had broken into a high school, they'd sent the entire school into a panic. And now, they were loudly demanding details on but might. Izuku flared his wings out, the appendages spread out wider than he'd done in a long time. At their widest, the wings easily spanned 7 meters. The crowd startled at the overbearing presence of his wings. Izuku snarled. Get out, he growled, and the reporters closest to him took rapid steps back, fear and wariness taking over their faces. One particularly stupid reporter was clearly not taking the hint, as they pushed their way to the front of the crowd. The man had a unibrow, and a bald patch on his head. Don't talk to us that way, runt. He grumbled. You have no right dash. That runt is my student, and if you keep talking I guarantee you'll regret it, Shota said. The man snarled, gearing up to use his quirk, but thankfully Shota had already blocked it. The F dash, he mumbled, fear finally taking over. Congratulations, you've just attempted to use your quirk on UA grounds against a student. Shota grinned ferally, and oh look, in front of detectives too, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi shook his head at his old friend's dramatic introduction. Leave it to Shota to put the fear of God in someone with minimal effort. All right, walk out of here or come out in cuffs, Tsukachi called out. It was practically magical, how quickly the crowd dispersed after that. The only one who stayed was the pudgy unibrow reporter, who Tsukachi decided to hold back. The man didn't even protest as he was cuffed and led away by Detective Sansa. About time, Tsukachi, Shota grumbled. Yeah well, I like making you squirm, Tsukachi patted Izuku's hair softly. He loved the winged teenager, he always had interesting insight on cases when Tsukachi came over for dinner. Plus, it was always rewarding to see a kid that he helped get off the streets thrive. Good work, kid, he told Izuku gently. The teen blushed furiously, and ducked his face out of view. Tsukachi didn't blame him, the kid's bangs were pinned back, leaving his normal shield absent. "I'm not a kid, detective," Izuku scowled, though it was soft. Yeah, get on back to class, Zu," Shota said, gesturing towards Hitoshi who looked almost green. "Right," Izuku nodded. "Come on, Toshi, let's get back to homeroom before the others." Once the two boys had been dragged away, Tsukachi shared a look with Shota. "Ghost is back," he spoke quietly, unwilling to chance anyone hearing them. Shota's eyes widened. "Sheet, are you sure?" "Yeah, reports came in all across town. It's the same thing as before. We're positive they're back." Naomasa knew that Shota was just as invested at catching the vigilante as he was. Which is why the moment the flood of reports came in last week he knew he needed to inform Shota as soon as possible. "Right, well I'll check in with the agency, see if the underground has any news." Shota internally swore at Naomasa and his need to F up Shota's sleep schedule at every turn. "Alright, well I've got to get that a-hole to the station," Naomasa said, referring to the guy who Sansa was currently grinning at, sharp canines on display. Yeah, later Naomasa. I'll email you the details later." Shota left for his class then, knowing if he didn't get there quick enough the gremlins would start a revolution. "Alright class, tomorrow we're going to be running special training exercises, so make sure you get here early enough to load up into the transport bus," Aizawa said, much to the excitement of his class. "Yes, Ida?" he said, already dreading what Tensei's little brother had to say. "Sir, is it really the time to be running a training exercise so soon into the semester? Are you a teacher?" Ida paled. No, sir," he mumbled. "Then what makes you think you know how to run a class?" he said with a raised brow. "Right, sorry, sir." Ida sat back down. "Thankfully. Well, in that case class dismissed." Shota sighed in relief when his students barreled through the door. His sons nodded at him before they left, the teens preferred walking home together. Besides, it was easier that way to keep their family a secret from villains and reporters. Meanwhile, across town, in a dingy bar a blue-haired man passed out a paper to each of his underlings. They were all useless to him, cannon fodder. Sacrifices to build up their greater plan. "Well done Tamura," the gravelly voice of his sensei brought silence to the room, wary eyes glued to the box television in the corner. Tamura Shigaraki grinned. The fun was about to begin. Aizawa was not having a good morning, and unsurprisingly, it was All Might's fault. The number one hero didn't show up to school, not that Shota Aizawa expected anything else from the bumbling idiot. Which left the job of child wrangling to Shota. Ida had made a fuss over seating arrangements on the bus, which caused quite the stir. Shota, for his part, stayed silently amused and let Ida waste his energy trying to line them up, knowing the bus was not organized the way the student thought it was. Ida was blessedly silent once the class loaded on the bus. Shota was fascinated to observe his students already dividing in their little cliques. Izuku and Hitoshi had their small crowd, with students like Hagakure, Uraraka, and Kaminari hanging on their every word. Ashido, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kirishima were grouped together, gossiping silently if their not-so-sneaky glances at their classmates was anything to go by. Shoji, Siro, Koda, Tokoyami, Shoto, and Sato all sat together. They seemed to enjoy each other's silent company. Finally, there were the five who seemed to be together because they couldn't get room anywhere else. Those were Ida, Aoyama, Ojiro, Azui, and most interestingly, to Aizawa at least, Bakugo. Ojiro was texting furiously on his phone, most likely with Shoji, who was just as invested in his own device. Azui was asleep, getting rest before training. Aoyama looked uncomfortable, which Aizawa could only assume was the silence getting to him. While Ida sat with his arms crossed. He resembled a pouting 3-year-old. Shota would have snapped a photo if he thought he'd get away with it. He had a feeling Tensei would have a field day with that photo. Bakugo was silently staring out the window, which was unsettling on the usually rambunctious teenager. After an uneventful 10-minute ride, the bus pulled to a stop. Shota led his students off the bus as quickly as a man wrangling a gaggle of hyperactive teens could be expected to. The USJ was a massive compound on the far edge of the UA property. Most people didn't realize just how much land UA actually covered. Shota heard Kaminari mutter something about Universal Studios Japan, and elected to ignore him, choosing instead to introduce his unruly students to what they were doing that day. "This here is 13, she'll be helping you with rescue training today," Shota said once they had all shuffled inside the building. Hello, students, 13 greeted the group with a wave. Her puffy hero suit caused the action to look almost as jerky as Ida's arm chopping. 13-san. Uraraka gasped. It's an honor to meet you, she bowed, and Shota could practically see the blush he was sure 13 was sporting under her helmet. 13 is the best hero out there for rescue missions. She was invaluable during the rescue of your classmates the other day. Today she's going to help you all with protocol in different biomes. She'll be assisting you guys as you go about a series of rescue operations in each zone here in the USJ, Shota said, using his thumb to gesture to the vast stadium behind him. It was then that he noticed the look on Izuku's face. Izuku was not looking at him, or 13. He looked as though he wasn't paying any attention at all to what he was saying. Which was unusual and disconcerting for the usually curious teenager. Izuku, what is it? The class turned to stare at Izuku, puzzled at the abrupt interruption. Dad, we gotta get everyone out of the building now, Izuku said gravely. His classmates scrunched their faces in confusion. Shota Aizawa was a smart man. He knew when to ask questions and when to act. This was, apparently, one of the times he needed to shut up and listen. Okay, class, evacuate the building immediately. Shota never finished his sentence, interrupted by the sudden appearance of dozens of people. Students, go, 13 ordered, she too having noticed the arrival of the strangers. The students, unfortunately, didn't have the reaction speed of hardened pro heroes. Therefore, no one moved an inch before it was too late. A purple mist appeared behind them, blocking their path to the door. A tall figure stepped out of the mist. The person was clearly the one who controlled the mist, judging by the same mist taking over the top half of their body. The person was wearing a form-fitting suit, which looked oddly fitting on the person. In addition to the suit was a metal casing around what Shota assumed to be the person's neck. Shota narrowed his eyes at the mist-cladded figure. Who are you? Shota pushed his way past his students so he could properly block them from the person. 13 was left to guard their backs, as the crowd of intruders continued to shuffle out of purple portals. We are the League of Villains, hero, the figure said with a deep, commanding voice. Why did you come here? Shota said, scanning the figure for a weakness. To debut, of course. Now, erase your head, step aside, the figure responded. The mist that made up the person's head swirled dangerously as they took a menacing step forward. A second later Shota was being yanked back, and his vision was filled with nothing but silver feathers. Izuku, get back, Shota tried for stern, but his tone fell flat, his fear for his idiot son taking over. My, what have we here? A little hero wants to save his teacher. The mist that made the being's head flared up like a flame given oil. Izuku stood frozen, golden eyes wide with fear. That more than anything worried Shota. You don't want to do this, Izuku said shakily. And why not, little hero? The villain sounded far too amused for Shota's liking. Because, you are not in control of yourself, are you? Izuku frowned at the villain with an understanding that unsettled Shota. The villain's eyes widened, which was an odd sight for a face made of mist. Kurogyri, begin phase 2. The shouted order broke them all from their heated conversation. Shota flipped around, eyes scanning the large crowd of villains. It wasn't hard to find who must have shouted the order. The man looked young, with pale blue hair and hands protruding from his body. Kurogyri, apparently, nodded and began forming portals around his students. Shota tried to run forward. He tried to snag his children out of the way. But he wasn't fast enough. Within the blink of an eye his students were gone, and Kurogyri was standing next to the person who had called out the order. Shota ran down to meet the crowd head-on. His capture weapon fell loose around his neck with one hand gripping it while the other slid on his goggles. Shota could see at least 10 villains in his vicinity. It was easier than breathing to activate erasure, and a part of Shota wondered if he'd ever get tired of villains' reactions when they first realized their quirks were erased. They always got the most ridiculous expressions. 3 of them started pointing at the others suspiciously, as if their allies would have erased their quirks. Shota internally rolled his eyes at them. This is the group they gathered to attack UA? They seemed like idiots. Kyokujiro bit back nausea as she got her bearings. She would not recommend portal travel to anyone. Kyoka was not a fan of travel in general. Her parents often dragged her along to their concerts. Her father is a big-time guitarist and her mother is his manager, which means they travel a lot. Her quirk earphone jack makes public transport horrible. She always hears way too much. Hell, Kyoka got the SEC talk at 7 after hearing a salacious meeting in an airplane bathroom. But now, dry heaving after portal travel, Kyoka can honestly say she'd take an airplane. After a quick scan of her surroundings, Kyoka found herself right in the middle of the mountain biome of the USJ. Momo Yaoyorozu was to her left. She was laid out on the dirt with her fingertips pressed against her temple viciously. Kyoka winced in sympathy for the girl's evident headache. Off to the right, Kyoka noticed Denki Kaminari slumped against the artificial cliffside of the mountain. Clearly the blonde's landing was more violent than their own. Kyoka next noticed a group of 5 villains who were cornering them. They had nowhere to go, with the villains blocking the entrance of the plateau and the cliff at their backs. They were stuck. Kyoka backed up, slowly sliding her way towards Yamamoto, who had yet to notice the approaching villains. The villains were eyeing up Yamamoto's hero costume with far too much interest for a bunch of greasy adults. Once Kyoka had reached Yamamoto's side, she dropped into a crouch, making sure she was facing the villains. Yamamoto found her gaze immediately. The brunette looked at her in confusion, most likely wondering why Kyoka looked so grave when she normally held an air of unbothered calmness. "Jiro?" Yamamoto grimaced and her hand jolted against her temple as she realized the pain of speaking with her headache. "Sit up, slowly," Kyoka whispered. Yamamoto listened without protest, wavering slightly once she was fully sitting. The moment she noticed the villains that surrounded them, she stilled, her confusion leaving her face as she realized their situation. The villains had gained even more ground on them, now less than a meter away from their sides. "Arg," Kyoka shared a weary look with Yamamoto as Denki Kaminari woke up. "Ow," he mumbled. "Kaminari, get over here," Kyoka hissed. A villain with a silver metal head barked out a laugh, startling Kaminari so bad that he sent out tiny sparks from his hair. "The F-dash," he shouted. "Kaminari," Kyoka insisted. If they weren't surrounded by villains, she'd be screaming some colorful words at him, but for now she settled on saying his name with as much venom as she could. Thankfully, Kaminari listened, and he scrambled over to the girl's side. "What's the plan?" Kaminari asked, his eyes fixed on Yamamoto. "Me?" She looked at Kaminari like he had just asked her to single-handedly take down the villains. "You're the class rep?" "Yamamoto," Kaminari said. "I haven't trained for this," she said desperately. "Momo, it's all right. You're the smartest person in our class, surely you can come up with a plan. At the very least you've got a better chance than us," Kyoka said softly, brushing Yamamoto's bangs from her face. "I dash. Ah, the little heroes think they can fight us," the metal-headed villain said gleefully. Kyoka stood from her crouch so she could stand face to face with the villain who clearly thought himself the leader of the little group. "I wouldn't underestimate us if I were you, Rust Bucket," Kyoka said calmly. While the villain was focused on her words, she slipped an ear jack behind her neck, slowly lowering it to the ground in hopes to make contact with the rocky surface at her feet, though she knew activating her quirk on the cliffside was not their best bet. The villains barked out a laugh, all of them amused at her show of bravery. "How cute you thought we'd be that easily distracted. You keep moving that freaky earlobe of yours and my guys will slit your little girlfriend's throat," the metalhead said. Kyoka silently cursed as she pulled her ear jack back. Momo turned to Kaminari, and grabbed the collar of his jacket so she could yank him closer to her. "Kaminari, you think you could shock all these idiots in one blast?" she whispered. Kaminari blushed crimson at their closeness, but Momo decided to ignore it for now. "I can't control it. I'd hurt you both with a blast like that," he whispered back. "If I made an electric-resistant blanket to protect Jiro and I, could you do it?" she said, eyes lighting up with a plan. "Yeah," Kaminari brightened, relieved that he could help after all. And then, Yamamoto stood up next to Jiro, and began opening her costume. Kyoka shouted in surprise, before she grabbed Yamamoto's hands in a firm grip. "Are you crazy?" Her voice cracked from the force of her shout. "Jiro, I need more skin to produce something big enough," she said, fighting Jiro's grip. "Absolutely not, I am not gonna sit back and let these villains eye you up, Yamamoto," Jiro said with a glare. "We don't have much choice," Yamamoto said firmly. "DMN it," Kyoka shouted. "Fine, but I'm standing in front of you and you're putting on Kaminari's jacket the second you're done," she said, holding out a hand to Kaminari who blinked at her dumbly. "Kaminari, the jacket," she said. Kaminari jolted. "Oh, right." He slid out of his jacket and tossed it to Kyoka, who held it in front of Yamamoto so she could rip open her costume. Kyoka was sure her face was bright red as she looked anywhere but at Yamamoto. Thankfully, the blanket took hardly a second for Yamamoto to produce. When she was finished, Yamamoto pulled it out of her stomach quickly, and Jiro wasted no time in yanking the two of them down, covering them both with the tarp and sliding Yamamoto the jacket. "All right," Kaminari cheered. "Now that my friends are safe I can use my quirk, say bye-bye villains." Kaminari waved his hands, before he dropped them to his side, with his palms facing up. 100%, charge, his body erupted in lightning, the blast larger than any he'd done before. The lightning easily cleared their plateau, the villains knocked backwards and off the side of the mountain easily. Kyoka helped Yamamoto stand when she knew the blast was finished. Momo smiled at her in thanks, and Kyoka decided now was a great time to focus on Kaminari before she said something stupid. "Nice one, Denks," her compliment fell on deaf ears, as she knew it would. Kaminari's eyes were clouded over, the most obvious tell that his brain had short-circuited. The other main tell was the double thumbs up he was also doing. Is he alright? Yamamo asked in concern. Oh, this happens every time he uses too much electricity. He's been this way since we were kids. Kyoka waved off Momo's concern easily. She was well over the worry over Denki stage of her life. Hell, she was over it after the first month. Denki got his quirk from his mother, so Kyoka had been told about the drawbacks of his quirk years ago. Mrs. Kaminari had told all the neighbors about it the moment Kaminari's quirk manifested. It was the best way to ensure no one panicked when he went brain dead for a while. Kyoka rolled her eyes at her childhood friend. Come on, Guppy. Let's get off this mountain. Kaminari didn't respond besides his signature thumbs up. Hitoshi let out a string of curses as he roundhouse kicked another villain. Tokoyami had been knocked out towards the beginning of the fight. The DMN portal villain dropped them in a cave, which Dark Shadow took as permission to go apeshit. Fortunately, for Hitoshi and Mina at least, Dark Shadow knocked Tokoyami into the wall of the cave, effectively putting the both of them to sleep. Now, Mina and Hitoshi were standing back to back, fighting off what felt like an endless wave of villains in total darkness. The villains stopped responding to his questions early. Clearly they could see fine in the dark, and therefore were able to catch on to his quirk after only a couple successful brainwashes. Mina was using her acid sparingly, unwilling to risk melting the cave itself. She had no idea how structurally sound it was, so melting it could cause a collapse, which neither of them wanted. Especially when they had no idea where Tokoyami actually was, they didn't want to risk his life. Where are they coming from? Mina shouted with frustration that Hitoshi very much reflected. Hell if I know, but I'm getting real sick of this sheet, he grumbled, dodging another hit from the left. He was running on pure instinct. Years of training with Hawks had fine-tuned his reaction times. The hero had drilled into Hitoshi and Izuku how important it was to sense your surroundings. They'd spent hours blindfolded while dodging the hero's feathers. This situation wasn't dissimilar, though instead of fluffy feathers smacking him in the face it was various appendages belonging to villains. One of them had a knife, because it was currently sat wedged in Hitoshi's shoulder. He had no idea how the thing got jammed in the space between his joints, but thankfully the adrenaline was enough to completely mask the pain. You're not getting out of here alive, little heroes. We're unstoppable in the dark, a nasally voice said gleefully. Hitoshi couldn't help but smirk. The man sounded as intimidating as a broken squeaky toy. Nah, you're weak compared to us. Isn't that right, Ashido? Hitoshi smiled sweetly into the darkness. Please answer. Please please. PLE. Ha! How see you dash. Take out the villains in here and lead us out of this cave with our fallen ally. Thankfully the villain he had under control was strong enough to take care of the other villains. Within a handful of minutes he and Ashido had Tokoyami slumped over their shoulders and the villain knocked out at their feet. The cave entrance was at the base of the mountain, where villains were scattered around haphazardly. All of them were knocked out, and several had burns covering their skin. Hitoshi whistled, impressed at the carnage. Hitoshi was breathing harshly as he sat at the base of the cliff. Now that he could assess his shoulder he felt a lot better about it. The knife was way smaller than he'd initially thought, though that didn't mean it didn't hurt like hell to have a blade jammed into his shoulder. Hitoshi, Ashido called his attention to her shaking frame. She looked horrified. Her pink skin almost white with fear. Ashido? His brow furrowed as he scanned her for injuries. Aizawa-sensei, she pointed ahead of them with a shaky hand. Hitoshi really didn't want to look. Nevertheless, his wary gaze followed her direction. Dad, he choked, tears already welling up. Izuku landed softly on the shorebank with Uraraka and Tsu held securely in his arms. Once he stabilized himself, he set the girls down easily, both of whom were shaken up from the flight off of the sinking ship. It had been laughably easy to evade the trap the villains had tried to set. It took Izuku less than 2 minutes to get them off of the ship after assessing their situation. If Izuku hadn't been there, he was sure Tsu could have easily handled it. Whoever thought putting an aquatic student in a water zone was clearly not fit to call themselves a villain. Thanks, Yamada, Uraraka said as she bent over her knees, panting from the aftershock of her panic. We'd be goners without you. She's right, Ribbit, Tsu said as she rubbed Uraraka's back comfortingly. Oh please, you guys would have been fine. I just sped things up a bit. Izuku brushed off their gratitude as he assessed their new situation. The three of them were positioned a good distance from any of the villains. Several meters in front of them, Izuku could just make out the unmistakable form of his father. Eraserhead's capture weapon was flying around like it had a mind of its own. Countless villains were splayed out amongst the ground, various wounds littering their bodies. Shota barely looked fazed. The only sign he was tired was the redness in his eyes, which Izuku could barely make out through the man's goggles. Izuku stared in confusion as the villain who could only be the leader approached Shota. The man seemed entirely unafraid. He was saying something to Shota that Izuku couldn't hear from this distance, but the way his father's shoulders tensed was enough to know that the villain was getting to him. And then, to Izuku's horror, Shota's hair flopped out of form, the anti-gravity field around his eyes dropping with the man's blink. The villain cackled loud enough to be heard from Izuku's spot at the shore. The sound reminded him of nails on a chalkboard. The villain grabbed Shota's elbow, grinning smugly as Aizawa desperately blinked his dried-out eyes. "Aizawa-sensei!" Uraraka screamed in panic, as the three students witnessed the brutal scene of Eraserhead's arm crumbling away at the elbow. Izuku took flight without conscious thought, his wings beating faster than they ever have before. He was sure some feathers had fallen out by the sheer force he'd used to take off. But he couldn't be bothered to worry about the lost feathers, all he cared about was getting to his father. The villain didn't see Izuku's fast approach. He was too focused on his task to process the speed at which Izuku was careening towards him. So, he had no time to defend against Izuku as he slammed into his side fast enough to upheave him from the ground entirely. "What the?" The villain sneered as he struggled in Izuku's grip. The teenager had such a tight hold on him that his hands couldn't even attack Izuku. Izuku carried the villain over to the glass dome of the USJ and used every ounce of strength within him to throw him at the glass. The dome shattered from the impact, leaving behind a small hole where the villain broke through, which was impressive considering the dome was designed to withstand strength quirks that could rival All Might. Izuku brought himself back to his father's side before he let himself land. His shoulders were aching, unused to the speed he'd put them through. Shota's condition was much worse than Izuku originally thought. His elbow was almost entirely decayed, the flesh and muscle stripped away to reveal bone. His father wasn't conscious, though that was no surprise. The pain alone would have been enough to take down anyone. Izuku knew he was crying, though for once he didn't care enough to stop the tears. My little hero, you pack quite a lot of force in such a tiny body." Izuku spun around in time to witness the villain walk out of a portal. He was a bit cut up, small scratches covered his body and his costume had tiny rips from the glass, but he seemed completely unfazed. "How?" Izuku choked down his fear, refusing to let it show on his face. "We are the League of Villains, a little heroing like you can't take us down." He laughed before he clapped his hands. "Kurogyri, I think this hero deserves to meet my Nomu." The man grinned, his teeth stained red from his blood. Izuku silently congratulated himself on making the villain bite his tongue. "Of course, Shigaraki," and then a new portal opened, the mist villain stepping aside to reveal the largest creature Izuku had ever seen. It was an abomination, it wasn't natural, that much would be obvious to anyone who was unfortunate enough to see the thing. The being had no eyes, and yet, when Izuku looked at it, his mind was filled with the onslaught of the being's quirks. Super speed, super strength, regeneration. How on earth? Izuku choked back nausea as a headache overtook him. "Nomu, kill the winged student." Shigaraki ordered and Izuku lost all ability to think. The Nomu moved in a heartbeat, its massive black body was a blur as it moved to attack Izuku. Izuku was a beat too slow in taking flight, he was barely a meter from the ground when a large clawed hand snatched his ankle and slammed Izuku into the ground. Izuku threw up on impact, the force flipping his inside so violently that his vision widded out. Before he could get his bearings, the Nomu lifted Izuku from the ground and slammed him right back down. Izuku was smashed back and forth like this. His vision tinted red from the blood that had seeped into his eyes. He was sure his ankle under the monster's grip was shattered, and his wings. His wings were so badly damaged that Izuku couldn't feel them anymore. On the next smash, Izuku let out a wail as his back cracked against the solid ground. This was agony. Suddenly, everything stopped. The grip against his ankle loosened and Izuku fell to the ground with no resistance. "You really are so cool, Eraserhead," Shigaraki said with a slow clap. Izuku gasped. His dad was awake? He had no idea how that was even possible. "Don't," Shota coughed before he tried speaking again, "don't touch my students, bstrd." Shigaraki laughed again. My, the hero has bite left in him. "Nomu, kill Eraserhead." The Nomu's quirks were erased, but it wasn't enough. The creature had enough power on its own to do the damage necessary to interrupt Aizawa's blink. Izuku scrambled to sit up, ignoring the black spots in his vision as he kept his gaze locked on his father's form. Shota, for his part, managed to meet Izuku's gaze. His goggles had slipped off at some point while Izuku wasn't watching. "Izuku, run!" His father called out, and then the Nomu slammed his head into the ground hard enough to shatter Shota's skull. "No," Izuku whispered, his tone so frightened that he could barely speak. "No," Izuku staggered as he stood up. All he could think about was his father, who was surely dead after that. And then, Izuku heard his brother's screams across the field. Hitoshi was running towards them, set on vengeance. Izuku's agony slipped away, his pain all but disappeared in that instant. He would not let his brother die. He wouldn't lose anyone else. He was going to save them. White flames erupted from Izuku's form, the flames so overpowering that it caused Shigaraki to take several panicked steps away from Izuku. The flames wove themselves around Izuku, and, with a mind of their own, they took the form of a new set of wings, right beside his silver, damaged ones. Izuku ignored all of this, in favor of using the wings of flame to his advantage. Get away from him. Izuku spoke loud enough to be heard by all those who stood on the field around them, and yet, his tone was soft-spoken, a quiet promise rather than a booming command. Izuku shot through the air, a trail of flames lagging behind him as he went. The Nomu didn't move away as Izuku approached him. The bird-like creature had not been given an order from Shigaraki, and so it was helpless as Izuku landed a blow into its side. The flames from Izuku's wings jumped into the Nomu. Izuku dropped to his feet once his mode of flight was gone, but he didn't stagger. He watched with concentration as the Nomu's body absorbed the flames. Once the fire was fully absorbed, the Nomu slouched forward, before it let out one devastating screech of pain. The sound was loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the USJ. Countless eyes took in the sight of the powerful being as it screamed before it fell to the ground. The flames drew out of the Nomu once it was dead. They leapt back to Izuku with a strange exuberance. Izuku took the flames back into himself easily. The teenager didn't even seem to notice as they took form as wings once more. Izuku used the flames to fly back over to his father's side. Izuku was right, Shota wasn't breathing anymore. His skull was so damaged that he was certain his father had died on impact. Izuku dropped to his knees at his father's side. Kaken, save him like I saved Kaken. He thought back to that day. What had he done? You're going to live, Dad. Wake up. He whispered. The white flames erupted from his hands, his wings of fire losing size as the flames in his hands grew stronger. The flames formed a ball between his open palms, allowing him to gently push it into Shota's chest. Just like Bakugo, the flames slipped into Shota's chest, his body emitting a light glow to it as the flames took in his pain. Izuku watched through the haze of pain as Shota's skull repaired itself. What? What is happening? Kurojiiri, stop that brat. Shigaraki shouted out the order, and moved to attack Izuku, who didn't bother blocking his hand as it approached the back of his head. A bang echoed off the walls of the USJ. Izuku felt something warm and wet splash against the back of his neck. He absent-mindedly wiped it off as he kept his focus on his father's healing form. Shigaraki wailed behind him, and Kurojiiri shouted an order to retreat. Within seconds the villains who could still stand were leaving the arena through portals. By the time they had all exited fully, the flames were just beginning to draw out of Shota. Izuku sighed in relief as he accepted the flames gratefully. And as his mind whited out from the sudden burst of agony, he could just barely comprehend the breath Shota took as he blinked awake before he fell unconscious, slumped over his father's form, asleep at last. Nizu was out for blood. All Might's blood specifically. Nizu had made it clear to the bumbling idiot that just because the Hero Commission had forced him to accept the #1 hero as staff did not mean the man could do whatever he pleases. And now, worst of all, the man hadn't bothered to show up to his lesson with Aizawa and 13. Nizu found himself silently raging as he waited for the #1 hero to show up. Finally, an entire hour behind schedule, All Might waltzed into his office like there wasn't a care in the world. Nizu's nose twitched from his annoyance as he silently sat at his desk with his legs dangling off the front so his paws could grasp his teacup unencumbered. Hey, Ratman. Where's Aizawa at? He wasn't in his classroom. All Might waltzed up to Nizu's desk and snatched up a ginger biscuit from the tray Nizu kept stocked at all times for his tea-time snacks. Nizu's nose twitched faster. Tashinori, he began, taking a sip from his teacup as the man gaped at the use of his first name. It's awfully brave of you to come here and make demands of me, he said smoothly. It's All Might, Rat. Tashinori said briskly. And you didn't answer my question. Tashinori, do you even realize the position you're in? The man's eyebrow raised, which Nizu figured meant the man did not. You are an hour late, Aizawa's class has already begun. You are arrogant and stupid. How much time did you waste today? How much of your power do you even still wield? Nizu said, internally patting himself on the back as Tashinori flinched. What's more, my students have been attacked. What? Thankfully, Tashinori paled at the news. The man may be arrogant, but he wasn't heartless. A group of villains who introduced themselves as the League of Villains raided the USJ at the beginning of the lesson. My students were attacked, several were injured, Aizawa and 13 nearly lost their lives, and where were you? Nizu set his teacup aside, and stood, his height standing just below Toshinori's large frame due to the abnormally large height of his desk. I was dash. You were wasting time playing hero, interrupting heroes, and stealing the limelight from them. Nizu cut him off. You ran out your quirk's clock, leaving you useless, and now you dare come here and demand to know where Aizawa's class is? Nizu folded his arms, glaring fiercely at the shriveled-up hero. I'm truly sorry, Nizu. I didn't mean dash. Sorry isn't good enough. You will do better, Toshinori, or you will be banned from UA, Hero Commission be Dmed. Nizu shouted. Now get out. You are not needed today. Toshinori walked out of the office without another word, effectively chided. Nizu sighed in relief, and padded over to the office phone. Was that mean enough for you? He asked, grinning mischievously. Oh, Nizu. Sho is gonna love this recording. Thanks man. Hisashi said gleefully. But of course, Hisashi. I wanted to yell at him anyway, the incentive for your husband was just a bonus, Nizu laughed. Yes, he'll be very grateful. For now though, I'm gonna go check on my idiot son. He just woke up apparently. Hisashi hung up after that, leaving Nizu in silence in his office. He slumped into his desk chair, the stress finally overtaking him. With this new group of villains, he could only hope they learned their lesson, and that they wouldn't attack them anymore. Nizu continued drinking his tea as he glanced at the photos of the Aizawa Yamada family on his shelf. He could only hope the villains didn't retaliate against them, that family had been through more than enough. Katsuki Bakugo was not weak. He'd taken down the villains surrounding him and his small group of classmates easily. They hadn't even managed to land a hit before Katsuki had blown them all sky high. He had been deposited with Kirishima and Siro, both of whom had watched him in awe as he took down the small group of villains. Perhaps that was why the three of them were able to silently scout out the battlefield around them. They had helped where they could, ambushing villains like silent assassins. Katsuki had been highly amused at how easy it was for a bunch of teenagers to take out full-grown adults claiming to be villains. Their silent position over the battlefield allowed them the perfect spectator opportunity. The three watched the bloody scene their teacher and classmate underwent in frozen horror. Katsuki had been rendered speechless at the sight of it. There was so much blood. In a matter of seconds both their teachers had been taken out easily by the villains. 13 had been attacked by her own quirk early on in the fight, and now Aizawa was crushed under the disgusting bird creature. Most distressingly, Katsuki couldn't help but recognize the fire that Deku used on their teacher. He remembered those flames, though he had thought they were a dream. Katsuki stared in wonder as they healed their teacher. And suddenly he realized there was more to Deku than he'd thought. Because he knew that those flames had helped him. He may not have been conscious, but he just knew it. Katsuki vowed from that moment to pay close attention to Deku. There was more to the winged teen than meets the eye, and Katsuki was going to figure him out come hell or high water. Shota hadn't left his son's bedside. He had ran in with the doctors once the ambulance had arrived. He'd practically forced his way into the hospital room the doctors promised his son would be brought to after surgery. It had taken several hours for the surgeon to fix the damage in Izuku's ankle and back. He needed pins in his ankle, which wasn't surprising considering the strength of the Nomu. And his back needed careful reconstruction if Izuku was ever going to have a chance of walking again, let alone flying. When his son had finally been wheeled into the hospital room, Aizawa broke into silent tears. His son was in a full body cast, his wings had even been carefully wrapped. Your son is strong, sir. The surgeon said when Aizawa had calmed down enough to listen to him. His regeneration is very impressive. The moment we realigned his back and ankle, his body had already begun stitching itself back together. The cast is purely precautionary. At the rate he's healing, he'll be right as rain in a day or so. Shota had gaped at the man, unprepared for the revelation that his son had regeneration powers. Thank you, the surgeon nodded and left him after that. Shota watched over his son in silence, messaging his husband and son updates on Izuku's condition through the night. Hitoshi had wanted to join him, but Hisashi joined Shota in insisting Hitoshi stay home and rest. That didn't stop his insomniac son from texting him constantly with questions on Izuku's condition, however. By the next morning, Shota's phone had completely died, and Shota himself hadn't slept a wink. He was sure to get an earful from Hitoshi when he next saw him. At 7 in the morning Izuku finally woke up. Dad, his gasped words were cut off by a grunt of pain as Izuku's body informed him on its condition. It's all right, Izuku. I'm fine. Shota carefully leaned into his son's vision. He couldn't hold his hand like he wanted to, as his son's arms were secured in the cast at the moment. Is the class okay? Izuku's eyes were clouded. Shota was fairly certain Izuku wasn't even fully conscious right now. Shota couldn't help but sigh fondly at his self-sacrificing son. Of course, the child in a full body cast was more preoccupied with the condition of his classmates than his own. Yes, Izuku. Everyone's fine thanks to you. Please don't make a habit of this. Shota sighed. That's good. I'm glad everyone's okay. Izuku slipped away again, a soft satisfied smile on his face that brought relief to Shota. The man followed Izuku's example, drifting off to sleep right there in the visitor's chair, his head cushioned in the crook of his elbow at his son's side. Shigaraki's hand was bandaged as soon as they arrived back at base. The doctor had silently patched up the bullet hole as Shigaraki griped and ummed over the unfairness of it all. How did those BSTRD heroes even arrive at the USJ? He was certain none of those brats had escaped. Kurogiri had cut off their exit. Shigaraki had not realized that when Izuku had launched him through the dome, the sound of it had alerted Nizu's security system. Izuku had single-handedly saved them all with one move while the villain sat back in ignorance. Shigaraki had left behind dozens of villains, uncaring about a bunch of C-rank villains. Though he was miffed about the loss of his Nomu. Once he was patched up, Shigaraki brought his beaching to the rest of the league. He sat at the bar, nursing a glass of coke while he continued to rant to all who were unfortunate enough to be in earshot. It's not fair. How did that winged brat call for help? How did he heal Eraserhead? He was dead. Shigaraki used one hand to scratch at his neck violently as he continued to talk himself in circles. Tamura, finally, Shigaraki fell silent, much to the relief of the league. The box TV on the wall was on, and his master began talking to him. This winged child that got the drop on you, tell me everything, his master said. Sensei. That brat broke the rules, he called for help. Not about that, Tamura. Tell me about the boy. You mentioned he had wings and could heal? Tell me every detail you remember of this child. Of course, Sensei, Shigaraki was all too willing to comply, and by the time he was finished, all for one smiled wickedly at the TV screen in front of him. Finally, he thought. I've finally found you, Midoriya. It was late, well past 2 in the morning. Pro hero Takashita, the bamboo hero, was slumped against an alleyway dumpster. He couldn't move, not since the vigilante hero killer Stain jumped him. He had easily sliced into his back and paralyzed him. Within seconds the promising hero had been bested. Stain was monologuing, something that Takashita couldn't help but wonder if it was a normal habit of the man. Everyone knew of Stain, he was a ghost story spread throughout agencies all through Japan. Even Takashita, who was contracted through the Hero Association, had been warned of the killer's presence. He never would have thought he would be Stain's next victim. You will die like all the other sheep under the H.A, Stain said with a blood-stained smile. Perhaps that was where the name came from, Takashita thought numbly. He would curse out Stain if he had control over his voice. Stain lifted his katana over Takashita's chest, preparing to plunge it into his heart. Takashita could do nothing but wonder what had gone so terribly wrong in his life to drive a vigilante like Stendhal to change so drastically. The sword, surprisingly, didn't go into his chest. A sudden breeze stopped the blade from piercing his chest. Stain appeared startled by the sudden force, his crazed eyes darted around in an attempt at discovering the invisible barricade. Walk away, Kaizo Makaguro. The sudden voice surprised Stain enough to drop his katana entirely. Takashita's eyes widened at the voice that sounded to be coming from right above him. You dare? Stain growled, red-tinted spit leaving his mouth. I will not warn you again, the voice replied smoothly. This false hero deserves to bleed out. I will cull him like I've culled the others. You cannot stop me. Show yourself. Stain was screaming now, his pallid skin was purpling with his rage. And what makes you think you have any right to judge others? You are the false hero here. You are the one who abandoned your path to turn against your allies. Take this chance and go while you still draw breath. The voice sounded almost bored, which in and of itself was intimidating. And then, something wonderful happened. Takashita's leg twitched under him. His face remained impassive as he slowly began flexing his muscles. Somehow, Stain's quirk was wearing off. Takashita could only pray that the mysterious voice kept the hero killer distracted long enough for him to attack. It was a grueling wait, to silently stay still while he took back control of his body. Despite Stain not having his katana, he was still armed. He'd pulled out a jagged dagger at some point, and was brandishing it around himself rapidly. Despite the wide arch of his blade, he had yet to hit the invisible voice. The voice spoke up again, this time coming from behind Stain. The killer spun around, stabbing his dagger through the air where the voice had come from. Takashita sprung to his feet immediately. He used his quirk to summon a grove of bamboo around them, locking Stain in the intricate web of bamboo shoots. Takashita grinned in relief. Gotcha, he smirked. Stain looked at him impassively, eerily still for a moment, before a tooth-filled grin overcame his face. Takashita spared but a brief moment to frown in confusion, before Stain was free. He moved faster than Takashita had time to dodge. Within the blink of his eye, the jagged dagger had plunged into his throat. "No, it seems I got you," Stain cackled, before he ripped the dagger out of Takashita's neck. An arch of blood painted the dumpster behind him. Takashita fell into it, his back growing wet from his own blood. Stain picked up his katana, and disappeared the next second. Takashita blinked at the space he left behind dully. He thought dying would be painful, but he felt nothing as he drifted to sleep. It was oddly calming, to accept his end. As his eyes finally slipped closed, he barely registered a voice that whispered, "You're going to be okay, you're going to live." Class 1A were chatting excitedly a few days after the USJ. Class would be starting soon, and the teens were taking full advantage of their freedom before Aizawa would inevitably show up. Izuku sat awkwardly at his desk while his classmates surrounded him. He couldn't help but wonder if this was going to become a routine for their class. Izuku goes through something life-threatening, and then the class treats him like glass afterwards. "The way you took out Birdbrain was so impressive, Yamada," Uraraka said for the 7th time. "He even helped Aizawa." Ashido chimed in. "Would you all shut up?" Bakugo snapped, turning around to glare at the small crowd behind him. "Class is gonna start soon and you're all annoying as hell," he huffed. Izuku tried not to, honest, but his frazzled brain couldn't prevent the giggle that slipped past his lips. That was the most Kaken thing he'd heard Bakugo say since the USJ. The blonde had been oddly reserved since the attack. It had made Izuku's skin crawl. Bakugo just wasn't meant for silence, it was unsettling. What was worse than the silence though, was the constant stare the boy seemed to hold on Izuku. Bakugo had been watching him very intently and Izuku couldn't help but worry over the meaning behind it. Was he suspicious of Izuku? Did he somehow figure out who Izuku was? Those thoughts badgered him every time he caught those red eyes staring piercingly at him. Aizawa's arrival finally broke up the small crowd. Kaminari went back to his seat spluttering something about not being finished yet, but Izuku couldn't be bothered to listen to it. Instead, he lifted his gaze to his father, who leaned against the teaching desk calmly. "I have an announcement to make," he began, easily drawing the class attention. "Despite several protests against it, the Hero Commission has decided that this year's sports festival will not be postponed." Aizawa drawled, his eye twitching was the only indicator that he was livid with this development. "What?" Kirishima shouted, at the same time Ashido began ranting a mile a minute about how fun it would be. Several other students were also making their opinions known. Izuku, Bakugo, and Hitoshi were the only row that had nothing to say. Izuku pondered what the sports fest would draw. Hitoshi was too busy fuming over the commission's insistence of putting their class in the spotlight again, and Kami only knew what Bakugo was stewing about. The blonde was quietly staring at his desktop. "Quiet down," Aizawa sighed, and only once the class went quiet again did he continue. "As I was saying, the commission insists the sports festival continue to show that UA cannot be fazed by the villains. I have my own opinions on the matter, but I'll refrain from boring you all with it. All that being said, the sports fest is the day after tomorrow for first years." Once again the class erupted with excitement. Ida, being the only one who bothered to raise his hand, was called on by Aizawa to speak, effectively quieting the class once more. "Sir, is it true the sports fest will open the door for our internships?" he asked. Aizawa nodded. "Indeed, the sports fest is for agencies to scout the new students. Next week you'll be receiving a list of offers based on your performance. These offers will, as Ida said, open the doors for your internships. It's imperative you do your best if you want to get into the best agencies." Izuku's hand raised, much to his own surprise. Once Aizawa had called on him he asked, "What about those who plan on going underground?" Izuku knew for a fact Hitoshi and himself wanted to avoid the limelight. The same rules apply, the underground will be watching just as closely. This is the only time in your lives where undergrounders should stand out. If you want to go underground, you'll need to work harder than the limelight wannabes during the festival. That's your best bet at gaining the attention of the underground. Izuku grinned. He'd finally get the chance to truly break out in the underground scene. Further than his father, that is. "Go to lunch and be ready afterwards for more information. We've got a lot to cover before the sports fest," Aizawa said, releasing his students. When their door opened, however, they were intercepted. They'd barely made it out of their classroom before the hallway filled up. A barricade of students blocked either side of the hallway, trapping them. A teen that practically dripped smarmy seemed to be the leader of the gang that had trapped them. His blonde hair was coiffed, and his red yukata tie was replaced with a black and white tie covered in dice. Well, if it isn't Class 1A. The blonde smirked at them, his gaze scanning Izuku's class in judgment. "And who are you? Malibu Barbie?" Bakugo asked, appraising the blonde with a scowl. I'm the one who is going to win the sports festival. I merely thought I'd check out my competition first, he said with a glare. Though, now that I look at you, I don't think you'll be much competition at all. You think you can take us down? Kirishima said with a scrunch of his nose. You think I can't? It's obvious the rumors of your brush with villains was a lie. There's no way a bunch of weaklings like you survived a fight with villains, the blonde said, looking at Class 1A skeptically. Zero opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off by Hitoshi, who raised an eyebrow at the blonde before asking, You call us weak, but any one of us could take down the likes of you. How long do you think you'd last against us? He asked. You'd all be defeated before you had the ch. Admit you're weak and leave us alone, Hitoshi said, his quirk overpowering the blonde easily. I'm weak, the blonde said tonelessly, before he left without a word. Most of his classmates went with him, though an orange-haired girl stayed behind. I'm sorry about Monoma, I've tried to teach him manners but it's slow going, she said, sending a glare at Monoma's back. It's no problem, I have the feeling he'll be eating his words at the sports fest, Izuku said. The girl laughed, We'll see, I'm excited to see how you fare, it'll be a good challenge that's for sure, she said. Kendo, let's go, a girl with vines for hair interrupted them, drawing Kendo's attention from Class 1A. Well, you heard the girl, I've gotta run. Later. Kendo left with a wave, finally drawing out the remaining crowd. Is it just me, or are you guys fired up for the sports fest now? Kaminari said, releasing tiny sparks as he grinned at the class. Oh yeah, we'll destroy those losers, Bakugo smirked. Hell yeah we will. Kirishima piped up, slapping Bakugo's back. Bakugo glowered at him, but Kirishima ignored it. Izuku couldn't help but share a soft smile with Hitoshi, who rolled his eyes at the trio's exuberance. Izuku was excited for the sports fest too, he was determined to win it all. Izuku was going to prove that he could be a hero. He was going to make All Might eat his words. Izuku had one goal, he was going to do the entire thing without going invisible. He'd prove that he was more than capable of fighting without underhanded intangibility tactics. He couldn't wait to see All Might's face when he stood at the top of the podium. Kigo gaped at Aizawa in shock. Surely he had misheard the man, there was no way the commission was going through with the festival. He said as much to Aizawa, who nodded solemnly at him. That's what I said, he scowled. But the commission strong-armed Nizu. They were not happy with his treatment of All Might, and decided to take it out on my students. I can't help but think this is going to end horribly. Kigo looked towards the sitting room, where Namuri, Hisashi, Hitoshi, and Izuku were making a very impressive cuddle pile on the floor. The boys were asleep, Hitoshi was wrapped in Izuku's wings, and Namuri was brushing her fingers through the boy's hair, each of her hands stroking in sync to give proper attention to both teens. Hisashi was braiding Namuri's hair, quietly ranting about the commission. Even the cats were a part of the pile, each one attached to one of the teens, snuggled carefully in the crook of their necks. Haven't those kids been through enough? Of course they have, but you try telling the commission to change their minds. Aizawa knew full well Kigo would do no such thing. Just the thought of verbally going against the president and her band of sycophants was enough to cause full-body goosebumps. Yeah, I'll pass, thanks. Kigo drawled. Aizawa rolled his eyes at him, before standing. It's a big day tomorrow, you staying the night? Kigo looked at the cuddle pile, his mind quickly made. Yeah, can't leave them hanging, they look like they could use another set of wings, he whispered conspiratorially. Aizawa's lip quirked in the barest hint of a smile. I guess you have to stay then, wouldn't want to leave the family hanging, he said, before exiting the kitchen. Kigo was frozen in place, the realization that this was his family was startling. It was silly, only now figuring that out after several years with the Aizawa Yamada household as staples in his life. It was Namuri who finally got him to move, she caught his eye easily from her position on the floor. She smiled softly at him, and nodded towards the space next to Hisashi, the invitation clear. Kigo smiled back, draining the remainder of his tea in one last sip before he stood up and silently joined the cuddle pile. Are you going to be there tomorrow? Namuri spoke softly, her gentle voice causing Izuku and Hitoshi to sigh in content. Kigo ignored the rage that the sports festival brought on and spoke evenly, Madam President herself couldn't keep me away. Namuri grinned, her eyes lit with mischief, oh I have no doubt. Kigo smiled smugly at her, before his exhaustion began to catch up with him. Kigo easily directed his feathers over the group, weaving a makeshift blanket from the feathers. Hisashi tucked himself securely under the blanket, muttering incoherent thanks before he fell asleep. It's okay to sleep you know, we won't bite, Namuri's voice was thick with humor. Kigo raised a brow at her, confused as to what made her assure him of that fact out of nowhere. You're tense, Kay. You have been since Shota told you about the sports fest. I swear to you, the kids will be fine. None of us are going to let anything happen to them. Kigo blinked at her in surprise. He hadn't noticed it before, but now that she'd mentioned it he realized just how tense he actually was. His jaw was locked, teeth grinding against each other without his notice. With the absence of his feathers his soldiers were stiff as well. Kigo couldn't help but feel gratitude for Namiri. She truly was the mother hen of their little family unit. Kigo had never had a mother, he never had a family at all. Perhaps that was why the news of the USJ attack and subsequent sports festival had shaken him so hard. Now he had something to fear, something to lose. Thanks, Nem, Kigo muttered softly, before he joined the others in their sleep. Good night, Kay, Nem whispered into the silent air, that soft smile returning to her face. Shota walked in then, carrying a massive blanket with him. He smiled fondly at the group, before he finally joined them, spreading the blanket over everyone, and carefully crawling in the small space left between Namiri and Hisashi. Namiri could only assume all that practice crawling in and out of his sleeping bag was what made him so silent in his action. Night, Nem, Shota whispered. Night, Sho, Namiri responded just as softly, before finally closing her eyes. Tomorrow would be stressful, every one of the family unit would be riddled with nerves, but for now, they were calm, and that was all any of them could hope for. Hero Killer Stain, the man in front of him spoke his name with heavy sarcasm. Clearly, he didn't actually respect Chisum, but that was fine, it was great even, Chisum didn't respect him either. All for one's little whelp, he greeted back. The man's eyes narrowed, have you thought more on our offer? Chisum inspected the blade of his katana, an intimidation tactic he'd been using for years. I don't recall any offers being made. The man began scratching his neck, flakes of skin fell off as he did so, leaving Chisum to wonder if the manchild knew what lotion was. Do not play coy, Stain, he snarled, or rather, tried to. It sounded far too whiny to do anything but make him look more like a toddler, rather than the villain he was so desperately trying to portray. Fret not, there is no play here. You never gave me an offer, merely poorly thought out threats, Chisum said, still keeping his gaze on his katana as he turned it over in his hands a few times. Enough of this. Will you join us or not? Shigaraki said. Chisum's false serenity melted off his face, leaving behind a coldness that he usually held when he was hunting. The day I join your gaggle of criminals is the day I cut off my own head. It's the League of Villains. You arrogant BSTRD. Call it whatever you want, it doesn't change the fact that you're all fools. You claim to have purpose, to want to destroy All Might. Yet you needlessly attack children. With numbers like yours you could quell this world of false heroes in a week, and yet you waste it focusing your energy on All Might. I pity you, All for One has got you so well trained that you don't even realize you've been tamed. Chisum finally had taken his eyes off his katana, his murderous glare matching Shigaraki's in full force. You dare, he wailed, his neck had begun bleeding during Chisum's rant. Shigaraki clearly didn't mind the pain, which was further evidence towards Chisum's point that they were aimless, mindless mutts. Shigaraki, it seems we won't be making an alliance with Stain, let us leave now, before things escalate beyond repair, Kurojairi said, appearing behind Shigaraki through his mist. But I want him dead. Shigaraki whined. Be that as it may, Master wants the hero killer alive, and so we shall leave him. So, Kurojairi said. Shigaraki pouted, before marching through the mist without another word. Chisum's lip quirked into a smirk, he couldn't believe this was the might of All for One's heir. I urge you to reconsider our offer of allyship, reach out to us if you change your mind, you know who to go to should you want to contact us. Kurojairi left without waiting for Chisum's response. Stain, alone in the warehouse at last, broke out in a cackle. He had been nervous at first, that the League would kill All Might, that their power to attack UA signified their power to take down the one true hero. Now, Stain knows they were no match for All Might. They had no chance against him, and so Stain's wish to be killed by All Might remained unthreatened. UA was packed the next morning, students had arrived early, everyone eager for the sports fest, civilians had arrived shortly after the students, the large crowd had easily been directed to the stadium. The students were practically vibrating with excitement, even the higher years who would not be competing until later in the week were excited. The sports festival was critical in their hero society. The best way to make a name for yourself was to stand out in the festival. This was their debut as heroes, despite them not having names yet, and competing without costumes. The sports festival was their chance to finally prove they were capable of becoming heroes. The Aizawa Yamada household had arrived early on campus, the teachers knowing Izuku would drive himself crazy with nerves if he didn't get there as soon as possible. Hitoshi, surprisingly, had also been stressed out that morning, no sign of his usually chill demeanor in sight. To further distract their sons, Shota had stationed them at the locker rooms to prepare things for the students. The boys had taken up the task with no resistance, Clearly both were happy to have a secluded area to decompress before the crowd inevitably overwhelmed them. Izuku, Hitoshi's voice broke Izuku out of his focus. He frowned at the empty basket in his hands. He had been taking care packages out of it and setting them aside for the students. He hadn't realized he'd emptied the basket. Yeah, he muttered his response as he pushed the empty basket aside and pulled over the next one. You're going to win this, right? Izuku's golden eyes widened as he assessed his brother. Hitoshi was staring at him with his eyebrows pinched. Toshi, you didn't seem to care this much about the sports fest the other day? Hitoshi, to Izuku's immense surprise, reddened. I don't care. Aha, Suyer, Izuku sassed. This wouldn't have anything to do with Class 1B riding hour but in front of our classroom, does it? Izuku internally smirked when Hitoshi's eyes burned with his annoyance. Checkmate. He's just so infuriating. How dare he challenge us like that? You don't understand, Zu, I need you to put that arrogant BSTRD in his place. This was very interesting to Izuku. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen Hitoshi this ruffled. This arrogant BSTRD wouldn't happen to be that loudmouth blonde, would it? Izuku raised an eyebrow as Hitoshi's face grew impossibly redder. You have to admit, Zu, that guy was an a-hole, he whined. And that more than anything was enough to have Izuku gapping at his brother. My ears are burning. Hitoshi spun around so fast that Izuku got whiplash on his behalf. The blonde was currently leaning against the doorframe, smirking at Hitoshi as he watched the purple-haired insomniac squirm. What are you doing here? Hitoshi bit out. Oh, my apologies, was this locker room reserved for you two disgusting lovebirds? A-hole blonde raised a pale eyebrow at the two, his snark so thick that Izuku was almost tempted to smack him, then his words registered and he was turning green. The F-dash? Hitoshi's voice had lost all venom, his own disgust and shock at the blonde's words briefly overtaking his mind. Oh? Did I offend you, Violet? The blonde looked far too smug for Izuku's liking. And why, pray tell, do you think it's at all appropriate to call my brother and I lovers? Hitoshi snarled, valiantly ignoring the Violet comment. Finally, the blonde looked taken aback. Brother? You must be joking, he squinted at them, as if waiting for them to yell out, psych, when they did nothing more than glare at him deadpan, his jaw dropped. Well, sheet. You two look nothing alike, he muttered. Are you done? Or will you continue to dig your grave? Hitoshi said icily. The blonde's eyes alighted with his own agitation, matching Hitoshi's glare. Surprisingly, he didn't answer Hitoshi's question. Clearly he had learned his lesson after getting brainwashed in the hall. Monoma. Stop harassing them, it's embarrassing. Izuku blinked at the girl's arrival. He hadn't even heard her come in. Oh please, Kendo, the only embarrassment here are these two dash. Monoma's rant was interrupted by Kendo's quirk-enlarged hand smacking him. I'm very sorry, you too. I have tried to rein him in, but it's much more difficult than it would seem. Izuku wondered how often she had to give the same speech after Monoma offended someone. Hitoshi smirked at the blonde. No worries, Kendo. My brother and I understand there isn't a cure for rabies. It's very honorable of you to take care of the mutt while he's unfixable. Kendo shared a conspiring grin with Hitoshi, while Izuku sat back and gaped at his brother. He'd never seen Hitoshi this pressed before. It was highly fascinating to him. He couldn't help but feel excited to see where this dynamic would go in the future. To say Izuku was taken aback was an understatement. He was baffled. Shoto Todoroki had managed to stun the entirety of Class 1A with a single sentence. It had only been a couple hours since the Monoma confrontation. Class 1A had barely all gathered together when Todoroki had waltzed over to Izuku with an air of arrogance that could rival Monoma's. Yamada, I just want you to know that I'm going to beat you today. That was what Todoroki had said to him in the crowded locker room. Izuku truly hadn't thought the usually reserved Todoroki had it in him. Izuku stared into the bicolored eyes with intrigue. Todoroki's eyes held a story in them. One filled with pain and determination stemmed from that pain. He wasn't even thinking about the large scar on his face. No, it was the sheer force of the man's quirk that he'd already assessed before, but now it was much more intense, with the context of the boy's sheer drive to beat him of all people. Izuku matched his stubborn look with one of his own. I look forward to seeing you try, he responded. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at him, internally warring over his response, before he nodded once, slowly at Izuku. Then, thankfully, the other boy's weighted glare was drawn away from him. With him gone, Izuku noted the stubborn glare that Bakugo was giving him. He couldn't help but wonder what crawled up his butt and died to make him so angry. Thankfully, Bakugo's heated glare was pulled away by the arrival of Aizawa. The man, as always, didn't acknowledge the tense atmosphere in the room, choosing instead to fulfill his purpose of coming. In a few minutes you'll all be in the main field. You'll all be briefed on the challenges you'll be facing, as well as the rules we expect you all to abide by. You've all faced more than the other students out there combined. I expect you to show them why Class 1A is superior. Izuku. Izuku startled as his father called him out. As the student with the highest score on the entrance exam, you'll be asked to give the opening speech. Izuku tensed at that, because he was not informed of this fact earlier. Izuku nodded at Aizawa, knowing if he spoke he'd probably curse the man who he was sure had done this just to mess with Izuku. Shota smiled, a tiny barely perceptible thing, before continuing on his rant. Izuku tuned out the rest of his speech, choosing to focus instead on what on earth he was going to say in front of a huge crowd of people. Izuku ran different options through his mind, rapidly trying to come up with a halfway decent speech he could say to a crowd of strangers. At some point, Aizawa finished his monologue, and Izuku was gently dragged by the elbow to the stadium. Izuku made a mental note to thank Hitoshi for his help later. For now, he was far too focused on not panicking. Good Muru earning. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts by the violent tremor that only Hisashi's quirk can create. Izuku blinked through the mental fog he'd trapped himself in to realize he was surrounded by the other first years. There had to be hundreds of them, all jittery and anxious to prove themselves. The stadium they were standing in was much larger than he'd expected. Growing up, the sports fest on the TV always looked small, in actuality it was massive. The ground was entirely cement, courtesy of Cementos. The walls were easily 3 stories high, pure cement as well. Above the walls the stadium seats began. Rows upon rows of seating that made the Roman Colosseum look like a child's play set. There wasn't an empty seat in sight. Izuku had no concept of how many people were in the stadium at that moment, but he'd guess it was close to 100,000 people. In the middle of the seating was the viewing box, where Izuku knew Shota and Hisashi were. They were in charge of commentating throughout the festival, something Izuku knew Hisashi bribed Shota to agree to. "We've got one hell of a sports festival for you guys lined up today." Hisashi's voice boomed, the sound waves echoing off the walls. Izuku winced in sympathy for his father who had to be sitting right next to Hisashi. "We're starting off with a speech from the smartest firstie of the year. Izuku Yamadea, oh yeah." Out of nowhere, Namuri stepped into Izuku's view, a wicked smile on her face as she snatched up his hand and dragged him to a small stage. Barely a meter across with only a single microphone resting on it. Izuku internally rolled his eyes at it, having a sneaking suspicion this too was his parents' doing. "You'll do fine, Angel," Namuri whispered to him, and then she pushed him onto the small stage and grinned at him. Izuku stared at the microphone in trepidation. As if the object could come alive and attack him. He cleared his throat, and winced as the microphone whined in protest, the loud ring almost as piercing as present Mix Quirk. 100,000 people went silent, causing goosebumps to spread over Izuku's arms. Here goes nothing, he thought before steeling himself. "Good morning," he begins. An eyeless face perceived his television with unrestrained glee. The boy didn't look the same, in fact almost every aspect of the child had changed. His green curls had been replaced with uncanny straight white hair, those green eyes that had belonged to his mother were gone. His frame was no longer bony and malnourished. In fact, the only thing that hadn't changed were the freckles that still painted his cheeks. All for one laughed until the machines keeping him functioning had to kick into overdrive to bring his lungs back to normal. The villain couldn't remember the last time he'd been this entertained. Little Izuku Midoriya, the one that got away, finally found again. "My whole life, I've heard that the quirk makes the hero," Izuku's voice carried through the small room all for one was stationed in. The hum of the machines accompanying the gentle voice of the child he'd been searching for. "Personally, I think that's bullshit," the crowd gasped in indignation, and all for one smirked. "Quirks are useful, sure, but they aren't what makes the hero. UA trains us to be heroes, they train our quirks and our minds to make us the best heroes we can be. But what of those without quirks? Why do we push them aside? Ignore them in favor of the more gifted children? No, the quirk doesn't make the hero, the heart does. Therefore, I'm going to win this sports festival. And I'm going to do it without my quirk." Izuku stepped off the stage, and all for one's booming laugh shook the room. Oh yes, he was excited to witness the marvel that was Izuku. Soon he'd have that magnificent child broken at his feet. Soon, he'd witness the power of heaven in his own fingertips. For now, though, he'd gladly witness the marvel that was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku made his way back to his class when his speech was finished. The crowd was reeling in their shock at his, admittedly arrogant, words, but he ignored it. Izuku walked past Hitoshi, ignoring his brother's attempt at speaking to him. He ignored Kaminari, who was valiantly attempting to gain his attention. He walked until Bakugo blocked his path wordlessly. Izuku stared up at him, something that still made him upset. Why couldn't he be a few inches taller? Bakugo was staring at him pensively, clearly working over a puzzle that only he could see. Eventually, he seemed to have made a decision, as suddenly his hand raised between them, a clear invitation. Izuku looked at Bakugo's determined face, and decided now was not the time to snub him. So, Izuku raised his own hand, and met Bakugo's in a friendly shake. Good speech, Deku, and then Bakugo released his grip and walked away without a word. Izuku blinks after Bakugo for a few moments, before he shakes himself off and continues on his original path. Hantashiro was gaping after Bakugo, so he missed when Izuku stopped in front of him. Eventually he notices the small angel of Class 1A, and his expectant look towards him. It dawns on Shiro that Izuku must have spoken to him. Huh? Izuku folds his arms as he shakes his head in amusement. I asked if you would lend me some tape. Shiro scrunched his nose in confusion. I'm not sure I follow. My wings, I need to tie them up if I'm going to make a point. Izuku said, gesturing to the large appendages that fluttered behind him. You want me to tape your wings? Shiro's shout drew the attention of the surrounding students, who started whispering around them in surprise. Did you miss that part of my speech where I mentioned I won't be using my quirk? Izuku raised an eyebrow at Shiro. Well yeah, but my tape is way strong, man. It could harm your wings. Shiro scanned the area around them, panicked, not wanting to be the reason Yamada's wings got damaged. Thankfully, he spots his salvation, one Yamamo, who was watching the two with curiosity. Yamamo, come over here. Shiro yelps at her, and, thankfully, she comes over. What's up? She asks. Yamada wants me to tape his wings, but I was hoping you could come up with something so that we don't have to do that. Shiro said, pleading with his eyes for their class president to save him. Yamamo thinks for a few minutes, her mind going over different options, before she finally comes up with an idea. I have just the thing. She grins at Izuku, who she can't help but admire how serious the boy was about making people understand his views on quirks. It wasn't hard to produce the object she was thinking of, and Izuku was more than happy to use the item once she'd explained what it does. It was a soft leather HRNSS, which would perfectly fit Izuku to not only keep his wings confined behind his back, but to also accentuate his slim waist and shoulders. The HRNSS was easy to slip on, each buckle securing how it was supposed to. Izuku insisted she made it as tight as possible, to eliminate all chance of his wings being used at any point of the day. Yamamo and Shiro tag-teamed the task of securing the HRNSS. It took around 5 minutes to tighten the various straps into place, and when they were finally secured Yamamo couldn't help but smirk. There were 3 straps around Izuku's waistline. They were the load-bearing straps of the contraption. There were 2 straps that crossed over his chest, which tightened his gym uniform in a way that showed his neck and collarbones more prominently. The straps holding his wings were carefully crisscrossed over the folded appendages in a way that securely pinned them to his back. The black of the leather was a striking contrast to the silver of his wings. Yamamo grinned as she noticed several of their classmates gaping at Izuku, who looked like sin personified. DMNZU, you look hot like that, Hitoshi whistled at his brother, who blushed at him. That is not the point of the HRNSS, Hitoshi. Izuku protested. Doesn't matter, you still look hot, Hitoshi smirked. Izuku rolled his eyes at his brother, refusing to entertain his brother's teasing. He's right, you do look really good, Kaminari said, his face cherry red. Izuku matched his blush. Would you all stop? I'm trying to make a statement here. Izuku whined. Well folks, after that display I'm sure I'm not the only one who wants to see what Izuku Yamada has in store. So let's get this party started. Present Mike called out, thankfully rescuing Izuku from his embarrassment. You ready to win this thing, Izuku? Hitoshi whispered as he took his brother's side. You know I am, Toshi. The first task of the sports festival is, Hisashi paused, reveling in the drama of it. The Hero Warrior Obstacle Course. Izuku's eyes gleamed as the massive TV above them began showing images of the obstacle course. Izuku had watched reruns of Ninja Warrior as a kid. He was fascinated to see what people in the pre-Quirks era were capable of, and now he finally had the perfect chance to run the course inspired by that very same show, and do it quirkless just like them. This was going to be fun. Izuku mentally cursed himself for his stubborn pride that had gotten him in this mess. He hadn't realized how much he had been relying on his wings for balance until they were confined to his back. He'd nearly fallen over 4 times already. The course itself was exceptionally easy, despite his wings doing everything in their power to take him down. The obstacle course was intricate in design, with 10 segments, designed to utilize as much of the stadium as possible. The first 5 segments of the course were on the ground, testing speed and balance for the most part. The last half, the difficult half, was suspended in the air, meant to test strength, grip, and efficiency. Izuku breezed through the first 5 courses easily, as to be expected of someone who had trained under Kigo for so many years. The course was designed in a way that had each student going one at a time. The first half of the students to complete the course the fastest and furthest would advance on to the next segment of the festival. Everyone else would be eliminated. The students had been lined up in alphabetical order by last name for their competing order, which meant Izuku was one of the last students to run the course. The first course was a zipline that began at the stadium seat level. Each student had to jump on a small launch trampoline and grab the zipline handlebar, which spins on a fixed axis where it's attached to the line. This jump had claimed 13 of the 100 or so competing students. Izuku, thankfully, made the jump easily thanks to years of acrobat training with Kigo. The next obstacle started by letting go of the zipline at the precise moment to land onto a small platform that led directly into the second obstacle. It was far too easy for him to let go of the zipline and land of the platform. The crowd cheered for him as he landed perfectly, and he waved at the commentator box as his parents cheered him on loudly to the crowd. Honestly, if his parents were trying for subtlety, they were terrible at it. A brilliant execution. From Class 1 as Angel. Hisashi exclaimed. Izuku rolled his eyes at Namiri's nickname. The small platform he landed on had a bucket of hand chalk, which Izuku liberally used to prepare for the second obstacle, which was a 6-part uneven step. The 6 steps were sloped, and were on slight springs which caused the platforms to rock back and forth. Izuku had created his strategy for this after watching the first 3 people who took the course fall. They had all tried to go far too slow on the course, which caused the springs to knock them off the steps before they could hop to the next one. Thankfully, Izuku's years free running on rooftops had prepared him for this. The moment the soles of his red trainers were chalked up, Izuku took off in a sprint, and leaped from one platform to the next. He perfectly placed his steps to land in the middle of every step, eliminating the effect of the springs entirely. He moved fluidly, without pause for a single moment. He was across the obstacle faster than he'd had time to even process it, and he gave a cheeky wave to the commentator box when he heard the loud cheer of present Mike fill the stadium. Yamada has made it through the second obstacle with the fastest time so far, but can he survive the spinning log? Shota said. Izuku rolled his eyes at his dad's comment. They both knew he could do the spinning log. Kigo had an identical obstacle at his gym and both Hitoshi and Izuku had run it several times. So it was no surprise, to their little family unit at least, when Izuku ran across the rolling log without even spinning it. The crowd shouted in surprise as Izuku dismounted with a front flip, perhaps a bit too overzealous with impressing the crowd, but he was just happy that so many people were watching someone doing this well without their quirk. Izuku thought of the little boy that would have been screaming at his TV had he been witness to this. Izuku couldn't help but wish that he had someone like this to do this for him when he was still that quirkless kid all those years ago. The fourth course was just as easy as the others for Izuku. It was another tramp pad that led into a spider wall, 2 parallel walls that were close enough together to allow someone to spread both arms and legs apart and catch themselves on the walls. The walls were set at a fixed distance, and Izuku knew for a fact he'd never be able to catch himself the normal way, being the shortest in the group. So, once he was airborne, Izuku swung his body to the side so that he could catch the walls. From there, he just had to carefully crawl to the end of the wall. Catching himself that way was a bit harder than he'd thought, and put far more pain in his shoulders than he'd expected, but he still managed it without falling. His back ached by the time he finished, his wings felt heavier than normal pinned to his back like they were. The end of the spider wall led to a salmon ladder obstacle which Izuku also had plenty of experience with thanks to Kigo. At the thought of the pro hero, Izuku scanned the air and found his friend perched carefully at the top of the stadium roof, looking every bit the protective mother hen Izuku knew him to be. Izuku breezed through the salmon ladder, immensely proud when he didn't need to adjust his grip at all. Something he used to struggle with early on in his training on the obstacle. It was the second half of the course where he ran into trouble. Balancing on the ground was easy, but trying to do it 15 feet in the air without his wings proved much harder for him. It went against every instinct he'd gained since getting his quirk. The sixth course was swinging rings, and it took way too long for Izuku to aim properly. His sense of balance was thrown off from his center of gravity being where his wings were pinned instead of its normal place at his core. The extra time spent adjusting his swing trajectory caused his shoulders to strain even more. Izuku managed to hook the first 3 rings after probably 30 seconds, the longest he'd taken on an obstacle so far. So, at the third to last ring he decided to just jump for the little platform at the end. He missed the platform coming just shy of it, thankfully though he managed to grab the ledge. The crowd shouted in shock, and Shota said something about Izuku recovering his fall, but Izuku blocked out the sound of the crowd, focusing fully on lifting himself up onto the platform. He breathed heavily as he recovered his breathing, recentering himself to his task, knowing he needed to get a move on if he wanted to keep his lead. The next obstacle was just as difficult for him. It was a grip strength test, a second set of parallel walls with thin grip holds. They were so small that only the tips of his fingertips could hold on to them. In other words, there was no way out of this apart from taking the wall one hold at a time. Izuku hopped onto it easy enough, and, just like the spider wall, inched his way across the first hold. The second hold required Izuku to change to the next wall, which was a challenge in itself since Izuku had to turn around mid-air and use momentum to launch himself to the next wall. He barely managed to catch the second hold, and it hurt like hell to grab it. His fingers were aching, and his wings never felt heavier. By the end of the hold he had two options: switch walls again, or try and build momentum to snag the last hold on this wall. Izuku knew another transfer risked falling, his fingertips aching from the strain of supporting his entire body weight. So, he carefully began swinging his legs until his momentum built up enough to allow him to jump to the last hold. He was short, he knew he would be the moment he let go of the hold. Thankfully, he managed to barely catch the hold with one hand, but it was much harder on his shoulder than it would have been had he landed right. He tweaked his shoulder, causing him to shout out in pain. The obstacles must have been mic'd up, because the crowd exclaimed in worry, and Hisashi mentioned something about the possible injury, but Izuku was too busy trying to get the sound of his blood rushing behind his ears out of his head. Thankfully his dismount went smoothly after that. Izuku's shoulder was on fire, and he knew he had to check for dislocation before he could move farther, so he gripped his sleeve and yanked it hard enough to tear off. "This school needs better gym uniforms," Izuku mumbled, commentating on the ease at which the fabric ripped. His shoulder was already bruised, but thankfully it didn't appear dislocated or broken. Izuku ripped the other sleeve off, just for the dramatics, and took in the next course, which was a rope bridge. Each rung was about a meter apart, and the steps of the bridge were not secure, meaning the planks could fall off the ropes, and the steps themselves would also swing wildly. Izuku decided to take it like a swing set, meaning hop to each one, and use momentum to rock himself to the next one. This proved to be the correct strategy when he managed to clear the bridge with no issue, which caused the crowd to go feral with cheering, but Izuku elected to ignore them for now. The last two obstacles were connected: a peg wall that dismounted by grabbing a rope and then rope climbing 100 feet into the air to the finish button. The peg wall had two red pegs and several holes. Basically, Izuku needed to jump onto the pegs, and then take them out of their holes and slot them into the next holes and use that to carry himself over the wall. He had to get far enough to grab the rope, but other than that there were no actual rules for this course. Izuku hopped onto the pegs, and grimaced as his shoulder rudely reminded him it was injured. Izuku astutely pushed the pain into a tight corner of his mind he lovingly labeled a problem for later, and focused instead on getting across the wall. It was far more difficult than it should have been, but he still managed to do it in record time. The rope climb was the simplest looking obstacle, and yet it was the most physically straining. You wouldn't think it, but it was exhausting to climb up that far with continuous speed. Izuku decided early on that his legs were an unnecessary distraction, so he climbed up with just his arms, something his shoulder disagreed with, but since it was a problem for later, Izuku managed to block it out entirely. By the time he managed to finish the course, his shoulder hung limp at his side, and he used his good arm to proudly press the button. Like taking off soundproof headphones, the crowd's cheering filtered back into his focus. Izuku looked around himself, and to his surprise, the end of the course had put him right in front of the commentator box. The glass was tinted, but Izuku could see Hisashi sobbing into Shota's shoulder dramatically, and Shota was grinning wider than Izuku had ever seen his father do in public. It was exceptionally touching. Shota caught his eye, and gave him a thumbs up, which Izuku responded by smirking at his father. Izuku dismounted the finish by taking a fireman's pole down, which was arguably the best part of the entire course. Once he was off the course, he was swarmed by his overzealous class. "Yamada! That was incredible!" Kaminari cheered, patting him on his good shoulder. "Pikachu is right, Zu. You did really well. I'm pretty sure that blonde BSTRD is crying in the bathroom." Hitoshi said smugly. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him, and then laughed as Hitoshi blushed. "Okay, enough, out of my way, children. Let me see my patient," Chio grumbled as she made her way through Class 1A to get to Izuku. She tooted at him. "Honestly, you just got out of the infirmary and here you are with another injury. Come on dear, let's get you fixed up before the next activity." Recovery girl dragged Izuku away, as he giggled at her dramatics. "See you guys soon," he waved. Izuku got fixed up easily. His shoulder was barely even injured. Granted, Recovery Girl was still adamant that he took it easy while her quirk worked on him, but he knew he'd ignore that in favor of winning this stupid sports fest. On his way back to the stadium, Izuku decided to take the long route. He wanted time to decompress before going back in front of the crowd. As it turned out, he wasn't the only one who took this particular route. As he rounded the corner, he halted in his step at the sight of pro hero Endeavor, who was cornering someone out of Izuku's view against the wall. Izuku quickly hid behind the wall, trusting his instincts that he needed to sit and listen before acting rashly here. A sense of foreboding filled him as he listened to the hero rant. "What are you doing, Shoto?" Endeavor snarled, and the person he was cornering, Shoto apparently, was pushed further against the wall as Endeavor held him down with a fist in his hair. Izuku cringed. 45th place? My son gets 45th place? This is a travesty. You are an embarrassment to this family. Endeavor pulled Shoto forward just to shove him back again. I finished in the first half. What more do you want from me, old man? Shoto grumbled. The orange flames that made Endeavor recognizable turned blue for a moment. Before the man pulled his arm back, Izuku was in motion before he could think better of it. He silently ran his way over to Endeavor and pushed him with all his strength. To his surprise, Endeavor actually moved. The man didn't go far, most likely due to the fact that Endeavor was 4 times Izuku's size, but it was still enough to let Izuku grab Shoto's wrist and pull him behind him. Endeavor righted himself and met Izuku's golden eyes with rage. "Who the F do you think you are?" he said quietly. "Funny, I was gonna ask you the same thing, because it sure as hell isn't a hero." Izuku snarled. Shoto gasped behind him in horror. "You dare speak to me like that? I'm the number 2 hero, you little sheet." Endeavor balled his fist, and, with his rage, smoke puffed out of his mouth. Despite himself, Izuku flinched at the sight, and Endeavor took the opportunity to snatch his throat in his fat fist to slam him against the wall. Izuku winced as his head smacked against the concrete. Shoto paled as he watched the class angel get manhandled by his father. Something about the look on Yamada's face worried Shoto. This was not the usual face someone gets from interacting with Endeavor, not unless you are well versed in his abuse. Most people that Enji threatens crumple and apologize. Yamada, however, seemed to shut down. He was frozen, and his eyes seemed to be seeing something more than just Enji Todoroki. Shoto snarled, and gripped Enji's wrist under his right palm. Enji startled at his sudden interference. "Shoto," he guffawed. Shoto couldn't blame him, he hadn't stood up to him since Tuya died. "Let him go, Enji," he glared. Internally, he was panicking, because this had to be the worst idea he'd ever had. And yet, he couldn't stop because Yamada still looked like he was seeing ghosts and Shoto couldn't help but sympathize with it. Enji was his demon, he shouldn't be harming innocent kids. "What did you just say to me?" Enji, thankfully, released Yamada's throat, in favor of glaring at Shoto. Shoto hid his fear behind his glare as he stared down his father. "Let him go." Enji Todoroki laughed. "You think you can scare me, Shoto? You can't hurt me, you think some big words will do anything against me." Shoto's distraction was enough to snap Izuku back into action, so, the moment Enji released him, Izuku used all the power he could muster without his wings and slammed into the number 2 hero Endeavor. Endeavor still didn't go far, since, again, he was massive and Izuku was not. But he did go far enough that his fire blast that he let off hit the wall instead of Shoto. Izuku slow clapped as he sent one of Shoto's mirth-filled grins at Enji. "Congratulations, Endeavor, you just attacked a student on UA property." Endeavor froze for a fraction of a moment, a brief flicker of fear filled his eyes, before it was replaced by false bravado. "Nice try, runt, but who's going to believe a puny child over the number 2 hero?" Izuku tilted his head, pretending to think it over while Endeavor rambled about his greatness. Izuku was surprised he hadn't started talking about his massive D yet, by the way he was stroking his own ego. Izuku chose the moment Enji was mid-sentence to interrupt him. "No one." "Exactly. No one will dash. No one will need to. Smile, Endeavor, you're on camera." Izuku pointed to the security camera that was just above them. Truly, Endeavor couldn't have chosen a better place to attack Shoto. Izuku couldn't fathom how this man managed to get so far in life being as stupid as he was. Endeavor's face purpled for a moment as he gaped at Izuku. "You little sheet. You think that will stop me? Well, let's see the cameras film me after this." And then he sent a fire blast right at the camera, melting it immediately. "Oh no, you killed the camera, whatever will we do now?" Izuku deadpanned sarcastically. "What? Why aren't you crying? What's happening? Do you honestly think that Principal Nedzu, the super genius chimera in charge of Japan's future heroes, is stupid enough not to have a live feed say fail? You're dumber than you look, Enji Todoroki. And that's saying a lot." Izuku smiled sweetly as the flames on Endeavor's face grew larger. Enji looked ready to murder Izuku, and his quirk seemed to agree with him as his entire body ignited. He only made it a single step forward before suddenly the flames were out. Even the heat that had been radiating off the man abruptly cut out, and Izuku gently grabbed Shoto's hand to pull him out of the way of Shoto's capture weapon as he ensnared the number 2. Enji Todoroki, you are under arrest for illegal quirk usage on school property, attempted assault on 2 students, arson, and vandalism. Shota slapped quirk nullifier cuffs on Enji's wrists and released his hold on the man's quirk, before finally looking over his students. Izuku, good work distracting him while waiting for reinforcements. Why don't you take Shoto down to the locker room for a while? The next challenge should start soon. Endeavor and I are going to take a trip down to Tsukachi's office. Thanks, sensei. Come on, Shoto, Izuku said, tugging the speechless teen behind him as they left the hall. Nedzu clicked send on his email, laughing heartily as the file went through. He had been waiting for a day like this for years, and finally he'd gotten what he needed to take down Endeavor. The man was not worthy of being a hero. He was arrogant and violent. Nedzu had long been worried about abuse in Enji's home. And now, thanks to Izuku Yamada-Aizawa, he'd gotten the evidence he'd been waiting for. Had Izuku not interfered, Nedzu wouldn't have been able to do anything. He'd gotten footage of Enji attacking his son before, but Enji had enough sway with the Hero Commission to drop the charges since he was just disciplining his son. Now though, he could nail him for the attempted assault on Izuku, and damaged school property. He was so relieved that Nedzu decided he needed an extra biscuit with his tea. The file had been sent off to his friends in the media business, as well as Detective Tsukachi, and he knew for a fact that if the charges dropped, the media certainly wouldn't let the hero off. Goodbye, Hero Endeavor, Nedzu waved as he saw the pro-hero get shoved into the back of Aizawa's car, his head smacking into the metal frame along the way. Shoto was trembling, which, while not unusual for him, what with his stubbornness to ignore his left side, his father's side, still felt foreign to him in that moment. Because it wasn't overuse of his ice that had his entire body shaking so hard that he felt like his very cells were trying to burst. No, this shaking, this uncontrollable quiver was thanks to Izuku Yamada, who had just freed him. This wasn't fear, which Shoto was more than accustomed to by now, it was pure unfiltered relief. Shoto had not known relief in a long time, not since Toya died. Toya, who was the only one strong enough to stand up to Enji. You alright, Shoto? Izuku's hesitant voice stirred Shoto from his thoughts. He looked into Yamada's golden gaze, which held such genuine worry for him that it made the trembling worse. Shoto? Truthfully, Shoto was surprised by the other boy's use of his first name. People never called him that. Not even Yaoyorozu, who Shoto has known since the two were small, only his family called him Shoto, and it was almost never with such kindness. Though, Shoto supposes his siblings do their best considering their circumstance. Sorry, I figured, after what I just witnessed, perhaps you wouldn't want to be called Todoroki. I shouldn't have assumed I'm Sordash. Shoto smiled at Izuku, or well, smiled in his definition of the term. It was probably more of a barely there upturn of his mouth, but the gesture still carried across to Izuku, who grinned back. Thanks, Yamada. For everything. Of course. Trust me, I get terrible parents. That guy was way over the line. Is it cool if I call you Shoto? I can call you something else if you'd rather. I think you've earned that right, Yamada. Shoto drawled in his deadpan tone, though even to his ears it was much gentler than his usual cadence. All right then, but you'd better call me Izuku, deal? Izuku held out his hand, and it took Shoto a long few seconds to realize Izuku wanted him to shake it. How odd, Shoto thought to himself, but he clasped his hand to Izuku's nonetheless. Deal. Good. Izuku beamed at him, and Shoto sent one of his own smiles back. All students participating in the next event, make your way to the stadium. Present Mick's voice bounced around the locker room. Hey, Shoto. You should use your fire, in the rest of the festival, I mean. Izuku said. Shoto stiffened. Did Izuku somehow miss that entire event just now? Did he somehow get spontaneous amnesia? What? Just, think about it, okay? You're more than that tool bag, Shoto. And so is your fire. With that, Izuku walked out of the locker room, leaving Shoto to trail behind him, lost in his thoughts. Katsuki was glaring at the floor. This wasn't necessarily unusual for him, but at that moment he was particularly murderous. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the memory of Icy Hot challenging Deku. What right did that BSTRD have to declare the useless idiot as a rival? What right did he have to claim he'd win? He certainly hadn't done much at the USJ. Katsuki had taken down the most villains that day. Katsuki was stronger than Icy Hot. And he was determined to prove it. This second challenge, whatever it was, Katsuki was determined to win it. To prove that he was going to be the one to take Deku's place at first. Not some wishy-washy Katy Perry wannabe. Alright folks. The second challenge of our illustrious competition will test our dear students in ways they've never imagined. This will be their most difficult challenge yet. Let's hope these hyper kids can be quiet, because they're going to be competing in a stealth battle. Mick's speech got the crowd immediately whispering in the stands. Katsuki stiffened. Stealth? Ha, he grumbled. Who the F came up with that challenge? What kind of boring sheet show are they running? He mumbled. Ah, come on Baku bro, it'll be fun. The red-haired sheethead bumped his elbow into Katsuki, smirking at him. The F, did you just say to me? What, you can't be stealthy? Shitty Hair teased. I can be stealthy the F, are you trying to get at Shitty Hair? His outburst startled several students around them, and Katsuki glared at them all, until his eyes met Deku, who was clearly holding back laughter. What the F are you laughing about, Deku? Nothing Bakugo. Deku said, blushing at his own stumbling words. Katsuki stiffened. Was that nerd about to call him Katsuki? Oh, he was so going to destroy him. Now, each student will be grouped in threes. Their mission is to clear an intricate maze without tripping any alarms. There will be challenges within the maze, courteously of our very own ectoplasm's clones. Some of these clones are civilians in peril, and need to be rescued from their predicaments, and some are villains. If our young heroes come across the villains, they'll have a set time to combat them without drawing attention to themselves. Should other clones be alerted of their presence, the civilian clones not saved in time, or the heroes defeated by the clones, that entire team is illuminated. At the center of the maze there is a finish button. Push that, and the trial ends. You'll be scored based on total points, gained by the sum of your time, and any civilians and villain encounters. So, with that are you readdYYYYYYY? The mic ringed in protest with the man's quirk activating towards the end, and Bakugo grimaced. So it's a fight to the middle, huh? Katsuki grinned. No, weren't you listening? It's a stealth search and rescue mission. Pikachu said, from his left. Honestly, Katsuki had no idea where these idiots were coming from. Maybe for losers who can't get to the center fast enough. But as long as I blow past the competition, I'll win so fast that those DMN clones won't get a chance to eliminate me. Katsuki boasted. Mike forgot to mention something. This is, first and foremost, a team exercise, so your challenge doesn't end until all three of your team is in the center with you. Furthermore, all it takes is one of you to be eliminated for your entire team to also be cut from the competition. This should be no challenge to students wanting to be heroes, I'm sure, if they're serious about becoming pros, of course. Katsuki scowled up at the commentator booth, which he was sure contained Aizawa smirking down at him specifically. DMN BSTRD, he growled. Ah, does the little Pomeranian not think he can be a team player? The purple-haired F-face said, from behind him. Katsuki spun around, and gripped his shirt, about to go on a rampage when Mike began speaking again, halting him before he could get a word out. The BSTRD in front of him smirked triumphantly as he noticed Katsuki's half-open mouth. Alright students, for your groups direct your attention at the board where you'll find your group members listed, as well as what zone of the maze you'll be starting from. There are several entrances for you all, so each of you will be starting at a different place. There were a total of 16 groups left. 16 groups, and Katsuki just had to be paired with Hitoshi Aizawa. Hitoshi, and Fing Monoma, the prick from the hallway. Oh, you've got to be Fing joining, Katsuki said, only to stiffen in surprise as he realized that Hitoshi had also said it, at the exact same time. No. Hitoshi was absolutely sure his parents had done this on purpose. There was simply no Fing chance he'd be partnered with Monoma and Bakugo without their meddling. Hitoshi glared at his parents' position from the commentator box, ignoring Bakugo's annoying rambling at his side. Izuku, the DMN BSTRD, was bent over at the waist, laughing so hard he was turning purple. He'd been paired with Todoroki and Tokoyami. Truly, Izuku was the favorite child. That was the only explanation for this betrayal. This absolute tragedy that had befallen him. Listen here, you plebeians will not hold me back. I'm clearly the most capable here, so you will both bow down to me and follow my lead on this. Hitoshi's hands balled into fists the moment the arrogant prick began speaking. Hitoshi had completely missed his arrival. His eyes twitched in annoyance as he took in the pretty boy's smug aura. Oh yeah, who died and put you in charge? Hitoshi asked, with a raised brow. No one had to, I of course am the most dash. Shut up and follow mine and Bakugo's word to the letter until I release you. You absolute useless piece of shit. Hitoshi smirked as the boy followed his command, that stupid black look filling his features. You'd think he'd learn to stop responding to me, but I'm afraid his brain isn't big enough. Hitoshi commented to Bakugo, who looked pensive. Why'd you make him follow my lead too? Bakugo asked, sounding surprisingly tame for once. Because, you scored almost as high as Izuku did on the exam. That means you're smart enough to come up with a plan and stick to it. I'm willing to defer to you on this one. But make no mistake, this is a trial run for you. You F this up for us and I will stop at nothing to ensure your existence in UA's miserable from here on out. Understand? Bakugo looked surprised at his words, which, fair, Hitoshi hadn't been polite to him at all since meeting him. But after the bombshell dropped by Izuku, Hitoshi didn't have it in him to treat Bakugo like shit, well, not completely anyway. Not until Izuku has a chance to properly reunite with him. Make no mistake though, should Bakugo fail, Izuku Hitoshi was absolutely confident in his ability to ruin him. Fine then, here's the plan. Tokoyami, how far can Dark Shadow extend from you? Izuku asked his companion, who looked pensive for a moment before answering. He can go several meters from my person, as long as he's engulfed in shadow. Dark Shadow nodded his head, giving 2 thumbs up as he happily chirped in agreement with Tokoyami's assessment. You think you'd be up to scouting for us, Dark Shadow? Izuku asked the apparition, who wiggled in joy from the attention. Yes. Yes, Spirit King, Dark Shadow will guide his friends to victory? The apparition grew larger, as if to show his enthusiasm. Izuku smiled warmly at the apparition. You have a plan, don't you, Izuku? Shoto asked, gazing at him with a confidence that took Izuku by surprise. Shoto certainly warmed up to him fast. Yeah, this challenge is first and foremost a maze. Some groups are going to be so determined to defeat Ectoplasm's clones that they'll delay themselves in getting to the center. Other groups are going to go so fast that they'll get caught before they really have a chance to prevent it. But you have a plan to circumvent both of those outcomes. It wasn't a question, Shoto seemed to just know Izuku had thought this through already. Which, while true, still felt far more trusting in his capabilities than Izuku felt he deserved. Yes. But we don't have to go with my plan. Izuku insisted, blushing as both boys shared a glance, before shaking their heads. You are the smartest student in this school, Yamada. We go with your plan, and win this illustrious challenge. Tokoyami said. I'm not the smartest. Izuku, you will not convince us otherwise. The whole school saw your perfect entrance exam score when we got our acceptance letters. So tell us your plan. Shoto said. Izuku sighed, fine. He ignored Shoto's smirk as he accepted his stubborn insistence, and told them his plan. The crowd was enraptured in the competition. It was easily the most exciting sports festival of the last several years. There were 4 groups left, only 12 of over 100 students who had started the festival. The highest scoring group at the moment was under Izuku Yamada, who had yet to use his quirk, much to the surprise of every onlooker. Kigo was not surprised. Oh no, his little brother was going to win this, and when he did, Kigo was going to gloat about it to the entire hero commission. He was going to brag about Izuku's performance to every stuck-up hero he came across. To think, the little rugrat he'd come across all those years ago was now the brightest hero student in all of Japan. Kigo was in the perfect position to oversee the competition. Despite his overconfidence the night before, there was absolutely no chance the commission wouldn't force him from the festival had they caught him there. They had far too much leverage against him for Kigo to truly stand a chance should he need to defy them. And so, he was tucked away in a crevice on the roof. Much like Izuku's makeshift tarp home that he'd found him in, Kigo was hidden between an electrical generator unit and the rooftop stair access, with a tarp painted like the asphalt below him to keep him hidden. Nedzu was more than happy to accommodate his little hideout when he had asked him to last night. Honestly, the principal was very down to defy the commission. Kigo thanked the heavens every day that the Chimera was on their side. Izuku's team had rescued 7 civilian clones, and taken out 12 villains so far. They were leading in points, and were the closest to the center so far. Izuku's plan, for it was surely Izuku that had devised their strategy, was going flawlessly. The 3 students were walking tightly together, leaving barely any space between them. Kigo's vision was sharp, thanks to his hawk-like eyes. So he was privileged enough to see the trio in high definition. All 3 of the teenagers were shivering. It was a barely perceptible thing, even to Kigo's vision. But it was still clear enough to tell. If he had to guess, Shoto was cooling the temperature around them. This particular decision made sense only once the trio met their first clone. To everyone's surprise, the abrupt wall of cold air stalled the clones enough that Izuku was able to silently take them out. He was terrifying to watch. He struck the clones at the neck, most of the time cutting clean through their plasmic skin and disabling them within seconds. Those that don't dissolve from that, go down by a swift leg sweep from Izuku. Kigo was not sure what was helping Izuku cut through them so efficiently, but if he had to guess, it had to be the cold air causing the plasma to become solid enough to actually harm. Which could only mean their wall of air was very cold. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were clearly on recon, since Dark Shadow was barely visible. The apparition was melding into the shadows, skirting ahead of them, assessing their turns long before the trio arrived at them. They were the only team to have not made a single wrong turn. Honestly, Kigo was floored by this group. Their teamwork was so impressive that he was positive these three would be getting several offers for internships. The group had 2 more turns to go when they finally ran into a challenge. They ran into 3 hostages, with 7 Shadow clone villains in the way between them and their last turn. Kigo noticed Dark Shadow confirm this very fact to the group, as the apparition returned to them, pointing behind the group of clones sullenly. Izuku squared his shoulders determinedly, and seemed to discuss something with his team. Kigo raised a surprised eyebrow as Shoto looked at him in shock, and Tokoyami grabbed Dark Shadow as if preparing to shield him from something terrible. Whatever plan Izuku had devised was about to be big. Shoto stood in front of them, with a look of sadness on his face that surprised Kigo. Then, the boy began shaking much harder than before. The trio began breathing out visible condensation, caused by the increased drop in temperature. The clone stalled longer than before, giving Izuku the time he needed to sprint past Shoto. Kigo assumed he was going to take out the villains like he'd been doing so far, but instead, Izuku went for the hostage clones. In rapid succession, Izuku freed the clones, and guided them to safety, all while Shoto sustained a cold temperature that was clearly difficult for him, judging by the frost that had begun covering his body. Dark Shadow was shrinking as well. Whatever was coming was terrifying for the apparition. Tokoyami was skirting past the clones, ignoring all of them as he slowly and carefully trailed behind Izuku. Once the hostages were safe, Izuku led them and Tokoyami behind the wall of the next turn in the maze. The group huddled close together. Then, Izuku said something, and he and Tokoyami covered their ears just as Izuku called out, "Shoto, now!" Kigo watched in awe as, in a fraction of a second, Shoto erupted in flames. The heat wave was intense enough that Kigo was sure everyone could see it, even without his eyesight. With a resounding boom, the 7 clones combusted. The temperature changed enough to solidify them, and succinctly break them like ceramics. The crowd was screaming in excitement. Kigo was blinking back his surprise, so he could study the team's follow-up plan, for surely they had a next step, considering that noise was loud enough to call more clones. The moment the clones broke, Shoto's flames went out. The teen sighed in relief when the fire was gone, and took off in a sprint towards his team, who were waiting for him by the wall, the hostages now saved, and subsequently dissolved with a job well done. "Come on, Sho!" Dark Shadow said. "There's only 1 turn to go and nothing in our way." Izuku called out. Kigo beamed as the 3 ran together, hand in hand to the finish. They pressed the button together, 3 hands clasped as one, with a triumphant gleam in their eyes as they finished. The clones that had been called to their location arrived just moments after they pressed the button, saving them from elimination. Izuku grinned up at the commentator box, and Kigo knew his parents were blubbering about how proud they were behind that tinted glass. "You did good, Zu," Kigo said to himself. They're tucked in his little rooftop alcove. Team Izuku has finished first with 94 rescue points and 116 villain points. Their quick time puts them at a staggering 420 points. Hisashi said, his pride clearly shining through the stadium. "As expected of my students," Shota said in his classic bland tone. "Our students, erasure." Hisashi protested. "Ours indeed," Shoyuta said softly. To which Kigo rolled his eyes. Those two were the most obvious secret couple in existence. And look at that. Coming in second is Team Bakugo, with 15 rescue points and 200 villain points, leaving them at a total of 315. Kigo broke out in giggles, knowing Katsuki Bakugo would be absolutely livid at coming so far behind Izuku's score. He couldn't wait for the 3rd trial, where the survivors would have to fight one another. It was obvious the 2 making it to the final would be Izuku and Bakugo. And it was even more obvious who would be winning. Kigo knew they'd be having celebratory ice cream for dinner. Hitoshi will never admit this, at least, not out loud, but Bakugo was a pretty good leader. He'd led them through the maze with little issue. Granted, they did ignore quite a lot of civilians. "We have to get to the center first. If we do that, then it won't matter how many lame extras we save," Bakugo had said. Monoma had insisted they rescue more citizens since they needed to show how capable Class 1B was. Any protest Hitoshi had in ignoring civilians pretty much went out the window with that. So, it really wasn't a surprise when they came in second. Bakugo was fuming about it, and Monoma was beaching about being weighed down by the losers of 1A. As for him, Hitoshi wasn't mad with their score. Honestly, he was mentally prepared to self-sabotage when he heard Monoma was on his team, but he knew Izuku would be disappointed if he'd done that. "We have 12 students going into the final trial of the sports festival?" You will have a 10-minute recess while we organize you into who you'll be fighting. That's right folks, the final challenge is the much-anticipated one-on-one fighting bracket. Hisashi's excitement was contagious, the crowd immediately cheering and chanting for their favorite students. Hitoshi was proud to hear quite a few shouting for Izuku. Finally, Monoma grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder, who glared at him in a silent warning to let him go. I'll prove to you that I'm better than you. I'm going to win every fight, and I'll destroy you once and for all on that stage, so be ready, Hitoshi Aizawa. Monoma released his arm after that, and marched off towards the locker rooms. A drawn-out whistle brought Hitoshi's attention on Denki Kaminari, who had a very smug look on his face. What? He barked out. Denki laughed at him, before saying, oh nothing. Nothing at all, and then he walked away too. The F-dash? Hitoshi muttered. And I thought you were actually smart, Bakugo said before following Kaminari to the locker rooms. Hitoshi scowled at his back. Was this everyone make fun of Hitoshi Day, or something? He tossed his angst aside, choosing instead to look for Izuku. After all, his brother deserved a congratulations for getting his team in first place. A quick glance around the stadium showed no signs of Izuku. Hitoshi frowned in confusion. Had he already gone to the locker rooms? Hitoshi followed after his classmates, hoping to find Izuku there. Our first fight in round 1 will be extremely interesting folks. It's the prince of the Ida family, Tenya Ida versus the only student to make it this far who isn't part of the hero course, Mei Hatsum. The prodigy of support. How do you think your student will fare, Erasure? Present Mike asked his dour companion. Aizawa's sigh could be heard through his microphone before he responded, Ida will be fine, though I wouldn't count out Hatsum just because she's in the support course. This will be an entertaining battle. Tenya Ida somewhat doubted his sensei's words considering he sounded as bored as ever. Mei Hatsum, the pink-haired support student, cornered Tenya as he was leaving the locker room. Tenya studied her closely. Her eyes were fascinating. Instead of a typical ring of color, her pupils were orbited by golden gears. She was shorter than him by a long shot, but her confident stance made her small height almost entirely unimportant. She was also saying something to him. Tenya shook himself as he tuned into her words. I already got approval too. So, what do you say? Are you in? The girl's excitement was a tangible thing on her, and for a moment, Tenya was distracted by her exuberance. Ida, that excited smile left her face, replaced by a look of confusion, and Tenya finally snapped out of his trance. Oh, yeah. Sure, he blindly agreed to whatever she had asked him. Perhaps he should have asked for details, rather than going along with whatever she had asked of him, but the happiness his answer gave her was worth whatever price he'd have to pay. Or maybe not. Because the moment Tenya walked onto the fighting stage, geared out in Mei Hatsum's own designs, he realized that his chance at making a good impression in this battle were as good as gone. This fight is a bit different from our normal battles, isn't that right, Erasure? Mike began commentating. You'll notice the students are wearing more than their typical sports festival uniforms. That's thanks to Mei Hatsum, who designed those items herself. They are support items, and according to Hound Dog, they are only the beginning of what she is capable of designing. Aizawa for once, didn't sound as bored as usual. Ida could only pray that it was due to the fight itself, and not the absolutely ridiculous get-up that Hatsum had put him in. There were small cooling devices attached to his engines, which, while practical, did not look cool. There was also a series of piping that streamlined his engine exhaust to his back, to help him gain speed. These looked cool, but felt far too restricting to allow for his normal range of motion. All in all, he felt more like a dress-up doll than a hero student. Hatsum had a utility belt strapped over her uniform, with a large pouch that seemed filled to bursting with what Ida could only assume were more gadgets. Her head was fitted with a special scope headgear. There were so many bells and whistles to it that Ida couldn't help but relate it to the optometrist that he went to every time he got his eyes checked. Ida geared up his engines, wincing as the exhaust piping made a loud boom. He was not a broken-down car, and didn't appreciate sounding like one. Mei Hatsum grinned at him, and then her voice started broadcasting through the stadium. It seemed her headgear was fitted with a mic system too. Ida here is fitted with 2 of my very own babies. My engine cooler is fit for anyone with a quirk that is easily overheated. Ida charged at her, intending to kick her out of bounds, but she easily hopped out of his way. Ida is also fitted with an outlet system to redirect his engine's exhaust. As you can see, it gives him a huge boost to his speed, but his maneuverability still needs work. She dodged again as he tried again. My babies are just in the testing phase, and with more time here in the UA support course I plan on making them good enough for any pro on the field to use. So watch me. That's MEIHATSUME. With a flourished bow, Mei Hatsum stepped over the boundary line on her own, leaving Tenya to flounder after her. Well, that was interesting. Mike said. Hatsum is out of bounds, which means Tenya Ida wins his first round and will advance on to the second. Erasure, who do we have up next? That would be Fumikage Tokoyami of Class 1A against Denki Kaminari, also of 1A. Erasure said, back to sounding board and in need of a coffee. 1A is your very own class, Erasure. Do you have any insight on what the outcome will be? Mike said playfully. You'll just have to watch. Aizawa drawled. You heard him, folks, you'll have to watch to see the outcome of our second fight. Competitors, make your way to the stadium. Denki bit the nail of his thumb anxiously as he paced the locker room. He didn't know Tokoyami well, but he knew enough to know that Dark Shadow was strong. The quirk had almost killed Tokoyami at the USJ, and Tokoyami was literally attached to the quirk. Denki had no idea how he was meant to fight that thing. Kaminari, Tokoyami placed a hand on Denki's shoulder. Denki quickly dropped his hand, embarrassed that the teen had seen him biting his nail. Yeah, he squeaked out. We are being summoned to the battle. Tokoyami pointed to the television in the locker room, which showed what was happening and who was meant to go where. Sure enough, it clearly had their names on the board as listed, battle starting soon. Alright. Denki ducked out of Tokoyami's hold, and speed-walked out of the room, suddenly feeling far too stuffy in there with Tokoyami. When he made it to the fighting arena, he couldn't stop the showboating smile he gave the crowd. Just act confident, don't let them see your fear, Denki, he instructed himself sternly, though his voice sounded a bit too much like Kyoka for comfort. His long-term childhood friend was far too stern when it came to how he presented himself. She was usually the annoying voice of reason in his head. Tokoyami walked onto the stage as stoic as ever, his mood practically impossible to discern on his face, what with it being covered in feathers and a large beak. Though Denki did notice a stiffness in his shoulders that wasn't usually there. May the darkness guide me, Tokoyami said quietly to himself, his eyes closing briefly with his words. Denki looked away, feeling like an unwanted onlooker to Tokoyami's ritual. Alright, let the second battle begin. Mick's sudden interruption was so startling that Denki froze. Tokoyami, however, did not. Within a second Dark Shadow had erupted from Tokoyami, beelining directly at Denki, who flinched. Gotta get him, gotta get Sparky. Dark Shadow chanted happily as he flew closer to Denki. Later, when asked, Denki will say, it's instincts, or, I'm just that good, but what really happened then, was far dumber than that. Denki's brain had overnight his body the moment Dark Shadow got too close. In his fear, his lighting ignited on its own, flashing out of him in a blinding light. He had no idea how much charge his quirk let out, but it was enough that his brain went offline for a bit. All he knew was that he was snapping back to reality. In the infirmary, with Kyoka pinching the bridge of her nose in her typical show of annoyance, and Recovery Girl maneuvering around without a care in the world. Denki groaned, which brought Kyoka's attention to him, her hand falling away. So, the idiot is back, I see. What happened? He knew what happened, in a sense, but he didn't know the outcome of the fight itself. To my surprise, you won. Turns out Dark Shadow doesn't like your flashbang too much. Tokoyami's quirk was so upset by it that it flung them both out of the ring in a desperate attempt at escaping your lightning. You might just be the first student in history of the sports festival to have to be carried out of the field after winning, while their opponent who lost walked off without a care in the world. Honestly, it's an embarrassment just knowing you. Kyoka huffed. Denki broke out in hysterical laughter. That was just like him, honestly. Knowing me? Try being me. I embarrass myself every second of every day. Hey! Kyoka whacked him in the back of the head. Ow! What the hell, don't hit someone in the infirmary, that's just cold. Denki whined. Oh please, you're only here because of your own lack of control. Besides, the only one allowed to bully you is me. You're my best friend Denks, I refuse to accept any negative talk about you. Even if it's coming from you. Denki laughed, fully softened by Kyoka's care for him. He truly didn't deserve a friend like her. She'd always had his back. She was the first person he came out to, granted, when he told her he was bi she smirked at him, and said she had him beat since she was a lesbian, and clearly the more superior sexuality. That caused quite the bickering match between the two. Before Denki announced that he had more available people to date, Kyoka had just scoffed and said all that meant was he got to date gross men. Yeah, Denki really treasured their friendship. Come on, Denks, we got to get you prepared for the second round. They are about to start the third fight of round 1. Oh yeah? Denki stretched his arms as he got off the bed. Who's fighting next? Monoma, the loudmouth blonde from 1B, against Shiozaki, the chick with vines for hair. She shrugged as the two of them began making their way back to the stadium, shoulder to shoulder. Hisashi pouted as he handed Shota a handful of money. Truly, he really should have learned never to make bets with Sho, who had an uncanny ability to win every time. But there really wasn't much else to do when they were stuck in the commentator box all day. How'd you know Kaminari would win? With his quirk backlash, I thought for sure Tokoyami would win. Shota leaned back in his seat, their mics muted for now. Dark Shadow gets strength from dark places. That was the whole problem when they were trapped in the cave of the USJ. I'd noticed the quirk is fairly consistent in class, not gaining or losing much size at all. The only time I've seen it change in size was the USJ, where it got massive, and once during the walk to the training fields, it was in direct sunlight and tiny. Shota explained, his eyes closed. Really, Hisashi had to get his husband to nap soon. He looked so miserable. I see, so it was the brightness of Kaminari's lightning that had you knowing the outcome. Hisashi loved how smart his husband was. Shota didn't answer apart from a nod of his head. Oh, the next match is about to start, Hisashi noted, as the two students made their way to the field. Look alive, it's showtime. Shota pulled his mic off its stand, choosing to commentate from his relaxed position leaning in his chair. Hisashi rolled his eyes at him affectionately. Knowing he'd be carrying this match's commentary solo. All right folks. This should be super exciting. The vine-haired princess of 1B versus the cloning menace, also of 1B it's Ibra Shiozaki versus Nido Monomea. Hisashi channeled his inner fighting ring announcer, grinning proudly as the crowd cheered along with his excitement. The two students looked ready for the match, and the crowd was certainly ready, so Hisashi cleared his throat before saying, "And begin." Shiozaki acted first, sending her vines into the cement floor. Shiozaki wastes no time, sending vines into the concrete in seconds. What she's planning to do we can only wait and see. Monoma hadn't moved, in fact, it appeared as if he was waiting for her vines to show back up. And indeed, and there are her vines. In a masterful move Shiozaki's vines have burst up out of the concrete behind Monoma. The teen is fully encaptured in the vines, how will he get out of this one? Monoma struggled in the vines for a bit, before grinning at Shiozaki smugly. What's this? Monoma has ceased his struggle? What do you think he's got up his sleeve? Erasure. He must have a quirk in his disposal. He's able to copy and store quirks temporarily, he probably snagged one before the fight. Shota said, eyes still closed. It seems Erasure's assessment is correct. Look at that blade. Monoma has transformed his arm into a blade. Erasure, whose quirk is that? It is most likely his classmate Toguru Kamagaki's quirk, Razor Blade. His quirk allows him to turn any part of his body into a sharp-edged blade. Not a bad choice against Shiozaki's vines. Monoma cut himself free, causing Shiozaki to scowl at him. Then he began running towards the girl. Monoma is on the move, what is his plan now? Shiozaki dodges his first strike, and there's the second dodge, truly impressive movement from her. Monoma was sloppy, his fighting technique was all over the place. Hisashi could tell immediately that Shiozaki would win this, despite the disadvantage to Monoma's copied blades. Monoma strikes again, and hits the air. Shiozaki's dodging prowess is truly impressive and, wait what's this? All that dodging was a distraction. Shiozaki has snagged a vine around Monoma's leg. And Monoma is thrown out of the ring. Despite the blades, Monoma was not able to cut himself free in time, and has been eliminated. Shiozaki wins. The crowd shouted in glee as the match came to an end. Which was unsurprising considering the last two matches were not very exciting to watch. Erasure, who do we get to see fight next? Shota, the absolute sap, sat up abruptly, suddenly wide awake. Hitoshi Aizawa of Class 1A versus Katsuki Bakugo also of Class 1A. Shota shared a conspiring look with Hisashi who turned his attention to the field, where Katsuki Bakugo and Hitoshi had already made their way to the battleground. Hitoshi was said. How dare Bakugo be the one to fight him first? There was no way the Pomeranian would answer any questions of his, the teen knew how his quirk worked by now. And despite looking stupid, Katsuki Bakugo was one of the smartest students in the entire school. Hitoshi knew he'd lose this fight. He just hoped he would at least land a hit on Katsuki. Bakugo looked surprisingly tame, he lacked his usual scowl and murderous glare. He seemed cool and collected, which Hitoshi certainly didn't expect from him. Hey, we both know I'm going to win this. Bakugo's confident voice was just loud enough for Hitoshi to hear, but no one else. So make the fight worth it. Hitoshi nodded, that was easy enough. He wanted the same outcome anyway. He'd be more than willing to make this a good fight. And begin. Hitoshi knew for a fact that Katsuki would try and attack him first, which meant the best chance he had at landing a hit was beating him to the punch, so, the second the match started Hitoshi was moving. Bakugo launched himself at Hitoshi, his explosions propelling him. Hitoshi planted his feet, bracing himself for Bakugo's inevitable impact. The blonde's trajectory had him flying right at him, so, right before impact, Hitoshi spun to the side. Bakugo flew past him, giving Hitoshi the moment he needed to swing at him. He managed to graze Bakugo's shoulder, but the blonde was practically made for aerial combat. Within moments he was already turned back around. A thrilled gleam in his crimson eyes showed just how happy he was that the fight hadn't ended too soon. From there Hitoshi lost himself in their fight. They traded several blows, Bakugo was playing with him, the blonde had kept his feet firmly planted to the ground after the first attack, he was even holding back the strength of his explosions. Despite that, Hitoshi found himself having fun. This almost reminded him of training with Kigo, sparring back and forth until someone tires out or throws up. They'd been going for several minutes now, and, much to Hitoshi's chagrin, he could tell Bakugo was getting close to finishing the fight. Sure enough, Bakugo had led him right to the boundary line. "Sorry Aizawa, you're done for, now." Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "What makes you think that?" "The last 5 minutes I've been working up quite the sweat." Bakugo sent him a shark-like grin and Hitoshi was sure his face was filled with horror. He hadn't thought to ask the question with his quirk, sure that Bakugo would never bother to respond. And now he'd lost his chance. Now that he was aware of Bakugo's plan, it was obvious. Bakugo's skin was shiny with sweat, or, more specifically, nitroglycerin. He winced. "You could always accept defeat and step out first," Bakugo taunted him. Hitoshi smirked. "You wish. I'll never accept defeat. You want this win, you'll have to take it from me by force." Hitoshi squeezed his eyes tightly shut as Bakugo raised his palm towards his face, his other hand bracing his wrist. "In that case." Surprisingly, the blast didn't hurt that much. It was mainly force that launched him out of bounds, there was a surprising lack of heat to it. Hitoshi wondered if Bakugo held back this blast too, and then he slammed into the cement stadium wall, his vision blacking out as his head made a sickening crack with the impact. By the time Hitoshi had woken up, the next fight had already finished. Tetsutetsu and Ejiro Kirishima had fought even longer than Bakugo and Hitoshi had. Apparently their fight lasted 15 minutes and ended when Midnight Sensei got so bored that she used her quirk to knock them both out and called the match a draw. "What does that mean for the brackets?" Hitoshi asked Izuku, who of course had come to check on him. "It means they both will advance, and they'll bring one person who lost in round 1 with the highest score to the second round. They won't be able to win first, but they will be eligible for third place." Hitoshi hummed. He wasn't expecting a draw, but considering Tetsutetsu and Kirishima had the exact same quirk, it wasn't too much of a surprise. "I wonder what their final outcome will be. I know, it's been a long time since a draw has happened at the sports fest." Izuku looked wistfully at the linoleum floor of the infirmary, and Hitoshi wondered for a moment if he was thinking of his past. Who's the next fight? He knew of course, there was only one fight left. Izuku jolted in surprise. "Oh I have to be at the arena. Sorry Toshi, I gotta run." Izuku tripped over his feet on his way out, his wings, which were still restricted to his back, caused him to bobble a bit more than he normally would, and Hitoshi silently enjoyed every second of his graceful brother becoming anything but. Hitoshi giggled after he left the room. "Oh, you're laughing? After that pathetic fight?" Hitoshi's smile left his face the moment he heard that familiar, smug voice. "The hell are you doing here?" Monoma stepped into the infirmary, his golden hair disheveled for once after his own fight. "What? A guy can't be worried for a classmate in the infirmary." Hitoshi felt an eye twitch. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Monoma leaned over his bed, his dumb pretty face full of his own amusement. "It means whatever you want it to, flower." Hitoshi stiffened, because honestly what the F was wrong with this guy? He had several things to say, rude quips, or an insult or two. Instead, his stupid brain responded, "F flower?" Monoma straightened, now standing a safe distance from Hitoshi. "See you around, flower," he said with a wink, then he walked away, the absolute BSTRD. "What a FING a-hole," Hitoshi snarled at the empty spot in front of him. "Ladies, gentlemen, she's and theys, our last match of round 1 is the much-anticipated, Shoto Todoroki vs Izuku Yamada. The crowd went feral, all anticipating the winged teenager's fight against the famous Todoroki's youngest child. No one knew about NG Todoroki's apprehension from earlier in the day yet, all they knew was that the number 2 hero's son was about to fight a teen who refused to use his quirk. Izuku smiled at Shoto as they stood across from each other. The sun over their heads and the cheers ringing through their ears. "You ready for this, Shoto?" Heterochromatic eyes met his own. "I'm not going to use it," he insisted stubbornly. Izuku's smile turned melancholy. "It's your choice, Shoto. But I'd hate for you to refuse a part of yourself just because one BSTRD tried to claim your quirk as his own. It's not his power, Shoto." It's yours. So use it, and show him how much better you are than him. Shoto gaped at him, speechless beyond measure at Izuku's declaration. Izuku silently wondered if Shoto had ever had anyone on his side before. Let the final match begin. Hisashi's declaration kick started more shouts in the stadium. Izuku nodded at Shoto once, indicating he was ready, and when Shoto matched his nod the two got started. Shoto Todoroki was talented, Izuku knew this already, but his fear of his fire made him predictable. So long as the teen refused his fire he was confined to long-distance fighting. Izuku knew that to win, he needed to get to Shoto before the other had a chance to trap him in an ice blast. Izuku was typically much faster, but his speed was nerfed with his wings constrained. Shoto shot an ice wall at him, as Izuku had expected. Thankfully, the wall was small enough that Izuku managed to scale right over it. On the way down he used the ice to slide down faster, bringing him right in front of Shoto. Izuku used the same techniques that he used against the clones in the maze, palm striking his throat and going for a leg sweep. Shoto had been on his team in the maze, and so knew his tricks already. This meant, while Izuku did land the throat strike, he wasn't able to get Shoto's legs out from under him. Shoto coughed violently as his throat spasmed from the force of the strike. Izuku was impressed that he was able to dodge after taking a hit like that. Come on, Shoto. Use your fire, Izuku silently challenged him. Shoto snarled at him, but still didn't use his fire. Instead he went with a shot of ice, which was far too slow to have any chance to hit Izuku, even slowed as he was. You know you'll never beat me with half of yourself, Shoto. Izuku said, hoping desperately that the other teen would finally relent. He knew a thing or two about being ashamed of where you come from, but that didn't mean Shoto had to put himself and others at risk by refusing to go all out. I get it, I really do. But we are more than our parents. Shoto's eyes widened, clearly having picked up on Izuku's meaning. Please, Shoto, don't let him win. Izuku saw the moment he had him convinced. The conviction in his gaze was practically awe-inspiring. Okay, he whispered. And then the stadium became much hotter than before, as Shoto ignited his left side, his uniform's shirt burned away with the flames. His hair was wild, the red and white strands mixing together from the force of the temperature changes and the sudden wind it created. Izuku dodged his first fire blast. Shoto was clearly unpracticed with it. By the fifth attack he seemed to get into a groove. His fire became more controlled the more he used it. Izuku was immensely proud of him. Had this not been the sports festival, Izuku would have gone invisible by now. He would have used his wings to overpower him. But he had a point to prove, and so remained willingly quirkless as he matched Shoto's fire with his own powerful hits. He was using a chaotic blend of martial arts, the kicks of taekwondo, the strikes of karate, the movement of tai chi. He was blending them so thoroughly that it appeared like a completely new fighting style. He knew the crowd was enraptured, he could feel their tension in the air as the fight dragged out. In the end, it was Shoto's own inexperience with his fire that won Izuku the fight. The teen tired himself out quicker than he should have, his body unused to regulation between fire and ice. The strain had lost him the fight, but he looked so relieved once it had ended. Shoto surprised them both, by embracing Izuku in a strong hug. Thank you, he whispered. That's what friends are for, Shoto. Izuku whispered back. The streets of Hosu were deserted. Most people were in their homes, tuned into the UA Sports Festival. Those that weren't, were working. Tensei Ida, better known as the pro-hero Ingenium, fell into the latter category. Ingenium was in the middle of his regular patrol. So far, it had been fairly light work. No people on the streets typically meant no crime on the streets either. But this wasn't a typical night. It started with a frantic call for help through the hero emergency channel. The call was from a young boy, who had been attacked in a back alley deep in the heart of Hosu City. Ingenium, being the fastest hero on duty, was the one to respond. Dispatch directed Tensei to the location of the call, where Tensei was quick to scan the area for the hurt child. The first thing he took note of was how dark the alley was. It was sandwiched between two massive buildings, far out of reach from any of the streetlights. Neither of the walls had windows either, providing no light to the alleyway from the buildings themselves. A search hire showed no visible cameras in sight either. This, more than anything else, is what put Tensei on edge. His hero instincts were screaming at him, every bone in his body wanted to flee as fast as possible, but Tensei Ida was not a coward. There was a child somewhere around here, and Ida wouldn't leave him behind. Kid, he whispered into the air, hoping the kid would respond so that he could get them both out of there as fast as possible. To his increasing unease there was no response. Sheet, he mumbled. Over here, a shaky voice called out from what Tensei could only assume was the dumpster farther up the alley. Something was off about it, it sounded strained. Tensei walked slowly to the dumpster, keeping his attention to his surroundings as he got closer. A sudden glint of silver was all the warning he had, but the speed hero was nothing if not quick on his feet. Tensei's quirk activated the second his eyes caught the change in the light. He was out of the way before whoever had tried to attack him managed to get him. "Who are you?" Tensei asked, only to frown as he found no one there. He looked around carefully, but still found no sign of anyone else. "Come out." "That's an order," Tensei barked. The answer he received was far worse than he'd been expecting. An amused laugh coming from behind him startled him long enough for his attacker to land a hit. "The little hero thinks he has the authority to make orders." Tensei gasped as his side began to sting. "Oh, he hissed. It wasn't very often that Ingenium got hit. "Tut tut, such foul language. What would your little brother say, I wonder?" The villain in front of him finally came into what little moonlight the alley allowed. Tensei's eyes widened in horror. Several things became clear all at once. First, this villain knew about Tenya, which wasn't too surprising considering the fame that the Ida family held, but it was no less terrifying. Second, the flash of silver he had seen was the blade of a katana, which was held at the man's hip in a lazy grip. And third, this villain was familiar. "It's you," Tensei's voice wavered, his usual confidence in his own abilities all but evaporated the moment he came face to face with the infamous, the hero killer, Stain. Stain let out another blood-curdling laugh. "My reputation precedes me, but yours is what I care about." Mine," he stuttered, his mind was filled with fear, the thought of running was not even an option in his mind at that moment. Oh yes, the Ida Pride and Joy, head of the Ida 10 agency. A hero ranked in the top 200, Tensei Ida, Ingenium. Stain moved closer, and Tensei could make out his face clearer in the darkness. Stain looked far more threatening than even the rumors had claimed. He donned a mask over his eyes, obscuring the top half of his face in an uncanny way. His mouth, however, was uncovered. He had a trail of blood coming from his lips, and when he grinned Ida could see bloodstains marring his yellow teeth. He looked like a demon, like the Reaper'd come to claim his soul. Don't hurt me." Tensei took a step away from the ever slowly approaching villain. Stain responded by laughing again. He raised his katana. "Poor little hero, so scared of little ol me. Tell me, do you even care about the child you came to rescue?" Tensei froze. He had forgotten. How could he have forgotten? His eyes filled with tears as he resumed his search for the child, more desperate now than he could remember. "I think I've played with you enough. Time to die, Ingenium." Tensei snarled at the villain, preparing to attack, when suddenly, his body locked up. Stain lowered his katana, liking the blade clean as it went. "The world will be purged. I will cleanse it of all the false heroes. You are unworthy of the title, a selfish man who cares more about his fame and safety than that of a helpless child. I am your reckoning, and you will not find mercy from me." Tensei could only stand there, body frozen from what he could only assume was Stain's quirk, and silently cry, "I'm so sorry, Tenya. Take care of them for me." And then the blade made its mark against his chest, leaving Ingenium to the darkness at last. With the second round about to commence, "Why don't you tell us the battle lineup, Erasure?" Present Mick's voice interrupted the chatter of the stadium, everyone falling silent to hear who'd be fighting who. "Our first fight should prove interesting. It's Denki Kaminari of 1A versus Ibra Shiozaki of Class 1B. Shiozaki showed her strength in strategy in her round 1 fight, and Kaminari showed his strength in his quirk." Denki winced. He wouldn't call dancing out in front of the nation showing strength. "The second fight will be Tenya Ida versus Katsuki Bakugo, both of Class 1A. Bakugo proved formidable in his fight against Hitoshi Aizawa. Tenya Ida did not get the chance to show his own capabilities, so he'll be fighting to prove himself in their fight." Denki glanced at Ida who, sure enough, looked like he was about to go to war. "The third pair will be the unconventional fight between Shoto Todoroki, who lost his first fight in round 1, against Tetsu. Should Todoroki win this match, he will advance on to a special third-place qualifying match. Due to his earlier loss he will not be given the opportunity to win, so this is his only chance at a podium finish." Denki found several students in the locker room glaring at Todoroki. Apparently they were not pleased with this new caveat to the rules. The fourth match will be Ejiro Kirishima versus the crowd favorite, Izuku Yamada. This fight will be entertaining, and an interesting watch. If Yamada remains true to his earlier declaration, he'll be fighting an almost impervious tank completely quirkless. "Do you think Yamada can win that fight without his quirk?" Mick's question set off a wave of murmurs in the crowd, everyone wondering that very thing. Denki found Izuku Yamada standing next to Hitoshi Aizawa, looking unfazed by their teacher's doubt. In fact, he looked amused. He and Aizawa shared a tiny smile, as if clued in on an inside joke that no one else knew about. Denki really wanted to know the joke. Izuku Yamada has proven himself tenfold so far. He's currently in first place points speaking, not to mention his excellent performance at the entrance exams. If anyone can win the sports festival without a quirk, it's him. Denki, and several other students, gaped at the television on the wall. They'd not been in school very long, but everyone knew Aizawa-sensei was not one to give out compliments. He must seriously have faith in Yamada, who had stopped smiling entirely. Instead, he seemed like he was close to tears. Hitoshi Aizawa, for his part, looked like he was holding back a laugh. Well, I for one can't wait to see how this plays out. So what do you say we get started? Mike-sensei asked. Denki didn't know if he was speaking to Aizawa-sensei or the crowd, but both of them answered in kind, Aizawa grunting an affirmative, and the crowd cheering. Well, in that case, Denki Kaminari and Ibara Shiozaki, make your way to the arena. Denki gulped. Why did he have to go first? Hey, Kaminari, good luck out there. Izuku Yamada called after him as he walked by. Denki blushed, meeting those golden eyes for a brief moment before hightailing it out of the locker room. Denki was much more anxious for this fight than he was for his match against Tokoyami. He at least knew Tokoyami, albeit very little. He had no idea how Shiozaki's quirk worked, or how she fought. All he had going for him was his extensive Pokemon knowledge. Surely, as an electric type, he'd be good against Shiozaki's grass type. That's how this works, right? He hoped it was, because that was his best chance at winning. Once he'd made it to the arena, he was surprised to see the layout had been adjusted from round 1. Instead of a rectangular fighting zone, the stage had been raised higher off the ground, and was now circular. It was also a bit smaller than the first round stage. Cementos had gone all out in the creation of the arena. Shiozaki was already in the ring, her vines were waist-length already, and she appeared to be praying. She was super pretty, way away out of Denki's league. He swallowed back his nerves. He wouldn't let himself get distracted. Once Denki had climbed onto the circular arena thanks to a set of steps off to the side, Denki squared his shoulders. He was going to do his best, and pray he didn't dunce out like last time. Fighters, are you ready? Mix Quirk blasted through the stadium. Denki winced but held up a thumbs up. Shiozaki did the same. Then let round 2 begin. A bell sounded off after his words, and Denki focused on the fight. Shiozaki was quick to jump into action. Her vines grew so fast that Denki barely had a moment to think before he was engaging his electricity. 10,000 volts, charge. Just as the vines made contact, Denki's quirk let loose. To his surprise, electricity really was good against her vines. Shiozaki screamed in agony as his electricity went through her. Denki was so startled by her painful cry that he disengaged his quirk. Oh shit, are you okay? Denki screeched, running to her side. She was spasming on the ground, her legs giving out shortly after the electricity made contact. Denki reached for her shoulder, wanting to comfort her somehow, but before he could touch her, a wall of vines erupted up from the ground in front of him. Shiozaki was sobbing, her hands cupping her face muffled her broken cries. Her vines were stronger than ever, however. Denki took several quick steps back, but the vines kept coming. The ground was tearing up as the wall moved closer. They seemed to be growing thorns on them, each sharp tip seemed to gleam threateningly as they approached him. Sheet, 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 he muttered, as he stepped farther and farther from the vines. Denki remembered the arena's boundary too late. His foot went to step on the concrete, but found only air, and without preamble Denki Kaminari fell off the raised arena. He landed gently, luckily. And he managed to keep his head this time, but this outcome was no less embarrassing. How on earth had he thrown that fight? He'd even had the type advantage. Ah man, he grumbled, brushing invisible dust off his pants as he stood. To his surprise, the crowd was cheering for him. Shiozaki had just begun to stand, the electric shocks finally leaving her system, when Denki found her gaze. She gave him a thumbs up, and Denki responded by clapping for her. Overall, his second fight went much better than his first. Maybe Kyoko would be proud of this one. Kaminari's fight brought hope to Tenya. If he managed to recover his image in his second battle, then perhaps Tenya could too. He knew Tensei promised he'd watch the recordings of the fights after his shift today, and Tenya desperately wanted to make his brother proud of him. He wasn't surprised at the new layout, thanks to the television in the locker room. He was a bit miffed about the smaller size of the arena. His quirk didn't do well in small spaces. He needed to play this carefully or he'd launch himself out of the ring entirely. Bakugo came into the arena after Tenya, the blonde not even sparing him a glance before raising his thumb in the air, signaling his readiness to start the match. Tenya scowled at him, finding it incredibly rude to snuff an opponent. Well then, I suppose we'll just skip right to fighting, Bakugo. Tenya followed Bakugo's example, his own thumb raising in the air. Well, it seems these two fighters don't want to waste any time, let's not keep them waiting, Erasure. Aizawa-sensei grunted, and Mike took it for agreement. Alright then, fighters begin, the bell chimed. Just as in his round 1 match, Bakugo moved first. The blonde launched himself in the air immediately. Tenya watched carefully, attempting to calculate Bakugo's trajectory. If he could just work out where he'd be, then maybe he could use his engines to kick him out of the ring using the blonde's own momentum. It was a solid plan, against anyone but Bakugo, who seemed to move at random. There was no trajectory to calculate, when Bakugo refused to move in a straight line. What's the matter, glasses, too scared to fight? Bakugo called out, as he got close. Tenya's face turned red from outrage. How dare that arrogant blonde call him scared? He was strategizing, thank you very. Tenya was distracted, and Bakugo made contact while he was internally arguing. The blast hurt, but thankfully didn't send him out of the ring. Tenya managed to stay upright, clearly surprising Bakugo by his widened eyes. Not bad, Bakugo said, but let's see you handle this. The blonde was relentless, his stamina was impressive. Bakugo sent blast after blast at Tenya, who managed to dodge most of them with carefully aimed uses of his engines. At this point, the fight was a stamina battle. Everything depended on whose quirk lasted longer. Would Bakugo tire out before Tenya's engines overheated? That was the challenge. Bakugo was growing visibly more frustrated by Tenya's continued dodges. He went for a particularly nasty-looking right hook. Tenya could see it in the position of the blonde's shoulders. Tenya moved to dodge him, already smirking at Bakugo in anticipation of his frustrated scowl. Instead, he choked in pain as Bakugo's left hand made abrupt contact with his jaw. It was a fake-out that he hadn't seen coming. Bakugo hit hard, and the ache his fist left behind led Tenya shaking from the pain. He wouldn't be surprised if his jaw was fractured. Despite the pain, Tenya still managed to dodge the next several attacks from Bakugo, but unfortunately, his stamina was nerfed enough that a solid kick to his sternum finally sent Ida out of the ring. Ida grunted from the force of the landing. Everything hurt, but he knew he needed to stand up if he were to lose with his pride intact. As he was sitting up, a calloused hand entered his field of view. Ida's eyes crossed as he focused on the strange appendage. The hand waved in front of him impatiently, and Ida decided to grab it. The hand grasped his own firmly, and pulled Ida to his feet. Ida blinked through the dizzy wave of nausea that filled him, and finally realized that the hand had belonged to Bakugo. Oh, thank you, Bakugo, Ida muttered. Bakugo made a grossed-out sound in the back of his throat. Do not thank me, glasses. It's what any hero should do, and then he stomped away. For the winner of the match he seemed to be in a sour mood. Ida decided to ignore the strange behavior of Katsuki Bakugo for now. He needed a good long nap in the infirmary. Plus, if he was lucky, he would be able to catch his brother on his break. Hosu General Hospital was in chaos, the ER crowded as nurses, doctors, and healers swarmed around the gurney that was being wheeled in. How are his vitals? The ER head asked. We've got a pulse, but it's faint. He flatlined 3 times in the ambulance, an emergency responder said from her position on top of the gurney. She was kneeling over the patient's thighs, putting pressure on the gaping hole in his abdomen. She had a blood typing quirk, which allowed her to assess someone's blood type just by coming into contact with their blood. This was incredibly useful in the ER, and she had used it the moment her team had reached the hero's side. They had ingenium on a blood transfusion, though it wasn't going to do much while the hero still had a massive hole in his stomach. What do we know of the injury so far? The ER head spoke again, jotting notes on his clipboard rapidly. This was especially important for any injured patient that needed surgery, as ingenium so clearly did. He has a small nick on his shoulder, which we haven't bothered sealing yet. The main concern is the hole in his abdomen. It went all the way through, and most likely damaged his intestines. He's lost a lot of blood, and we had to put a section of his large intestine back in after it had spilled out. Hira had seen wounds like this before. Life in the ER was not for the faint of heart, but this was so much worse. This was ingenium, the beloved hero of Hosu. He'd even saved her own father once, when his company building had a fire and he was trapped on the top floor. The gurney was brought to the OR, where Hira carefully climbed off and stepped out of the way. Her and the rest of the emergency responders that had pushed the gurney exited the operating room in anxious silence. They'd done what they could for ingenium. Now his life was in the hands of the surgeon. We need to call his agency, Hira informed the secretary at the front desk. Strictly speaking, this wasn't her job, but she'd be dead before she let ingenium go through this without his family being contacted. Right away, the secretary said, already looking up the contact information for Ida-10 agency. Tetsu grit his teeth against another ice blast. His steel was creaking in protest, the metal weakening the more hits it took from Todoroki's quirk. Todoroki was a beast. Tetsu hadn't even managed to get close to his opponent, Todoroki sending wall after wall of ice at him. Tetsu had broken through each barrier, using his metal-clad skin like an ice pick. It was exhausting work, and most frustratingly Todoroki seemed entirely unfazed. He'd just gotten through the last wall, and began charging at Todoroki, when he surprised Tetsu entirely by throwing fire at him. His steel did something he'd never seen before, it cracked. His quirk had finally met its match. The extreme temperatures of Todoroki's ice combined with his abrupt fire had weakened the steel that Tetsu had never once seen falter. Once his steel had broken, his quirk retreated entirely, giving Todoroki the opportunity he needed to send one last ice blast at him. Without his quirk, Tetsu was unable to break out of the ice. "Can you get free, Tetsu?" Midnight Sensei asked. He hadn't even realized she had arrived. And no, he shivered, his skin extra vulnerable after breaking. "He is unable to get free." "Todoroki wins," Midnight called, raising her whip towards Todoroki, who hadn't moved an inch the entire fight. Present Mike went on a long rant about the fight, commentating on their strategy. Tetsu remained frozen, shivering violently and hoping to be freed so he could just go home. Thankfully, Todoroki took pity on him, and used his left hand to melt the ice entirely. Thanks, Todoroki. Good fight." He was still shivering, which was worrying, but Tetsu was nothing if not chivalrous. "You too, I'll walk you to the infirmary." Todoroki grabbed his right elbow in a surprisingly gentle grip, and led Tetsu out of the arena. Tenya Ida left the infirmary feeling much better. He was right about his fractured jaw, which thankfully healed up quickly with Recovery Girl's quirk. He passed Todoroki and Tetsu on his way out, and nodded at them. He had one thing on his mind then, calling his brother. So, Tenya went straight for the locker room, which was empty. Yamada and Kirishima must have already gone out for their fight, the rest of the class was probably in the stands. Tenya found his phone right where he left it in his claimed locker earlier that day. He turned it on, and was immediately surprised to see several missed calls from his parents. A single text message from his mother had him quickly dialing her back. "Mom, call me as soon as you see this, Tenya, it's Tensei." "Tenya, thank goodness you called back, your father is almost at your school, go meet him out front as soon as you can," his mother said hurriedly. Tenya was moving immediately. Whatever happened was serious enough that his mother wasted no time with her usual small talk banter. "What happened? Is Tensei okay?" A choked breath from his mother caused Tenya to pale. "Mom," he was running now, something he normally would never do indoors. "Tensei's been attacked. He's in surgery now, but they're not sure he's going to make it," his mother was crying. Tenya activated his quirk, and ran out of the building. He didn't even blink as he caused the door to fall off its hinge entirely. He was overcome by the overwhelming need to get to his brother. Tenya found his father easily. The flashy car that belonged to their family stood out amongst the other cars in front of the school. Tenya cut out his quirk only when he made it to the door of their car. He flung the door open and jumped in so fast that his father barely had time to blink before Tenya was shouting, "Drive, Dad." His mother was still on the line. Tenya could hear every sniffle, every cry she let out as she tried desperately to muffle her sadness. "He's going to be okay," Tenya said, both to his mother and his father, who was unusually stoic. "Tensei is the strongest of all of us, he'll be fine," and he would be, because Tenya wouldn't accept anything else. Izuku wished he could say his fight with Kirishima was a challenge. Truly, he was hoping for a challenge. His fight against Shoto went really well, but it wasn't difficult. The only reason it took so long was due to Izuku's own stubbornness. He'd hoped fighting Kirishima and his rock-like skin would at least make the fight last longer. And yet, he had taken down Kirishima with the fastest fight of the day. Kirishima was a tank when it came to taking hits, but he was not stable on his feet. He hadn't expected Izuku to leg swipe him, and once he was unbalanced it was laughably easy for Izuku to push him right out of bounds. Kirishima landed with a resounding thump, shattering the concrete below him. Izuku walked off the stage sullenly, pouting from the boredom of the fight. He would have helped Kirishima up, but the redhead was already gone by the time Izuku made it to the ground. He assumed that the teen had been desperate for a quick escape. It was once Izuku had joined his classmates on the stadium benches that he realized what his victory over Kirishima meant. He would be fighting for first place. He'd made it to the final round quirkless. And, since Shoto had won against Tetsu, he'd be fighting Shiozaki for third. Which meant Izuku would be fighting Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo was not sitting with the class, instead, he was in the locker room by himself. Katsuki sat on a bench, towel around his neck as he attempted to wipe the nitroglycerin from his skin. He wasn't bothering with watching the third-place fight. Half and Half would easily win, there was no shot the Vine Chick would win against Half and Half's quirk. Katsuki wished he could say he was surprised that he'd be fighting Deku for first place, but he wasn't. There was something about the silver-haired twerp, something in his confident words and stubborn pride that resonated with Katsuki. He was so much like him, like his Izuku that was long gone, 6 feet under resting beside his mother. Katsuki was so angry. He was angry at Deku, for being so similar to the ghost of his past, but he was more angry at himself, for still being so weak. Izuku has been gone for years now. He wasn't about to lose his conviction now. Deku's declaration was respectable, it was something his Izuku would have blubbered over. But Katsuki had something to prove too. He had to prove to Izuku that he could make their dream a reality. Izuku may be gone, but Katsuki would be the #1 hero. He made a promise to Izuku. And now he'd have to get to the top, for both of them. And Shoto Todoroki cements his place in third. Give it up for Shiozaki and Todoroki. Present Mike led on the cheers for his students, who smiled and shook hands. Ugh, look at them, they're disgusting. Tamura scowled at his side. Now, be nice, Tamura. Let the little heroes parade around for a while. Soon they won't be holding hands anymore, All for One said, placing his fingertips together as he observed the sports festival carefully. Of course, Master, Tamura responded reverently, which caused All for One to chuckle. Izuku Midoriya is next, observe him carefully, Tamura. Study him intently so that we can defeat him when we need to. All for One said. How are we meant to study him if he doesn't use his quirk, Tamura whined. There is more to fighting than quirks, Tamura. You of all people should know this. Izuku is weak, not because of his quirk, but because of his heart. His humanity is his weakness. Learn to exploit it by watching him. All for One smiled as Tamura focused on the screen. Izuku really was impressive, despite his self-inflicted disadvantage he had been holding his own all day, and now he was to fight Katsuki Bakugo and his explosions. Tamura began taking notes at some point, rapidly scrawling every nuanced detail he witnessed from Izuku. Izuku favored kicks, but against aerial combat he switched gears to dodging and striking at the opportune moment where he could utilize his opponent's momentum against them. He used this strategy liberally against Bakugo. Every time the blonde threw a punch, Izuku would turn his shoulders out of the way, and grab the blonde's wrist and the back of his neck to carelessly toss him aside. He wasn't trying to harm Bakugo, which was very interesting for All for One. Izuku hadn't shown hesitancy against his opponents all day, and yet he seemed scared to hit Bakugo. The teen had noticed the same thing, if his shouts of protest were anything to go by. All for One couldn't hear the blonde, as there were no mics in the arena. But he could perceive his lips enough to get the gist of what he was saying. He was said that Izuku was toying with him. He thought Izuku was making fun of him, but All for One didn't think that was it. He didn't know why, but Izuku didn't want to hurt Bakugo. Which meant he'd found his weakness. Now he just had to figure out how to exploit it. Hit me. Stop dodging DMN it. Hit me you coward. Katsuki screamed, launching himself at Deku again, only to snarl as Deku threw him aside. The fight had lasted ages, Katsuki was beginning to tire out. His palms were stinging, and his shoulders were aching from being tossed around so violently. Deku, for his part, seemed untouchable. If Katsuki hadn't known better he'd have thought the silver-haired kid had an invulnerability quirk like Shitty Hair's quirk. But he knew Deku well enough by now to know the wing BSTRD was just that good. It really set him off. Fight me, Izuku! Katsuki screamed, his throat going raw from the effort. Deku's golden eyes widened, Katsuki's words stalled him long enough to finally land a hit. Deku grunted from the impact, but still didn't budge. Katsuki growled. DMN it, go down already, shitty Deku. Deku glanced at him, with a sheet-eating grin on his stupid freckled face. Oh, it's Deku again, is it? Ha! Now it was Katsuki's turn to stall. Deku kicked at him half-heartedly, which Katsuki easily dodged. You called me Izuku. Deku clarified. Katsuki's cheeks reddened. He didn't, right? F you. No I didn't. Katsuki sent a blast of his quirk, which Deku didn't even bother dodging. Instead he took the impact with a grin. Whatever you say, Ka-dash, Deku cut himself off, his amused grin falling away, leaving a frightened look on his face. He'd done that several times since Katsuki had met him. Katsuki didn't know what Deku had against his name, but whatever it was scared the ever-loving sheet out of Deku. What, you allergic to my name or something? Shitty Deku? And it's Bakugo to you. Bakugo, Katsuki sounded it out, dragging out the syllables in a patronizing way. To his surprise, those golden eyes gained a wistful look to them. Just what was this guy's problem? Right, Katsuki could detect a hint of wetness to his voice that made him even more confused. Bakugo. What do you say we end this fight now? Katsuki stiffened for a moment, he wasn't sure why, but he didn't like the way Deku said his name. It just sounded wrong to him. Fine by me, BSTRD. Go ahead and step on out whenever. Katsuki shot another blast, which Deku sidestepped. Tempting offer, but I think I'd rather beat you, Deku sassed, and then he sprinted at Katsuki. DMN it. Die! Katsuki screamed. Deku missed his hit, and landed a kick to Katsuki's sternum. Only then did Katsuki realize he was on the edge. He fell out of bounds almost as pathetically as Pikachu had. But he didn't care about that. No, his attention was zeroed in on the whispered words that Deku had said right before kicking him, the words that Katsuki was sure Deku hadn't even meant to say. I already did, Bakugo, what the F, did that mean? Katsuki had no clue, but he was going to find out. Izuku Yamada has knocked Katsuki Bakugo from the ring. It's official folks, Izuku Yamada has won the sports festival. Entirely without his quirk. What an amazing show. Present Mike called out, drawing Katsuki from his thoughts. He ched, mad at losing, and yet, for some reason, he couldn't help but feel like this was the outcome that was meant to happen. Izuku would have cried. You watching, Zuku? Quirkless people can be heroes, he whispered to himself, a soft smile gracing his face. Hisashi pulled the family car to a careful stop. The ride had been unusually somber, and it had only added to Izuku's anxiety about this entire situation. Izuku had decided to see Heartscope, and he was already beginning to regret that decision. He knew his father had done his best to avoid stressing him out. His usual loud behavior had been entirely absent during the ride over to Heartscope's private office. In fact, this very well may have been the quietest ride Izuku had ever experienced since joining the Izuku Yamada household. You'll do great, Izuku. Heartscope is incredibly nice. Hisashi said with a warm smile. Thanks, Pops. Izuku tried to match his smile, but it came out more pained than he'd meant it. See you in an hour, kiddo, Hisashi called after him once he'd climbed out of the front seat. Izuku usually avoided the passenger seat since his wings had more room in the back, but Hisashi wanted him to sit up front where he could silently comfort him. Izuku stretched his wings, soaking in the happiness he felt at having them free. The sports festival was 2 days ago, but his wings had remained stiff and sore from their day of confinement. It was nice to let them free again, and the family cat certainly liked his newfound stubbornness in letting his wings spread out a bit more than he normally would. Instead of his usual practice of draping the silver feathers over the side of the couch, he'd taken to laying on the floor, spreading the massive wingspan over the entire living room. Mocha had found a new favorite spot wedged under his upper coverts, where the larger feathers began. Nem liked crawling under the wing itself, where she had the perfect little cave just for her. Izuku waved Hisashi off, before he faced the unassuming building in front of him. Perhaps building was too drastic to call it, it was more of a bungalow. Heartscope's office sat on a rocky outcrop, overlooking the ocean. The seagulls were cawing overhead, and the horizon seemed to go on forever. It was still early morning, so the sun was low enough that it cast pale light over the water. It was beautiful. Izuku could almost forget that he was about to let a complete stranger dissect his emotions. He winced. After several minutes of stalling, Izuku decided he may as well get this meeting over with. He didn't want to keep the therapist waiting. His parents had spoken highly of the hero. Izuku walked up a set of steps, stained sky blue and surprisingly sturdy considering their close proximity to the raging ocean. The door was a pale green color, and it seemed welcoming enough. Izuku sighed, and knocked on the door. Coming, a kind voice shouted from inside. Izuku bounced on his toes as he heard a commotion on the other side of the door. There was the distinct sound of nails against a wooden floor, as well as the grunts of a person doing their very best at controlling something rowdy. Izuku had the feeling Heartscope owned a very large dog. After a few moments longer, the door swung open to reveal a panting person with bright orange hair. The person had a feminine face, but masculine shoulders and build. Their hair was chopped in a shaggy mullet, further adding to their androgynous appearance. Their nails were also painted every color imaginable, each one entirely different from the others. They weren't ordered in any particular way either, it was more random than the rainbow's layout, but Izuku had a feeling they meant something. Izuku fumbled for a greeting. Of all the people he was expecting to be the highly spoke of Heartscope, this wasn't it. You must be Izuku Yamada. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Heartscope, but you can call me Kibbo. Izuku blinked at the strange person with a look of confusion. Okay, you can call me Izuku, he said, lacking any better ideas for what to say. Sure. Come on in then, Izuku. Kibbo led Izuku through their office, which Izuku was quick to realize doubled as their home. The kitchenette seemed too lived in, and the furniture too worn to be exclusively used as an office. Screech brought his gaze to the corner of the living room. As they entered it, there was a massive cage there, and, to his surprise, the cage held tiny birds. Kibo noticed his attention on the birds and beamed at him. "Oh, those are my parakeets. They're rowdy, but good friends. They're a pain to round up though. I had them free roaming when you got here, that's why it took so long to answer the door." Izuku gaped. All that racket came from 2 little parakeets? What are their names? Kibo guided him over to the cage, where the birds were nestled quite comfortably on a realistic-looking branch. They were tucked together, and one was preening the other's wing. It resembled when Hitoshi would sit inside the cave of Izuku's wings and preened his hard-to-reach feathers for him. The blue and white one is Titsa, and the green and yellow one inside Titsa's wing is Tiki. Kibo smiled fondly at the birds, who seemed entirely unbothered by their presence. Tiki is the troublemaker between the two. He likes to play hide and seek. Titsa is usually the one to round her brother up. Izuku smiled softly at the birds, already feeling a strange kinship with Tiki. "Would you like to hold them?" Kibo drew Izuku's attention back to them. "Oh. Is that okay? Shouldn't we be doing therapy or something?" Izuku winced. Kibo laughed heartily. "Those two are well used to my patience. That's why I originally got them. They're trained to sit on people's shoulders. Besides, we are doing therapy." Izuku queried a brow at the strange therapist. "We are?" "Of course," Kibo said amused, before opening the large cage door. Titsa and Tiki perked up the moment the cage opened. Titsa seemed to be the leader of the pair, as it was her movement that got Tiki to follow. Titsa flew over to Kibo's outstretched hand, and nipped gently at their fingertips. "Good girl, Titsa, let's greet our guest," Kibo said affectionately. They then lifted their hand so that Titsa was eye level with Izuku. "Hi there, Titsa, aren't you a beautiful girl?" Izuku cooed. Titsa seemed to perk up at his words, and accepted Izuku's shoulder as a suitable roosting place. She was quick to find the part of his shoulder that often made contact with his wings. The way they were tucked up behind his back left the perfect place for the little bird to nest in a soft place. Once she'd found her spot, she trilled and suddenly Tiki had joined her side, right there in his earlier place under her wing. Izuku giggled. They were adorable. "Now then, shall we take a seat?" Kibo led Izuku, and his bird companions, over to a cozy-looking sitting room. There was a massive fireplace, which wasn't lit at the moment. The floor had a soft shaggy carpet, which reminded Izuku of thick goat fur, though something told him it was fake fur. Kibo just didn't seem like the kind of person who would get a real sheepskin rug. There were several seating options, each tailored to accommodate a different quirk mutation. There was even one with several seats all interconnected in a multi-leveled terrace of sorts. Izuku could only guess what kind of quirk required a chair like that. As for him, he carefully scanned the options, before picking a cozy-looking velvet beanbag chair on the ground. It wouldn't interfere with his wings, and he could even stretch them out if he wanted. Plus, it just looked really comfortable. Izuku settled himself in the chair, and sighed in satisfaction. He was right, the beanbag chair was the definition of luxury. The birds seemed to agree with his decision, as they had nestled closer to his neck and were lightly sleeping. Izuku gently rubbed Titsa's beak, who didn't stir at all from his touch. "Good choice, Izuku," Kibo said, before taking a seat in a chaise lounge, their legs kicked up on the side. They looked so casual like that, Izuku could almost forget that he was in therapy. "The birds certainly think so," Izuku remarked. Kibo grinned. "Indeed, they seem to have taken to you already. Do animals usually like you this quickly?" Izuku smirked, thinking back to that first day he'd met the Aizawa Yamada family. Yeah, they do. You were thinking of something just then, would you like to tell me about it?" Kibo asked. Izuku nodded. "Sure," he shrugged. "I was thinking of the day I met my family for the first time. I was a nervous wreck, but the moment I walked through the door the two most adorable cats ran up to me. Hisashi said that they don't usually warm up to people that easily, but they've loved me ever since. That's amazing. Animals do a wonderful job at easing one's worries," Kibo said, writing something down in a notebook that Izuku had not noticed before. What are you writing?" Izuku asked nervously. "Oh. This is my notes journal. I have one for all my patients. I chose silver for yours. Would you like to see what I wrote?" "There are no secrets from you, Izuku," Kibo said kindly. Somehow, Izuku believed them. Still, he was very intrigued. "If you don't mind, I'm curious about what it says," he said. "Of course, here." Kibo handed him the notebook, and Izuku scanned the pages quickly. Kibo had already filled an entire page. They had written about Izuku's gentle interaction with the birds, his fondness for his family, and his openness to participating. Izuku handed the journal back feeling somehow unworthy of Kibo's kind writings. "Tell me, why do you feel unworthy of praise, Izuku?" Kibo startled him. Had they read his thoughts? No, that wasn't how Heartscope's quirk worked. Izuku already knew that, nevertheless he had forgotten that the therapist in front of him had the ability to read his emotions. He winced. He had a few guesses as to why he may feel unworthy of praise, but didn't particularly want to discuss that so soon. Kibo, bless them, sensed his aversion. Izuku, you do not have to tell me anything you don't want to. You are in charge here, we will never discuss anything you don't want to. Kibo assured him. Oh, Izuku wasn't expecting that. He thought for sure this meeting would be Heartscope drilling him for gritty details of his life while he tried not to fall into panic. Thank you, Kibo. Is there anything you want to talk about? Kibo said. Well, I was curious about your quirk, Izuku trailed off. Oh, of course, my quirk is called Heartscope, my professional name was chosen to represent that quirk. Kibo said. Right, but I was curious about how the emotions your quirk senses actually translate to the projector. Is it some sort of electric signal? Or an illusion-based quirk? Izuku said, throwing his top two guesses out. Kibo blinked. Did your fathers tell you my quirk? It's a very close guess, they said. When I sense the emotions, my quirk transcribes them as images in my head, and my projection is able to emit those images so long as I keep them in my mind's focus. Izuku straightened, fascinated. Whoa, that's really cool. Does that mean you can project any image you focus on, or just the ones your quirk transcribes? It's just the ones my quirk transcribes, they said. That's really fascinating. Izuku grinned, itching to take his own notes on the hero's quirk. How did you learn to interpret the emotions? Was that intrinsic or learned? Kibo smiled fondly at him. I was an apprentice to the therapist hero Aura in her prime. She taught me everything there is to know about emotions. She was able to see a person's aura, and manifest it to temporarily make it visible to others. She had the intrinsic ability to know what the colors in a person's aura meant. Izuku remembered Aura. She was well respected as a hero, and as a therapist. She often did house calls, where she would go to her patients. And she had a deal with local hospitals where she could be called in for sessions with patients to help them process trauma, both mental and physical. She died in a villain attack a long time ago. Izuku remembered reading about the incident report when he was digging into the underground for his quirk research. That's incredible, that she was able to help you transcribe emotions. She was an incredible hero, and a master of her quirk, Izuku said. You seem to like quirks a lot, do you want to talk about that? Kibo asked. Izuku blushed, suddenly shy. Oh, sure. Kibo nodded at him, urging him on silently. Well, I've always loved quirks, I've analyzed them my entire life. It's part of the reason I was a freak growing up, but I just couldn't help myself, Izuku said wistfully. I'm curious, you used the term freak, why is that? Kibo asked. Huh? Oh well, I've always known that. At Kibo's raised eyebrow Izuku frowned. Everyone knew it. I was the anomaly, the creepy child who stared too much and knew too much. Izuku didn't remember his early years that well, he couldn't recall the words said about him, nor any specific memory, but he remembered his shame. He remembered trying so hard to speak. He remembers the fear on strangers' faces, after he'd spouted off details of their quirk. He remembers that dark room, where Inko had locked him away for the safety of everyone. I'd like to show you these emotions, if you're willing? Kibo asked him, pulling him out of his trauma. He breathed in relief, as if the trauma had been drowning him, and now, thanks to Kibo, he could breathe. Yeah, he said shakily. Kibo smiled at him encouragingly. All right then, and then they lifted their arm. Izuku's eyes widened in fascination as Heartscope's forearm began shifting, the skin lifting away like a convertible's roof. Once the skin had fully opened, a whirring began, and an intricate mechanism rose out of their arm. True to the quirk's name, there now was a scope erupted out of Heartscope's arm. I'll start by showing you your feelings towards your past, Kibo explained, before the scope in their arm lit up. Izuku watched, transfixed, as a hologram-like image filled the space between them. The image showed a young Izuku. He took in the appearance of the small child, the curly green hair that he had almost forgotten, the piercing green eyes that seemed so full of fear. The child was wearing chains around his body, and Izuku knew that particular detail wasn't true to his history. Why am I wearing chains? The image is not a memory, but a feeling. This is what you felt, as a child. Kibo explained. Keep watching. The projection shifted, and suddenly the chains were attached to a center point, which all led into a leash, held tightly by Inko Midoriya. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of his mother. Seeing the two of them side by side, showed just how similar he had been in appearance to the woman. Inko looked stoic, her face showed nothing of her emotions. Izuku was horrified to notice that the projection of himself showed the same look on his face, albeit, much less convincing. You were trying to make her proud. Children often mimic their parents' emotions. Now, watch what happens when we separate you from her, Kibo said. With their words, the hologram followed. Inko Midoriya melted away, and with her, the chains followed. Izuku was surprised to notice his appearance stayed the same, even his face remained stoic. And then, a flash of orange light filled the holographic space, and suddenly, Izuku's stoic face was replaced with a brilliant smile. Izuku didn't have to see him to know who must be in his projection's line of sight. If the light hadn't been enough, the elation on his own face certainly would be. It was uncanny to see himself look so at peace, especially coming off of the emotionless state he'd maintained around his mother. "Who does your projection see right now?" "Izuku?" Kibo asked. "Kaken," Izuku said, for once not hesitating in saying the old nickname. The word itself seemed to unlock more of the projection. The hologram grew in size, to accommodate more of that orange light until finally he came into view. Katsuki Bakugo stood in front of the young projection of Izuku, as he is now, a grumpy teen with even wilder hair than that of his youth. Katsuki was wearing the hero costume that Izuku had designed for him, and he was holding out his hand to the younger Izuku. Izuku's eyes misted as he took in the sight of Kaken, his Kaken, seeing him for who he is. "You care about him so much, Izuku?" Kibo said. "Yes, I do." Izuku confirmed, though it hadn't been a question. "So why do you hold yourself back?" The projection answered for him. Suddenly, a flame that was not of Kaken's own quirk ignited at his chest. The flame rapidly ate through Kaken's flesh, singing away layer after layer until only ash remained in a pile in front of the young Izuku, whose face returned to its stoicism. The projection seemed to zoom out then, revealing all the people Izuku loves or has loved. Izuku knew it was coming before it happened, but it was still painful to watch that same flame ignite itself in each of them. Shota, Hisashi, Hitoshi, Kigo, Mitsuki, Majuro, Nizu, Tsukaki, Namuri, there were so many of them, and they all fell to the flames, leaving the projection of Izuku, untouched and alone, surrounded by the ashes of his loved ones. Kibo looked at the projection wide-eyed. So much fear, for one so young. "Izuku, have you ever witnessed something like this happening?" The projection shifted again, this time, seemingly showing a true memory. Izuku laid out on the table, his legs and wrists restrained, his mother above him, speaking words unheard by the two observers. Izuku winced as the blade pierced his skin once more, and closed his eyes as the sage took flame, tearing his mother apart and leaping to his own skin. A white flash of light startled Izuku enough to open his eyes. The scene had changed again, and his projected self was standing in a white space. There was nothing but light surrounding him. Izuku watched in fascination as the projection began to shift, Izuku's shoulders rippling as the skin breaks open to accommodate his wings. His hair straightening and turning silver, and his eyes bleeding out the green, replaced by gold. Looking at the change made his old features more recognizable. His freckles more prominent as the only thing to remain of his original face. Then, the projection took flight, and Izuku realized that the chained leash was back, though finer than the one held by Inko. This one seemed to be wrapped around his neck, and the person holding the chain was Izuku himself. Kibo's quirk deactivated abruptly, the haunting image of Izuku holding his own chain fading out effortlessly. "You hold yourself prisoner, Izuku," Kibo said. "I never," Izuku swallowed back the uncomfortable lump in his throat. "I've thought about it that way. I never realized." Tiki bunted her head against Izuku's neck, and he absent-mindedly stroked her back. "And now that you have, what are you going to do about it?" Kibo smiled. Izuku squared his shoulders, a newfound resolve bubbled inside him as he met Kibo's gaze. "I'm going to break those chains," he said. "Right you are, Izuku. And I'll be right here with you, every step of the way," they said, and Izuku believed them. Beep, beep, beep. Tenya clenched his jaw, doing his level best to ignore the incessant beeping. He knows the sound should comfort him, should serve as a reminder that Tensei is alive. But he can't find it in himself to be grateful to the beeping, when it signifies that his brother is alive, but not awake. The doctors did everything they could for Tensei, that his heart is beating at all is a miracle. But Tenya can't be relieved while his brother is comatose. It has been days now, and the machines keeping Tensei alive have shown no sign of change in his health. "Tenya, it's time to go home. Visiting hours are over," his mother said, resting a frail hand on his shoulder. Tenya stood from his seat beside Tensei's hospital bed wordlessly. What could he say? Sorry he hasn't woken up? Sorry that he's all but dead anyway? Sorry that it wasn't me? No. Tenya couldn't say any of that, so he chooses instead to say nothing. He knows his silence is worrying his mother, knows that he should be present for her, where Tensei can't be. But Tenya doesn't have it in him to pretend to be fine. He's so angry all the time. He's drowning in his hatred for the hero killer, Stain. He's angry at the hero dispatch team who let his brother run into the fray by himself. He's angry at everything. Your father made your favorite for dinner. His mother's voice shook him from his thoughts, and he realized they were already in the parking lot. How did they get here? Tenya nodded at his mother, acknowledging her words as he climbed into the car. She sighed, world-weary and heartbroken. Tenya winced. He didn't want to let her down. Thanks, mother, he said softly. Her eyes widened in surprise, but smiled at him. Of course, Tenya, let's go home. Kigo Takami stood tall, his back straight, and his wings held at his back confidently. He was in full hero gear, as he was required whenever he was here. You have disappointed me, Hawks, the president of the Hero Public Safety Committee said sternly. No one knew her real name, the woman was secretive and controlling, and easily the most powerful woman in Japan. My apologies, Madam President, I'm afraid I don't know what I've done, Kigo said, bowing his head in a show of subservience. The woman scoffed, do not play innocent, Hawks. You know what you've done, she snapped. Kigo remained stoic, as he racked his brain for what she could possibly be mad at him for this time. Sure, he snuck into the sports festival, but he had remained in his hidden alcove the entire time. There was simply no chance she knew about that. Seeing Kigo was not planning on answering, the president snarled, fine then, you've known about the League of Villains for weeks and failed to inform us about it. The League of Villains, ma'am? Kigo tilted his head curiously, feigning innocence while he racked his brain for how on earth she figured this out. Do not play coy with me, Kigo Takami. Did you really think you could go wherever you wish and we wouldn't track you? We know everything. We know about that little birdie you adopted, we know you visit UA. We know you train with those two whelps of Eraserheads. The more she talked, the paler Kigo grew. I see, he said, sounding calmer than he was. And what do you plan to do with this information? Why tell me now? The president looked at him with disgust she usually reserved for UA. That school seems to trust you, so you will become my spy. I expect you to report your findings directly to me. I want details on every student, teacher, and faculty member. Every upstart that would do well under our guidance. Hell, I want every time Nizu takes a sheet. Do you understand me? Kigo scoffed, and why pray tell, would I ever do this for you? Madam President grabbed a small tablet she kept near her person at all times. Her threat was clear to him, he was well versed in what the tablet was capable of, what it controlled. It was no less startling when she pressed a few buttons and suddenly his entire body was being jolted by electricity. Now, you know I don't like harming you, Hawks. I don't want to use your implants against you, but you really give me no choice. Be grateful I haven't hit the kill switch. You can dash, Kigo coughed, shaking himself from the aftershocks. You can hurt me all you want, hell you can kill me too, I don't care anymore. Perhaps you don't care for your own life, but would you really risk your little birdie? She grinned. Kigo paled. You're bluffing, you don't have access to him. Besides, his family would stop you from even getting close enough to put one of your sadistic implants in him, he snarled. There are more than one way to kill someone, Kigo. You of all people should know that by now. I won't need a kill switch to take out that pathetic child and everyone else you love. Kigo was shaking, from the electricity yes, but mainly from his fear. This is why he hated this woman. Had she truly not taken enough from him already? What must he do, to finally be rid of her? The implant in his spine was a constant reminder. Kigo went every day not knowing if this was the one that led the president to finally dispose of him, yet, since he found Izuku, he'd found himself lenient, he'd let his attachment grow out of control, and now, it seemed, she'd finally found his one true weakness. Alright, I get it, please, he began, weary, I'll do as you say, just don't hurt them. Good boy, Kigo. As long as they aren't a threat to us, and you follow my word, no harm will come to your little family, she sneered. Now, dismissed, she swatted him away like he was nothing. Kigo left, unwilling to stay another moment in that stifling room. He knew he'd be breaking out the hard liquor when he returned to his apartment. Conversations with the president always led to that. Shota walked in his classroom 3 seconds to the bell, knowing his students were bound to be rowdy after the sports festival. Sure enough, they were all chattering like a pack of wild howler monkeys when he arrived. Tenya Ida was, unsurprisingly, the first to notice his arrival. Quiet down everyone. Aizawa-sensei is here. His shout did little to dampen the hyperactive teens. It was Bakugo that finally managed to silence them. One loud but quick blast of his quirk had everyone's attention on him. Shut up, the old man is here, he grumbled. Shota raised his eyebrow at Bakugo, but the blonde resolutely ignored him. Izuku, behind him, rolled his eyes, failing to hide just how fond he looked. Truly Shota had no clue how Bakugo remained clueless to Izuku's true identity, given how his son looked at the blonde. Thank you, Bakugo, he said reluctantly. As many of you already know, the point of the sports festival was not to showboat to civilians, but to showcase your own abilities to the heroes. Earlier this morning, I received offers from hero agencies and independent heroes alike, who want you to train with them this weekend for your hero license experience requirement. He explained, pulling out a massive stack of envelopes, each containing unique offers from the heroes. Yuga Aoyama, the blonde in seat 1, perked up, and quickly retrieved his measly 3 envelopes. "Merci, sensei," he said, taking his seat. Mina Ashido, the pink-haired girl, hopped out of her seat and practically bounced to the front of the room. She had received a respectable 25 offers. "Thanks." She beamed, clearly proud of her much larger stack as she skipped back to her spot behind Aoyama. Tsuyu Azui had received offers from every water-based agency in Japan. A mutation quirk like hers was very valued in those circles. Tenya Ida had done remarkably well for himself. Sure, most of the offers were from people who wanted an Ida as their pupil, but there were also several who were interested in Tenya as a person. Achiko Uraraka looked positively shocked at her pile of envelopes. The girl clearly had a lot of doubt in her own abilities and Shota desperately wanted to snuff it out. Mashiro Ojiro was similar to Azui, in that his mutation gave him a leg up in certain circles, so his stack was also respectively thick. Denki Kaminari had received a small stack in comparison to some of the other students, but considering his quirk's current drawbacks he'd done very well. Shota would never admit to peeking, but he did know some big names that had put in offers for him. Eijiro Kirishima mainly got offensive agency offers. Those who focus on attack so support and defense agencies can work under the radar. Shota, personally, thinks defense is more of Kirishima's strong suit, no pun intended, but it would be interesting to see which agency he went for. Koji Koda got one more offer than Aoyama, that is to say, barely any at all. That wasn't a surprise. Koda was reserved, and hadn't showcased his quirk at all during the sports festival. Perhaps he would do well in the underground? Shota pondered on that as he continued handing out the stacks. Rikido Sato was much like Uraraka, getting offers from a wide range of agencies. He was right in the middle of the class with his offer count. Mizo Shoji had received the second most offers of the mutation quirks in the class, just 4 behind Azui. Presumably, the heroes were intrigued by all the boy's dupliarms could do. Kyokujiro grabbed her stack with a wide grin on her face, and a smirk aimed towards Kaminari. Shota silently rolled his eyes at his dramatic gremlins. Siro practically ran to the front of the room in his desperation to get his papers and get it over with. Despite his clear nerves, he'd actually done quite well. Fumikage Tokoyami did very well for himself, and Shota knew before the boy had even grabbed his stack that he'd be training with a certain winged hero. Shoto Todoroki was the student with the second highest offers, which everyone and their dog could have seen coming. Shoto grabbed his stack and returned to his seat with very little fanfare. Toru Hagakure's offers were right in the middle range, between very well and very unimpressive. To be fair, she hadn't been able to show much of her quirk, seeing as how she was invisible. Katsuki Bakugo, the blonde, walked to the front of the room with a confidence that Shota was getting well used to seeing in him. He'd received the highest offers out of the class, which didn't surprise anyone. Hitoshi Hitoshi stood ramrod straight as he marched to the front. He looked as if he were walking to his own execution. It was his absolute shock when he was handed the third largest stack in the entire class. What the F dash? He stared at Shota as if he had made some sort of mistake. Shota sent a sheet-eating grin at his son. "What's the matter, kid? This has to be a mistake, sensei," Hitoshi bit out. "Not at all, you received the third most offers from everyone in our class. Your performance in the sports festival was impressive, and your quirk certainly played a hand in the hero's curiosity." "Whoa, congrats Aizawa-kun," Uraraka said. Hitoshi blushed crimson and returned to his seat. Momo Yaoyorozu was the last to be called up front. She had the fourth largest stack. After she sat, the room seemed to be buzzing over their offers. The students were flipping through their stacks excitedly, while Shota silently tried to get Izuku's attention. Izuku, for his part, sat motionless, as he stared blankly at his desk. Shota had planned on warning Izuku ahead of class, but then he ran late. Besides, he'd only gotten the envelopes that morning. He had planned on giving Izuku an offer after class, not wanting to make a show out of giving his own son an offer in front of the class. He had Hitoshi's offer in his desk drawer as well. He had not accounted for the fact that no one else sent Izuku an offer. It was Bakugo who noticed this fact first. "Hold the F on, where the hell is Deku's stack?" His abrupt interruption drew all of the students' attention to Izuku, and more specifically, the lack of envelopes on his desk. Izuku's attention was also drawn. He was staring at Bakugo with surprise. Whether he was shocked at his interruption, the fact that he noticed Izuku hadn't been called, or the almost slip of his name was anyone's guess though. Aizawa-sensei must have accidentally skipped him. Uraraka said, I'm sure he'll give them to Yamada now, right? She peered at him with worried chocolate brown eyes and Shota couldn't hold back his wince. Izuku Yamada received only one offer, and it will be handed to him after class, he said, sending a hesitant look Izuku's way. Izuku tilted his head, a strand of hair falling free from the clip that held it out of his face with the movement. He looked more confused than upset, thankfully. Ha! Deku won the sports fest, how the F did he only get one offer? Better yet, how the hell did French Fry get more offers than him? Bakugo stood out of his seat, his palms sending little sparks as he glared at Shota. Katsuki Bakugo enough. Sit down. Thankfully, Bakugo fell back into his seat, grumbling under his breath. Shota was fairly certain he'd heard F.U., but elected to ignore it. The heroes train people's quirks, and, due to his very brave decision to participate without it, none of the agencies felt confident enough in actually working with him. A few heroes wanted to get him, but their agencies went over their heads. A certain committee played an integral role in that one, Shota glowered. But that's so unfair. Yamada was better than all of us combined. Ashido said. That very well may be, Ashido, but so long as the Hero Public Safety Commission has their greedy fingers in the core of the Hero Society, this is the way things work. Rest assured though, Izuku will do well with his mentor. Shota met Izuku's gaze then, and Izuku must have seen something in his face, because his shoulders relaxed, and he nodded minutely. Alright then, your internships will start next week, and you will each spend a full week off campus studying under your mentors. Because of this, you all have a very important task to fulfill. Midnight Sensei will walk you through it, the students quietly whispered to one another as they tried to ascertain what they needed to do. Midnight, they're ready for you. The door swung open, revealing a very excited Namiri. Hello, kiddies. Who's ready to pick out your hero names? Izuku bounced his leg as he tried to think of what he wanted his name to be. He absent-mindedly listened as his classmates announced their names. Eventually, he'd go through and record their names under their individual pages in his hero book. For now though, he needed to put all his energy into deciding his own name. Hitoshi stood from behind him, and Izuku paid a little more attention as he stood in front of the room, holding his slate with a nervous look on his face. Izuku sent him what he was hoping was a comforting smile. I wanted my name to mean something. I wanted anyone who hears it to feel comforted, plus, since I want to be an underground hero, it needed to be subtle, but powerful. Therefore, I want to be known as Benevolent Subjugation. Midnight clapped her hands, complimenting Hitoshi's choice as she explained to the class all the ways a name like that would do well in Hero Society. Truly a wonderful choice, Subjugation, she winked, and Hitoshi walked back to his spot relieved. Good choice, Toshi, he whispered. Hitoshi smiled at him. Thanks, Angel, he winked. Izuku gasped. It was so obvious. How could he have missed the perfect name? Izuku scribbled his choice down, feeling a sense of rightness as he saw it spelled out on his slate. He stood up proudly, even his wings lacked their nervous twitching that he was used to. Izuku stood in front of the class, and met Hitoshi's encouraging gaze. I've gone through a lot of shit in my life. All I wanted was someone to save me. Against his permission his eyes wandered to Kaken, who was looking at him pensively. I found that hero, thankfully, and I want to return that favor. My hero name is a reflection on all protectors, on all heroes who save people, so, from today on I want to be known as Guardian Angel. Namiri gasped. Izuku knew she'd caught on to the fact that his hero name is a play-off of her nickname for him. It's fitting, Izuku, she said wetly. Izuku took his place, and received a pat on his shoulder from Hitoshi, who gave him a megawatt smile. Izuku returned it. Kaken was the last to go. He stood tall as he faced the class. Heroes face devastation all the time. It's part of the job description to see shit and cause destruction in the name of salvation. My quirk is dangerous, it's literally compact nukes in the palms of my hands, but I want to be the best hero this world has ever known, so I'm going to use these nukes for good, and I'm gonna be there right in the devastation. That's why I want to be known as the Supernova Hero, Ground Zero. Izuku stared at Kaken in wonder. It was the perfect name for him. He knew a younger Katsuki, who would have said something ridiculous for his name, but Kaken had grown so much. Izuku couldn't help but admire him. Oh wonderful. Wonderful. Congratulations, students, once you pick your internships, you can officially file your hero names when you write back. Very well done, all of you, Namiri said proudly. She left shortly after that, leaving the students to talk amongst themselves. Bakugo, Izuku called out. Kaken turned his sternum, a look of surprise on his face that he didn't manage to hide. It's the perfect name, I can't wait to see it at the top of the leaderboards, Izuku said softly. Bakugo went red in the face. No shit, it's a perfect name, I came up with it. Shitty Deku. He turned back around, his ears stained red from his embarrassment, he grumbled a quiet, "You too, Angel," and if Izuku's ears reddened to match Katsuki's, that was his own business. After class, Izuku and Hitoshi waited behind. Their father looked worried, as he leaned against his desk. "Now, as I mentioned earlier in class, both of you received an offer that needed to be handed out after class," he said, pulling out his desk drawer. Izuku smiled at him. "We figured," he said, amused. Shota pulled out 2 black envelopes, each inscribed with their names. Izuku rolled his eyes at the man's dramatics. "Black? Really?" Shota narrowed his eyes in mock offense. "I'll have you know, black envelopes are part of the brand. Underground agencies don't do frilly things like regular envelopes." He handed them the on-brand black envelopes and Izuku grinned as he pocketed it. "What, you aren't interested in seeing who it's from?" Shota pouted. "I'm pretty sure I already know, and seeing as how I don't have any other offers, I guess I'll have to accept it. Won't I?" He shot Shota a challenging brow, who laughed. "Very well, you little sheet." He looked at Hitoshi, expectantly, and he at least deigned it necessary to open the envelope. Shota always knew Hitoshi was his favorite, he thought stubbornly. His favorite black-haired son, that is. Izuku was his favorite silver-haired son. He let out a very dramatic gasp as he scanned through the paper. "Izuku. Can you believe it? The famous Eraserhead wants to mentor me." He grinned at Izuku, as he fanned his face with his hand. "What will I wear?" Izuku broke down in giggles. "I don't know, Toshi, but something tells me he'll be pretty laid back." Shota yelped, "I am not. I am a very intimidating mentor." Izuku and Hitoshi nodded in tandem. "Indeed, your neon yellow sleeping bag screams intimidation," Izuku said. "Excuse me, you got that for me," Shota responded, placing his hands on his hips in his best impression of Namiri. "Did I? Well, I must have gotten that inspiration from someone," Izuku smiled, ducking under Shota's hand as he went to swat the back of his head. "Thanks, Dad. I'm excited to intern with you." "Me too," Hitoshi chimed in. "Don't make a rash decision for my sake, Hitoshi, you got plenty of offers, look into them before you decide to slum it with your old man," Shota admonished. "Nah, don't need to. I want to go underground anyway, what use would I have to showboat with clout chasers anyway?" Hitoshi shrugged. Shota smirked. "That's my boy, very well then. Let's go tell your pops the good news." Shota watched amusedly as his sons ran out of the classroom, tripping over each other as they swung their bags over their backs. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't relieved at their choice. He would have supported Hitoshi choosing a different hero to intern under, of course, but having them both with him would bring a lot of comfort to him. Especially with where he was intending on dragging their little family during their internship. Hosu wouldn't know what hit it. Chisum glowered at the downtown screen with disgust. Every screen in the city was broadcasting the same story: breaking news, Ingenium has woken up. The civilians were celebrating all over town, the crowd of simpletons happy to have their pathetic hero alive. Stain had failed to kill a hero before, and each time he did it filled him with more spite. How was he meant to cleanse the vile world of heroes if he couldn't finish the job? And he didn't even have that brat to blame this time. Ghost hadn't been there to save Tensei Ida, and Chisum still failed to kill him. Chisum sidestepped a pair of teenage girls as they walked down the sidewalk chattering about how wonderful it is that Ingenium woke up. He balled his fists as he continued to walk past them. He was in a black oversized hoodie, his vigilante outfit carefully hidden under it, and a medical mask over his face. This was the easiest way to maneuver around the city. He even had his beloved weapon stored away on a rooftop nearby. Not that he needed his sword, of course, he had over a dozen knives hidden on his person at any given moment. Stain wasn't out and about in the bustling streets of Hosu just to keep up on the news on Ingenium. He could find that out from his safe houses. No, today he was here for reconnaissance. Currently, he was tracking the hero native. This was what made Chisum an effective assassin, not his quirk, or his fighting prowess, not even his bloodthirsty attitude. He was effective because he was thorough. He never acted rashly, he usually spent up to a week tracking his prey before attacking them. He was on day 5 of following native around. The evidence he'd managed to stockpile in that time is truly revolting. The man was an atrocity, an insult to true heroes like All Might. "Native, please help me." A small child ran up to the hero. They had tears on their face, and a wild look in their eyes. "Not now, kid, I'm patrolling," Native said, brushing the child's hand off his pant leg as he continued on. But I need help." The child's lip began to wobble, as they tried to plead for assistance. Native sighed. "Is anyone injured?" he asked emotionlessly. "No," the child responded hesitantly. "Then it's not my problem. Ask an officer or something," the hero said, before speeding up his gait and leaving the child standing there on the street. Stain glared at Native's retreating back, before he walked up to the child. Chisum crouched down to be level with them, and gently asked, "Hello kid, what's the matter, do you need help?" The kid raised their face out of their hands and looked at Chisum helplessly. "I lost my mommy, I can't find her anywhere." The kid cried. She said that if I ever got lost that I should find a hero and they'd help me find her again," the kid hiccuped, before crying once more. "A person who wears a costume isn't always a hero, kid," Chisum said. "Now, why don't we go find your mother?" The child looked at him with unfiltered gratitude, before grabbing his hand with their tiny fingers. This kid couldn't have been more than 7 years old. It took just under 20 minutes to find the child's mother, who was running around the street screaming for her child desperately. "Mommy!" The child released Chisum's hand and sprinted for their mother the moment they came into view of her. Chisum smiled under his mask, and used the distraction to slip into the crowd. This was why he needed to end hero society. Anyone who would brush off a child in need in favor of their own hero image and standing doesn't deserve to be called a hero, let alone live. Native just moved up his execution. Chisum couldn't wait to spill his blood. "Stand down, Stain," Izuku said sternly, as if he were chiding a dog and not a serial killer. Stain laughed at him, as he twisted his hand. Ida choked on a scream as the blade tore deeper into his shoulder, and Izuku's wings flared out wider. "I will not ask you again, do what I say or face the punishment," he snarled. "And what does a child think he can do against me?" Stain taunted, not relenting his attack on Ida. Izuku ignored him, looking towards Ida, who was staring at Izuku helplessly, as he sobbed from the pain. "Be not afraid, Tenya Ida. You won't die today. I'll ensure it," and then Izuku began his attack. 1 week earlier, Izuku and Hitoshi panted as they finished their final lap. Shota had run them ragged for training. They'd arrived in Hosu City late last night, and began training at first light that morning. "Good work kids," Shota said from his very cozy position in a recliner chair. Izuku glared at him half-heartedly. "Can we go on patrol now?" Hitoshi asked, as eager as Izuku to get out on the streets. "They ran all the time, they wanted to get real experience." "I think not," Shota said. Izuku opened his mouth to complain, but Shota cut his words off before he began. "We're going to eat first. Our agency heroes are excited to meet you all," Izuku grinned. He'd been dying to meet the underground heroes. Ever since he'd first dug into them, locked away in his room with nothing but a broken-down tablet and a dream. "What are we waiting for then? Let's go." Izuku was halfway down the hall, Hitoshi's arm tightly gripped in his arm, before he realized he had no clue where they were going. Shota was smirking at them when he'd caught up. "Shut up," Izuku warned. "I didn't say anything," Shota said, the smug JRK. "You didn't have to," Izuku rolled his eyes, before his grin finally slipped. The three of them broke out into giggles then. Izuku loved them so much. The house felt warmer, without Enji Todoroki's presence. The irony of that was not lost on Shoto. For a hero known for his fire-covered body, he always managed to SCK the warmth out of their home. His father's trial had not happened yet. Enji had kicked up a fuss on his legal team which had delayed the trial, while he waited for trial though he had been blessedly contained out of reach of his children. Fuyumi had gained temporary custody of Shoto, which really didn't change much at all considering they were still living in their home, with Natsuo popping by on the weekends. Fuyumi is an elementary school teacher and she loves her students a lot. This meant she had the tendency to treat Shoto as if he were one of her little kids. Shoto hated it. Natsuo at least treated him his age, but he was rarely around while he was studying at university. Detective Tsukachi sat in front of Shoto, documents splayed out on the coffee table between them. "How are you doing, Shoto?" Tsukachi asked. "Fine," Shoto replied blandly. "Would you say your home is safe?" "Why wouldn't it be?" Shoto didn't understand what the detective was getting at. They'd removed the problem from their home, what could possibly harm them without Enji around? "How is your sister doing, as your primary caretaker?" "Fine," Shoto said. Tsukachi huffed. "You're not one for talking, are you?" He raised an eyebrow. Shoto shrugged. It wasn't that he didn't talk, he just chose to speak when it suited him, and now, evidently, did not. "When was the last time you saw your mother?" That was something Shoto was not prepared to be asked about. "What do you mean? Have you visited her recently?" "No, I've not seen her since she dumped boiling tea on my face," Shoto said emotionlessly. "So you have no desire to see her, I'm guessing," Tsukachi surmised. Shoto surprised both of them by shaking his head. "Not at all, I really want to see her, but I can't." "Why can't you see her?" "She doesn't want to see me." Shoto blinked through the sudden pressure that built up in his sternum. "Has she told you this?" Tsukachi asked gently. "What part of, dumped boiling tea on my face didn't compute for you?" Shoto pressed, confused on where he'd lost the detective. I've pulled your mother's file. Tsukachi pulled out said file from the mess on the coffee table. You should look through it, Shoto. I'll be back in a couple of days. The detective handed him the file and walked out of the room, most likely heading for Fuyumi's interview. Shoto held the file like it was a bomb. Did he really want to look in there? Apparently he did, because it took only a few more moments before he was opening the manila folder. The first, and most dominating part of the file, was a stack of photos. Shoto gasped in horror as he saw the first one. It was of his mother, covered in injuries. She had a black eye, and her nose seemed smashed in. She looked terrified. Shoto flipped the photo around, and saw that it was dated back 10 years ago. Shoto was 5 at the time. The photo also had a description inscribed, Record of Injury, Rei Todoroki. Assailant, NG Todoroki, and under that, victim refuses to press charges. Todoroki felt sick. Why on earth wouldn't she press charges? The rest of the photos were all the same, dozens of pictures of various injuries, all detailing the same story. NG would hurt her, and she'd let it go. He'd known, of course, that his mother had been abused by NG. They certainly didn't hide that around their children. But it was no less shocking to see the detailed photos. Shoto placed the photos aside. The first document in the folder was her admittance file from the psych ward. It was dated back to the day she'd attacked him, which wasn't surprising. What was, however, were the clinical notes scribbled down. Patient has psychedelic drugs in her blood. When pressed, the patient said they were for depression and were administered by her husband NG Todoroki. NG refuses to comment, but a bank statement clearly shows the medication was bought through his account. Shoto was trembling, whether from anger or terror he didn't know. What kind of a hero drags his wife? Was that why she didn't report him? Had she gotten hooked on the drugs and was too dependent to leave? Patient shows intense fear response to her husband. His photograph causes her brain activity to skyrocket, impairing her judgment and triggering her fight or flight response. Was that it? Is that why his own mother attacked him? The patient's legal guardian, NG Todoroki, has issued her immediate and total containment. He insists we continue feeding her medication, which we agreed to. It just won't be the medication he insisted on. The patient needs immediate drug withdrawal help, as well as intense therapy. Shoto read through the notes feeling weightless. It seemed like every step of the way NG tried controlling her. He tried everything in his power to block her recovery. Shoto placed the rest of the notes aside. He couldn't take them anymore for risk of lighting them all on fire. The next stack in the file were envelopes. Each sealed, and addressed to one person, Shoto. Tensei was paralyzed from the waist down. Tenya tried to ignore the rage that was churning inside of him at the sight of his brother, his hero crippled for life. Tensei's room had been modified. Hell, the entire house had. Ramps were installed, sinks and toilets lowered, even light switches had been changed. The Idas were rich, so the changes occurred quickly and effortlessly, but that still didn't appease Tenya. He didn't want there to be ramps. He didn't want any of this. He wanted his brother back. He wanted blood. Tenya, have you finished packing? Your train to Hosu leaves soon, his mother said, walking into his room carrying a basket of laundry. She'd probably been on her way to hang the clothes up when she saw him standing in his room. She cheered up after Tensei woke up. They all did. His entire family was acting like Tensei's paralysis was a miracle. Tenya couldn't stand it. Yes, mother, he replied, grabbing his bag from his bed. Oh Tenya, I'm so proud of you. You're going to have an amazing week, love. She smiled at him, with tears building in her eyes. I'm sure I will, Tenya said, though he wasn't thinking about the internship. He only had one thing on his mind, and that was spilling Stain's blood on the streets of Hosu. Tamura Shigaraki paced the warehouse impatiently, his red eyes gazing at the oversized tanks with a bloodthirst he hadn't felt in a while. Ever since Stain insulted them by refusing their invitation, he'd been impatient to put him in his place. Finally, his sensei had given the order. They'd planned on a wide-scale attack, hitting Hosu hard and fast. The city would forget all about Stain, and, if their intel was to be believed, quite a few whelps from UA would be interning there. Tamura scratched at his neck as he made another pass through the warehouse. They were going all out this time, more Nomu than their USJ attack, not to mention the Nomus would dominate both skies and ground. He stopped in front of the winged Nomu, the doctor's personal touch. Shigaraki grinned as the creature squirmed in the tank. Of all the experiments he'd been permitted to watch, this one was particularly enjoyable for Shigaraki. The child had been so scared, as his own grandfather ripped him apart and built him up again, stronger than he ever could have been as a pathetic human. It was an added bonus to learn the child had known Izuku Midoriya, the brat that had managed to take out his Nomu at the USJ. Tamura, Kurojiri appeared next to him, his portal open behind him. It is time to launch our attack. Our scout spotted Stain. It appears he's about to attack native, Kurogiri said. Shigaraki cackled. Finally. Chisum cornered native easily. The hero was as stupid as he was negligent. Hello, hero. Stain said, as he boxed native into an ally. The hero spun around, with a look of excitement, most likely happy to be greeted by a fan. That look bled to horror as he took in Chisum's appearance. Stain, he stuttered. Stay back, villain, he shouted. Stain grinned. It's always the same with you heroes. Stay back, stand down, mercy, I ensure you, native. You will find no mercy from me. Native was trembling, his knees quaking as he looked for a way out of the situation. Chisum used his katana to strike at his shoulder, and grinned as the hero failed to dodge it. His blade came back stained red with Native's blood, and he was all too happy to lick it clean. Native froze in spot, before toppling over. Chisum heard a crunch as the hero fell face first, shattering his nose on impact. Chisum crouched on his heels, poking at Native with a finger. You know, it only takes 2 pounds of pressure to drive your nose bone into your brain, he said conversationally. He nudged Native's head aside, so he could look him in the eyes. Native was crying, his face painted in his blood. Ah, the little hero got a boo-boo, he grinned. Let me go, Native grunted through his clenched teeth. I'll pay you whatever you want. Stain laughed. Money? You think I'm doing this for money, he wheezed. No, Native. I am not doing this for some cheap bribe. Stain patted Native's cheek condescendingly, before he gripped the back of his neck, holding his head in place to whisper in his ear, I'm doing this because I enjoy it. Native hiccuped, you're a monster, a villain. Stain dropped Native none too gently, indeed. But I'm still better than you. What kind of hero ignores children in need? What kind of hero takes money for helping people? You are no better than me. You are an infection that needs to be purged from this world. Stain reached for the knife he had hidden on his forearm, unsheathing it easily. I am your reckoning. He raised the blade, preparing to strike, when a change in the air around him alerted him to an oncoming attack. He flipped the blade in his palm, and struck behind him just as a shin came at his head. The dagger made contact with a squelch, and his would-be attacker screamed. Chisum's blood-stained teeth widened in humor as he took in his assailant. My, little Tenya Ida came to play. Chisum liked his blade, and laughed as Tenya fell to the ground. I must say, I'm surprised to see you here. Shouldn't you be off playing bedside nurse for your brother? You. Tenya choked out, his teeth bared, from the pain and rage. Such vulgar words. Tensei must be so disappointed in you. Tenya glared. I must thank you for coming here, though. I was quite miffed that your brother survived me. It'll be very satisfying to call an Ida tonight. I will kill you, Tenya spat out. Oh, I wouldn't be sure, you can't even move. Paralyzed just like your brother. How symbolic. You destroyed him. Tenya cried out. Chisum stood on the boy's calf, grinning as his heel dug into the stab wound. Hardly, he's still alive. He'll never be a hero again. You took that away from him, and so I'll take your head from your shoulders. And you call yourself a hero, Chisum said. Do you even care that a man lay dying right over there? Chisum smirked as Tenya's face paled. Are you so filled with hatred that you miss the fact that you're no better than I am? People like you are why I do what I do, Tenya Ida. Your hubris will be your undoing. Chisum crouched next to the boy, and stabbed his dagger into the boy's shoulder. I'm going to have fun playing with you, before ending your hypocritical life. It was supposed to be a normal patrol, Shota thought snidely as he high-kicked another villain. He was supposed to be easing his kids into things, doing basic sheet while he surveyed Hosu for signs of stain. Instead, more FING bird freaks showed up and decided to light up 3 city blocks in fire and decimation. Subjugation, how's the civilian situation? He called out, dodging another Nomu as the creature swiped at him with its mangled red wings. Guardian Angel and I are working on it, erasure. The other heroes are working on fire control. No one here is strong enough to fight those freaks, Hitoshi said, using his version of Shota's capture weapon to yank another flying Nomu from its path directed at a group of civilians. Where the hell is everyone? Shota snarled, using his scarf to pull him out of the way of the Nomu's next attack. I can't cancel their quirk, he said. That's because they all have several, Izuku said, using his own wings to meet the red Nomu mid-flight. He carried a dagger, and his wrist slingshot, which had one of his silver-tipped feathers already primed and loaded. So they're like the USJ Nomu then, Shota said. No. They don't have nearly as many, maybe 3 quirks tops. Izuku responded, swiping at the Nomu with his wing. Oi, need some help, lil bro, Shota sighed in relief as Hawks arrived on the scene. Hawks. It's good to see you, the committee order you over here? Izuku asked. Shota noted the slight tension in Hawk's face, before it melted away to a look of calm serenity. Something like that. Why don't you go help subjugation with civilian rescue? Your old man and I have this freak, Hawk said. Izuku smiled gratefully, and flew down to the street. You go high, I'll go low, Shota said, using his scarf to swing under the Nomu. Right-o. Kigo seemed far too chipper for this situation. Down below, Izuku was lifting civilians out of a crater formed by a collapsed building. Don't worry, I got you, he said, as he lifted a woman who was sobbing. It's not me. My child's down there, she said, tears streaming down her face. Izuku swallowed. I'll get them out, don't worry, get yourself to safety first, so your kid has somewhere to go. The woman seemed to fight with herself before relenting, seeing the truth to his words. Izuku pulled his wings tight to his back as he climbed into the rubble. Large slabs of concrete were easily pushed aside, thanks to his powerful wings, but the space felt a bit too constricting for his liking. He grinded his teeth as he searched the area. Kid? He called, hoping he'd find them soon so he could get them both out of there. He didn't like their odds here, with the unstable rubble around them and the raging fire above them. Kid, are you there? Finally, a small, terrified little voice responded. Over here. Izuku followed the voice, careful not to disturb the rubble as he slid along the ground. It took several, terrifying minutes, before he found her. She was tiny, with messy golden braids, and a gash on her face, right under her left eye. Hello there, kid, the name's Guardian Angel, can you move? The little girl didn't answer, and instead stood on wobbly legs. What's your name? The little girl's lip wobbled, and Izuku steadied her with a hand on her upper back. Kyoko, she said. That's a very pretty name, Kyoko. How about we get back to your mom? He asked. She bobbled her head, before clutching his shirt, right at its collar. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, carefully, but securely, before lifting her up. He was eager to get out of there. The way out was, thankfully, easier than the way in, and Izuku managed to keep up his cheerful chatter the entire time, calming both the child and himself along the way. When they got out, Izuku spotted the mother and held back a grin as she ran over the moment she spotted them. Kyoko! Oh heavens, thank you for bringing back my little girl. She sobbed. Izuku handed her the little girl, who was crying in earnest at seeing her mother. You don't have to thank me, it's what a hero is meant for, she sniffed, and nodded at him. Izuku found Hitoshi shortly after leaving the reunited family. His brother looked exhausted. How you holding up? He asked. I've never used my quirk this much, Hitoshi said with a grimace. I've got a killer migraine. But it's worth it when the civilians I use it on calm down and get out of the direct line of danger. You're doing wonderfully, subjugation, Izuku winked. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Did you clear the crater? He asked, eyeing the rubble pile with sympathy. Yeah, Izuku sighed, stretching his wings out behind him, groaning as they trembled. Izuku's next words were lost, as a cloud of dread filled him, deep to his core. He wavered in place, swaying as the sheer force of something filled him. Izuku? What is it? Talk to me, Hitoshi said, though his words sounded like they were coming from underwater. Izuku closed his eyes, as he searched desperately within himself for what this feeling was, for what his quirk was trying to tell him. His heart pulled at him, and when he opened his eyes, which were glowing, he knew he had to follow that pull. Something's wrong. No sheet. You look like death, Izuku. Hitoshi said hysterically. No, not with me, something bad is about to happen. I need to go. What? Hitoshi shouted. What's the matter? Shota said, catching the panic in Hitoshi's shout. Izuku hadn't even realized he had gotten that close to them. I need to go, there's something wrong. That way. Izuku pointed in the direction his instincts were telling him. I don't know what it is, but it's bad. Erasure. Izuku met his father's worried gaze, his own determined. Alright, fine. You can go. Use your quirk if you need to, but focus on rescue first, Shota said. Yes, sir. Izuku took flight immediately, his skin crawling with the need to make it wherever he needed to go as quickly as possible. Shota watched him go with a wary look on his face. Good luck, kid. Once Izuku was in flight, Shota found Hitoshi's worried gaze. Go find Manuel, his agency is working on fire control, and they might need your help calming the panicked civilians in their way. On it. Hitoshi ran off, leaving Shota alone again. He sighed as he re-engaged the fight with the Nomu, which Kigo had done a brilliant job holding off for now. You haven't killed this thing yet? Shota teased. Kigo laughed. You want to kill this BSTRD then kill it. His feathers were surrounding the Nomu, rapidly slicing through the being's flesh in an endless attack, and yet the Nomu seemed unfazed. Nah, you've got this one. Number 3, Shota dodged another swipe from the Nomu. Jesus that was close. Finally, more heroes arrived. A tiny man covered in yellow hopped into the air like gravity was a made-up concept. He leaped at the Nomu, and with one insanely powerful kick the creature fell into the ground, creating yet another crater. Kigo whistled. DMN, we just got schooled by an old-timer, erasure. The man cackled, read it and weep children, then he was off again, hopping into the sky after the next Nomu. What the F dash, Shota mumbled. My thoughts exactly, Kigo laughed. Come on, we're not done yet. Shota rolled his eyes, and followed after Kigo, pushing all worry over his son deep in a box inside himself. Izuku flew fast and silently, over Hosu. He dodged Nomu and flight heroes alike as he zipped past them. Finally, after several minutes of following that tug, he heard a shrill scream down below, and knew this is where his quirk was leading him. Izuku dove, mimicking a peregrine falcon's form as he careened down to the alley. He was intending on striking at the villain, planning on taking him out in one swift attack, but as he got closer he noticed this plan would not end well. Because the hero killer, Stain had a blade in Tenya Ida's shoulder, too close to the boy's heart for Izuku's comfort. An aerial attack risked the blade sliding into Tenya's heart. Izuku pushed out his wings at the last second, cutting off his descent with a massive blast of air, which drew Stain's attention to him. Stand down, Stain. Izuku said sternly, as if he were chiding a dog and not a serial killer. Stain laughed at him, as he twisted his hand. Ida choked on a scream as the blade tore deeper into his shoulder, and Izuku's wings flared out wider. I will not ask you again, do what I say or face the punishment, he snarled. And what does a child think he can do against me? Stain taunted, not relenting his attack on Ida. Izuku ignored him, looking towards Ida, who was staring at Izuku helplessly, as he sobbed from the pain. Be not afraid, Tenya Ida. You won't die today. I'll ensure it, and then Izuku began his attack. His feather, which had sat securely in his wrist slingshot, flew out of the chamber with a sharp zip. It made its mark in Stain's side, who snarled. The villain ripped the feather out of his sternum, and tossed it to the ground, standing up from his crouch over Ida as he did so. Impressive, little hero, not many can land a blow on me, he said. Izuku ran at Stain, his wings drawn to his sides, ready to attack or defend where necessary. I told you to walk away, and you didn't listen to me. So now, I am your reckoning, Chisum Akaguro. Stain's eyes widened in recognition. You? Your ghost? Chisum laughed. I was bested by a child? Do not underestimate me, Chisum. Izuku warned. I may be visible right now, but I am just as capable of defeating you as I was last time. Ha, you are too confident, little hero. Chisum drew his sword. I've been waiting for the chance to smite you. Izuku grinned. As an angel, the smiting is my job. There wasn't much talking after that. Izuku, with the help of his dagger, parried every blow Stain landed. The chime of steel meeting steel rang through their small alley as they danced around each other. Izuku had yet to take flight. Doing so would be a disadvantage, while Stain held the longer weapon. Every now and then, he'd spare a glance at Tenya and Native. Native looked bad. Izuku didn't know if he was already dead or dying, but he knew it was dire. Ida appeared as if he were not too far behind the hero, his skin turning pallid as his wound pooled blood below him. Eventually, Stain managed to clip Izuku on the cheek, and the man liked his blade clean with a feral grin of someone who thinks they've won. The look quickly turned to horror, however, as Izuku's blood truly entered his system. Stain choked, before falling to his knees, convulsing. What is this? Izuku wiped his face with the back of his hand, and gasped as it came back, not scarlet red, but golden yellow. What's happening? Izuku whispered, just as confused as Stain was. He shook himself from his shock, and met Stain's fearful eyes. What are you? Stain said, his entire body trembling. Izuku noticed his veins were turning black, as if his blood had poisoned him. I'm not sure, Izuku said calmly. He breezed past Stain, who looked like a brush of wind would keel him over. As he suspected, Native was dead, his body was cool to the touch, and Izuku had a feeling he'd been dead for a while. Tenya was groggily blinking at him, a stream of thick blood was dripping from his mouth. Ida, can you hear me? Izuku asked, gently touching the boy's shoulder, right over the gaping wound. The blood stream had slowed down, from its gushing flow he'd noticed earlier, but Izuku wasn't comforted by that. In fact, he had the impression that the slowed blood was proof of his heart beginning to fail. He had his worry for Tenya to blame, for his lack of reaction speed. That was the reason he missed the slash of the katana. Izuku screamed, as the blade cut through his wing, right at the bone. He heard a sickening thud, as his beloved appendage fell to the ground. It burned, oh how it burned. His back felt like it had emerged in molten lava, as his body tried to heal his wound. But there was nothing to heal, his wing was gone, cleaved clear off at the hilt. Izuku heard Stain chuckling, albeit weakly. "I've clipped your wings, devil," he said. Izuku stood, unbalanced, but determined. He faced Chisum with a look of hatred he'd never felt before. He felt as if he were a spectator to his own body, as he walked slowly at the man, who was standing on his feet barely by the looks of him. Izuku opened his mouth, and when he spoke, it was not with his own voice, Chisum Akaguro. His voice sounded as if several were speaking with him. "You are hereby judged on your actions. We find you guilty and unworthy of the grace of the heavens. Your life is forfeit." Izuku raised his hand mechanically, and flames unlike those he'd seen before leapt from his hand. Instead of the healing flames he'd used to save Katsuki, these were black and dense, and angry. Chisum screamed, as the flames met him. Izuku watched in horror as the flames tore through Stain's body, eating away his flesh until all that was left was a blackened skeleton. Izuku felt tears run down his cheeks, yet didn't process the fact that he was actively crying them. He knew the pain of fire, he knew all too well the fear that consumes someone, as they burn alive. "I'm sorry," Izuku whispered brokenly. Izuku shook himself firmly, intent of saving his distress for a less drastic time. He stumbled to Ida's side, and cried in earnest as he realized his classmate had died. It was second nature now, to use his quirk to resurrect Tenya. He barely felt strain as he did so, his body numbed and mind fractured. It wasn't until he reached the corpse of Native that his strength failed him. His flames met the hero's chest, and white-hot pain seared Izuku's mind, causing him to succumb to darkness at last. Izuku blinked into awareness, and immediately recognized his surroundings. He was back in that white liminal space. Gabriel, as tall and ethereal as ever, stood before him, dressed in a silk robe that reminded Izuku of ancient Grecian style. "Welcome back, young one," Gabriel greeted. Izuku nodded, as he looked around. His surroundings were still out of focus, like the first time he'd been there, but this time he could make out a bit more. A settee sat off to his left, and appeared to be made of clouds. There was also a fountain that spouted crystal-clear water with a peaceful sound to it as it crashed over white marble. "Why'd I come back this time?" he asked, thinking about the bombshell Gabriel had dropped on him last time. Gabriel smiled at him, full of sympathy and care. "You have taken your first step to evolution," he began. Izuku blinked. "You have sacrificed a part of yourself, for the protection of others." Izuku shuddered at the mention of his wing. "And you have experienced your first taste of the bitter truth of mortality." "Losing my wing, you mean?" "No, child, when we first met, I told you that your power to bring life was not absolute, that those who were meant to pass on could not be saved. Today you have met the first soul you could not rescue," Gabriel said gently. Izuku's eyes widened. He'd failed to save Native? He shuddered again, his arms wrapping around his waist. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "There is nothing to apologize for, child. You tried, and Mother recognizes that." Gabriel began walking, and Izuku followed after him, both of them floating through the space tranquilly. Eventually, they ended up standing on an overlook, and suddenly Izuku's vision sharpened, finally allowing him to see their surroundings. Golden hills rolled in front of him, a gentle breeze swayed trees which stood proudly on the landscape. Several cloud pegasus were flying above, the young ones were playing on the golden grass. A crystal-clear stream was carved into the landscape, and Izuku saw faint shimmers in the water, which seemed to belong to beings, naiads maybe? He wasn't sure. "This is Elysian, one of many realms belonging to heaven," Gabriel said. "Why bring me here?" Izuku asked, eyes not leaving the landscape. "Your selflessness has earned you the right to witness these sacred lands. As you continue to grow in strength, you will find your entry in more realms. It is your right, your purpose, to journey through these trials. It doesn't change the fact that I let someone die," Izuku choked out. "You did not fail, Native, young one." Gabriel said, "Indeed, thanks to you, Native was able to pass on peacefully, rather than under the torturous hand of Chisum." Izuku swallowed, but nodded. "So, what next?" "Come." Gabriel led Izuku back the way they came, their surroundings blurring again as they went. When they returned to the receiving room, where he'd appeared, Gabriel manifested a gilded mirror, which stood as tall as Izuku. "Look, and perceive." Izuku looked at his reflection, and gasped. The golden designs were back, but this time he was able to see them more clearly. There were still no clear designs to them, this time he could see that they were etched through every part of him. On his head rested a halo, which was slimmer than the bone-like protrusion of Gabriel's. It looked like it was forged of holy light, and seemed as if thousands of diamonds were inlaid into it. It was what laid behind him that truly shocked him though, where he'd expected to see one wing, he stared now at four. His wing that had been torn off, was back, and seemed larger than ever before, and there were two identical wings right under the first set. "What does it mean?" he asked. "You've reached your first true form, Izuku. Your wings are a reflection of that." "Will I have them when I wake up?" he couldn't help but ask. thinking of how difficult it would be to accommodate 4 sets of wings now. Only if you wish it. Gabriel said. Then, his gaze narrowed, we are running out of time, you have unlocked a new power, you now have the power to bring death. Use it sparingly, and strike true, and you shall remain pure. We are so very proud of you, Izuku. Gabriel said. Izuku smiled wetly, before that familiar pull drew him away from the heavenly realm. Tenya sat up in his hospital bed, listening blankly as several people lectured him. His mother was there, ranting about how foolish he'd been. Manuel was there too, telling him how Tenya's actions had placed him and his entire agency under scrutiny. They'd been trading verbal blows for hours, while they waited for Izuku to wake up. Tenya hadn't stopped trembling, since he'd woken up, covered in blood, and miraculously alive. It was Aizawa-sensei, who had found them. He'd carted him away on a stretcher before Tenya could even think about checking on his rescuer. Aizawa was the only one who hadn't lectured him, he hadn't even talked to him yet, his sensei was standing vigil at Izuku's side. His mother was right, of course, Tenya had been a fool. He'd let rage consume him, and almost got Izuku killed. His thoughts were interrupted by a gasp, and the entire room seemed to jump into action. Zu, hey kid, can you hear me? Aizawa said softly. Tenya furrowed his brows. Duh. Izuku croaked. Yeah, it's me, kid. Aizawa said. Izuku groaned, his throat gravely in a way Tenya had never heard it before. Is Ida alright? Tenya sked in a deep breath, it said a lot about Izuku's character, that his very first words were asking about Tenya's condition. Thanks to you, he pulled through. Aizawa said. Good, that's good, Izuku sighed. Then he straightened, a look of panic filling him as he twisted around, trying to see behind him. What he saw must have been what he wanted, because he slumped in relief. You alright, kid? Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, just checking something. I'm fine, and Tenya believed him. The door slid open then, and the Hosu chief of police that Tenya had seen before, thanks to Tensei's case, walked in. Glad to see you both awake, the dogman snagged a seat next to Izuku's bed, pulling out a manila file. My name is Chief Tsuragami, you've done Japan a great service tonight, Izuku Yamada. The man woofed then, and Tenya winced, the bark was far too loud for his injury-addled brain. I just wanted to help a classmate, Izuku said uncomfortably. The fact remains that you helped us. The citizens of Hosu can finally rest peacefully knowing Stain has been taken out, he said. Izuku shrugged, at a loss for words. Now, ordinarily, we'd give you a Medal of Honor and share the news of this night with everyone. But due to you being a student, without a hero license at that, my hands are tied here. Aizawa spoke up then, Izuku is my intern, under our agency, I gave him direct permission to use his quirk, and protect civilians tonight. The chief's eyes widened. Well, that certainly changes things, he said, with a laugh. Great then, if you sign this paperwork, we can properly give Izuku credit for taking down Stain. Can we not do that? Izuku cut in. Everyone froze, surprised. Izuku, you don't want credit for taking out Stain? Aizawa asked. Izuku shook his head, no. I didn't do it for recognition or a reward. I just wanted to protect my classmate. Besides, I'm going to be an underground hero, I don't want anyone to know what I'm capable of. Not yet, anyway. Tenya couldn't believe it. There he was, throwing his life away for a chance at murdering Stain, and here Izuku was, not wanting credit for it. Finally, Tenya saw what Stain meant. He wasn't a hero, not with what he'd done that night. But Izuku? Izuku was a true hero. The chief stared at Izuku, sizing him up, before he nodded. Very well, we will claim a UA student acted under permission from their mentor to protect people during the attack, and that due to the student being underage, we are keeping their identity secret. Thank you, Chief Tsuragami. Izuku said. The chief left shortly after that, leaving their group to their own devices. Ida, Izuku said, drawing his attention, I'm glad you're okay. Tenya smiled. Thank you, I owe you a lot. I grievously misjudged you. Izuku laughed heartily, you don't owe me a thing, Ida. I know what it's like, to feel helpless rage. I'm just glad I got to you in time. Tenya pet his head, curious for what he meant, but knowing now certainly wasn't the time to ask. Hitoshi is chomping at the bits to see you, Izuku. Aizawa said, when their conversation fizzled out. I was wondering where he was, Izuku drawled, amused. I'll send him in. Heaven only knows Zashi can't keep him under control for much longer. Animals, the both of you, Aizawa said, getting up. Thanks, Dad, Izuku said warmly. Tenya gaped. That explained so much. Honestly, he was surprised no one had figured that out yet. Hitoshi barreled through the door moments later. Izuku Yamada, I swear to F, if you ever pull a stunt like that again I will personally cut off your wings and chain you to my side. Izuku froze, the smile he'd had melted off his face. The heart monitor he was hooked up to signaled his distress, the beeping growing rapidly as Izuku remained frozen. Hitoshi, thankfully, knew how to handle the situation better than Tenya did. He sat on Izuku's bed, careful not to jostle him. "Izuku, can you breathe for me?" Izuku didn't respond. Hitoshi grabbed his hand and brought it to his chest. "With me, Izuku. Come on now, you know what to do." Hitoshi began counting, and Tenya watched in fascination as he worked Izuku through his panic attack. Slowly, the silver-haired teen began matching his breaths to Hitoshi's. "Good job, I'm proud of you, Izuku. Keep going for me." Izuku nodded, tears slipping out of his eyes as he did so. After several minutes, the heart monitor finally returned to a regular rhythm. "Sorry, Toshi," he mumbled. "Nonsense, Izuku. You know I'm always happy to help you with this." Izuku hiccuped, and Tenya's heart bled for him. Izuku looked so small at that moment. It was easy to forget that he was just a teenager. Especially after defeating the most infamous villain of their current age. "Do you want to talk about it? So I know what I said to trigger you." Izuku's shoulders tensed again, and Tenya was sure he wouldn't tell them, but then his entire body seemed to sag in defeat. "My wing." Stain ripped it off. Tenya blinked in confusion. Izuku's wings were very obviously intact. "Izuku," Hitoshi began, "I'm so sorry." He pulled Izuku into a hug then. "I promise, I didn't mean it. I love your wings too much to ever take them," he said. Tenya had the feeling he was missing something. Clearly Hitoshi believed Izuku when he mentioned his wing, and judging by his lack of questions, he believed that Izuku had his wing back somehow. It was intriguing, and a mystery that Tenya wanted to solve. But he decided, right then and there, as he watched his savior hug his brother after a panic attack, that Tenya would wait for Izuku to come to him. He owed him that much, at least. For now, he'd just support him where he could. Besides, they had a group of classmates who would go absolutely feral when they heard what happened to them. Tenya winced. That would not be a fun conversation. But at least it was a tomorrow problem.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.